After Jiang Che's demise, he came to realize that his good brothers were nothing more than the eccentric characters from the pages of a book. Had he not perished a decade earlier, how could they have become so outrageous? Fortunately, he had bound himself to a system that promised him rebirth. Yet, he was taken aback to find himself reborn a full 10 years later. Faced with the sight of his brothers, aged by a decade, Jiang Che felt a mix of disbelief and resignation. Chapter 1. Rebirth a decade later. Beep! The piercing alarm of the monitor sliced through Jiang Che's life like a merciless blade. Having suffered from poor health since childhood, he ultimately succumbed to his illness. In the prime of his youth, he found himself consigned to the earth. How lamentable, how tragic. Little did he know that after his death, he would uncover the truth of this world. It turned out that the realm he inhabited was but a vast, illusory world contained within a book. Moreover, it was not merely a single volume. His brothers were all protagonists and antagonists from various narratives, and he, merely a minor character, mentioned only when the plot deemed it necessary, had long since met his end. In every tale, whether as heroes or villains, his brothers faced grim fates. One by one, they either succumbed to their own madness or were driven to despair by others. Those fortunate enough to survive led lives filled with sorrow and misery. Few could claim a favorable conclusion. Upon learning this unsettling truth, Jiang Che felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Could it be that he was doomed by the madness of these eccentric characters? Otherwise, why the most ordinary among them met such an early demise? Host, I can send you back, a sudden electronic voice echoed in his mind, startling Jiang Che. What was happening? Had a specter come to claim him? Was he about to be reincarnated? He pondered what form his next life might take, fervently hoping he would not be reborn as something repulsive, like a cockroach, lest he choose to end his existence immediately. I'm not a specter, dear host. I am System 19 from the World Management Bureau's Literary Division. System? Jiang Che was taken aback. Was that not something found only in novels? Realizing the absurdity, he conceded that indeed, this world was akin to that of story. Yes, esteemed host, I can resurrect you and assist in saving your brothers. Jiang Che scoffed. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What is your price? With a chuckle, System 19 explained, you have witnessed the madness of your brothers. In literary terms, they are often referred to as eccentric characters. They flout laws and ethics, committing heinous acts for their selfish desires. Such beings do not align with our moral compass, yet they're the favored children of fate, influencing the world's course. In order to foster a better world, our literary division has initiated a Promote Civilization, Establish New Norms campaign. Our goal is to rectify these eccentric characters, transforming them into exemplary youths with sound principles. Jiang Che inquired, so you mean to say I must educate them properly? That could be one way to put it, System 19 replied. What if they cannot be reformed? In that case, we would have to eliminate them and elevate new children of fate in their stead. Jiang Che fell silent, contemplating the implications of such a choice. After a considerable pause, he asked, how can I trust your words? What if you are deceiving me? You're already dead. What purpose would I have in deceiving a ghost? To trick you into rebirth. That would be quite the ruse, System 19 retorted. Jiang Che contemplated this logic. Very well, he finally conceded, I accept your terms. Excellent, System 19 confirmed. Let's sign a contract. Rest assured, we operate within the bounds of legality, and upon successful completion of your tasks, rewards await. As long as your requests do not involve the destruction of the world or other anti-human endeavors, we can accommodate nearly anything. Should you have concerns or issues, feel free to contact 12,345 for inquiries or complaints. Now, I shall begin the binding process. Binding progress, 23, 45, 67, 89, 100. Do you, esteemed host, confirm the binding with the Literary Division's premier system, System 19? Confirmed. Binding successful, System 19 chimed cheerily. Let us proceed with our collaboration. Jiang Che smiled in return. May our partnership be fruitful. Star. When Jiang Che opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing beneath a phoenix tree. The weather suggested it was late autumn, with the ground blanketed in golden leaves, resembling a luxurious carpet of gold. He had died in early summer. Yet, it made sense to be reborn One must return to a time before their demise. He glanced around, uncertain of his location. At that moment, he noticed a small folding fan in his hand, adorned with an elegantly cursive inscription. How to eat soup dumplings with chrysanthemums and slurp rice noodles. Through one's nostrils? Jiang Che stared in disbelief. Was this some form of abstract expressionism? He looked down at the imposing golden retriever squatting beside him and asked hesitantly, "System?" The dog opened its mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, glancing at the bustling crowd before falling silent once more. It is I. You can communicate with me telepathically. My current appearance makes verbal communication inconvenient. Perplexed, Jiang Che asked, "Why have you taken on this form?" After a brief pause, the golden retriever replied, "I lost a bet with a friend and must wear this guise for a month." Jiang Che shrugged. "I thought perhaps you adopted this form for easier access to refuse excrement." The dog remained silent. Jiang Che shifted to sit comfortably on the curb, casually asking, "So where are we, golden retriever?" "You are home," the dog replied. Why home?" Jiang Che blinked in surprise, turning to the villa behind him. "You mean this villa? What relation does this have to you?" The dog retorted. Jiang Che was taken aback. I forgot to mention, it is now 10 years after your death. Your family has long since moved, and this is now the Jiang family villa. 10 years later, he chuckled in disbelief. "So, you're saying I died 10 years ago and have suddenly come back to life? Do you realize how horrifying that sounds?" With a sigh, the golden retriever replied, "There's no other option. Even if we sent you back to 10 years ago, you could not avoid the fate of your early death. Your passing was due to illness, not an accident, making avoidance impossible. And now it can be avoided? Now, 10 years later, medical advancements have progressed significantly," the dog stated, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Besides, 10 years ago, all the plot lines were yet to unfold. Even if you educate them, can you guarantee your brothers will revert to proper moral standings? 10 years ago, they were all normal individuals, yet they still succumbed to madness upon encountering the heroines. So, esteemed host, do you understand what this implies? Huang Dao, it is imperative to understand that they are only influenced under specific circumstances within the narrative. Thus, we must also educate talent within the storyline. This is what it means to address the issue at its roots." Jiang Che pondered for a moment, then exhaled softly. "You do possess some merit in your argument." "Very well," he said, rising and dusting himself off. "I shall place my trust in you once more. By the way, I noticed in the contract that you will unconditionally support me in the task, including manpower, resources, and finances, correct?" "Indeed, esteemed host. Excellent." Jiang Che immediately donned a warm smile, affectionately ruffling the top of his companion's head. "Then you shall cure my ailment." Huang Dao replied, "It is not that I do not wish to. It is simply beyond my capability. Although I have granted you rebirth and brought you 10 years into the future, your body remains your own, and I cannot alter it. This is precisely why I brought you forward in time. The medical advancements of this era should hold the potential to heal you. Even if complete healing is unattainable, your lifespan can still be extended. Moreover, esteemed host, should it prove impossible to cure you, after completing your task, we can seek the assistance of our esteemed main deity to treat your affliction. His abilities are quite remarkable." Jiang Che retorted. "So this is your justification for being inept?" Huang scoffed. "Absolutely not. I am an elite system." Jiang Che chose to disregard him, sighing, "Very well. In light of your saving my life, I agree to assist you in completing your task. Rest assured, I shall transform this world into a prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, and equal socialist modern society. Come, let's seal our pact with a handshake, Huang." After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "So, how shall we commence our task?" Jiang Che clicked his tongue. "What is your haste? I currently have more pressing matters to attend to." Huang blinked in confusion. "What matters?" Jiang Che stated earnestly. "I seek a place of refined ambience. To relieve myself." Chapter 2, just a sip, please. Host, why must you come to the mall to relieve yourself? Isn't it more convenient to go home? Jiang Che smirked slightly. There is nothing wrong with that. Then why? I can't possibly return home after 10 years just to take a dump. Jiang Che ruffled his dog's head in the system space. One must maintain dignity. Huang tugged at his lips, unable to refute, and could only ask sullenly, So, are we heading home now? Yes. Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him as he uncontrollably lurched forward. At this hour, the mall was bustling with activity. In that fleeting moment, before he fell, he noticed someone approaching. Not wishing to land face first on the ground, he instinctively shifted his body, silently murmuring, "Brother, I'm sorry." He then crashed down onto the unsuspecting individual beneath him. However, he could hardly afford to apologize, for he was beset by a sudden bout of low blood sugar. As he collapsed, he caught a glimpse of a cup of milk tea in the hand of the person he had just knocked down. Clinging to the last vestiges of his consciousness, he shakily reached out, grasping the waistband of the stranger's pants, desperately pleading, "Just a sip, please." Then, unable to hold on any longer, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." You do. The individual whom Jiang Che had just toppled was taken aback, covering his groin. "What the hell are you looking at while talking?" He hastily attempted to wriggle out from beneath Jiang Che. However, whether due to Jiang Che's weight or his own nervousness, he struggled in vain, inadvertently pushing Jiang Che's head against his own. His expression shifted as he froze, turning to find a crowd of onlookers gleefully gossiping about their predicament. Furious, he exclaimed, "Damn it, can't you all lend a hand?" A few kind souls from the gathering stepped forward, hastily assisting him in lifting the unconscious figure. Gritting his teeth, Yudu was just about to stand when the helpers unceremoniously shoved Jiang Che into his arms. His anger flared. "What are you doing?" One of them replied, Hey, we're just trying to help, kid. Don't go making a fuss. Who is causing a ruckus here?" Yudu was infuriated, his temper flaring. Yet he couldn't argue with the bystanders. He took a deep breath and leaned down to assess the situation of the person in his embrace. After a moment of scrutiny, he felt an inkling of familiarity with the individual. It seemed he had seen this person before, yet he couldn't quite place where. Furrowing his brow, he reached out to check for a pulse beneath the nose, sighing in relief. He was still alive. At least he wouldn't be facing a manslaughter charge. He pulled out his phone, intending to call for an ambulance when someone in the crowd shouted, "This kid probably fainted from low blood sugar. It does look like it. What was he asking for again?" He seemed to want a sip of this young man's milk tea. "Hey, young man, how about you let him have a sip?" Indeed, they had already called for an ambulance, and if he didn't make it back, it would be a comfort for him to depart peacefully. The surrounding voices, chattering away, made Jiang Che's mind reel in confusion. He calmly withdrew the claws that were poised to rescue. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yudu could not refuse. He had no choice but to gingerly cradle this oblivious creature in his arms, forcing a sip of the fruit tea he had just tasted into the other's mouth. Noticing that the individual was unconscious and unable to drink, he fiercely slapped the person's face. When he saw the eyelids flutter and gradually open, he began to feed him bit by bit. As he did so, he cursed inwardly, "You foolish fool, daring to touch my porcelain. If you perish, I shall seek a sorcerer tonight to make your soul scatter." A few minutes later, Jiang Che was fully awake. He inhaled sharply, wiping the sticky milk tea that had spilled onto his neck, frowning slightly. "You're awake?" A sinister voice echoed in his ear. Jiang Che rubbed his still-dazed head and turned to look at the individual holding him, a young man with sharp brows and starry eyes, quite handsome, albeit with a rather unfriendly gaze. Unfazed, Jiang Che replied, "My apologies, I had a low blood sugar episode just as you walked by. Did I hurt you?" Given that Jiang Che had spoken so, Yudu could hardly be angry, for the other was indeed a victim of circumstance. He endured and managed a strained smile, saying, "No, I am quite resilient, as long as you're all right." "Thank you. I'm fine, but I owe you my life," Jiang Che declared. Yudu hastily declined. "I'm a straight man." He certainly did not need a man professing his devotion. "Well, it appears we are fated to meet," Jiang Che grinned. "I'm also a straight man. A pleasure to meet you." Yudu thought, "You claim to be straight, yet just now your ears turned crimson," instinctively glancing down. Then quickly averting his gaze in embarrassment, Jiang Che protested, "This is a monumental misunderstanding. I was merely requesting a sip of milk tea. A person with low blood sugar is akin to a famished zombie. The fact that he and tea lunged at the other was testament to his restraint. Yet, to explain now would be even more awkward, so he simply stated, as a straight man, I must repay my debt of gratitude, right? Is it wrong to repay a life-saving favor with a spring of gratitude? You do, wary, inquired. And how do you intend to repay this spring of gratitude? By treating you to a meal, Jiang Che suggested, pointing to a nearby Chinese restaurant. There's a place called Spring of Gratitude. I'll treat you to a meal, which conveniently equates to repaying my debt. You do turn to look at the restaurant, eyes widening in disbelief at the name. What kind of genius named it that? Jiang Che stood up, dusting himself off, and jovially slung an arm around Yu Du's shoulder, saying, "Let us go, I'm hungry too. Let us get acquainted. My name is Jiang Che. I'm 20 years old, and I stand 186 centimeters tall, a Sagittarius." Stop. Yu Du interrupted, shaking off Jiang Che's arm. "I'm not here for a blind date. Why the detailed introduction? Oh, then what is your name? Why do you care what I'm called? Hey, you rascal. Names are meant to be called. Don't be so coy. If you refuse to tell me, I'll just call you Ergo." Yu Du was taken aback by his shamelessness and turned to leave, exclaiming, "Who wants to go eat? Don't go." Jiang Che pulled him back by wrapping his arm around his neck. "If you find it unpleasant, just call yourself Three Dogs instead." Yu Du's forehead throbbed with anger. "You're the dog. Your whole family is dogs." "Oh, then what do you call yourself? Why should I tell you?" "Oh, Three Dogs, do you eat Chinese food? Hot pot is also an option. Who are you calling Three Dogs? Then what do you call yourself?" Yu Du Jiang Che was momentarily stunned. That name sounded so familiar. He glanced at Yu Du, who, despite wearing simple athletic attire, was adorned with clothing that surely cost a fortune, not to mention the exquisite watch on his wrist. Upon closer inspection, this young man indeed bore a striking resemblance to someone from the past. Could he possibly be a member of the Yu family? He wondered about the relationship between this young man and his brother, Yuan Shuo, infamous for his ruthless demeanor towards the female lead. Chapter 3. Uncle is here to harvest kidneys in the end. Yu Du could not shake off Jiang Che's persistent insistence and accompanied him to a Chinese restaurant called Yongquan, located diagonally across the street. Before they arrived, Jiang Che politely expressed his gratitude to the passerby who had assisted him and made a call to the emergency services to explain the situation. Only then did they step into the oddly named restaurant. The restaurant's decor was quite unique, seemingly modeled after Song Dynasty architecture, exuding an antique charm with intricately carved beams, painted pillars, and lush green trees as screens, creating a delightful ambience. They settled into a small private booth separated by a screen. Jiang Che glanced at the table's QR code menu and frowned. It suddenly dawned on him that he had nothing to his name. He had been deceased for 10 years, and his household registration had likely been canceled long ago. He was essentially a ghost in the world. "Da Huang, help me." Da Huang promptly responded, "The latest smartphone is already in your pocket, and all app accounts have been registered and logged in for you. There's also 100,000 yuan in your WeChat wallet. Additionally, your ID, bank card, and other documents are all in your pocket along with the phone. 300 million yuan has already been allocated to your bank card. Just let me know when you've used it up, and I will apply for more funds." Jiang Che's eyes lit up. This system was far superior to the ones he had encountered in novels about kidnappers or unscrupulous characters. This was undoubtedly a top-tier official system. Look at the generosity, the efficiency, the flair. How impressive. "Well done. I won't call you a useless piece of junk anymore." Jiang Che calmly took out his phone from his pocket, which was temporarily set to fingerprint unlock. He pressed his thumb on the designated area. With a satisfying click, the screen unlocked. He opened WeChat, scanned the dining code on the table, and cheerfully handed the phone to Yu Du, declaring, "Order whatever you like. It's on me." "Of course, you're treating," Yu Du retorted with a cold snort as he accepted the phone. After ordering the signature dishes from the restaurant in one breath, he finally returned his phone. However, as he lifted his gaze, it inadvertently fell upon Jiang Che's face, causing him to pause once more. The young man before him appeared quite youthful, likely around the same age, yet his beauty was striking. Yu Du found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the individual before him. He mused that even in the entertainment industry, where handsome men and beautiful women abound, it would be challenging to find someone as captivating as this. The youth's skin was exceptionally pale, almost to the point of being sickly, as if he were deprived of sunlight for an extended period. His hair was somewhat long, styled into a disheveled wolf tail. A few delicate strands fell across his enchanting, elongated peach blossom eyes, intertwining with his elegantly arched brows, lending an air of rebellious charm to his visage. Despite his tall stature, he was notably slender, suggesting malnutrition and an appearance of fragility. Yudu furrowed his brow. This face, why did it seem increasingly familiar? Where had he seen this person before? What are you staring at? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I won't run away. Yudu pursed his lips and suddenly inquired. Haven't we met somewhere before? Jiang Che chuckled. Brother, your approach to flirting is rather outdated, isn't it? Who is flirting with you? Yudu retorted, somewhat irked. I just think you look a bit familiar. Oh really? Perhaps it's because I resemble your father's friend. Jiang Che replied with a smirk. Yudu shot him an exasperated look, choosing to ignore his banter. He must have lost his mind. Someone so strikingly handsome might indeed be involved in the entertainment industry, which would explain his familiarity. Yet, this fellow certainly wasn't famous otherwise. Yudu wouldn't struggle to recall his name. As the two engaged in light conversation while awaiting their meal, the restaurant served the dishes swiftly. Soon, the table was filled with an array of vibrant, spicy foods, with a lone crab roe tofu among them. Yudu frowned. Don't you eat spicy food? In Jiang Che, those who abstained from spice were a rarity. This lad spoke fluent Jiang Che dialect, appearing to be a local. Jiang Che replied nonchalantly, I can't, it makes me sick. Recalling the incident where Jiang Che had fainted due to low blood sugar, Yudu felt a flicker of compassion and said, I apologize. I didn't realize you couldn't handle spicy food. Should we order a couple of lighter dishes? I'll treat you today. Jiang Che smiled. Just enjoy your meal. Don't worry about me. Yudu bit his lip, glancing at the crab roe tofu before frowning again. Is this enough for you? I have a small appetite. No wonder you're so thin. You need to eat more. Eating too much will make me vomit. Ah, fine. Just eat your meal. Jiang Che gestured to the dishes on the table. These are all your choices. You must finish them. We can't waste food. In the end, Yudu did not finish the meal laid before him. What a joke. He had intended to thoroughly indulge himself, having nearly ordered the entire menu of signature dishes. As it turned out, Jiang Che had no appetite at all. He could hardly finish 7 or 8 dishes by himself. In the end, he called the waiter to pack up the leftovers, filling a bag to take with him. Just as the two exited the restaurant, Yudu's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his mother calling, so he answered. Mom? Xiaodu, where are you? Mrs. Yu's voice sounded somewhat anxious. I'm out dining. What's wrong? Come back quickly. Mrs. Yu's voice trembled slightly. Your uncle has gone mad. Huh? Stop the huh. Hurry to the hospital. Your uncle has taken your aunt to the hospital, wanting to forcefully extract her kidney for Mu Ting. We couldn't stop him. You must rush over. Who is Mu Ting? Why do you want to know so much? Just get to the hospital. Before Yudu could utter another word, the call abruptly ended. He replayed the conversation in his mind, his expression shifting dramatically. He shoved the plastic bag into Jiang Che's hands and said, Brother, I'm really sorry. I have to leave now. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bag. You didn't drive, did you? Yudu hesitated, realizing he indeed hadn't tea. My car is parked downstairs. Jiang Che blinked and said, You seem quite urgent. Shall I drive you? Yudu's face lit up with joy. That would be wonderful. Thank you, brother. Da Huang, it's time to work. Get a classy car. What do you prefer? Skip the Maybach. It's not my style. A Range Rover or Hongqi will do, as long as they are top spec in performance. Oh. As they descended to the parking lot, Da Huang remarked, Take a left. The first car on the right, a Range Rover. Besides its top-tier specifications, I've reinforced and modified it with high-grade materials for shock resistance and collision safety. Rest assured, the modifications won't be detectable, so you can drive with peace of mind. Mwah. Chapter 4. The Arrival of Mad Uncle No. When they headed to the Yu family's private hospital, Jiang Che mused that it was fortunate it was a private establishment. Had it been a public hospital, even in a fictional setting, Yu and Shuo would have to think twice before engaging in such illicit activities. Fortunately, the hospital was not far from their dining location, and they arrived within 20 minutes. Yudu seemed either flustered by urgency or lost in thought as he hurriedly dragged Jiang Che into the hospital. Upon reaching the surgery room, they found a throng of people gathered outside, appearing as if two factions were at an impasse. The scene resembled a standoff between two gangsters preparing for a duel rather than a hospital. "Mom," Yu shouted hoarsely upon spotting his mother. Seeing her son arrive, Mrs. Yu appeared to find a sense of relief, her previously tense expression easing somewhat. Yu rushed over, scanning the row of bodyguards before frowning. "Mom, what is going on? Where's Uncle?" "He's being restrained in the adjacent ward by your father," Mrs. Yu replied, her face pale, her words dripping with frustration. "Your uncle has truly lost his mind. For the sake of a woman who once abandoned him, he dares to act in such a manner towards your aunt." "Such a matter? A woman?" Yu was taken aback. Could it be that person named Mu Ting whom his mother mentioned on the phone? "Madam," Yu sighed, "this is a long story." "Do not ask now. You must." Before she could finish her sentence, a loud crash resonated from the adjacent hospital room, as if something made of glass had shattered on the floor, startling everyone outside. Madam Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to head towards the room. Just as her hand reached for the doorknob, the door was yanked open from the inside, revealing a tall figure enveloped in an icy aura, storming out in fury. He nearly knocked Madam Yu over. Fortunately, Jiang Che happened to be passing by and kindly steadied her, preventing her fall. She expressed her gratitude to Jiang Che before casting her gaze upon the man striding away, her face contorted with displeasure. "Yuan Shuo, do you even realize what you are doing? This is illegal." Yuan Shuo did not even furrow his brow. He strode briskly to the door of the operating room and instructed the bodyguards, "Keep an eye on them. Do not let anyone in." The bodyguards exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Yuan Shuo did not spare them a glance, turning and entering the operating room. Outside, a low and frigid voice pierced through. "The operation can commence. Now, stop him." Madam Yu, disregarding her own safety, commanded Yu to intervene urgently. If Yuan Shuo were to harm her, it would be catastrophic. This hospital belonged to their family, and the lawbreaker was the current head of the Yu family. Should anything happen to Yuan Shuo, the Yu family would inevitably suffer the consequences. Yu was bewildered by the unfolding situation. After a moment of confusion, he complied with his mother's orders and dashed into the operating room, wrapping his arms around his uncle's waist. "Unslet, please calm down," he pleaded desperately, fearing his uncle would spiral into madness. Yet, when he beheld the scene within the operating room, he was momentarily stunned. Lying on the operating table was none other than his uncle's fiancée, his aunt, Su Yin. Su Yin appeared frail, yet her gaze bore an infinite sorrow and anguish as she looked at Yuan Shuo. With a pale complexion and tears shimmering in her eyes, she choked out, "Are you truly going to treat me like this?" Yuan Shuo, with a stern countenance, cast a glance at her, pressed his lips together, and replied, "Su Yin, I am sorry. Ting Ting can no longer wait. Only your kidney is compatible with hers. Consider it my debt to you. I promise. If you donate your kidney to Ting Ting, I will marry you. I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you, all right?" Upon hearing his words, Su Yin felt as if her heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, collapsing in despair. She had loved this man for 7 years, from a secret crush to a humble pursuit, and then to being his nominal girlfriend for 7 long years. She had humbled herself to the ground, making him her everything, pouring her passion and love into warming and tolerating him. Yet she could not thaw the ice within his heart. His heart and eyes were solely filled with his white moonlight, Mu Ting. So, what was she still holding on to? She closed her eyes in pain and despair, her lips quivering as a word of affirmation was about to escape when a voice interrupted her. "Oh," it drawled, laced with mockery, lazily wafting through the air. The sound pierced the ears of everyone present like an arrow cutting through the void. The occupants of the operating room turned in unison towards the source of the voice, and there appeared a tall figure, stepping in slowly with a plastic bag in hand. His indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Yuan Shuo. Under the cold and foreboding scrutiny of the latter, he smirked and said, "Yuan Shuo, it's been 10 years. How have you become so unhinged?" His words left everyone present in stunned silence. Who is this person? How dare he address President Yu so casually, claiming they hadn't seen each other in a decade? He looked barely 20. 10 years ago, he must have been a mere child. How could he possibly know President Yu? Yuan Shuo's deep, night-like eyes fixed on him, and he suddenly found himself in a daze. This person looked uncannily familiar, so much so that he felt an unsettling resemblance to his brother, who had died a decade ago. They had even visited his grave to tend to the weeds every year. How could this person possibly be Jiang Che? He scoffed, narrowing his eyes as he coldly inquired. Who are you? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. You don't even recognize your own father? The two stood face to face across the expanse of time. And in that brief moment, they glimpsed something unforgettable in each other's depths. Yuan Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Xiao Che? His gaze trembled. How is this possible? It's me, Jiang Che affirmed with a straightforward nod. His candidness jolted Yuan Shua back from a state of incredulous shock. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he scoffed. You do bear a striking resemblance. Suddenly, he raised his hand and seized Jiang Che by the throat, coldly demanding, Tell me, who sent you? This action startled Yudu, who hurriedly grasped his hand, exclaiming, Uncle, yes, my friend. He is not well. Let him go. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Che swiftly lifted his foot and kicked the man gripping his throat, sending him flying. Rubbing his now sore neck, Jiang Che couldn't help but vent to Huang, damn, he really has gone mad. This choking maneuver was a quintessential skill of the unhinged characters in novels. De Huang clicked his tongue, remarking, Indeed, he has lost it completely. The one on the operating table is the female lead. If you had been even a moment later, her kidneys would have been harvested. I think this kid is suited for work in northern Myanmar. It matches his expertise perfectly. Jiang Che surveyed the well-equipped operating room with a furrowed brow and inquired, So in the realm of this novel, anyone can freely enter the operating room? De Huang shrugged helplessly. Those who can disregard the law to such an extent as to steal a kidney can surely waltz into an operating room. Let us not dwell on trivialities. In these types of stories, the domineering protagonist is omnipotent. Jiang Che found himself at a loss for words, utterly unable to refute the claim. He sighed and handed the plastic bag in his grasp to You blinked in surprise. Huh? However, Jiang Che ignored him, instead flexing his wrist as he approached the man he had just kicked, towering over him with a penetrating gaze. Yuan Shua, do you truly not recognize your father? A smile curled upon his lips. Shall I awaken you from your stupor now? Chapter 5. Crouch down and do not move. His kick left everyone present in stunned silence. Yudu's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Yuan Shua's expression darkened further, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he slowly rose from the ground, ominously stating, Do you dare to kick me? Jiang Che grinned, believing it a natural right for a father to discipline a disobedient son. Yuan Shua chuckled lightly, raising a finger at Jiang Che. Today, I shall show you the meaning of natural law. With that, he swung his fist, cracking it ominously as it hurtled toward Jiang Che. Uncle, Yudu's face paled in terror. Jiang Che was the friend he had just introduced. If his uncle were to beat him severely, how could he ever face this newly formed friendship? Moreover, given Jiang Che's frail appearance, having just stealthily kicked his uncle, he would indeed boast about it for quite some time. If a real fight ensued, he would be thoroughly beaten. In a hurry to intervene, Yudu took a step forward, only to witness Jiang Che's hand snake around his uncle's arm like a serpent. Utilizing the momentum, he executed a swift pull and push, landing a knee strike squarely in his uncle's abdomen while his uncle was still in shock. His uncle doubled over in disbelief, and Jiang Che seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive elbow strike to his uncle's head. The seamless sequence of movements left his uncle with no chance to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, he lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Yudu could hardly believe his eyes. Was this truly the frail individual who had just collapsed in his arms? The operating room was now so silent that one could hear a pin drop, save for his uncle's labored breaths. Jiang Che calmly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, 110. I wish to report a crime. Someone here is unlawfully harvesting a kidney. Yudu gasped. Upon hearing the report, Yuan Shua's expression twisted as he attempted to rise and snatch the phone away, only to be forcefully kicked back down by Jiang Che. Stay down. Jiang Che then turned his gaze toward the row of doctors clad in white coats, coldly commanding, You all, go to the wall and crouch down with your heads held. The doctors, under the weight of his icy stare, felt an uncontrollable urge to comply with his command. The gentleman, as the other doctors were engaged, was suddenly interrupted by a middle-aged physician who declared, "We are currently performing surgery on the patient. Please refrain from disturbing us or causing delays, or I shall have to summon security." Jiang Che turned to face him. Yet the mask obscured the physician's features. The man held a syringe, seemingly intent on administering an injection to Su Yan. Surgery? Jiang Che retracted his phone and asserted, "According to criminal law, the removal of organs without personal consent or coercing and deceiving others into donating organs constitutes a criminal act punishable by imprisonment of up to 5 years. In severe cases, it may extend beyond 5 years. The police are on their way. If you wish to continue," he smiled, "I can step outside right now." The middle-aged physician's expression faltered, but Miss Su has consented. "How did you become a physician?" Jiang Che narrowed his eyes. "While you need not be an expert in our nation's laws, as a doctor, are you unaware that any form of organ trafficking is illegal? Even with the donor's prior consent, such actions are unlawful." The physician, Jiang Che's gaze shimmered with an icy glare. "Doctors are meant to be the angels of mercy. Does your conduct honor the white coat you wear?" The middle-aged doctor was left speechless. Disregarding him, Jiang Che commanded, "Xiao Du, go," and make him crouch against the wall with his head down. "You do," with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, retorted. "Who are you calling Xiao Du? Whoever should be called so." He glanced at Jiang Che, then at his uncle sitting on the floor, lost in thought, and finally at Su Yan on the operating table, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. With pursed lips, he reluctantly approached the middle-aged physician, brandishing a fist, crouched down quickly. The physician complied, and Jiang Che nodded approvingly. "Assist your aunt and help her up? We shall wait outside." "All right." Yudu dutifully lifted Su Yan from the operating table, fortunate that she had not yet been sedated, allowing her to remain conscious. However, she appeared deeply affected by her previous heartbreak, her demeanor distant and disoriented, as if her spirit had been lost. Upon exiting the operating room, Mrs. Yu, relieved to see Su Yan emerging unscathed, hurriedly took her from Yudu's grasp and inquired, "Miss Su, are you all right?" Su Yan glanced at her, dazed, and shook her head weakly. "Mrs. Yu assisted her to a nearby chair and called for Yudu to fetch a bottle of water." "Okay," he replied, placing the takeout bag on a chair. "Mom, please hold this for me." "What is this?" "Leftover food from lunch." "How unusual. You actually took leftovers." Yudu hesitated, opting not to engage in further conversation with his mother, and hurried away. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuo, who had followed them out, suddenly seized Jiang Che's wrist, his gaze sharp with curiosity and caution. "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Che glanced down at the wrist being gripped, then released it. Yuan Shuo paused, instinctively loosening his hold. However, he stood in front of Jiang Che and questioned, "Who exactly are you? Why do you possess such a unique fighting style?" Jiang Che, his gaze resting upon the man's face. "I am Jiang Che." Yuan Shu narrowed his eyes dangerously. "You?" Jiang Che interrupted, "Indeed, I am Jiang Che, believe it or not." Yuan Shu pressed his lips together, falling silent for a brief moment before gesturing towards a nearby hospital room. "Come with me." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and calmly followed him into the room. With a resounding bang, Yuan Shu slammed the door shut and then turned to him. "You claim to be Jiang Che. How can you prove it?" He scoffed. "I do not care what your intentions are, but my brother has been dead for 10 years. I will not allow anyone to exploit his name for nefarious purposes. If that is your aim, you would do well to abandon it. Otherwise," he said ominously, "I will ensure your suffering is profound." Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, their bond from years past had been closer than that of blood brothers. However, his brother had tragically passed away, and it was surprising that these men still remembered him after a decade. He sighed and placed a reassuring hand on Yuan Shu's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "Brother, thank you for remembering our father. He is touched. As for proof," Jiang Che smiled broadly, "when you were 10, you stole your sister's skirt to impress a girl in your class, only to discover she was actually a boy, resulting in a rather messy confrontation." He continued, "Your father punished you so severely that you declared you would never return home, only to faint from hunger on the roadside, where I eventually bought you meat buns." Yuan Shu's eyes widened, realizing the gravity of the situation. While many were aware of the initial incident, no one knew the latter part, how he had fainted from hunger, nor that it was Jiang Che who had bought him the buns. He had never even had a chance to taste them before a dog snatched them away. Infuriated, he had attempted to reclaim them, only to end up covered in filth. This was a source of great embarrassment for him, leading him to curry favor with Jiang Che to keep the incident a secret. Thus, no one else knew the latter half of the story, except for Jiang Che. He gazed incredulously at the young man before him, who appeared almost boyish. Could it be that this person truly was his brother who had died a decade ago? Chapter 6. No more disturbing his rest. In Yu Wenshu's cold eyes, disbelief began to surface. You truly are. Jiang Che spread his arms wide and smiled. Yu Wenshu, it has been a long time. Yu Wenshu's pupils quivered. That familiar smile, the recognizable tone, and the echo of a face from deep within his memories gradually converged to outline the vibrant figure before him. His breath caught, and he stared in astonishment for a long moment. Finally, unable to contain himself, he embraced the man before him. Xiao Che, it really is you. Jiang Che smiled back. Indeed, it is I. The brief embrace allowed Yu Wenshu to fully grasp the warmth of this individual. His mind, caught in a whirlwind of familiarity and strangeness, took some time to reorganize itself. Eventually, he released Jiang Che and scanned him from head to toe, asking in astonishment, "How did you?" Jiang Che sighed, this is quite a long story. Yu Wenshu nodded in understanding. A man who had been dead for a decade suddenly returned to life, retaining the appearance he had a decade ago. This extraordinary event warranted at least 3 days and nights of discussion. However, let us set that aside for now. Jiang Che patted his shoulder, indicating that they had more pressing matters to attend to. Yu Wenshu furrowed his brow, inquiring about the nature of the urgency. To the police station, Jiang Che replied, to address your unlawful actions. No sooner had he spoken than a knock resonated from outside the door. Uncle? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, prompting a response from Yu Wenshu. With a frown, Yu Wenshu asked, what is it? You do, typically apprehensive of his younger uncle, had noticed a peculiar change in him over time. In certain aspects, it was as though he had fallen under a malevolent spell. His demeanor had grown increasingly sinister, and had it not been for the several masters he had discreetly invited to exorcise the evil, along with the talismans he had stealthily placed in his uncle's pockets to ensure no abnormalities, he might have suspected his uncle had been possessed. Ahem. Yidu cleared his throat. Someone's looking for you. Who? The police. Jiang Che grinned. Don't thank me too profusely. Yu Wenshu gazed incredulously at Jiang Che, his usually indifferent eyes betraying a hint of hurt and grievance. You actually called the police on me? Jiang Che, are you still my brother? Jiang Che responded by giving him a swift kick, urging him to face the consequences without further ado. Yu Wenshu shot him a cold glare before turning and striding out the door. Are you Mr. Yu Wenshu? 2 imposing police officers stood at the threshold, blocking the exit as if fearing he might flee. Yu Wenshu glanced back at Jiang Che, who waved at him with a smile, feeling a surge of frustration. His first task upon returning from the dead after 10 years was to be taken to the police station. What sort of brother was this? Once he was released, he vowed to sever ties with this fool. Cursing under his breath, he glared at Jiang Che one last time before coldly affirming, yes, it is me. Someone reported that you illegally harvested someone else's organs. The officers presented their credentials with stern expressions. Please accompany us. Instinctively, Yu Wenshu extended his hands, but as his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Yin, who sat numbly on a nearby bench, his expression shifted. His outstretched hand transformed into a fist, an aura of fury swelling within him. Do you even know who I am? How dare you? But his brazen challenge was abruptly interrupted by a punch from Jiang Che, so forceful it made his head ring. Yu Wenshu blinked in confusion, momentarily lost, then glanced at the police officers. What had just transpired? Jiang Che nudged him forward, smiling. Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. Please take him for proper reform. The 2 officers exchanged glances before responding. Let us go. Jiang Che raised his hand again. Officers, there are additional accomplices in the operating room. Please take them along for reform as well. Yu Wenshu, it seems they intend to apprehend him entirely. 2 police officers exchanged glances, and one of them dashed into the operating room. Sure enough, he discovered a group of doctors huddled together in a corner. After bringing them out, Jiang Che leisurely approached him, pointing toward Su Yin, who was seated on a chair. That lady is the victim. He then gestured to himself, stating, I am the one who reported the incident. May I accompany you? Oh, and he pointed at Yuan Chua. I am a friend of this criminal. The officer's lips twitched. It was the first time he encountered a suspect's brother so eager to cooperate. Nevertheless, according to procedure, they indeed needed to take their statements. Nodding, he replied, very well. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Just call me Xiao Jiang, Jiang Che replied, turning to the dejected doctors and waving his hand. Let us go, no lagging behind. The doctors and police officers. The group was thus led out of the hospital in a grand procession. However, considering Yuan Chua's status and the case's ambiguity, they deliberately avoided the crowd to prevent public concern and panic. Mrs. Yu and Mr. Yu stood stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, she regained her composure and urged you to go, call Lawyer Liu from the legal department and have him accompany you to the police station to see if we can secure a bail for him. Although Yuan Chua was treading the edge of illegality, he was at most a perpetrator of an attempted crime and with a good attitude towards admitting his mistakes. Perhaps leniency could be sought. Yu acknowledged with an "oh" and prepared to make the call. Mrs. Yu suddenly inquired, who was that young man earlier? Your friend? Yu nodded, more or less. Mrs. Yu furrowed her brow. That young man seemed strangely familiar to me. Yu paused. You find him familiar as well? A bit, Mrs. Yu replied, though I can't quite recall where I've seen him before. Alas, this is not the time for such matters. Hurry to the police station. Yu frowned and acknowledged with an "oh." Jiang Che smiled as he accepted a cup of hot water from Officer Li. Thank you. Officer Li, one of the policemen who had escorted them, glanced at Jiang Che's pale visage and frowned. You don't look well. Are you all right? Jiang Che shook his head. I'm fine. You should give him some candy. He didn't finish his sentence when a cold voice interjected. He is prone to low blood sugar. We wouldn't want him fainting here. Jiang Che. Officer Li was taken aback, but then smiled and retrieved a piece of wedding candy from the table. Offering it to him, Jiang Che accepted it, blinking. Wedding candy? Congratulations. Officer Li grinned. What is there to congratulate? I'm a single man. This is candy for my colleague's wedding. Consider yourself fortunate. Jiang Che chuckled. Congratulations all around. Congratulations. Enough with the congratulations. Let us begin taking statements. Officer Li motioned to Yuan Chua. Mr. Yu, please follow me. Yuan Shu remained motionless, his expression taut, yet upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Che's menacing gaze, he let out a cold snort and reluctantly rose to follow Xiao Li into a nearby room. After a series of interrogations and documentation, over 3 hours had elapsed. Although the incident was exceedingly grave, Yuan Shu was not the mastermind behind the organ trafficking scheme, and since it was deemed an attempted offense, along with the understanding from the victim, Su Yin, he ultimately faced only a monetary fine. With the communication facilitated by Lawyer Liu, Su Yin agreed to a private settlement for all psychological damages. Thus the matter was resolved. The several NPC doctors involved, due to their profession, had their medical licenses revoked. Jiang Che sighed, recognizing the misfortune of these NPCs who had unwittingly become pawns in someone else's game, a case of undeserved calamity. Yet, this was merely part of the narrative, and Jiang Che felt powerless to alter it. Speaking of the plot, he squinted his eyes. His fists seemed particularly effective against Yuan Shu. He was uncertain whether it was due to the ancestral suppression or some other reason. However, this was fortuitous. As long as he kept a closer watch on Yuan Shu in the future, perhaps the latter would not be so unhinged. Upon exiting the police station, Jiang Che placed a comforting arm around Yuan Shu's shoulders and earnestly remarked, You ought to offer some compensation to those doctors. Their current plight stems from your actions. In the narrative, the madman was akin to a celestial being, undoubtedly exerting his power and wealth to coerce others into engaging in such unlawful acts. Yuan Shu, still irked by Jiang Che's decision to report him, coldly retorted, Why should I heed your advice? What do you mean? I merely suggest you consider financial reparations. I lack for nothing. Chapter 7. Tutor for my uncle. After departing the police station, Jiang Che initially intended to return to the Jiang family to reunite with his relatives. However, scarcely had the car driven for 10 minutes when a call from Yu interrupted him. Jiang Che, where are you now? On my way home, Jiang Che replied. Puzzled. What is the matter? Is it that somewhat embarrassed? Well, I was wondering if you might have time to visit our home. Hmm. Cough. Our place is rather quiet. I thought it might be lively with an additional guest. Speak plainly. Yudu was momentarily at a loss, on the verge of tears. Brother, sobi. My uncle has spiraled into madness again. Jiang Che responded, what now? Yudu, with tears and snot running down his face, continued. He is attempting to harvest my aunt's kidney. He is even planning to bring his beloved home to stay, insisting my aunt care for her. This wretched scoundrel. Do you think he has truly lost his mind? Or has someone cast a spell on him? We cannot dissuade him. Anyone who speaks against him gets beaten. Sob. I nearly lost my front teeth. Jiang Che, my good brother. Yudu lamented. To be candid, my uncle has been unhinged for years. We have only witnessed him humbled by you. You are the only one who can rein him in. I implore you, would you come to our home and educate him? He quickly added, rest assured, I will provide you with a tutoring fee. Jiang Che could only respond with bemusement. Yudu was still grumbling, lamenting the shortcomings of his uncle, a man of dubious character, oblivious to his own thoughts. Jiang Che mused to himself, of course. He was contemplating love, an innocent fool ensnared by the plot's simplicity. He reminisced about the narrative within the book featuring Yuan Shuo. In the story, Yuan Shuo was the quintessential scoundrel, a man who found himself in a desperate state after the woman he adored left to study abroad, leaving him heartbroken and despondent. The female protagonist harbored a secret affection for him, silently standing by his side as he languished in sorrow. Eventually, Yuan Shuo, whether moved by her unwavering support or resigned to the absence of his first love, Mu Ting, agreed to date Su Yan. However, their relationship resembled that of strangers more than anything else. Su Yan's love was pitifully submissive, devoid of self-worth, while Yuan Shuo remained emotionally distant and indifferent. A persistent barrier in his heart kept him loyal to his past love, even after 7 years of being with Su Yan, until Mu Ting returned to the country, igniting a narrative that tormented the female lead. Jiang Che found the AI-generated story utterly bemusing, bordering on absurdity. He believed that even an artificial intelligence could not conjure such a foolish plot. He had long thought that Yuan Shuo's behavior was a manifestation of his own mental unraveling. But after observing him in the hospital today, he began to reconsider. It appeared that when interacting with him, Yuan Shuo still retained the foolishness of his former self. Aside from a more mature appearance and a slightly colder demeanor, there was little change. However, when faced with others, particularly those relevant to the plot, like the female lead, he would spiral into madness. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes and inquired, De Huang, do you understand the reason behind Yuan Shuo's condition? De Huang pondered for a moment before responding, from my observations, he seems to be under the influence of the narrative. Under the influence of the narrative? Jiang Che echoed, intrigued. After all, this is the world within the book. Yuan Shuo is the protagonist. His power, status, wealth, and life story are all bestowed upon him by the author. His very existence serves the plot. Thus, his every action is bound by the narrative's constraints. This phenomenon is quite common within our literary realm, De Huang explained. Jiang Che was taken aback. Then why am I not under control? De Huang elaborated. Dear host, you are a character predating the onset of the narrative, existing outside its confines. By the time the story commenced, you had already perished, thus you do not serve the plot and are not subject to its control. Jiang Che furrowed his brow. So, no matter what I do, Yuan Shuo will inevitably meet the tragic end described in the book? Not necessarily. The story is not immutable. The moment the world within the book came into being, numerous possibilities for its development emerged. It could unfold as depicted in the narrative, or certain characters may awaken and alter their fated conclusions. For instance, today you altered Su Yan's original fate, which was to face a grim end, De Huang noted. Jiang Che paused, reflecting on this revelation, before asking, why can others not intervene? He indeed managed to prevent Yuan Shuo's foolish actions today. Yet he was not the sole force behind it. Yuan Shuo's elder brother and sister-in-law, along with Yudu and others, endeavored to impede him. Yet, their attempts proved futile in the face of Yuan Shuo's obstinacy. He remained impervious to their pleas. Conversely, a sudden intervention from his opponent brought Yuan Shuo to an abrupt halt. He found it hard to believe that a mere few punches could awaken the mindless tyrant within him. Should Yu Wenshua embody the tyrannical disposition described in literature, he would not allow himself the opportunity to dial the emergency services. The multitude of bodyguards outside were not mere decorations. If Yu Wenshua chose to relent, it would only signify one possibility. He had surrendered himself. Did his very existence, albeit momentary, influence Yu Wenshua's thought processes? Did it grant him a fleeting spark of self-awareness? Indeed, esteemed host, De Huang Dao responded, for this world is a narrative, and all tales commence only after your demise. Thus, from a certain perspective, you are akin to an outsider in this realm. In the world a decade hence, you simply do not exist. You are absent from all plots. The narratives will not affect you. Yet, as a friend to the protagonists, you remain intimately connected to them, rendering you, in some respects, a bug within the system. Your actions will undeniably influence them. Jiang Che seemed to grasp the essence of this revelation and mused aloud. Is this the reason you brought me to the world 10 years later? That is indeed one of the reasons, De Huang Dao affirmed. Jiang Che clicked his tongue. While on the other end of the line, Yu Du, nearly parched from his entreaties, exclaimed, Brother, can I not call you brother? Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. Come stay at my home. I will attend to you daily. Would you assist my uncle, please? In the future, I shall be your loyal subordinate, ready to follow you anywhere and brave any danger. Jiang Che's thoughts returned to the present, and he smiled. Really? Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Yu Du nodded eagerly. Absolutely. More genuine than gold. Brother, where are you? I shall come to fetch you. Jiang Che replied. Simply send me the address. I will find my way. Yu Du grinned widely. All right, brother. Just 30 seconds after hanging up, Yu Du sent the address. It was in the luxurious Lu Mountain Villa district, a place favored by the affluent. A decade ago, when he had passed away, this area was just beginning its development. His parents had even mentioned purchasing a villa there, intending to move once he recovered from his hospital stay. Little did they know he would not live to see the completion of that dream. Jiang Che had no choice but to postpone his return home. He felt an unfamiliar apprehension towards his hometown. His parents and elder brother had already endured one heartbreaking separation from him. Now, with his unexpected return and his health still precarious, how could he not exacerbate their worries? He contemplated using these few days to subtly convey some information to Yu Wenshua, allowing his family to brace themselves for the impending shock. Upon arriving at the Yu family villa, it was Yu Du who greeted him at the door. The moment he saw Jiang Che, his previously furrowed brow transformed into a radiant smile, and he warmly ushered him inside. Good brother, you have finally arrived. Jiang Che followed him into the living room, where Madame Yu had just emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fruit. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with delight as she waved him over, gently saying, Little Jiang has arrived. Come, have some fruit. Jiang Che glanced around the room, but did not spot Yu Wenshua. On the opposite sofa sat a woman with a pale complexion, whose face seemed somewhat familiar to him. Chapter 8 now. He truly resembles a person. Jiang Che approached and expressed his gratitude to Madame Yu before taking a seat on the sofa. He turned to her and inquired, Sister-in-law, where is Yu Wenshua? Madame Yu was momentarily taken aback by his address, then shyly replied, Oh dear, you're about the same age as our little Du. Just call me Annie, it's perfectly fine. I can't quite accept being called sister-in-law. Jiang Che smiled lightly, saying, He can call me uncle. I wouldn't mind at all. You do interjected, do I mind? Being addressed as sister-in-law by someone nearly the same age as her son. Madame Yu quickly opted for the former title. With a beaming smile, she pushed the fruit platter closer to Jiang Che. Say, little Jiang, come, enjoy some fruit. Jiang Che, unable to decline her hospitality, speared a small piece of watermelon with a toothpick and savored it slowly. It was then that Madame Yu sighed, stating, Wenshua is in the study with his elder brother. As she mentioned the woman, it seemed to dawn on her that the woman she referred to was sitting right beside her on the sofa. She quickly fell silent, awkwardly adding, They will be down shortly. Jiang Che nodded in acknowledgement. Madame Yu exchanged a glance with Yu Du, who appeared momentarily puzzled before suddenly realizing, Brother, you must be tired, right? The guest room has been prepared for you. Would you like to rest for a while? Jiang Che smiled and nodded, responding, That sounds good. Both Yu Du and Madame Yu were visibly pleased. Yu Du promptly said, Come, let me show you to your room. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll arrange it for you. Jiang Che nodded again and rose from the sofa. Since the Yu family had not indicated any intention to introduce him to Mu Ting, he refrained from making any further attempts to get acquainted, simply offering a polite nod as he followed Yu upstairs. His guest room was located on the second floor, appearing quite spacious and warmly decorated, with a view overlooking a small garden. The garden was filled with a vibrant display of begonia flowers, currently in full bloom, creating a delightful scene. It seemed that the Yu family had thoughtfully arranged this room for him, warming his heart slightly. Yu placed a hand on his shoulder, cheerfully asking, "Is there anything else you need? I can ask Annie to prepare it for you." Jiang Che shook his head, replying, "It's quite nice." After a pause, he inquired, "Where is your room?" Yu seemed momentarily taken aback, pointing to himself and asking me. Why was this young man asking him that? Shouldn't he be inquiring about his uncle instead? Jiang Che blinked, affirming, "Yes, Yu." Yu scratched his head and said, "It's at the far end. Why do you ask?" Jiang Che smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing. What about your uncle?" Upon mentioning this, Yu became animated, chuckling as he remarked, "It's right next to your room." Jiang Che replied, "Ah, my brother, you are now the savior of our family." Yu patted his shoulder and continued, "We still vividly recall the heroic scene of you confronting my uncle today. Your dashing demeanor has captivated everyone in our family. Rest assured, as long as you can prevent my uncle from losing his temper, we shall revere you as our ancestor." Jiang Che then produced a bankar from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Che, saying, "Here, this is for my mother, a little pocket money for you, totaling 5 million. Yu retorted with a pout, "That is 5 times more than what I received." He added, "My mother has instructed that if it's insufficient, you can simply ask her for more." Jiang Che glanced at the card, unceremoniously tucking it into his pocket. "Consider it an educational fee. After all, it's one-on-one tutoring, which is worth this amount." "Thank you," Jiang Che began, but before he could finish, a loud bang resonated from the opposite room, followed by hurried, heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor. Then came a furious shout, "Yuan Shua, if you dare to keep that woman in the house today, I will disown you as my brother." Yuan Shua let out a cold laugh, disregarding the enraged voice behind him, and began to descend the stairs. However, just as he reached the corner, a tall figure emerged from the guest room. "Hello," Jiang Che greeted with a smile. Raising his hand, "Yuan Shua, we meet again." Yuan Shua glanced at Yuenda behind him, raising an eyebrow. "Hey, you're quite the age, still playing the rebellious youth act?" The moment Yuan Shua laid eyes on him, he froze. The tumultuous rage and fury churning within him seemed to be washed away by Jiang Che's teasing words, as if refreshed by a clear spring. He blinked, momentarily dazed, then shook his head, suddenly appearing as if transformed, staring at Jiang Che in astonishment. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" Jiang Che explained, "Your sister-in-law sent me to tutor you." "Huh? You can ask your nephew if you don't believe me." Yu nodded vigorously beside them. "That's right, uncle. My brother is indeed your tutor." The muscles in Yuan Shua's face twitched in disbelief, and, after a long silence, he smacked Yu on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Who the hell is your brother?" "This is my brother. Don't call him that. You should call him uncle." Yu widened his eyes, covering his head. "Damn, if my uncle is acting crazy, how come your brain is also messed up?" Ignoring him, Yuan Shua grabbed Jiang Che's hand and said, "Come with me." Jiang Che glanced down at the hand gripping his wrist and pulled away. Yuan Shua's muscles twitched, and he instinctively released his hold. After doing so, he felt quite ashamed of his behavior. "Damn, why should I listen to this brat? Just moments ago, he betrayed me and sent me to the police station." He glared at Jiang Che, snorting coldly, "You're coming with me." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and followed him into his bedroom. Yuan Shu slammed the door shut with a loud bang, locking it behind him, crossing his arms and squinting at Jiang Che as he demanded, "Speak. Why are you in my house?" "I already told you. I'm here to be your tutor." "Nonsense." Yuan Shu gritted his teeth. "What scheme do you have? Hurry up and confess, or else." Jiang Che replied nonchalantly, "Or else what?" Yuan Shu felt a chill from Jiang Che's frosty gaze. Instinctively averting his eyes, he smirked, "Or else I won't let you rest in peace." Jiang Che paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Yuan Shu snapped. I'm laughing at how adorably foolish you are. Shut up. Jiang Che plopped down onto his bed and gestured for him to sit. Yuan Shu bit his lip and obediently took a seat on the small sofa by the door. He gazed at Jiang Che with eyes that seemed to peer into an abyss, lingering for a long time. Across the river of time and the overlap of dimensions, the two separated realms appeared to converge before him. This was his brother, the brother from 10 years ago. Yet, this was no longer his brother. The brother of a decade past had long since become nothing but dust. But now, this person stood vividly before him, a surreal presence imbued with astonishing and unbelievable reality. As Yuan Shu gazed on, a bitter thought crept into his heart. This rascal had never done anything good in life. Surely his soul had descended to hell. He wondered if he was faring well down there, if he fell ill, if he felt cold or hot, if he was eating properly. Lost in thought, Yuan Shu's cold eyes suddenly glistened with a fog of emotion. His eyelids tinged with red. A sharp pang of sorrow surged in his throat. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned back abruptly and covered his eyes with a hand, concealing his moment of vulnerability. After a long silence, he hoarsely asked, "Jiang Che, are you well in hell?" Jiang Che thought, "Is this brat performing? Just now he was as ferocious as a bear. And now he is sorrowful like a living being, full of warmth and soul." Chapter 9. The fool is easily deceived. Jiang Che's gaze fell softly upon Yuan Shu's face as he sighed. "Not too bad." Yuan Shu retorted angrily, "What the hell are you coming back for then?" Jiang Che chuckled lightly. "To educate you lot of useless brats." Yuan Shu scoffed, "Go to hell. I'm the father here. You're more like my son." Jiang Che exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting suddenly as he asked, "Yuan Shu, what is going on between you, Mu Ting, and Su Yin? Don't tell me you're really being a scoundrel." Yuan Shu's eyes momentarily froze, confusion washing over him as he blinked. "Mu Ting. I." As he spoke, he seemed to lose his train of thought, furrowing his brow in perplexity. "She's downstairs," Jiang Che said. "Do you want to go down and see her?" Yuan Shu furrowed his brows once more, his mind resembling a rusted spring, clanking and whirring for a considerable time before he vaguely recalled the reason for Mu Ting's presence in his home. His expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet, wondering if he was truly perplexed by the situation. Jiang Che also rose from the bed, approached him, patted his shoulder, and urged him to sit down. "Allow me to enlighten you," he said. Yuan Shu knitted his brow, gazing at Jiang Che in confusion. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving his lips. "As I mentioned, I have come to be your tutor, offering one-on-one emotional guidance. What do you say? Call me Teacher Jiang and give it a try." Yuan Shu, exasperated, swatted Jiang Che's hand away and plopped back down onto the sofa. He closed his eyes momentarily. In retrospect, he realized he had sensed something amiss before. Yet, each time he attempted to delve deeper into his thoughts, an inexplicable force seemed to halt him, causing the fleeting moments of doubt and confusion to dissipate swiftly. It wasn't until today, upon encountering the resurrected Jiang Che, that the foggy haze enveloping his mind was suddenly pierced by sunlight, illuminating his thoughts and granting him a fleeting clarity. He finally recognized the absurdity and folly of his actions. He was bewildered by his own behavior and puzzled as to why no one had intervened. He felt akin to a marionette, manipulated by a giant, enacting the narrative scripted by his unseen puppeteer, encompassing all emotions, both joyous and sorrowful. However, today, as Jiang Che appeared, all that had been obscured by mist seemed to clear, revealing the truth. He instinctively lifted his gaze to Jiang Che's face. It struck him. This individual had been dead for 10 years. Yet, despite a decade passing, his group of brothers, were now in their 30s. And this fellow still bore the visage of a 20-year-old. This was undeniably the Jiang Che of a decade ago. But how could the Jiang Che from 10 years past manifest here, specifically at his home? Yuan Shu's muddled brain churned for a while before it struck him with sudden clarity. He must have encountered an extraordinary adventure. Otherwise, how could someone who had been dead for 10 years simply return to life? If one were to deduce a rationale for Jiang Che seeking him out, it could only be one possibility. Jiang Che had undoubtedly come to rescue him. His eyes widened in realization, and he swallowed hard. a tremor lacing his voice as he asked, Jiang Che, what? Did you see my fate in hell? Upon receiving no response from Jiang Che, Yu Wenshu's face paled further, his voice quivering. Did I meet a tragic end? Jiang Che, observing his anxious demeanor, nearly erupted in laughter but managed to restrain himself. Although he had not seen it in hell, the outcome was indeed grim. This fellow had suffered greatly. With a fleeting glance, Jiang Che fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly, his tone somber. You've guessed correctly. Yu Wenshua's eyes quivered, his breath momentarily caught in his throat, his words stumbling forth. How did I? Before he could finish, he abruptly raised his hand and gestured dismissively at Jiang Che, exclaiming in exasperation, Forget it, just don't tell me. He had no desire to learn the grim details of his demise. The thought was utterly terrifying. Inside, Jiang Che was nearly convulsed with laughter, though his expression remained solemn as he replied, Do you understand why I descended into hell, only to claw my way back? Yu Wenshua's eyes widened in disbelief. You really want to hell? He had merely been jesting moments ago, though this rascal had never engaged in any virtuous pursuits during his life. He had not committed any grave sins either. How could he have ended up in hell? Suddenly, he recalled the foolish antics he had indulged in over the past decade. Would he have to face the frying pan in the afterlife for those? His facial muscles twitched involuntarily, and he resolved to donate some incense money at the temple outside the city the following day. Jiang Che, maintaining his serious demeanor, retorted coldly, You really don't know why I went to hell? Yu Wenshua blinked, bewildered. I have no idea. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, casting a chilling glance at him. Are you truly unaware of what you've done in the past decade? I have endured unspeakable torment below, not for my own sake, but for you. Do you think you could have lived so peacefully until now? Yu Wenshua was taken aback, his lips quivering as he stared at Jiang Che in disbelief. You mean to say you helped me? He could say no more, his eyes welling with tears. Brother, Yu Wenshua exclaimed, rising to embrace Jiang Che tightly, patting him on the back. Your presence is a blessing to me. You've suffered for me. Choked with emotion, he continued, I never imagined you would be so kind. Thank you. By the way, can you bribe the underworld officials? Tomorrow, I'll deposit some money in the Celestial Bank for you. Can you arrange for them to pull you out of hell? Jiang Che remained silent, prompting Yu Wenshua to lament, I'm sorry. Earlier, when you beat me, I insulted you and even said I wouldn't help you anymore. I was wrong. Jiang Che retorted, Tomorrow, I'll go and remove all the offerings from your grave. Or perhaps I should find you a new resting place. It must be bad feng shui if you're in hell. Yu Wenshua suddenly realized, but wait. You've returned from the dead. You don't need the Celestial Bank's money anymore, do you? Jiang Che sighed, concluding that this fool remained as foolish as ever. The current Yu Wenshua lacked the cold, domineering aura he once possessed. Jiang Che had intended to explain the workings of the World Management Bureau and the system, as well as his role as one of the protagonists in a story, but he doubted this simpleton would comprehend. In any case, it was perhaps for the best that he remained under this misunderstanding. So Jiang Che decided to forego the explanation. He exaggerated the torments he had endured in hell and the calamities he had shielded Yu Wenshua from, painting himself as a noble brother willing to bear humiliation and fight for his friend. This moved Yu Wenshua to tears, vowing to follow him for life and to regard him as his master, even nearly transferring all his shares in the Yu family business to Jiang Che, a gesture that Jiang Che ultimately prevented. Jiang Che rarely expressed his emotions. Fools are so easily deceived. It's no wonder they're tricked by the white moonlight time and again. Ha, De Huang. Chapter 10. I did it all for you. Do you feel touched? The gullible fool took half an hour to gather his emotions. Jiang Che patiently waited for him to digest the information. Although he refrained from mentioning the system and reincarnation, he embellished Yu Wenshua's tragic fate, indicating that he would meet his demise at the hands of a woman due to emotional turmoil in 6 months. Yu Wenshua was visibly shaken, raising a finger to the heavens and swearing, Jiang Che, believe me, I truly have no idea how this happened. None of this was my intention. He sighed deeply, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. I can't explain it to you. Are you suggesting that you feel as though you're being controlled? Yu Wenshua's eyes widened in shock, you know. Jiang Che nodded enigmatically, sort of. Yuan nearly wept with joy, grasping Jiang Che's hand with tears in his eyes. Brother, please tell me, what is happening to me? Am I beyond hope? I cannot reveal why this is occurring. Jiang Che stood up, gazing at him with solemnity. This fellow, shedding the cold and domineering persona from a book, was merely a fool. If he were to disclose that he was under the influence of a narrative, it might trigger unforeseen repercussions. It was better to remain ambiguous, instilling a sense of reverence in this simpleton. After all, people often approach the unknown with trepidation. This uncertainty would ensure he remained more compliant. Observing Jiang Che's demeanor, Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. If he were truly doomed, Jiang Che would not speak in such a manner. His words indicated that there was still hope. He pressed his lips together, his deep-set eyes lifting to meet Jiang Che's. And after a moment of silence, he hoarsely inquired, Jiang Che, you returned from the depths to save me, didn't you? Jiang Che was taken aback. While he was not literally returned from hell, his binding to the system and reincarnation did indeed involve a desire to rescue his brothers. However, admitting this directly felt somewhat awkward, as if his conscience would ache for 3 seconds. Yet, his hesitation, seen through Yuan's eyes, seemed to validate his suspicions. His expression shifted, muscles in his face quivering slightly. It was indeed true. Jiang Che had returned for him. His nose grew warm, and his eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Che, observing his foolishness, could not help but click his tongue in a rather heartless manner. It was rare to encounter such a naive soul, and he felt compelled to manipulate him a bit more to ensure his obedience. Thus, he raised his fist to his mouth, coughing several times, his gaze infused with a hint of sorrow and anguish. Yuan, he said, turning to look at the individual before him with a serious and heavy tone. Do you know how heart-wrenching it was for me to witness your fate below? The regret I felt was profound. His voice carried a thread of helplessness and despair, lamenting how his once carefree brother had transformed into such a loathsome and incomprehensible figure. I watched helplessly as you wove your own cocoon, ultimately leading to your demise, and yet I feel a deep sense of regret. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice choked with emotion. I regret not living a few more years. If only I could still be alive. How wonderful that would be. I could pull you out of this quagmire. I clawed my way out of hell, driven by the desire to alter your tragic fate. Jiang Che's gaze was both profound and tenacious. Yuan, now that I have finally emerged from the depths of despair, I cannot stand idly by and witness your inevitable downfall. I hope you will not disappoint me any further. He slightly turned his face, revealing his pallid profile, then coughed a few times, expressing his sorrow. I no longer possess a second life to save you. De Huang silently gave him a thumbs up. Host, we should venture into the entertainment industry. With your acting skills, you could easily win an award. Jiang Che replied with a smile. What need is there for acting in the entertainment world? With my face, I could create a storm of chaos just by appearing on screen. De Huang, though he wanted to retort, he found himself at a loss for words. Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, his breath momentarily halted. His incredulous gaze rested upon the individual before him. Jiang Che had gone to such lengths for him. He could not articulate the torrent of emotions swirling within him. Pain, gratitude, and an unbreakable bond that transcended time and space. Rising unsteadily from the sofa, his chest heaved, breaths growing shallow. He yearned to speak, yet as words lodged in his throat, he found himself unable to utter a single syllable. After a prolonged silence, he finally trembled as he called out the name. Jiang Che. In that instant, his eyes grew even redder. Tears cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably as he could no longer restrain himself. Pulling the person before him into a fierce embrace, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This person had endured endless torment in hell for him, had paid a harrowing price to return from the abyss. Yet he had stubbornly refused to reciprocate. Jiang Che. Yuan's voice trembled, his entire being quaking. I, Yuan, vow to ensure you live a life of abundance and happiness. For every day you exist in this world, I will strive to bring you joy and ensure you suffer not. Even if it meant descending into hell after death, he would bear that burden for Jiang Che. Jiang Che remarked, "Did I perhaps overact a bit? Do not mind the details. What matters is the effect." That made sense. Jiang Che patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Let's refrain from making such declarations. From now on, let us accumulate virtue, strive to be exemplary youths, and contribute to the construction of socialism. In the future, neither of us shall descend into hell." He smiled. "Let us ascend to the heavens and become deities." Yuan Shuo paused for a moment. "Really?" "Of course. The king of hell told me so. Are you well acquainted with the king of hell? If I weren't, would he have allowed me to return?" "Fair point." After a brief pause, Yuan Shuo squinted and asked, "You truly aren't deceiving me, are you?" "Hey, when have I ever deceived you? Haven't you deceived me enough in the past? You remember these old grievances so clearly? Didn't you say that if we dared to forget you when you die, you would return as a vengeful spirit to drag us to hell?" Jiang Che, weary of such trivial banter, kicked his calf and said, "Let go. Stop with the dramatics. And let us discuss serious matters." Yuan Shuo paused, bewildered. "What serious matters?" Jiang Che retorted, "The mess you created yourself, and the person is still downstairs. Have you forgotten already?" At that moment, Yuan Shuo suddenly recalled that his beloved was still waiting for him below. Moreover, his intention today was to have his cherished one stay at his home, and also arrange for his girlfriend to take care of her. Damn! Yuan Shuo shook his shoulders, incredulous that he could be involved in such madness. Su Yin and Mu Ting, one was his nominal girlfriend, and the other was his legendary muse. Such a relationship, if considered in ancient times, would certainly be regarded as a shared blessing. Logically, these two should have a profound emotional bond with him. Yet, why did he feel no genuine connection or sentimentality at all? This Mu Ting, Jiang Che furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why does she look so familiar?" Yuan Shuo scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Don't you remember? She was the belle of the neighboring department in college. She even pursued you during our freshman year. But you rejected her." Jiang Che pondered for a long while before recalling that there indeed was such an incident. Sigh. His health had always been frail, and he spent over half a year in the hospital before his demise, consuming various medications daily which muddled his mind. Thus, his memory had never been particularly sharp. Not only could he not recall a fleeting encounter with Mu Ting, but if he continued on this path, he might even forget his few foolish brothers. Jiang Che frowned and asked, "How did she become your beloved?" According to his recollection, this Mu Ting was from the Mu family. Regarding this, Yuan Shuo also appeared perplexed. He blinked, his gaze lost in thought for a considerable time before he hazily responded, "It seems I started pursuing her after your death." "Why did you pursue her?" Yuan Shuo hesitated, scratching his head uncertainly. "Because she is beautiful?" Jiang Che sighed, conceding that the plot's influence was too overwhelming, and he likely wouldn't extract any further clarity. It was better to resolve the pressing issues at hand. "Let us go downstairs to meet this beloved of yours," as Jiang Che and Yuan Shuo descended the stairs. All eyes in the room were suddenly fixed upon them. Mu Ting, seated on the sofa, saw Yuan Shuo coming down, and her eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Her pitiful expression, with those glistening eyes, left Yuan Shuo momentarily dazed. Instinctively, he reached out to embrace her. In his mind, a voice seemed to urge him that he could not allow anyone to bully her. He must protect her. Even if his family disapproved, he would not let go. As the clarity in Yuan Shuo's gaze gradually gave way to a murky haze, the cacophony of voices within his mind relentlessly battered against his eardrums, tempting and manipulating him. Yet, just as his hand ascended halfway, a crystalline voice, reminiscent of a pure spring, abruptly pierced through the tumult, asking, "Yuan Shuo, do you wish to be struck?" In that moment, Yuan Shuo felt as though his very soul trembled in response to the voice. His once dulled perception sharpened into acute awareness. Upon gazing at the figure before him, the tenderness he had previously felt evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of uncontrollable fear and trepidation. While he had not fully grasped the gravity of Jiang Che's earlier words, he now experienced the rawness of being utterly powerless, akin to a soulless automaton, manipulated by an unseen hand pulling the strings of his every action. Could it be that he had truly fallen victim to a curse? A cold sweat broke out along his spine, the strangeness of the sensation sending shivers across his scalp. Now, he harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of Jiang Che's claims. Unbidden, he recalled Jiang Che's foreboding prediction of his grim fate 6 months hence, sending a jolt of fear through him. As the woman before him prepared to leap into his embrace, he instinctively sprang aside with astonishing swiftness, deftly positioning himself behind Jiang Che. Yuan Shuo, his face pale with shock, raised a hand in a gesture of refusal, exclaiming, "You step back. Do not approach." Mu Ting halted, gazing at Yuan Shuo with confusion at his sudden shift in demeanor. Yuan Shuo, too terrified to meet her gaze, feared that she might once again bewitch him. Instead, he raised his hand to shield his eyes and waved dismissively, saying to him, "Miss Mu, we have family matters to attend to today. Please return home. I will have the driver escort you." Without waiting for her response, he shouted, "Uncle Wang, see our guest off. Have Uncle Lee take Miss Mu back." Mu Ting's face drained of color, her entire being swaying precariously as disbelief washed over her. "Yuan Shuo, what did you just call me?" Yuan Shuo remained silent, retreating further behind Jiang Che. At that moment, Jiang Che seemed to capture Mu Ting's attention. Her tear-filled eyes momentarily faltered, and within their depths, a flicker of surprise and admiration emerged. The figure before her was undeniably striking, tall and poised, with a complexion of porcelain beauty. His visage appeared to be a masterful creation of divine artistry, exuding both charm and defiance. The only flaw was a hint of fragility, as if he were not destined for longevity. The more Mu Ting observed him, the more perplexed she became, sensing a familiarity that eluded her memory, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. However, she had no time to dwell on who he might be. He left no significant impression in her mind, likely not an important individual. Her primary objective remained to seize Yuan Shuo. If she could merely rid herself of that wretched Su Yin, she would finally ascend to the status of the true Mrs. Yu. Success was within her grasp, and she could not afford to squander her efforts now. "Miss?" Yuan Shuo had never addressed her in such a manner. Mu Ting clenched her teeth, raising her gaze slightly to reveal her reddened eyes. Her voice tinged with a sense of grievance and sorrow. "Yuan Shuo, is this your way of sending me away?" Hiding behind Jiang Che, Yuan Shuo felt a twinge of awkwardness. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the situation. With a resigned sigh, he scratched his head and said, "Miss Mu, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. However, I will make time to clarify things for you." He patted Jiang Che on the shoulder and introduced, "As you can see, we have guests at home, and I am unable to attend to you right now. Given your condition, it would be best for you to return and rest." A fleeting glint of malice flashed in the misty depths of Mu Ting's eyes. She clenched her hands at her sides, forcing a smile as she asked, "Yuan Shuo, who is this younger brother of yours? Don't you intend to introduce him to me?" "Younger brother?" Yuan Shuo was taken aback, quickly realizing the implications. Indeed, Jiang Che was still in the prime of his youth at 20, while he himself had aged a decade. It was hardly appropriate to introduce him as someone he had played with in their childhood. As he hesitated, contemplating how to introduce Jiang Che, the latter suddenly smiled, his gaze resting casually on Mu Ting as he introduced himself. "I am Jiang Che, Yuan Shuo's tutor." Mu Ting paused, taken aback. "Tutor? Yuan Shuo has hired someone so young as a tutor? What does he need tutoring in self-care?" She scrutinized Jiang Che, a sense of familiarity creeping in. Could he be someone from the circle? The surname Jiang. Could he be from the Jiang family? But was there a young man named Jiang Che in that family? There had been one many years ago, but he had passed away long ago. She had once pursued that individual, only to be rejected. Over time, the details had become vague, and she could hardly recall his appearance. Considering this, it seemed this young man was not a member of the Jiang family after all. Although the Jiang family was now a tangled mess, it would be unlikely for them to name a descendant after someone deceased. That would be considered bad luck. So, it must be merely a coincidence of names. "Hello," Mu Ting said to Jiang Che with a faint smile. "I am Mu Ting, Yuan Shuo's girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yu's fury ignited. "Miss Mu, as a young lady, one must be mindful of propriety in speech and action. Yuan Shuo's girlfriend is Su Yin, not you. Do not shamelessly take on the role of a mistress. Our Yu family will never accept someone like you. Mu Ting's complexion turned ashen, tears welling up suddenly. Mrs. Yu, how can you say such things about me? Mrs. Yu coldly retorted, am I not speaking the truth? A mistress is a mistress. Do you have the audacity to argue? However, Mu Ting looked at her with a sense of injustice. It was you who tore us apart back then. I had no choice but to leave when Shua. However, Madam Yu, as you have witnessed, it has been demonstrated that emotions are the most genuine of all things. Even if someone were to usurp my place, they could never replace the significance I hold in Wenshua's heart. She turned to gaze at Wenshua, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Across the vast river of time, upon our reunion, we unhesitatingly chose one another once more. At present, Wenshua cannot forget me, and I still love him. Our bond is indeed authentic. If we speak of a third party, it is Su Yin who opportunistically seizes this moment. Mu Ting, with reddened eyes, declared stubbornly, to this day, do you still wish to tear us apart, as you did before? You. Madame Yu's hands trembled in anger. Perhaps due to her upbringing, she refrained from uttering any harsh words, though her agitation was evident. Jiang Che sighed, noting her lack of combativeness. Chapter 12. He is incapable, alas. John Luke sighed again, moving beside Madame Yu to pat her hand gently. Sister-in-law, why not take a moment to rest? Allow me to handle this. Madame Yu inhaled deeply, casting a worried glance his way. Her concern was not that Jiang Che would be unable to manage Wenshua. She had already witnessed Jiang Che's influence over him during their time at the hospital. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Yu Du to call Jiang Che, luring him back home rather than simply inviting him. Her apprehension stemmed from Jiang Che's seemingly more troubled demeanor than her own. She feared that Mu Ting might provoke him into an unfortunate state. Jiang Che smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, having accepted your payment, I shall ensure he receives the proper guidance. Please take a break. I will manage things here. He turned to Yu Du, instructing, assist your mother in resting. Yu Du pursed his lips, but ultimately nodded, helping his mother depart from the living room. Now, in the entire living room, only Wenshua's elder brother, Yuan Dai, Mu Ting, Wenshua, and Jiang Che remained, 4 individuals in total. Jiang Che nodded toward her, gesturing for her to sit on the sofa. Please, take a seat, Miss Mu. Mu Ting hesitated, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Who was this person that commanded such respect from all members of the Yu family? Even Wenshua, who typically fulfilled her every request, had suddenly shifted his demeanor. No, she must investigate this individual further. She could not allow him to disrupt her plans. Mu Ting lowered her gaze to conceal the complex emotions swirling within her and obediently settled onto the sofa. Go, Jiang Che instructed Wenshua, fetch a pot of tea. Wenshua glanced at him, resembling a loyal dog at its master's command, and with a quick response, hurried off to prepare the tea. Mu Ting thought to herself, had she not been entangled with Wenshua for so long, she might have suspected that Jiang Che was his true beloved. She would not dare to order Wenshua about in such a manner. Jiang Che then turned to Yuan Dai. Brother, would you mind if I took the liberty to make some decisions? Yuan Dai had begun to grasp the situation. It was evident that Wenshua only heeded Jiang Che's words. He was the only one capable of managing him. Although he did not fully understand why Wenshua was so obedient to Jiang Che, he was more than willing to allow someone to remedy Wenshua's madness. Of course. He chuckled softly. Xiao Jiang, since we have invited you to be our tutor for the second son, we shall naturally heed your arrangements. You may proceed as you wish. Jiang Che smiled in return. All right, thank you for your trust, elder brother. Yuan Dai also smiled, saying, it is our family that should express gratitude to you. Mu Ting cast a meaningful glance at the two of them, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease at that moment. Yet, she could not pinpoint what exactly felt amiss. It was as if everything was veering off its predetermined course. Somewhere deep inside her, a voice seemed to whisper that things were not meant to unfold this way. Mu Ting pressed her lips together, realizing that for now, she could only observe the changes. After all, nothing could deter her from claiming the position of Mrs. Yu. The entire Yu household would belong to her in the future. She could easily drive away as Su Yin. What was one man in comparison? She was determined to have Yu Wenshua expel this person from the Yu family. She smiled gently and asked, Mr. Jiang, what would you like to say to me? Jiang Che smiled and replied, Miss Mu, I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Mu Ting paused. What do you wish to inquire about? Jiang Che looked at her with a profound gaze. Miss Mu, do you truly love Yuan Shua? Mu Ting was taken aback, then frowned. Of course I love him. Do you doubt me? Jiang Che shook his head with a smile. No, I simply wanted to ascertain your feelings for Yuan Shua. After a moment, he asked, so, Miss Mu, even if Yuan Shua had nothing, you would steadfastly love him, wouldn't you? Mu Ting furrowed her brow at him, momentarily unsure of how to respond. She felt that this young man was trying to trap her. How could someone with nothing be worthy of her? She certainly did not wish to marry a pauper. However, upon reconsideration, Yuan Shua was the head of the Yu family, with wealth still listed on the Forbes rankings. How could he possibly have nothing? Countless people coveted the position of Yu's wife. She could not afford to waver even a little. Thus, she nodded resolutely, stating, I love him for who he is, not for his status or wealth. You may insult me, but you cannot belittle my love for him. Jiang Che's smile deepened, and he suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, That is truly wonderful. Ha ha ha. He stood up from the sofa and warmly shook Mu Ting's hand, giving it a couple of shakes. Ah, this young man Yuan Shua has finally found some respite. It's about time someone took him in. He turned to Yuan Dai, suggesting, Elder brother, let Yuan Shua and Miss Mu move out together today. It's not every day one manages to deceive. It's not every day one finds such a beautiful girlfriend. We cannot let him lose her. Yuan Dai suddenly lifted his gaze towards Jiang Che, contemplating whether this young man was here to cause chaos or to educate the family. How could he suggest moving out? But upon seeing the teasing and playful glint in Jiang Che's eyes, he had an epiphany and nodded. Indeed, what Teacher Jiang says makes sense. I shall have Uncle Wang pack their belongings right away. Uncle Wang? Here. Uncle Wang rushed in from the small garden with a small hoe in hand, asking, What is it, young master? Yuan directed impatiently, Go have someone pack the second young master's luggage. Miss Mu will take it away shortly. Uncle Wang was taken back. Huh? When I say go, you should go. Why the confusion? Understood, young master. Mu Ting was momentarily stunned by their actions. What are you doing? Jiang Che cheerfully responded, Miss Mu, rest assured, we are certainly not those meddling parents who disrupt couples. Since you and Wen Shua are genuinely in love, we will naturally support you. But Mu Ting felt her heart rise and fall with his sighs. Pursing her lips, what do you mean? Ugh. Mu Ting interjected, Can you stop sighing? Speak up. Jiang Che cast her a sidelong glance and sighed again. After a moment of silence, Jiang Che, resembling a father marrying off his daughter, earnestly stated, You two must cherish one another. Although Wen Shua might not be able to fulfill certain expectations, despite having transferred all his shares in the Yu group to his elder brother and being left with nothing, it is fortunate that such a wonderful girl as Miss Mu loves him. Jiang Che's eyes glistened with emotion. It was a rare fortune for Wen Shua to encounter Miss Mu in this lifetime. Brother, perhaps we should let Wen Shua and Miss Mu register their marriage tomorrow. Just then, Yuan Shua emerged from the tea room. He cannot fulfill expectations? Wen Shua cannot fulfill expectations? Chapter 13. I just am not capable with women. Yuan Shua approached with a thunderous expression, slamming the brewed tea on the coffee table, turning to glare furiously at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, what the hell are you babbling about? Yet before he could finish, he was met with Jiang Che's icy gaze. The words caught in his throat swiftly turned coarse. Cough. Don't spout nonsense. Cough. That woman is not suitable. Mu Ting, Jiang Che, Yuan Shua plopped onto the sofa, pouring a cup of hot tea and shoving it into Jiang Che's hand. Drink your tea. Can you refrain from spreading my business? Am I losing face here? Jiang Che's lips twitched. This guy truly had no shame. Fine, the child can be taught. It's not in vain that I have worked hard for him. Jiang Che lifted his cup, savoring a few sips of hot tea, and remarked, What do you mean by others? Look at how you phrase it. Miss Mu is not just anyone. She just stated that regardless of who you are or what you possess, she will steadfastly love you. Moreover, you are quite fond of her too. Since that is the case, we shall not forcibly separate you. Jiang Che lifted his gaze, speaking earnestly. We are brothers after all. I cannot just abandon you, can I? I have already persuaded our elder brother on your behalf. He has agreed to your relationship. What? Yuan Shua's eyes widened in shock, his head snapping toward his elder brother. In his dark eyes, there was no hint of joy, only surprise and fear. What the hell? Didn't he, my brother and sister-in-law, always oppose my relationship with Mu Ting? Why have they suddenly agreed? What is Jiang Che scheming? Why the joy? Yuan Dai cast a sharp glance at him and coldly remarked, "If you wish to be with this woman, I can acquiesce, but I have conditions." Yuan Shua nearly spat blood. Was his elder brother's vision impaired? Which I had seen him enjoy. Fortunately, his brother had more to say, or he would have surely leaped up in protest. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "What are the conditions?" As you previously stated, Yuan Dai's gaze inadvertently swept over Mu Ting. His eyes shadowed and inscrutable. "You mentioned that if I agree to your relationship with Miss Mu, you would renounce the Yuan family. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be a member of the Yuan clan. Your fate, be it life or death, prosperity or adversity, will no longer concern us. I shall consider you as a brother I never had. I have instructed Uncle Wong to pack your belongings. Therefore, you shall leave with Miss Mu shortly." Yuan Shua was taken aback. When had he ever expressed such sentiments? His bewildered mind suddenly snapped to attention. Jiang Che and his elder brother were conspiring against Mu Ting, weren't they? He had wondered how his brother could change so swiftly. Lowering his gaze, Yuan Shua took 3 seconds to compose himself, then instantly altered his expression, feigning a grimace, sorrow and distress gradually surfacing in his eyes. He slightly turned, presenting his most exquisite profile to Mu Ting, his hands clenched tightly. After a long pause, he finally croaked, "All right, I agree." Yet before he could finish, Mu Ting's excited voice interrupted him. Yuan Shua felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he feigned confusion as he turned to her. "Ting Ting, what is it?" Mu Ting smiled awkwardly. "You need not go to such lengths for me, Yuan Shua." Her gaze was tender as she continued, "I love you and wish to be with you, but I do not want you to clash with your family because of me. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are ultimately your family." She stepped closer, grasping Yuan Shua's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. "As long as I know you still love me, I will be content. What you are doing will only cause your brother and sister-in-law heartache." Yuan Shua felt as though a scalding cup of green tea had been thrown over him, his heart racing uncontrollably. How had he not noticed before that this woman was so intense? Instinctively, he wanted to shake off Mu Ting's hand, but such an action would seem too extreme. Resolutely, he tightened his grip on her hand and declared, "Ting Ting, rest assured, I shall grant you a rightful identity." He closed his eyes, choking back tears as he lamented, "Everything from Yuan family shall be my recompense to them." Mu Ting thought to herself, is this foolish man truly simple-minded or merely pretending? By renouncing the Yuan family, would they both be left to face the harsh winds of life? She aspired to become Mrs. Yuan and enjoy a life of luxury, not to accompany a 30-year-old man starting anew from scratch. When Shua, Mu Ting felt increasingly guilty. "You truly need not do this. I do not wish to be the sinner." Before she could finish, Uncle Wong approached, carrying a suitcase. Young Master Shua, your belongings have all been packed." Yu Wenda, with a smile that seemed insincere, waved his hand dismissively. "Just give it to him." Uncle Wong turned and pushed the suitcase next to Yuan Shua, then placed the handle into his hand. "Second young master, according to the eldest master's instructions, I have packed some clothes for you. Would you like to take a look and see if you need anything else?" Yuan Shua paused for a moment, surprised. Isn't this a performance? Why is it becoming real? He squinted and discreetly winked at Jiang Che. "What is going on?" Jiang Che calmly averted his gaze, as if he had not seen anything. Yuan Shua felt a twinge of concern. Mu Ting's eyelids twitched as well. Surely, the Yu family isn't serious about this. She clenched her teeth, determined that she could not allow Yuan Shua to leave with them. The act had progressed to this point, and naturally, Yuan Shua would not let Mu Ting prattle on. He ground his molars and declared, "No, I lack nothing. I'm leaving." He grasped Mu Ting's hand and turned it apart. He was unconvinced that his elder brother and Jiang Che would truly let him leave the Yu family so easily. "Wait." Yu Wenda's voice echoed behind them. A smirk involuntarily crept onto Yuan Shua's lips. Indeed, his elder brother still cared for him. He turned his head joyfully, ready to speak, only to hear Yu Wen to continue. Since you are no longer a member of the Yu family, hand over the house keys and, oh, don't forget the car keys as well. Uncle Wang, please arrange to change the combination lock shortly. Yuan Shua could not help but grimace. To his astonishment, Jiang Che, that little rascal, was fanning the flames from the side. Elder brother, you haven't signed the share transfer agreement yet. Call Lawyer Liu and have him draft one. Tomorrow is the weekend, so let us sign it on Monday to be safe and perhaps get it notarized as well. By the way, all the properties, cars, and various fixed assets under Yuan Shua's name need to be transferred as well. Let us have Lawyer Liu work hard while it's still working hours. Let us freeze the bank cards and credit cards. Also, notify all shareholders about the upcoming meeting next week. Yuan Shua must relinquish the chairman position as well. Yuan Shua exclaimed, for heaven's sake, leave me a way out. Chapter 14. Confessions in the bathroom. Ultimately, Yuan Shua reluctantly departed from the Yu family. Perhaps there remained a flicker of conscience, for Jiang Che and his elder brother did not allow them to take a taxi on their own, as hailing a cab in this affluent neighborhood was no simple task. In the end, they called Uncle Li, the driver, to see them off. However, before leaving, Yuan Shua excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom, and hurried back into the house, dragging Jiang Che into the bathroom with him. He plopped down on the toilet, gritting his teeth as he demanded, I say, you little rascal, what scheme do you and my brother have for driving me out? Jiang Che leaned casually against the bathroom door, arms crossed, and replied with a smile, Isn't this precisely what you wish for? I merely helped you realize your desire. Why are you not pleased? Yuan Shua rolled his eyes. Just hurry up and tell me what your plan is. I have no intention of living with that thing. What if she controls me again? Jiang Che chuckled as he patted his shoulder. It's not Mu Ting who has control over you. Yuan Shua paused, huh? What do you mean by that? Didn't you say? Jiang Che interrupted. What I said was that you were being misled, but I never claimed that it was Mu Ting who was misleading you. Yuan Shua looked bewildered, raising his gaze. Then what is it? He hesitated again. No, I clearly saw her before I lost control. What controls you is a fate that has long been inscribed. Jiang Che arched an eyebrow at him. Think carefully. Is it truly only Mu Ting who causes you to lose control? Yuan Shua, in a daze, lowered his gaze, his mind rummaging through the rare moments of clarity in his memories. Unbeknownst to him, he suddenly recalled the time at the hospital, when approached by the police. He intended to comply, but upon catching a glimpse of Su Yin, he inexplicably lost his mind. Had Jiang Che not punched him, he might have even struck a police officer. Assaulting an officer would lead to serious charges. A cold sweat broke out on Yuan Shua's back as he abruptly stood up, anxiously spinning in place. Jiang Che, I observing the boy's fearful demeanor. Jiang Che contemplated whether to comfort him when Yuan Shua suddenly stepped forward, blocking him at the bathroom door, squinting his eyes and demanding, You little rascal. Are you deceiving me? Jiang Che was taken aback. What? Yuan Shua glared at him dangerously. What nonsense about hell? What about the king of hell? And all this talk of coming back for me. It's all a lie, right? Jiang Che was momentarily stunned. Yuan Shua pressed his palm against Jiang Che's ear, confining him, ensuring that this rascal could not escape, his tone deepening with menace. What on earth is going on here? Speak frankly, or face severe consequences. If you don't honestly explain, I'll dig up your grave. I'll ensure you rest in unrest. Jiang Che turned to glance at the arm beside his ear, then at Yuan Shua's arrogant face. Somewhat astonished, he had not anticipated that this fool would become clever. But was he the type to confess under threat? Certainly not. Get off me, he stated. Yuan Shua sneered coldly. If you don't tell me, I won't budge. Jiang Che replied, I'm not deceiving you. Do you think I would believe that? If you don't believe it, so be it. Will you speak? No. Damn it. Don't make me unleash my ultimate move. What ultimate move? Yuan Shua gritted his teeth, glared, and plopped down on the ground, hands clasped together. Good brother, I beg you tell me. Let me at least die with my eyes closed, will you? Jiang Che kicked him irritably. Get up. If you don't tell me, I'll sit here until I die. Yuan Shua snorted coldly. If I go down, I'll have the king of hell judge you. Is this how you treat your brother? In my next life, I'll be reincarnated as a cat, at least with bright eyes, rather than being blind as your brother. The provocation tactic won't work on me. I'm not falling for that. Hurry up and get off me. Then we'll work on you. I won't fall for any of your tricks. Will you get up or not? Then tell me." Jiang Che pressed his lips together and inquired of De Huang, "May I disclose your existence to him?" The Book Bureau does not impose strict regulations. Yet I advise the esteemed host not to reveal my existence until the child of destiny has fully awakened, to avoid affecting their awakening. Jiang Che pondered for a moment and nodded. "Get up. I shall tell you." "Really? Give me 3 seconds." Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Shuo sprang up from the ground, laughing heartily, and promptly resumed his seat on the toilet, dutifully perking up his ears. Jiang Che sighed, finding it difficult to reconcile this version of Yuan Shuo with the arrogant, flamboyant, and reckless scoundrel depicted in the book. It left him feeling somewhat fragmented. He sighed again, casting a deep glance at Yuan Shuo before continuing, "In truth, I did not entirely deceive you. I truly died and was prepared for reincarnation. Yet, for reasons unknown, I suddenly found myself in a world 10 years later. Moreover, I have come to learn the secrets of this world." "The secrets of this world?" Yuan Shuo was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Che explained, "This world is constructed from a novel. You are the male protagonist. Su Yin is the female protagonist. And Mu Ting is a malicious supporting character. In the narrative, you will be instigated by Mu Ting to torment Su Yin both physically and emotionally, even to the extent of sacrificing her for your own white moonlight. Eventually, when Su Yin loses all hope and departs, you will regret your actions and embark on a futile quest to win her back, ultimately meeting your demise in a car accident while trying to save her. According to the plot, the conclusion of this tale will arrive precisely 6 months from now." Yuan Shuo listened in shock. "You're not deceiving me again, are you?" Jiang Che replied, "Believe it or not, the reason you previously lacked control was due to the influence of the narrative. You are the protagonist crafted by the author, the child of destiny in this world. Thus the plot significantly impacts you." Yuan Shuo found himself at a loss, struggling to digest this revelation, that he was indeed a creation of the author, a reckless scoundrel. This was even more absurd than the previous version of the story. Jiang Che patted his shoulder. "It's not just you. Lao Feng, Lao Xiao, and the others share the same fate." Yuan Shuo paused, then anxiously inquired, "And what about you?" "I'm not." Jiang Che chuckled softly. "The stories of all of you began only after my death. I'm not a character in the book. This may also explain why I remain unaffected." Jiang Che gazed at him, his eyes profound. "As brothers, I do not wish for your demise. Since fate has granted me a chance at rebirth and transported me 10 years into the future, I desire to help you evade these calamities. Live well henceforth. Experience your own joys and sorrows, pursue your desired happiness, and chase after those you truly love. Do not allow yourselves to become mere puppets of the author's pen." Jiang Che continued, "Yuan Shuo, a person can transcend their shackles and cast off the invisible chains that bind them due to an unwavering belief in themselves. Although you are a character in a story, once the world was born, the narrative's development could unfold in countless ways. Reflect upon why you remain ensnared within the narrative, unable to extricate yourself." Chapter 15. There are greater powers at play. Yuan Shuo exited the Yu family villa with a heavy heart, reluctantly glancing back 3 times before entering his vehicle. He gritted his teeth. By heavens, when the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, they must first toil and strain. Jiang Che spoke truly. This is a test for him. If he cannot overcome this pitfall, it will be better to sever ties and spare the resources. Mu Ting had initially thought he had gone home to negotiate, but she was taken aback to see him emerge so despondently. Could it be that the Yu family truly intended to cast Yuan Shuo out? At this moment, Mu Ting struggled to maintain her composure, her previously glimmering hope extinguished. She anxiously inquired, "Yuan Shuo, did you not speak earnestly with your elder brother?" Yuan Shuo was taken aback. "Speak of what?" Mu Ting replied, "Tell him that you will not leave the Yu family." She pressed her lips together, urging, "Yuan Shuo, after all, they are your family. If you show a little humility to your brother, he surely will not hold it against you." Her voice carried a hint of remorse that evoked sympathy. "You know, Yuan Shuo, I do not wish for you to fall out with your brother and sister-in-law because of me." Yuan Shuo felt a shiver run down his spine. He feigned ignorance of her intentions and declared earnestly, "Ting Ting, I have told you, you are the love of my life, and I will not allow you to suffer. Ah, even if it means standing against the world, I shall not yield. Rest assured, I will cherish you henceforth." With a twinkle in his eye, he gazed at her more intently. "Ting Ting, shall we go and register our marriage on Monday? What do you say?" Mu Ting's smile faltered, nearly slipping away. "Register our marriage? That might not be appropriate." Yu Wenshuo blinked. What could be unsuitable about it? Mu Ting bit her lip, saying, "Elder brother and sister-in-law. They have already consented." She paused, a lump forming in her throat as she recalled another person. With a heart full of sorrow and resignation, she lamented, "But Sister Sue will not agree. Currently, she is publicly acknowledged as your girlfriend. I have already ended my relationship with her, so you need not worry." But Yu Wenshuo turned to her, his voice unwittingly deepening. "Ting Ting, do you not wish to marry me?" "Not at all." Mu Ting's expression shifted, a smile quickly returning to her face. "Of course I wish to marry you. It's just that we are rushing into this. And my health," she coughed softly, her voice tinged with sadness. "I do not know if I will recover or how much longer." I have her eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears. "Wenshuo, I do not want to be a burden to you." Yu Wenshuo damn. He found it increasingly difficult to maintain the facade. Previously, when he had not awakened to the reality of their situation, he had not perceived anything amiss. But now, with clarity, he discerned that everything was fundamentally wrong. What the hell? You have a kidney issue, not a lung problem. So why are you coughing like that? If you're going to feign illness, at least do it with some dedication. Yu Wenshuo gritted his teeth, contemplating whether he should simply alight from the vehicle and return home. Just as his impatience reached a peak, Uncle Lee, seated in the driver's seat, interrupted his agitation with a question. "Miss Mu, could you kindly provide your address?" At that moment, the tension in Yu Wenshuo's chest dissipated, and he sighed in relief, promptly relaying Mu Ting's address. Mu Ting's lips twitched imperceptibly as she contemplated saying something but ultimately refrained. Yu Wenshuo, disinclined to engage her in conversation, leaned his head against the car window, shifted his body, and discreetly shielded his phone screen with his form as he sent a text to Jiang Che. "When will you pick me up?" Jiang Che replied with a playful emoji. Seated beside him, Yu Du, with a shifty gaze, couldn't suppress his curiosity, inquiring, "Jiang Che, you can't possibly be suggesting that my uncle live with Mu Ting, can you?" Jiang Che glanced at him, correcting, "Show some respect, call him uncle." Yu Du turned to Jiang Che with an annoyed expression, but upon looking, he suddenly froze. They were lounging in a sunlit garden, basking in the warm afternoon glow that enveloped Jiang Che, casting a soft, radiant light upon his features. The pallid visage, previously devoid of color, appeared more vibrant under the sun's embrace, lending an air of authenticity to his presence. Yet this face was all too familiar, evoking a sense of recognition from somewhere deep within. Memories stirred in his mind, as if seeking to unearth a long-buried fragment from the past. After a prolonged moment, a flash of white light pierced through the fog of his thoughts, unveiling the recesses of his memory. He blinked in bewilderment, suddenly realizing, goodness, Jiang Che resembles my uncle's deceased brother from a decade ago, not only in appearance, but also in name. He had wondered why this person seemed so recognizable. As a child, he had often trailed behind his uncle, mingling with a circle of friends, including Jiang Che, whom he had encountered before. However, his youthful age and Jiang Che's premature demise had rendered those memories hazy over the years. Now, upon reflection, he recognized that Jiang Che before him mirrored the Jiang Che of 10 years past in looks, demeanor, and even in his frail state. Could it be that this individual is indeed his uncle's brother? Otherwise, how could his uncle be so obedient to him? Yu Du's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the man before him with newfound intensity. 10 minutes later, Jiang Che, clearly exasperated, pushed Yu Du's inquisitive head away once more, warning, "If you keep this up, I might just hit you." Yu Du quickly withdrew, scratching his head awkwardly. "What do you mean by this is strange? What, then, is the reason for your incessant staring?" "I merely observed," Yu Du replied cautiously, "that you bear an uncanny resemblance to my uncle's brother." "Oh," Jiang Che raised an eyebrow in surprise. I didn't expect this little rascal to remember who I am. Yu swallowed nervously, inquiring, could it truly be my deceased uncle's brother? Jiang Che calmly nodded. Indeed, it is. You are. Yu nearly leaped from his lounge chair in astonishment, stammering, Why you? Are you human or a ghost? Jiang Che replied, No, 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 and then reconsidered, finding his earlier suspicion absurd. The little dog shook its head as if to dismiss the thought, if you were a ghost. How could you possibly be out during the day? He tilted his head to glance at Jiang Che's feet and instantly exhaled in relief. There's a shadow. It must be a person. Jiang Che retorted with mild irritation. Hurry and sit down. Don't make a fool of yourself. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu scratched his head. If Jiang Che were indeed his uncle's brother, by seniority, he would have to address him as uncle. He chuckled and plopped back into the lounge chair. Uncle, what is going on? Jiang Che shot him a sidelong glance. Maintaining his composure, I have undergone a process of impure soil reincarnation. Huh? Am I impressive? You are indeed impressive. Uncle has even greater feats to teach. Oh, what is it? I shall soon instruct you on how to slurp noodles through your nostrils. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Chapter 16. A visit home. The Jiang family and the Yu family, while not exactly a long-standing familial alliance, shared a decent rapport. They had been neighbors for a time in the past, making it reasonable to say that Jiang Che and Yuan Shua grew up together, albeit in their childhood. Subsequently, the Jiang family moved away due to certain circumstances when Jiang Che was already in middle school. Yu and Dai, being of a considerably older age, had spent many years away from Jincheng, returning infrequently. During his early years, Yu was raised by his grandparents. This young lad was not far in age from Yuan Shua, often trailing behind him in their youth. Yu had anticipated Jiang Che's recognition, yet he was surprised that Yuan Dai and his wife also recognized him. They were utterly baffled as to how a man who had passed away a decade ago could suddenly reappear, maintaining the same visage from 10 years prior. Jiang Che found it challenging to provide a satisfactory explanation, vaguely stating that he, too, was unsure how it happened. He simply awoke this way. The others listened, bewildered, though it was evident they were skeptical of his narrative. However, the couple refrained from pursuing further inquiries. After all, the concept of resurrection is inherently fantastical, suggesting that Jiang Che must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Probing too deeply into such matters could be seen as an intrusion into divine secrets, potentially inviting trouble. Their decision to cease questioning allowed Jiang Che to breathe a sigh of relief. After dinner, he retired early. He was fatigued from the day's events and had gleaned some concerning information about his family from his elder brother and sister-in-law during the meal. Although they did not divulge much, he could infer that the current state of the Jiang family was far from what it once was. Over the past 10 years, many events had transpired within the Jiang household, explaining why his family had relocated from the old residence. Jiang Che felt a certain unease in his heart, prompting him to decide to return home for a visit the following day. Early the next morning, before he could set off, he received a rather urgent phone call from Yuan Shua. Jiang Che. Yuan Shua's voice was laced with irritation. When will you come back to pick me up? Then come back now, Jiang Che suggested. Yuan Shua was taken aback. Really? Yes, accompany me home for a while. There was a brief pause on the line before Yuan Shua asked, You want to go home? Jiang Che chuckled lightly. What kind of question is that? After all I've been through, how could I not visit my parents and my elder brother and sister? Yuan Shua fell into a rare silence, contemplating. Jiang Che sensed his concern and reassured him, Your brother and sister-in-law have shared some details about my family with me. Don't worry, I'm mentally prepared. Yuan Shua scoffed. My brother isn't involved in that circle. He wouldn't know much. What he told you is merely surface-level information. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay at my place? Jiang Che replied softly, Eventually, I must face it. I cannot avoid seeing them forever. Yuan Shua, feeling somewhat exasperated, scratched his head. Then I'll contact Feng Ruiqi and the others. We should go together. Jiang Che smiled. All right then. I'm not going home to start a fight. Yuan Shua let out a cold laugh. That's not certain. You will definitely end up in a conflict. Oh, this is something I can't clarify over the phone. Let me reach out to them, and we'll go together. Jiang Che found himself genuinely curious about what was happening at home that could provoke such a reaction from Yuan Shua. Nonetheless, he thought, As long as you accompany me, that will suffice. His brothers were all quite eccentric, each one more so than the last. What if they all went wild when visiting his home? While he could handle Yuan Shua with his fists, he doubted he could manage the chaos of many. Seeing Jiang Che's determination, Yuan Shua ceased his persuasion and simply said, "Wait for me," before ending the call. As Jiang Che prepared to leave, Mu Ting, who had just set breakfast on the table, brightened and asked, "Yuan Shua, are you going home?" "Home?" Yuan Shua feigned ignorance. "Isn't this my home? Where else could I go?" Mu Ting glanced at the steaming meat buns on the table, swallowing hard. He certainly wanted to eat. Yet, he worried that if he encountered what Mu Ting had given him, he might lose control again. Last night, he had barely managed to stay alert, keeping one eye open while sleeping. He resolved not to remain at home with Mu Ting today. "I have something to attend to." Yuan Shua quickly averted his gaze, moving to the entrance to change his shoes. "I might be back quite late." Mu Ting paused, surprised, and asked, "Where are you going?" "My brothers have something going on." Yuan Shua replied, "I need to lend my support." Mu Ting, aware of the status of Yuan Shua's brothers in their circle, felt a surge of joy. If Yuan Shua met with them, they would surely persuade him. Once he returned to the Yu household, she would officially become Madame Yu. "Okay, I understand," she said eagerly. Yuan Shua flashed a grin, waved his hand, and swiftly opened the door to leave. Upon arriving at the elevator, he impatiently jabbed the button, casting cautious glances behind him, fearful that Mu Ting might pursue him. Goodness, this situation had him on edge. After descending to the ground floor, Yuan Shua received a text message. It was from Jiang Che, who mentioned he was waiting for him at the commercial street. Yuan Shua replied with an acknowledgement emoji and hailed a cab directly to the commercial street. As he stepped out of the taxi and prepared to make a call, a formidable Range Rover pulled up before him, causing him to raise an eyebrow instinctively. Who was this fool attempting to show off their car in front of him? The passenger window slowly descended, revealing none other than his brother, Jiang Che. Yuan Shua's eyes widened in surprise. "Jiang Che? Goodness, when did you acquire this vehicle? Wait, where did this guy get his ID and money?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and motioned for him to get in. Yuan Shua opened the passenger door and slid into the seat. As he glanced around, he eventually discovered steaming meat buns in the storage compartment. "I knew you hadn't had breakfast," Jiang Che chuckled, gesturing towards the food. "Beef filling, just the way you like it, along with marinated eggs and soy milk. Enjoy while it's hot." Yuan Shua promptly cast aside his earlier questions, feeling touched. "I can't thank you enough, my good brother." Jiang Che observed him devouring the meat buns, grease dripping from his mouth, and warned ominously, "If you dare to spill that grease in my car, I'll have to deal with you." With that, Jiang Che pressed the accelerator, steering towards the villa he had visited the day before. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and they arrived precisely at 9:30 in the morning. "Go on," Jiang Che instructed Yuan Shua, urging him to knock on the door. Suddenly, an idea struck Yuan Shua, and he broke into a mischievous smile, his eyes glinting with delight at the prospect of mischief. "You should go. With that face of yours, you're sure to give them quite the surprise." Jiang Che's lips twitched. Surely, it wouldn't be a surprise, but a shock. Nevertheless, he found merit in Yuan Shua's words. Life, after all, must have its thrilling twists, right? Chapter 17. Has their old man cheated? Jiang Che sauntered to the door and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the villa's grand entrance swung open from the inside. Upon seeing the visitor, Jiang Che's eyes sparkled, and he cheerfully greeted Uncle Song. The butler, upon recognizing the visitor, widened his eyes in astonishment. Yet, he was only half surprised before shaking his head, scrutinizing Jiang Che from head to toe before cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you are looking for?" Jiang Che blinked. "Uncle Song, do you not recognize me?" The butler paused, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Jiang Che's face. This young man, in both appearance and demeanor, bore an uncanny resemblance to the young master who had passed away a decade ago. Even his tone of voice and the way he addressed him as uncle were strikingly similar. But how could this be possible? The young master has been deceased for a decade. During the cremation, he was present throughout the entire process, personally overseeing the arrangements for the burial. How could this person possibly be the young master? Yet, For reasons unknown, upon seeing him, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth. Butler Song furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sir, you must be mistaken." Uncle Song, Yuan Luo, emerged from behind Jiang Che, casually placing his hand on Jiang Che's shoulder, declaring, "This is indeed Jiang Che, without a doubt." Upon recognizing Yuan Luo, Butler Song was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Yu, what brings you here?" Yuan Luo patted Jiang Che's shoulder, explaining, "I am accompanying my brother home." Butler Song took a while to digest the implications of Yuan Luo's words. He suddenly turned to Jiang Che, his aged eyes now filled with astonishment and disbelief. "Why, you are the young master?" Jiang Che nodded affirmatively. "It is I." Butler Song murmured in disbelief. "How can this be?" With a sigh, Jiang Che replied, "Uncle Song, the story is quite lengthy, but I assure you, I am indeed Jiang Che." Yuan Luo quickly raised his hand. "I can vouch for him." Jiang Che added, "If you truly do not believe, I can undergo a DNA test with my parents." Uncle Song's lips trembled as he gazed at Jiang Che's face for a considerable time, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. He grasped Jiang Che's hand, exclaiming, "Why, you are truly the young master. I never doubted you." He wiped away the tears that flowed freely, choking back emotion. "Young master, you are truly alive. It's incredible. Truly incredible. Time has passed, and circumstances have changed." Upon seeing a familiar relative once more, Jiang Che too felt his eyes dampen. He patted Uncle Song's shoulder and shifted the conversation. "Uncle Song, are my parents at home?" Uncle Song hesitated, a flicker of discomfort crossing his eyes. Sir. Your father is unwell today and has gone to the hospital." Jiang Che's expression hardened, frowning. "What is wrong with my father?" "Sir," Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, suddenly inquiring, "What about my mother?" The turmoil and hesitation in Uncle Song's gaze were palpable. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Young master, perhaps you should come inside." Jiang Che glanced at Yuan Luo, who looked back at him with concern, nodding, "Let us step inside." Jiang Che pressed his lips together and followed Uncle Song into the house. After inviting them to sit, Uncle Song cheerfully went to prepare tea and snacks. Jiang Che surveyed the decor of the villa, frowning slightly. The entire space was awash with ostentatious gold hues. Every ornament, painting, and even the carpets and walls exuded extravagance. It appeared as though the most expensive items had been haphazardly amassed without regard for cohesion. An outsider might easily mistake it for the home of a nouveau riche family. This was far from the aesthetic cherished by his family. The Jiang family had, since antiquity, been a lineage of scholarly distinction, and his maternal lineage was renowned as one of the illustrious families of Jiangnan. His mother was a prodigious and extraordinary heiress. Setting aside other considerations, they undoubtedly possessed an appreciation for refined taste. Where could one possibly appreciate such a style? The unease within Jiang Che intensified as he turned to Yuan Shua, inquiring, "Do you know something?" Yuan Shua hesitated momentarily, casting a cautious glance his way, but refraining from speaking. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes and pressed, "So, what happened to my parents?" With a sigh of frustration, Yuan Shua scratched his head and said, "Jiang Che, I must ask you not to be angry when I tell you this." Jiang Luke remained silent. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Shua finally divulged, "Actually, your parents divorced 3 years ago." Jiang Che was taken aback. "Divorce? How could that be?" In his recollection, his parents had always shared a strong bond. A separation seemed inconceivable. Yuan Shua cautiously continued, 3 years ago, a woman named Wang Shu approached your family, claiming that your father had wronged her many years prior. Your father settled the matter financially, allowing her to leave, but she never anticipated becoming pregnant and subsequently gave birth to a son. He glanced at Jiang Che, observing the gravity of his expression, and spoke even more carefully. She initially intended to avoid disturbing your family, but now her son is ill and requires financial assistance for treatment, leaving her no choice but to reach out. Your father denied the allegations outright at that time, and your mother, along with your elder brother and sister, did not believe her. However, to their astonishment, DNA testing revealed that Wang Shu's son, Wang Shuyuan, is indeed your father's biological child. Your family remained skeptical at first and sought multiple DNA tests, but all results were consistent. Strangely enough, your father seemed to transform completely thereafter. As he spoke, an elusive thought flickered in Yu Wenshua's mind, a peculiar sensation passing through his heart. Yet before he could grasp its significance, it vanished swiftly, leaving him momentarily perplexed. After a brief silence, he resumed, "Your father acknowledged Wang Xian and began to treat this illegitimate son with increasing kindness, spending lavishly to ensure his recovery, and resolutely divorced your mother to be with Wang Shu. Furthermore, he even assisted this illegitimate son in claiming power, intending to transfer control of the Jiang group to him. 3 years ago, it was us who helped your elder brother stabilize the company. Now, everything within the Jiang family rests in your brother's hands. As your father has departed from the Jiang household, Yu Wenshua lifted his gaze to the dismal, yellowish room and remarked, 'This is your father's home.' Jiang Che felt as though he were listening to an absurd tale. Such a scenario was utterly impossible. His father's feelings for his mother could not possibly be false. For all these years, he had maintained his integrity, exercising restraint even in interactions with the opposite sex. How could he suddenly undergo such a drastic change? Chapter 18. I have returned your younger brother Jiang Che inquired solemnly, "Da Huang, what is going on?" Da Huang appeared equally bewildered, uncertain of the situation. After all, Jiang Che was not a character from the narrative. He merely occupied the role of an inconsequential passerby, lacking substantial data. Thus, Da Huang was unaware of the circumstances that had befallen Jiang Che's family. "Please hold on, esteemed host. I will inquire with the data department, as their database should contain relevant information." Jiang Che acknowledged with a soft demo. The large yellow hemp swiftly departed. At this moment, Uncle Song brought forth the teacups and snacks, having naturally heard Yu Wenshua's words. He sighed, his voice somewhat choked as he addressed Jiang Che, "Young master, you must trust the gentleman. He could never betray the lady. This must be the machinations of that mother and son duo." Jiang Che was taken aback. "Uncle Song, do you know what is going on with my father?" Uncle Song replied solemnly, "The gentleman is certainly under some malevolent influence." Jiang Che responded, "Young master," Uncle Song insisted, "though we must believe in science, there are instances when certain phenomena simply elude scientific explanation. I was uncertain before, but now, looking into your hopeful eyes, young master, I feel that there are some truths we cannot afford to dismiss." Jiang Che remarked, "Well, this is a unique situation and should not be regarded as a precedent." Uncle Song, animated, suggested, "Young master, shall we invite Master Liao Kong from the Reincarnation Temple to exorcise the gentleman?" Jiang Che did not respond to this, but instead lifted his teacup, sipping thoughtfully before inquiring, "Where is old Deng now?" Uncle Song hesitated, then said, "He left with Mrs. Wang to the hospital. Half an hour ago, he called to say they were going shopping. That woman has her heart set on a handbag and has been pestering the gentleman for a week to purchase it for her." Jiang Che acknowledged this with a simple "oh" before asking, "What about old Deng's illegitimate son?" "He has returned since last night. His whereabouts are unknown." Jiang Che responded with another "oh." "Host, I have returned." The voice of Da Huang resonated in his mind at that moment. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and asked, "What have you discovered?" Da Huang replied, "I found something out." "What is it?" "Host," Da Huang said cautiously, "please do not be upset with what I am about to reveal. Just tell me first." After a brief pause, Da Huang continued, "Host, the author has now opened a new plot, in which your father, old Deng's illegitimate son, is the male lead. Your elder brother, second sister, and mother are merely supporting characters. This book is not yet completed, but it has been written that your father and Wang Shu are true loves, while his marriage to your mother is merely a business arrangement devoid of affection." Without needing Da Huang to elaborate further, Jiang Che could envision the melodrama that would ensue. Despite the absence of a definitive ending, it was evident that the male lead would eventually embrace his beloved, while old Deng would reunite with his old flame, leaving their entire family beneath the heel of the protagonist. Damn it, Jiang Che could hardly contain his frustration. What a foolish author. Is their brain not functioning properly? Do they possess such a substantial potential for being mere cannon fodder? Furthermore, if one desires a villainous character, must they remain consistently wicked throughout? Why must they dismantle a pair of lovers? The chill in Jiang Che's gaze deepened as he queried, "So, Is old Deng's current predicament akin to Yu Wenshua's, being controlled by the narrative? Indeed, host. Very well. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, genuinely incensed. He turned to Uncle Song and asked, "What is old Deng's phone number?" Song Shu was taken aback, just about to speak, when the villa's grand door was suddenly pushed open and a tall figure strode in. Noticing the presence of others in the living room, he slightly furrowed his brow. "Mister, you?" Wang Shuyuan's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly replaced by a somber demeanor. "What brings you to my home?" Yuan Shu raised a hand in greeting. "Mr. Wang." He smiled broadly, his lips curling in a teasing manner. "I happened to be passing by and decided to return your long-lost half-brother." Wang Shuyuan, Jiang Che. Yuan Shu tilted his body slightly, cheerfully pointing at Jiang Che. "Here he is." Wang Shuyuan's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Mr. Yu, if you are merely here to jest, I must ask you to leave." "Who asked jesting?" Yuan Shu clicked his tongue. "Back in the day, your father was quite fond of my brother's mother. When my brother was born, your father was overjoyed. Alas," he sighed resignedly, "if my brother hadn't suffered from poor health as a child, and if Annie had been able to afford his treatment, we wouldn't be here bothering you." Wang Shuyuan. This version of the story sounds oddly familiar. Yuan Shu was undoubtedly spouting nonsense. Was he intentionally here to humiliate him? It had long been rumored that Yuan Shu had a close relationship with the deceased son of the Jiang family, and it appeared the rumors held true. Did Yuan Shu also know about his connection with the elder Jiang? Was he here to seek vengeance for his deceased brother? Wang Shuyuan scoffed. "Since Mr. Yu is so closely tied to your brother, surely you wouldn't lack the funds for a trivial medical expense." A sudden thought crossed his mind, and a playful smile emerged. "I've heard that Mr. Yu has a penchant for treating others. For the sake of his beloved, he could even part with a kidney. Mr. Yu's great benevolence is something we should all aspire to." Yuan Shu's expression darkened. "Why bring that up?" He snorted. "I have no money." Wang Shuyuan laughed coldly. "Are you jesting with me?" Yuan Shu retorted with conviction. "I've been cast out of the Yu family. I am utterly destitute." Wang Shuyuan, "If you doubt me, feel free to call my elder brother and inquire." Yuan Shu swiftly pulled out his phone. "Shall I give you the number?" Wang Shuyuan. At this moment, Yuan Shu seemed to regain his composure, straightening his back. "So the funds must come from your family, as my brother is indeed his son." "Ah, I remember something poignant your mother once said." "What was it again?" Yuan Shu stroked his chin in contemplation, suddenly appearing enlightened. "Ah yes, your mother once remarked that blood is thicker than water. No matter the circumstances, familial bonds cannot be severed. Mr. Wang, this is your biological brother." Yuan Shu lamented passionately. "Blood is thicker than water. Brothers are as close as kin." Wang Shuyuan, Jiang Che. Observing Yuan Shu, it was evident he was not fabricating his words, causing Wang Shuyuan to unconsciously furrow his brow. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the young man seated on the sofa, and upon closer inspection, he found himself momentarily stunned. This face seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 19. He is mad again. Since the conversation had reached this point, Jiang Che had no intention of concealing his intentions any longer. He waved at Wang Shuyuan with a smile, introducing himself warmly. "Hello, elder brother, I am Jiang Che." Wang Shuyuan regarded him with a cold gaze, remaining silent. Jiang Che earnestly reassured him, "Do not worry, elder brother. I am here to join this family, not to tear it apart." Wang Shuyuan could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "You are called Jiang Che?" A sudden clarity struck him, as he recalled where he had heard that name before. Was it not the name of his father's deceased younger son? As he pondered, he noticed that this face bore a resemblance to the Jiang family's youngest son, whom he had never met. In truth, he had never encountered Jiang Che, for by the time he reconciled with his father, the youngest son of the Jiang family had already been dead for several years. His familiarity with the face stemmed from a cherished photograph that his father kept in his wallet. When Jiang Jinshu left the Jiang family to be with them, he had initially believed that this man genuinely cared for Wang Shu. Had he not sensed something amiss with Jiang Jinshu, he might have continued to hold that belief. Wang Shuyuan's gaze darkened with uncertainty. He could not fathom why his father was often inexplicably cold towards him and his mother, as if he had transformed into a different person. During those times, his father would retreat to his study, remaining there for an entire day. On one occasion, while retrieving documents from his study, he inadvertently discovered several photographs concealed in his father's drawer. Among them was a family portrait, the former Jiang family, which did not include him or his mother. There were also pictures of his father's ex-wife, a woman who appeared gentle, poised, and remarkably graceful. Additionally, there was a photograph of the youngest son of the Jiang family, who appeared youthful in a blue and white school uniform, cradling a basketball, with a radiant smile directed at the camera. The boy was exceptionally handsome, his smile seemingly more radiant than the clouds and moon in the sky. These photographs bore deep impressions of having been frequently handled, revealing they had often been viewed, yet they remained well-preserved, untouched by wear. Wang Shiyuan found himself at a loss regarding his emotions upon seeing that photograph. Was it anger? It seemed not. After all, there had never been a profound father-son bond between him and Jiang Che. This man had been absent from his life during his childhood, and he had only learned of his father's existence in adulthood. Yet that revelation held little significance to him. Nonetheless, while he could not claim to feel anger, there was an undeniable sense of resentment. Why had his father been unable to partake in his life, yet was able to provide another with a complete childhood? Yet he found himself unsure of whom to blame. The fault did not lie with Jiang Che's ex-wife, nor with the young masters and misses of the Jiang family. The blame rested with Jiang Che, who, despite knowing he had a family, chose to engage in infidelity. The fault also lay with his mother, who insisted on disrupting another's family, becoming the mistress who bore him, a child born into shame. Wang Shiyuan's gaze turned frigid. You should leave. This family is not suitable for you. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, responding, whether it is suitable or not can only be determined once I join. Wang Shiyuan regarded him coldly, suddenly breaking into a laugh. Speak, how much do you want to leave? Jiang Che was taken aback. Did this fellow truly believe he had come seeking money? Although somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Che decided not to be modest, given that there was money involved. However, he feigned seriousness, asserting that it was not merely a matter of money. Wang Shiyuan, without a flicker of an eye, stated 5 million. Jiang Che scoffed, pondering whether familial affection could indeed be quantified in monetary terms. 10 million, he retorted. I love my father. 20 million. Well, I do possess a modicum of affection. 30 million. Why must you insist on recognizing your father? Wang Shiyuan's gaze grew colder. 50 million. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and laughed. Do you truly possess such wealth? I recall Wang Shiyuan's company is not exactly a large enterprise at present. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Jiang Che frowned. What if you cannot afford to pay me that amount? Wang Shiyuan replied coolly, what do you wish to do? Unless you provide me with money now. Wang Shiyuan furrowed his brow, and after a moment's silence, continued, I can give you the money now, but you must promise me that you will never come to my house to cause trouble again. Take the money and leave as far as you can. Jiang Che nodded solemnly. That sounds fair. I am quite trustworthy. Wang Shiyuan then turned away, dialing his assistant on his phone. After the call, he informed Jiang Che, the amount is substantial. A bank transfer will require some time, especially since today is the weekend. Provide me with your account number, and it should arrive by Monday morning. However, he added coldly, the veracity of your words is questionable. I require a conclusive DNA test. Provide me with a sample, and once the testing is complete, I will give you the results. Jiang Che nodded in understanding. All right. He promptly took out his phone. Let us connect on WeChat. I will send you my bank details shortly. Wang Shiyuan inquired, but how will the payment be processed? Jiang Che tugged a few strands of hair from his head. I can provide mine, but how will you ensure that your family's sample reaches me? If you do not trust me, I do not trust you either. Jiang Che huffed. Your family member isn't even home. Who knows if you might randomly supply a sample from someone else and claim we are unrelated, denying me my payment. Wang Shiyuan frowned. I do not possess the words you think I do. After a pause, he added, never mind. I will take him to the hospital for testing on Monday. You should come along. Jiang Che's heart sank. His expression shifted involuntarily. What is wrong with him? Wang Shiyuan, slightly taken aback by his concern, replied, it is nothing, just some minor issues. Although Jiang Che wanted to inquire further, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions and refrained from pressing on. With the matter settled, he did not wish to linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Wang Shiyuan and Uncle Song, he departed with Yuan Shu. Noticing Jiang Che's worried demeanor, Yuan Shu patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not fret." Jiang Che shook his head. In his mind, he asked, "Dahuang, is there something wrong with my father?" Data indicates everything is normal, no issues. Jiang Che sighed in relief. The data showed no problems, which suggested that, at least for now, the author had not penned a plotline where old Deng would meet an untimely fate. It seems imperative to bring old Deng back to his senses swiftly. Otherwise, his entire family of antagonists will inevitably meet an unfortunate fate, as is customary in novels. Jiang Che sighed. He meticulously counted the number of novels in this world. His 5 eccentric brothers were all pivotal characters within these stories, and with the current narrative being penned by the author, there were at least 6 books in existence. Goodness, one cannot treat life with such levity, can they? Big Yellow. How can the characters in the book attain enlightenment? Big Yellow pondered for a moment. In truth, those least influenced by the plot awaken more swiftly. For instance, passers-by who have never appeared in the narrative are hardly affected by the storyline. From the moment the world was born, they simply live their lives normally. Conversely, those deeply entwined with the plot find awakening increasingly difficult. Pausing briefly, he glanced at Yuan Shuo, who had seemingly answered a call without Jiang Che noticing. Whatever was said on the other end caused Yuan Shuo's expression to shift, darkening considerably. "Is Su Yin causing you trouble?" Yuan Shuo replied grimly, "Ting Ting, do not be afraid. I shall be there at once." After hanging up, he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Su Yin, have I been too indulgent with you?" Big Yellow shrugged. "You see, this is a prime example. He has lost his composure again." Chapter 20. I shall establish a training camp for eccentric brothers. That rascal Yuan Shuo, after taking the call, didn't he even spare Jiang Che a glance. Grabbing his car keys, he dashed to the vehicle like a frenzied dog, speeding off in a whirlwind. Jiang Che was left standing on the curb, his face engulfed in exhaust fumes, speechless against the biting wind. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Goodness, does that rascal even remember that this is his car? Jiang Che's gaze darkened as he watched the car vanish from sight, letting out a sigh. This is not a sustainable approach. He cannot continue to follow Yuan Shuo like a little eunuch, perpetually rousing him from his stupor. He is not this boy's caretaker. Moreover, he is not the only eccentric in this world. Currently, he is the sole one. But what if his other brothers follow suit? He is not Sun Wukong, capable of duplicating himself. After all, no, he must devise a plan. Jiang Che took out his phone and summoned a taxi through a ride-hailing app. While seated in the vehicle, he finally conceived a feasible strategy. Big Yellow, please investigate if there are any rural areas near Jincheng where land can be purchased directly. It should be easily accessible, with a travel time to the city not exceeding 2 hours. Big Yellow was taken aback. "Host, are you planning to buy land?" "Yes." Jiang Che replied with an air of indifference. "Since you have bound yourself to me, you should be aware of the Jiang family's ancestral endeavors, correct?" Big Yellow indeed recognized this. Despite the Jiang family currently commanding the commercial realm as a prominent aristocratic family in Jincheng, their fortune was originally amassed through dealings with the deceased. During the war-torn era, they survived by showcasing exceptional craftsmanship, allowing the family to endure. It was only in modern times that they gradually transformed their pursuits. Most members of the Jiang family have ventured into commerce, and the current generation has become prominent figures in Jincheng. However, a small faction has chosen to uphold the ancestral legacy. Jiang Che's second and third uncles have taken this path. His second uncle is now a renowned archaeologist, while his third uncle runs a martial arts school, overseeing the ancestral hall at their old residence. The martial skills that Jiang Che possesses were primarily imparted by his third uncle. In his youth, his father often quarreled with his uncle over this matter, as Jiang Che's health was frail and the intensity of martial training was considerable. His uncle, being somewhat reckless, pushed him to his limits. Nevertheless, Jiang Che cherished these lessons, and no amount of paternal opposition deterred him from clandestinely visiting his uncle daily. Owing to his martial prowess, Jiang Che was a leader among his peers, and no one dared to provoke him. Among his companions, only Yuan Shuo shared a childhood bond with him. The rest of their relationships were forged through conflict. But how does the Jiang family's ancestral history relate to their current task? Da Huang curiously inquired. Jiang Che smiled slightly and asked, "Do you know what cultivators seek in their practice?" Having considerable experience from previous missions in various realms of fantasy, Da Huang confidently replied, "Cultivators naturally seek the heart of the Tao." Jiang Che nodded in tacit agreement. Precisely. Those whose hearts are unstable are more prone to demonic deviation, and they cannot achieve great things. Da Huang, puzzled, questioned, "But how does this relate to our mission?" Jiang Che leaned back in his chair. "It certainly does." After a brief pause, he continued, "Let me ask you this. Do you know why cultivators often distance themselves from the mundane world?" Da Huang hesitated. "Is it because of the many temptations of the secular realm?" Jiang Che approvingly nodded. "Exactly. Hence, I aim to address the problem at its roots." Da Huang furrowed his brow, unconvinced, but that's not entirely feasible. They are characters from stories, both protagonists and antagonists, significant figures. While they can distance themselves, their backgrounds do not permit such a departure. "I never suggested confining them for a lifetime," Jiang Che remarked. Da Huang was taken aback. "Then how long do you plan to isolate them?" Jiang Che contemplated. "At least 3 to 5 months, at most a year and a half." Da Huang narrowed his eyes, sensing that his host harbored ulterior motives. "Host? What exactly are you planning?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. "I intend to establish a training camp for the eccentric, also known as the Eccentric Training Academy. By the way, make sure to secure the necessary business licenses and educational qualifications," he instructed. Da Huang was momentarily speechless. Jiang Che chuckled. "Look at that mischievous lad Yuan Shaw. He slipped away when I wasn't watching. I can't be like a little eunuch, trailing after them every day, can I? Whether training one or many, we shall implement a closed teaching method. I refuse to believe they can escape my grasp." Da Huang winced at the thought. Could you refrain from laughing like a villain from a child trafficking story? Though Da Huang found his host's ideas a bit dubious, he had to admit that there was a degree of rationale behind them. Deciding to heed Jiang Che's suggestion, she set off to procure the necessary documents. Following the address provided by Da Huang, Jiang Che arrived at Mu Ting's residence. Although referred to as Mu Ting's home, this designation was somewhat misleading. To be precise, it was the house Yuan Shuo had purchased to serve as a marital abode, initially inhabited by Su Yan. However, upon Mu Ting's return to the country and finding herself without a place to stay, she feigned vulnerability before Yuan Shuo, who, in his eagerness to assist, unceremoniously ousted Su Yan to accommodate Mu Ting. This narrative was also chronicled in the original text. Within that storyline, Su Yan, deeply wounded by the one she cherished most, and having lost a kidney, ultimately witnessed the demise of her love for Yuan Shuo. She yearned to sever ties with this twisted romance, aiming to completely detach from the past and ensure they would never meet again in this lifetime. Today, she returned to collect her belongings, only to discover that Mu Ting had claimed everything as her own upon her arrival. Even the necklace she had designed for her wedding was now adorning Mu Ting's neck. Anger welled within her, leading to a confrontation with Mu Ting. Unexpectedly, Mu Ting tumbled down the stairs, defiantly informing her that Yuan Shuo would never side with her, for his affections lay solely with Mu Ting. Su Yan regarded her theatrics with a cold smirk, refusing to acknowledge her, and retreated to her room to continue packing. However, as she emerged with her suitcase in tow, she was met by the grim visage of Yuan Shuo, who rushed in, his eyes heavy with darkness and malice. "Su Yan, eater." His voice as frigid as a winter gale. "Have I been too indulgent with you?" Gazing at the man she had loved for so many years, witnessing his concern for another, her heart ached as if pierced by a blade, causing her breath to hitch despite her resolve to leave him behind. "Do you think I pushed her?" Yuan Shuo remained silent, yet his unwavering gaze conveyed his stance. At that moment, Mu Ting fanned the flames, asserting, "Yuan Shuo, it was Su Yan who pushed me. I fell by accident. Please don't blame her. Don't let my presence create misunderstandings between you two." Yuan Shuo's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Su Yan, darkly commanding. Su Yan apologized to Ting Ting. In that moment, tears threatened to spill from Su Yan's eyes, but she defiantly withheld them. From this day forward, she vowed not to shed another tear for this man. They would never cross paths again. Turning away, she coldly declared, "I did not push her. and I will not apologize. Yuan Shua's expression darkened, and he seized her wrist with a fierce grip. Su Yan, I have told you repeatedly that there is nothing between Ting Ting and me. Why do you persist in clinging to her? His gaze fell upon the suitcase she held, his brows furrowing in concern. What are you packing for? Su Yan attempted to free herself from his grasp, but his hold was unyielding, painful, and impossible to escape. However, she did not wish to engage in prolonged conversation with Yuan Shua, for there was no longer any necessity to do so. Gritting her teeth, she replied coolly, I have removed some old belongings. There is no use in leaving them here. Yuan Shua's gaze wandered over her face several times before he ultimately accepted her explanation. Apologize to Ting Ting now, he commanded. I have already stated that I did not push anyone. Su Yan retorted, her anger rising. She had already compromised herself enough for this individual. Her love had been sufficiently humble. Why must she endure such indignity? She was, after all, a woman of considerable pride. Why did she repeatedly make exceptions for Yuan Shua? At times, Su Yan found herself in a daze, questioning why she was capable of such behavior. In that moment, she felt as if she were not herself at all. Yuan Shua let out a cold laugh. Su Yan, if you do not apologize today, I shall cancel our engagement. Su Yan loved him deeply. She had orchestrated the engagement banquet and the arrangement of their marital home almost entirely by herself. Whenever he was angry, it was she who sought his forgiveness and softened her stance. Su Yan had loved him to the very core of her being. She could not fathom that he would remain unaffected by such a threat. Yet unexpectedly, Su Yan merely cast him a cold, resolute glance and said, Then let it be canceled. Yuan Shua was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by disbelief. What did you say? I said, Su Yan replied with a mocking smile. Let's cancel the engagement. Yuan Shua was momentarily stunned by her indifference, his heart racing uncontrollably. It felt as though something was slipping through his grasp. He pressed his lips together and suddenly remarked with a cold laugh, Su Yan, are you playing hard again? You love me so deeply, so eagerly anticipate this engagement. This is precisely what you desire, is it not? How could you possibly agree to cancel the wedding? He pulled Su Yan's hand forward with force. Su Yan, I said, apologize to Ting Ting. His grip was unyielding, and he showed no restraint. Su Yan was violently flung to the ground, her head striking the corner of the sofa with a thud, plunging her into darkness as she nearly lost consciousness. Yet even in that moment, Yuan Shua's gaze remained fixated on Mu Ting, entirely oblivious to her injury. Su Yan touched the painful spot on her head and began to laugh softly. The more she laughed, the more her voice dripped with sarcasm and coldness. It seemed that countless voices suddenly enveloped her from all directions, ultimately converging into a single phrase that echoed in her ears. Su Yan, how have you become so weak? Where had the spirited, resilient Su Yan gone? Why had she tolerated Yuan Shua's foolishness time and time again? What was so admirable about him? What did she cherish in him? His volatile temper akin to a rabid dog? His inability to discern right from wrong? His lack of respect and constant insults? Or perhaps his ability to straddle two boats without a sense of boundaries? What was there to love about such a person? She felt like a humble beggar, perpetually beseeching the mercy of another's affection. How could this possibly be the true Su Yan? As the fog in her mind gradually dissipated, sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the unfathomable abyss and revealing countless new vistas. Within the mottled shards of light floated a myriad of fragmented images. Su Yan stared vacantly at the scenes that flickered before her. Yet before she could grasp their essence, an exceedingly irritating and sticky female voice interrupted her reverie. Yuan Shua, please don't blame Su's sister. It was entirely my clumsiness that caused me to fall. You and Su's sister are about to get engaged. Can you not quarrel over me? I do not wish for this situation to arise because of me. Before she could finish, a cold yet clear male voice resonated from the doorway. Then you should leave. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance. Jiang Che, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, stepped inside. He scanned the three individuals, extended his hand to help Su Yan up from the floor, and softly inquired, Are you all right? Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, then recognized him as the youth who had rescued her at the hospital yesterday. She shook her head, replying, I'm fine, thank you. That's good to hear. Jiang Che gestured towards a nearby sofa, saying, "Would you like to sit?" Although Su Yin initially intended to refuse, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Yuan Shua, the concern reflected in Jiang Che's eyes made her hesitate momentarily. Unconsciously, she nodded and moved to the sofa. Jiang Che paid no heed to Yuan Shua's bewildered gaze or Mu Ting's scrutinizing and wary look. Calmly, he approached the water dispenser, poured a cup of warm water, and offered it to Su Yin. "Drink some water. It will help calm your emotions." Su Yin stared at him for a while before accepting the cup, murmuring, "Thank you." Jiang Che shook his head. He then turned and boldly seated himself on the adjacent single sofa, facing Yuan Shua and Mu Ting directly. He raised his chin towards Yuan Shua, commanding, "Come here." Yuan Shua's gaze flickered, looking at him in confusion. "I want to repeat myself. You have 3 seconds." Yuan Shua remained silent, but Mu Ting could no longer contain herself. This person had been antagonistic toward her ever since their time at the Yu family. If it weren't for him, how could she and Yuan Shua have moved out? Gritting her teeth, Mu Ting exclaimed, "Jiang, don't overstep your boundaries. Regardless of the Yu family's treatment towards you, he is still your elder. How can you speak to him in such a tone?" Although the Yu family treated Jiang Che with great respect, he appeared to be of similar age to Yu Du, likely still a student. While Yuan Shua referred to him as a brother, that could not possibly be the case. Mu Ting was familiar with Yuan Shua's friends and had never heard of such a significant age difference in their relationships. Thus, she concluded that Jiang Che was most likely a classmate or friend of Yu Du. If he were indeed Yu Du's friend, he should address Yuan Shua as uncle. How could a junior treat their elder with such disdain? "Elder?" Jiang Che squinted at Yuan Shua. "Is this how you introduced me to her?" Yuan Shua was taken aback by the gaze directed at him, his murky eyes trembling incessantly. The foggy recesses of his mind seemed to gradually clear, and just as the sunlight was on the verge of breaking through the clouds, a soft voice, laden with grievance, whispered in his ear, "Wensha, it is all my fault. My presence disrupted your time with Sister Su. I shall take my leave." Before she could finish her sentence, Yuan Shua abruptly grasped her hand, and his eyes, which had just begun to clarify, darkened once more. He gently addressed Mu Ting. "Ting Ting, it is not your fault. Please do not go." He raised his gaze, fixing a fierce glare upon Jiang Che, who was seated on the sofa. "What brings you here?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that his arrival had not awakened Yuan Shua from his stupor. Chapter 22. Expel them. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes and suddenly inquired, "Yuan Shua, do you know who I am?" Yuan Shua was momentarily stunned by the question. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his eyes, and then, whether instinctively or from prior knowledge, he retorted, "Even if you are my brother, you cannot meddle in my affairs." Jiang Che calmly responded with a nonchalant "oh," before smirking and saying, "What if I insist on intervening?" Yuan Shua replied coldly, "Then we shall no longer be brothers. Is that so?" Jiang Che nodded, then stood up. "In that case, hand me the car keys." Yuan Shua was taken aback, then gradually recalled that he had indeed been driving Jiang Che's car. He dazedly retrieved the car keys from his pocket, realizing they were not the keys to his Bentley. "How could I be driving your car?" he muttered, handing the keys to Jiang Che. Jiang Che explained, "Oh, you have left the Yu family with nothing. You currently possess neither car, house, nor savings." "What?" The pallor of Yuan Shua's face transformed upon hearing this news. "When did this happen? How was I unaware?" Jiang Che smiled as he pulled out his phone. "I even recorded the conversation. Would you like to listen?" Yuan Shua shot him a cold glare, but remained silent. Jiang Che, in a rather considerate manner, opened a recording file and played their dialogue from the previous day. As Yuan Shua listened, his gloomy eyes widened slightly, seemingly in disbelief that he had made such a decision. Once the recording concluded, Jiang Che kindly reminded him, "By the way, this house is also under Miss Su's name." He turned to Su Yin. "Miss Su, I find their audacity quite irksome. Shall we expel them?" Su Yin was momentarily at a loss for words, but suddenly she felt that Jiang Che's argument held merit. Indeed, this house was in her name, a wedding gift unconditionally bestowed upon her by Yuan Shua. Since it was a gift, the house rightfully belonged to her. Why should she be the one to retreat in disgrace while the scoundrel and his mistress reveled within? The notion of leaving empty-handed? She had not anticipated that Yuan Shuo could stoop so low for Mu Ting. Thus, she had no qualms about facilitating this couple's romance. Su Yin lifted her gaze, smiled at Jiang Che, and nodded indeed. I too find their brazen behavior quite intolerable. Yuan Shu stared at Su Yin in disbelief. Su Yan, are you really going to kick me out? This house belongs to me. Su Yin slowly rose from the sofa. I have the right to ask you and your Ting Ting to leave. Mu Ting sneered. Su Yin, this house was purchased by Wen Shu. Why should it belong to you? Su Yin tucked a stray hair behind her ear and smiled. This house was bought by Yuan Shu as a gift to me, unconditionally. The property deed bears only my name. How can it not be mine? You two are so determined to be together. If that's the case, I shall no longer be the executioner obstructing your relationship. I will facilitate your union. You want the house, do you? Su Yin chuckled. Either buy one yourself, or... She glanced at the cold-faced Yuan Shu, raising an eyebrow. Let your beloved brother purchase it for you. You. Mu Ting gritted her teeth in anger, turning to Yuan Shu. Wen Shu, is Su Yin blaming me again? I truly never intended to ruin your relationship. What does Su Yin mean by saying that? Do you not understand what I mean? Before she could finish, Yuan Shu suddenly jolted, as if awakening from trance, and jumped 3 feet high. Without a moment's thought, he bounded to Jiang Che's side, exclaiming, Help me, brother. Jiang Che chuckled derisively. Who is your brother? Yuan Shu clasped his hands together. Good brother, dear friend, I was wrong, right? You can't take my foolish words to heart. He pitifully clung to Jiang Che's shoulder. Others may not know what's happening, but you do, right? Those are not my true feelings. Good brother, I beg you, save me. I will go through fire and water for you. Jiang Che shrugged him off. Get lost. Yuan Shu raised his hands to the heavens, swearing, Jiang Che, I vow to heed only your word from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will not go west. If you tell me to ascend, I will not descend. Love is like clothing, but brotherhood is like family. I may be without clothes, but I cannot be without family. You are my true kin. Is that acceptable? Jiang Che finally deigned to give him a glance. Really? Yuan Shu nodded eagerly. Truly. More genuine than gold. Jiang Che replied, Then come with me to the countryside. Yuan Shu paused, huh? Jiang Che frowned. What do you mean, huh? Are you going or not? Yuan Shu straightened his neck. I'll go. Forget the countryside. I will accompany you to hell if it resolves my current predicament. Jiang Che nodded, then kneeled. Yuan Shu was taken aback, his ears turning red. Well, that is not quite proper with so many people here. How about we kneel when we return? Jiang Che shot him a cool glance. Yuan Shu's expression stiffened. All right, fine. Kneel, kneel, kneel. Is that satisfactory? Without further thought, he dropped to his knees before Jiang Che, startling Su Yin and Mu Ting, who were utterly bewildered. Jiang Che placed his palm on Yuan Shu's head, twisting it to face Su Yin. Now apologize to Miss Su. Yuan Shu unconsciously followed the strength of his hands, kneeling in a different direction. Now, he found himself kneeling directly before Su Yin. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, he was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly recalled his previous actions as depicted in the book, pursed his lips, and sincerely apologized. Su Yin, I am truly sorry for all the harm I have caused you. He uttered a sound of exasperation, at a loss as to how to explain the reasons behind his actions. Yet, regardless of the rationale, the damage had already been done, and all explanations were mere excuses. He scratched his head and admitted, I apologize. My past actions were inexcusable. But rest assured, although I do not harbor feelings for you, I also do not have any affection for Mu Ting. Su Yin and Mu Ting were taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. Jiang Che lifted his gaze to Su Yin and remarked, Miss Su, the issues between you are not entirely Yuan Shu's intention. Yet there are aspects I cannot elucidate at this moment. Nevertheless, the harm he has inflicted is done, and whether you choose to forgive him lies entirely with you. You may express how you wish to deal with him or what compensation you seek. We shall endeavor to accommodate your wishes. Su Yin stared blankly at the unfolding situation, and inexplicably, she felt that the man kneeling before her seemed somewhat transformed. The darkness, arrogance, and scoundrel-like demeanor had diminished, replaced by a touch of the ordinary man's warmth. She bit her lip and looked down, stating, I do not require any compensation from him. I merely hope that we can part ways. That cannot be, Yuan Shu interjected, clicking his tongue. You're being foolish. Wanting nothing is a tremendous loss. Though we are in a novel, let us not enact a narrative here. He confidently patted his chest, adding, even those who divorce contend over assets. Given my past treatment of you, it is only right that I offer compensation. Su Yin contemplated his words, surprisingly finding a semblance of logic in his reasoning. She was not akin to those melodramatic heroines in sentimental tales. Why should she grant leniency to this scoundrel? Reflecting on her actions over the years, she suddenly realized she had been even more pitiable than the protagonists in those cliched stories, reduced to a state of humility for a man. Those with a romantic mindset would surely shake their heads at her, lamenting her plight. Biting her lip, she declared, "You are right. I cannot allow you to benefit from my suffering." She then surveyed the apartment with disdain, stating, "Although this property is under my name, it has become unkempt, and I no longer desire it. Isn't there another villa in Chengnan? I want that property." Yu Wenshuo replied with enthusiasm, "Certainly. I will arrange for the transfer of ownership. Do you have any other requests? After all, I have been with you for so many years and have contributed significantly to the company." Su Yin pondered for a moment before saying, "Isn't there just been a new branch established in Hangchun? I want shares in that branch, and I wish to fully take over its management." Yu Wenshuo nodded, "No problem." Having spoken, he pondered for a moment and added, "I also possess several properties in Hangzhou. You may select one that is closer to the company, and I shall transfer it to you." Su Yin felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy with Yu Wenshuo, not the kind that exists between lovers, but rather a vague, unnameable warmth of human connection. Over the years, she had never conversed so calmly with Yu Wenshuo, nor had she ever encountered him in such a manner. Now, as their paths diverged, it felt as though she was truly getting to know this person for the first time. A newfound lightness enveloped her heart. She nodded and, without pretense, replied, "All right." Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Yu Wenshuo's eyes sparkled. "Su Yin, have you accepted my apology?" Su Yin gazed at him, and for some reason, she blurted out, "If it is the current version of you, I might consider accepting your apology." "Really?" Yu Wenshuo exclaimed with delight. "Rest assured, I will strive to maintain this version of myself, and I hope you can free yourself from constraints and become a better you." Su Yin was uncertain of his meaning, yet somehow she felt she understood. The fog before her dissipated, sunlight piercing through the dark clouds, finally illuminating the depths of the mire. The once dense forest was now radiant with clarity. What awaited her was a brand new future filled with hope. Su Yin felt as though a spring of clear water had been poured into her soul. Never before had she experienced such comfort and clarity, nor had she ever felt so much like her true self. She smiled gently at Yu Wenshuo and said, "Thank you." A hint of embarrassment washed over Yu Wenshuo as he asked, "To him, may I get up now?" Unable to contain herself, Su Yin chuckled softly. She nodded, saying, "You may rise." Yu Wenshuo stood up from the ground, adjusted his clothing, and, after brushing himself off, solemnly extended his hand to Su Yin, saying earnestly, "Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Yu Wenshuo, one as in the sound of songs, and Shuo as in the brilliance of flowing gold. Su Yin, it is a pleasure to meet you." Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at the hand extended before her, and involuntarily, her mind raced to recall how she and Yu Wenshuo had first met. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, those memories remained shrouded in a hazy mist. She could only faintly remember a few scattered fragments. And what once appeared to be a romantic and beautiful encounter now revealed itself, upon reflection, as merely an ordinary meeting. Su Yin struggled to articulate her feelings. If she had to describe it, she would say it felt as though she had been ensnared in some elaborate scheme. It was as if someone had imposed a sensation upon her, making her believe it wholeheartedly. And because of this feeling, she had squandered many years of her life. The past 7 years paled in comparison to the authenticity of this moment. She raised her gaze to the man before her, feeling strangely liberated from the piercing pain that once consumed her, and the frenzied infatuation of yesteryears had vanished. They resembled two strangers meeting for the first time, politely introducing themselves. Su Yin took a deep breath, a radiant smile gracing her lips as she said, "Su Yin, Su as in the supportive mountains, and Yin as in the dazzling beauty of jade." Two familiar strangers exchanged a brief gaze before nonchalantly averting their eyes. Su Yin waved at them and announced, "I have booked a flight to Sanya. The time is approaching, so I must take my leave." She turned to Jiang Che and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, little brother." Jiang Che replied, "A simple thank you suffices. There is no need for embellishments." He waved his hand with a forced smile and added, "You're welcome. Have fun." Su Yin nodded. "Upon my return, I shall treat you to a meal." Jiang Che smiled. "Very well. I shall await your return." Su Yin, dragging her suitcase, turned and strode away. "Su Yin," Yu Wenshu suddenly called out to her. She glanced back. "What is it?" Yu Wenshu scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Can we still be friends in the future?" Su Yin paused for a moment. Although it is often said that a competent ex should vanish completely as if dead, she decided to let things flow naturally. She smiled, acknowledging that her future visits to Jincheng would be infrequent. Relationships with friends require maintenance. Those who do not stay in touch ultimately drift apart. Yu Wenshu responded with a simple, "Take care." Su Yin nodded and left without looking back at the home she once cherished and anticipated. Chapter 24. His birthday. Jiang Che watched Su Yan's departing figure, sensing that her departure was not as resolute as he had imagined. In the book, Su Yan left with a sense of finality, utterly disillusioned with Yu Wenshu. However, the current situation appeared to be quite different. Da Feng, has Su Yan awakened? From my data, Su Yan's awakening level is as high as 90, which indeed qualifies as an awakening. Jiang Che was taken aback. "You can check the awakening level? Why didn't you inform me?" Da Huang shrugged. "You never asked, and besides, awakening levels are as complex as affection levels. They cannot be measured solely by data. I can only detect individuals with levels above 90. Those with such high data are certainly in an awakened state." Jiang Che narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What about Yu Wenshu?" Da Huang sighed. "Regrettably, he is not among those with levels above 90. And Mu Ting? The awakening level is a remarkable 92. Jiang Che was stunned. "Does this mean that Mu Ting has also awakened? Everything she is doing is now conscious and purposeful." Da Huang, do these individuals know they are characters in a book after awakening? Not at all. Once awakened, they simply are no longer bound by the plot. They possess independent personalities and thoughts, but remain oblivious to the secrets of this world. Jiang Che responded with a nonchalant "oh." He then glanced at Yu Wenshu and commanded, "Hand me the car keys." Yu Wenshu instinctively complied, handing over the keys. Jiang Che took them and turned to leave. Yu Wenshu exclaimed, "Wait, did you forget something?" He cursed under his breath. He hadn't meant to refer to himself as an object. Frustrated, Yu Wenshu felt a surge of apprehension upon seeing Mu Ting and hastily grasped Jiang Che's wrist. "What are you doing?" Jiang Che calmly replied, "Going home." Yu Wenshu incredulously pointed to himself and exclaimed, "What about me?" Jiang Che blinked innocently. "Did you not say you wanted to be with Miss Mu? Look, I've already managed the situation with Su Yin for you. What more do you desire?" Yu Wenshu's lips twitched as he leaned closer to Jiang Che, gritting his teeth. "All right. Think of a way quickly. I do not wish to remain here playing the role of a mad tycoon." Jiang Che shrugged. "What can I do? Did you not say you would take me to the countryside?" Yu Wenshu's tone turned sinister. "I don't care. You must resolve my current predicament, or else." "Or else what?" Yu Wenshu let out a cold snicker and turned to Mu Ting. "Miss Mu, you heard what I just said, right?" Mu Ting, unsure of his intentions, sensed that his forthcoming words would not be pleasant. She awkwardly smiled. "Wenshu, what do you wish to say?" Yu Wenshu bluntly stated, I do not like you. This house has not yet been transferred and remains under Su Yan's name. It is inappropriate for you to reside here. You should move out today." Mu Ting was taken aback, incredulously asking, "You want to drive me away?" Yu Wenshu frowned. "I'm not trying to kick you out. I have stated that this house is not mine, and I have no right to allow you to continue living here." Mu Ting's eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill, while Yu Wenshu, in a sudden leap, hid behind Jiang Che, exclaiming, "Why cry? Just speak if you have something to say. It seems as if I'm the one bullying you." Mu Ting felt her carefully cultivated emotions dissipate under Yu Wenshu's exaggerated tone. What is happening? He was just protective of me, and now his attitude has shifted so abruptly. She recalled how Yu Wenshu had acted similarly at the Yu family residence. Why was this occurring? Her gaze instinctively fell upon Jiang Che, as if his presence alone could alter Yu Wenshu's demeanor. Suddenly, she remembered Yu Wenshu's earlier admission about his ineptitude with women. Mu Ting's eyes widened in realization. Yu Wenshu, who was supposedly inept with women, showered such care upon this striking man. A single word from Jiang Che seemed to carry the weight of a decree. Could it be that Yu Wenshu was, in fact, attracted to men? Mu Ting felt a whirlwind of confusion. No wonder, despite Yu Wenshu's apparent deep affections for her over the years, he had never once touched her upon her return. Even during his lengthy relationship with Su Yan, he had remained courteous and respectful, never crossing boundaries. She had always believed that Yu Wenshu was preserving his virtue for her. How foolish! It turned out he was safeguarding it for the man before her. Mu Ting nearly ground her silver teeth to dust, but relinquishing her hold on the foolish cash cow that was Yu Wenshu was out of the question. She still owed so much money. Without Yu Wenshu helping her repay her debts, what was she to do? Wenshu, Mu Ting gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. You know, I just returned from abroad and have few friends in Jin City. Are you truly wishing to see me homeless? With no friends. You could always stay in a hotel, suggested Yu Wenshu, lacking any sense of romance. Mu Ting replied, how can a hotel compare to the comfort of home? She inhaled deeply, her tone tinged with pity. Besides, my illness requires a tranquil environment. The conditions at a hotel are quite poor. Wenshu, can you truly bear to let me stay there? Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Wenshu interjected, then I shall rent you an apartment. Mu Ting responded, you must be joking. Yu Wenshu frowned, I can pay a year's rent. That should suffice for your treatment. A flicker of disdain crossed Mu Ting's eyes. But just then, Yu Wenshu's phone rang unexpectedly. The sudden sound interrupted their conversation. Yu Wenshu paused, glanced at his phone, and saw that it was a call from Fong Ruiqi. Earlier, in the restroom, Jiang Che had mentioned the secrets of this world, hinting that they were all characters from a book. Fong Ruiqi happened to be one of those brothers. Yu Wenshu, now unable to focus on Mu Ting, quickly showed Jiang Che the screen, revealing it was a call from old Fong. Jiang Che responded with a casual, oh, then answer it. Yu Wenshu hesitated, but ultimately picked up. Old Yu, came a deep voice from the other end. Are you ready? Should I come to get you? Or will you come on your own? Yu Wenshu was momentarily taken aback. Ready for what? Fong Ruiqi was silent for a moment before exclaiming, damn it. You haven't forgotten what day it is, have you? Yu Wenshu was utterly bewildered. What day? Old Qin, Fong Ruiqi shouted on the phone. I told you this guy would forget. Yu Wenshu was even more confused. Is Qinjing also there? Surely the others aren't joining as well? Although the brothers had a good relationship, they were all busy individuals, often caught up in work or melodramatic performances, making it difficult to gather together. The only day they could all unite was either Jiang Che's Memorial Day or this brat's birthday. Suddenly, realization struck him, and his eyes widened. Wait, isn't today Jiang Che's birthday? Chapter 25. A grave for oneself, he abruptly turned to Jiang Che, hesitating for a moment before leaning closer to whisper, hey, do you remember what day it is today? What day? Jiang Che asked. Yu Wenshu replied, your birthday. Jiang Che was taken aback. Is it my birthday today? Having just been reborn, he had been preoccupied with various matters since yesterday and hadn't even realized the date. He was astonished to discover it was indeed his birthday. Old Fong and the others have gone to clear your grave, Yu Wenshu remarked, sensing an oddity in the situation. In previous years, we would always celebrate your birthday around this time. He cautiously glanced at Jiang Che. Should we go? Of course, Jiang Che grinned. I've never experienced throwing my own funeral before. Let's join the commotion. Yu Wenshu replied. Who has ever experienced such a thing? He then informed old Fong that they would go on their own, adding that he would bring a surprise for them before hanging up the phone. Cough. He raised his gaze towards Mu Ting. Miss Mu, I have matters to attend to. You may find a place on your own. After moving your belongings, simply leave the keys by the entrance. I will inform Su Yan. Mu Ting's lips parted, ready to speak, but Yu Wenshu, fearing she would once again dissolve into tears, swiftly draped an arm around Jiang Che's shoulder, urging, let us go. We wouldn't want old Fong and the others to become anxious. Wenshu, Mu Ting called out behind him, her voice laced with barely concealed ire. Yu Wenshu turned. Is there anything else, Miss Mu? With a determined bite of her lip, Mu Ting replied. Didn't you say we would obtain our marriage certificate on Monday? Yu Wenshu felt a jolt of surprise, but then his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Since the words have been spoken, I shall not retract them. If you genuinely wish to marry me, then we shall indeed go on Monday. A flicker of joy crossed Mu Ting's eyes, yet before she could utter a word, he continued, however, prior to that, I must first sign the stock transfer agreement with my brother and transfer all my assets under my name. A gentleman's word is his bond. What I promised you and what I owe my family, I shall certainly fulfill. The joy on Mu Ting's face vanished, replaced by a pallor of concern. Wen Shuo, you truly intend to transfer your shares to your brother? What will we do then? Wen Shuo, bewildered, inquired, what do you mean by we? Mu Ting chuckled awkwardly. I mean, we currently have no jobs. If everything is relinquished, how shall we sustain ourselves? I can always find work, Wen Shuo stated confidently. With my capabilities, securing a good position is hardly a challenge. Rest assured, I will be able to support you. Mu Ting retorted, who said I wish for you to support me. I desire the position of Mrs. Yu. But her protest faltered, trailing off into silence. Wen Shuo narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Ting Ting. You're not contemplating marrying me for my wealth, are you? Mu Ting's expression shifted, and she quickly offered a soft laugh. How could that be? She stepped forward, attempting to grasp Wen Shuo's arm, but found only air. He had deftly concealed himself behind Jiang Che. Jiang Che observed her awkward withdrawal. Wen Shuo, do you not understand my feelings for you? Oh, Wen Shuo waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall see you on Monday. By the way, remember to move out today. This house is not mine. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Mu Ting to continue her protests, he seized Jiang Che and hurried out, moving with surprising speed. Jiang Che, amused by Wen Shuo's frantic demeanor, couldn't he suppress a chuckle. You still dare to laugh? Wen Shuo shot him an exasperated glare. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. Let me share a secret with you. Wen Shuo paused. What is it? Mu Ting is currently not under the influence of the plot. Huh? Wen Shuo exclaimed in disbelief. That cannot be. Her behavior mirrors that in the book. Jiang Che chose not to reply, instead tossing him the car keys. You drive. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Wen Shuo glanced at his pale complexion, frowning. Are you experiencing low blood sugar again? Jiang Che shook his head. Although he often did suffer from low blood sugar, it was not so severe as to affect him every day. Indeed, it is merely a matter of fatigue, of physical weariness. Ah, his body, a predicament in itself. Wen Shuo retrieved a chocolate from his pocket, unwrapped it, and extended it towards him, saying, Here, have some. Jiang Che was taken aback. You carry chocolate around with you? Wen Shuo chuckled softly. I bought it on my way to find you. TSK. I couldn't resist buying sweets upon seeing your face. Jiang Che pressed his lips together and accepted the chocolate, popping it into his mouth. The chocolate melted instantly, its sweet richness flooding his palate, cascading down his throat and filling his heart and stomach with warmth. It was in that moment, that fleeting instant, that he felt a semblance of authenticity in this rebirth. Perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. As Wen Shuo drove towards Hanzhan Cemetery to meet Feng Ruiqi and others, Jiang Che, experiencing the novelty of visiting his own grave for the first time, insisted that they stop at a funeral shop to purchase some joss paper and incense, which he carried along as they made their way to the cemetery. Wen Shuo glanced at him with a slight grimace. Jiang Che confidently stated, This is merely a precaution. The inflation of the Celestial Bank is quite severe. I must burn ample joss paper for myself, lest I find myself impoverished again in the afterlife. Wen Shuo shot him a disapproving look, exclaiming, How morbid of you. Jiang Che countered, Having traversed this path once before, why should I be superstitious? Unable to argue further, Wen Shuo parked the car, extracted the paper offerings from the vehicle, and together they leisurely strolled towards Jiang Che's grave. Jiang Che surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. The feng shui is decent. Who selected this burial site for me? Wen Shuo replied, Your elder brother. Jiang Che fell silent for a moment. Wen Shuo patted his shoulder, saying, If you wish to return, I can accompany you to visit them. Before Jiang Che could respond, De Huang suddenly interjected, Host, I advise against meeting your family for the time being. Jiang Che frowned and inquired, Why is that? Because your family is composed of the antagonists in the author's current narrative, which remains unfinished, implying that the storyline is still malleable. Your presence, or revealing the truth about your father's infidelity, could influence the unfolding events. Typically, antagonists in an author's work do not meet favorable ends. If you recklessly acknowledge them, the ensuing butterfly effect might alter your family's fate temporarily, but it cannot change the author's intentions. What if the author, unable to resolve the plot, simply eliminates your family? Is it truly possible to play with fate in such a manner? Chapter 26. Cutting the Cake Before the Grave. Jiang Che furrowed his brow. I cannot simply stand by and watch them march towards their doom. De Huang responded. The chapters of this book are still too few. The main plot has yet to unfold, so your family should remain relatively safe for now. I can assist in closely monitoring your family's situation, and will notify you should any issues arise. As the narrative of the book began to take shape, the author's scope for modification became considerably limited. It seemed prudent to refrain from intervening at this initial stage, where uncertainties abounded, and instead adopt a stance of watchful waiting for the opportune moment. While contemplating this, Jiang Che noticed a gathering of individuals encircling a gravestone not far away. Dressed in impeccably tailored suits, they appeared quite the part, albeit comically seated on their portable stools around the monument. In the center lay a large fruit cake, its surface adorned with an abundance of candles, most certainly 30, marking his age had he not perished. Old you, a man seated across from him, waved eagerly. Hurry up, we've been waiting for you. Yuan Shu shouted back. Hold on. He playfully patted Jiang Che on the shoulder, grinning as he inquired. Do you even recognize that scoundrel? Jiang Che rolled his eyes, opting to remain silent. Yuan Shu, grinning broadly, casually draped an arm around Jiang Che's shoulder and sauntered over. The group gathered by the gravestone turned their attention towards Jiang Che, their expressions morphing into astonishment upon seeing his face. Good heavens! Feng Ruiqi exclaimed, eyes wide. Old Qin, am I seeing things, or is that really Jiang Che? Qin Zheng, equally bewildered, retorted, Don't pinch me. That really hurts. Feng Ruiqi protested. Qin Zheng responded with a swift punch to his head, insisting he ought to feel the pain. Feng Ruiqi gasped, ouch. This isn't a dream. Xiao Hun glanced up at the brilliant sun overhead and mused. Is it even possible for Jiang Che to be out here in broad daylight? Yin Chuan scoffed, what are you saying? It's been 10 years. He has likely been reincarnated by now. If you had married sooner, he might have even been your son. Xiao Ziyun shuddered at the thought. That is quite terrifying. Please don't say such things. Yuan Shu observed the perplexed expressions of his companions and pointed at Jiang Che's face. You truly don't recognize him? Feng Ruiqi nodded. Of course we recognize him. That is precisely why it's so frightful. Yuan Shu, incredulous, pressed on. You know him, yet still ask? How could you not realize who he is? Where did you find someone who looks so much like him? Feng Ruiqi retorted. What are you trying to imply? Yuan Shu replied earnestly. He is Jiang Che. Are you out of your mind? He truly is Jiang Che. Be careful tonight. Don't let Jiang Che haunt your dreams. I'm not lying. He genuinely is Jiang Che. Jiang Che, weary of their incessant banter, surveyed the motley crew assembled before his grave, preparing to cut the cake, and with a twitch of his lips, declared, I am Jiang Che. Hey, you rascal, Feng Ruiqi. Do you remember the time in high school when you were cornered by thugs in an alley, losing your front teeth, and crying out for my help to exact vengeance? Feng Ruiqi stared blankly, his eyes widening in shock. Jiang Che's gaze then shifted to Qin Zheng beside him. Qin Zheng, during the summer of our sophomore year, you accompanied me to train in martial arts with my uncle, claiming you wanted to learn skills to protect your goddess, only to end up getting beaten up by her. Do you recall that? Qin Zheng was taken aback, his pupils trembling slightly. Jiang Che then turned his attention to Xiao Ziyun. Xiao Ziyun, you. Xiao Ziyun interjected, enough. I believe you. Jiang Che smiled subtly, his gaze landing on Yi Yunchuan's face. Yi Yunchuan's mouth twitched, exclaiming, damn, why would I share any embarrassing stories? You nearly starved during military training in your freshman year because you wanted to sleep in and skip breakfast, dragging me to the snack street to buy buns. The moment you got your hands on them and took a bite, they were scalding hot, causing you to scream and faint from low blood sugar. The owner of the bun shop thought he had killed someone, wailing over you as if his heart were breaking, only for you to wake up moments later, making everyone believe you had returned from the dead. Yi Yinchuan fell into a profound silence. An autumn breeze swept by, rustling the leaves that spiraled down, landing around the group before being whisked away again by the wind. After 3 long minutes of silence, Feng Ruiqi abruptly stood from his small stool, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it really you, Jiang Che? Damn, are you a person or a ghost?" Yu Wenshu observed the expressions of his foolish companions and finally grasped the disarray he had felt when first startled. He placed a hand on Jiang Che's shoulder, chuckling. "Of course, our Xiao Che is human." "Impossible," Ye Yunchuan retorted, incredulos. Yu Wenshu scoffed, "In this vast world, nothing is impossible. This only indicates that our Xiao Che is exceptionally fortunate and destined to survive." Qin Zheng also rose, circling Jiang Che in astonishment. "That may be true, but you seem rather youthful for someone who has visited the underworld. Could you really have returned to your youth?" Jiang Che, Xiao Chuan, grasped Jiang Che's hand, feeling his warmth and solid form, confirming he was indeed human. Jiang Che, Feng Ruiqi, unable to restrain himself, reached out but received a kick from Jiang Che, who urged him to back off. "Damn, what exactly is going on here?" Feng Ruiqi inquired. Jiang Che replied thoughtfully, "This tale begins from the moment I died and witnessed your future fates in hell. Stop boasting. Be honest." "Oh, I have been reborn." "Huh. As you see, I have reincarnated from 10 years ago to 10 years later. That is scarier than any ghost story. Would you like to hear something even more terrifying?" Feng Ruiqi was taken aback. "What?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow cryptically. "I foresee that you are nearing your end." Feng Ruiqi, Chapter 27. The eccentric persona of brothers among Jiang Che's friends. Yu Wenshu embodies the archetype of a scoundrel in romantic tales. However, given the current circumstances, it appears he is under the sway of the narrative, compelled to act in ways he cannot fully comprehend. Feng Ruiqi serves as the antagonist of the tale, featuring the false young master. Unwilling to accept that he is not a child of the Feng family, he seeks to claim their inheritance, opposing the true young master at every turn, even contemplating murder. Ultimately, he is cast out from his home and meets his demise at the hands of thugs. Jiang Che wonders why the narratives of false young masters and other stories typically unfold when the protagonists are merely 18 or 19, still in their academic years, as such a context adds considerable intrigue to the plot. In contrast, the author of this particular tale has opted to initiate the false young master arc only when the protagonist and the antagonist are approaching 30. Da Huang shrugged and remarked, "Host, your brother has an awakening value of 91. All his current actions are driven by his own volition. I also just checked the protagonist of this book. Fang Qingyun has an awakening value of 90. Jiang Che was taken aback. "Are you implying that the characters in Feng Ruiqi's narrative have all awakened?" Da Huang glanced at the data he had gathered and nodded. "One might say that." Jiang Che furrowed his brow. "Why then does Feng Ruiqi continue to engage in such malevolent deeds? Is there perhaps an underlying reason?" Feng Ruiqi's expression darkened at Jiang Che's words, thinking, "Damn it, are you cursing me upon your return?" The others ignored Feng Ruiqi's sour demeanor, and Xiao Xian, seemingly from nowhere, produced a small stool. Placing it on the ground and patting it, "Come sit. Honesty brings leniency, and resistance brings severity." Jiang Che glanced disdainfully at the small stool and averted his gaze. Xiao Ziyuan retorted, "Be grateful. It's a tiny space. I can't very well bring you a genuine leather sofa, can I?" Jiang Che chose not to sit, while Yu Wenshu boldly took a seat on the stool and then turned to Jiang Che, patting his own legs. "Why not sit on my lap?" "Jiang Che, Xiao Chuan urgit, hurry up. Once we finish, we can cut the cake. It looks like it might rain. You brought so much paper money. It won't burn well if it rains." Jiang Che remained silent for a considerable time, suppressing his thoughts, until Qin Zheng abruptly yanked him over and seated him on the last vacant stool, exclaiming, "How can you still be so burdened after having died once?" Jiang Che. Yi Yinchuan sat beside him, curiously assessing him from head to toe. "How on earth did you survive?" They had witnessed Jiang Che's death firsthand. personally delivering him to the crematorium and ultimately burying him themselves. Beneath that grave lies his ashes. Jiang Che shot them a glance. Did I not already mention? I was reborn and traversed 10 years into the future. Yi and Chuan, are you deceiving us? Jiang Che shrugged. What can I do if you choose not to believe me? Qin Zheng, perplexed, remarked, this is exceedingly strange. You have no fortuitous encounter, and yet you were inexplicably reborn and traversed? That's not how novels portray it. Jiang Che expressed surprise. You read novels? What of it? Novels can reveal numerous truths. Oh, what truths? Do share. Qin Zheng mused softly at times. I feel as though I'm merely a character within a novel, with my fate intricately orchestrated by others. Jiang Che was taken aback, astonished that this fellow had seemingly grasped the profound truths of existence. This guy has truly lost his mind, Xiao Ziyuan scoffed. Stop dodging the topic and explain what on earth is happening. Jiang Che glanced at the large cake encircled by the group, then turned to the cold gravestone nearby, his pallid black and white photograph eliciting an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. The scene was undeniably bizarre, even somewhat absurd. However, having already relayed this matter to Yu Wenshaw, he felt no reason to withhold it from the others. Thus, he recounted to them the narrative he had shared with Yu Wenshaw. Upon hearing his account, everyone stood in stunned silence, momentarily lost in thought. Is this for real? Qin Zheng was the first to break the silence. Despite finding Jiang Che's tale utterly ludicrous, he found himself inexplicably inclined to believe him. You can ask Yu Wenshaw. He has first-hand experience, Jiang Che asserted. Seizing the opportunity to boast, Yu Wenshaw patted Qin Zheng's shoulder, conveying unspoken camaraderie. If that's the case, Feng Ruiqi furrowed his brow. Am I truly the false heir from a fictional narrative? Jiang Che nodded affirmatively. Feng Ruiqi's frown deepened, and he replied firmly, that's impossible. Jiang Che, too, found the narrative rather peculiar, primarily due to its illogical nature. Yet, the very essence of melodramatic tales lies in their lack of logic. Such a flaw is hardly a fatal defect. Jiang Che remained silent, prompting Yi and Chuan to inquire, what about me? What role do I play in this story? You are the passionate second male lead in a love triangle, Jiang Che explained. You would go to great length for the heroine, offering unwavering support, even at the cost of your company and family, ultimately losing your legs. Yet, after a tumultuous relationship with the male lead, the heroine ultimately chooses him, leading to a bittersweet conclusion. You are left with the moral burden of her asking, Yigo, you will bless us, one to you? Yi Yunchuan remarqued ruefully, while Qin Zheng looked at Jiang Che with anticipation. And you? You are the manipulative character who deceives emotions, a scoundrel, Qin Zheng interjected. What? He exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Che regarded him with sympathy. Indeed, your narrative is a boy's love story, where you are portrayed as deeply closeted, unable to find satisfaction with women. You engage in an affair with the protagonist due to unforeseen circumstances and subsequently become enamored with that body. You employ every tactic to ensnare him, only to abandon him for marriage, resorting to coercive affection when he resists. The subsequent saga is predictable, culminating in a pursuit of the wife through fiery trials. Yet, compared to the others, Qin Zheng's outcome was relatively favorable. After enduring 3 years in a comatose state to save the protagonist, he ultimately awakens to a harmonious union with him. Damn, Qin Zheng exclaimed, shivering with revulsion. How could I possibly be attracted to men? Who on earth penned this dreadful tale? Which enemy of mine conceived this fan fiction? If he were to discover who was responsible, he would undoubtedly want to sever their head. Jiang Che chose to ignore him and turned his attention to Xiao Ziyuan. You, Xiao Ziyuan interjected, don't say it. I don't wish to hear it. He realized that none of them had a promising outcome ahead. Xiao Ziyuan likely faced a similar fate. Rather than endure the disheartening revelations, it was better to remain oblivious. Jiang Che grinned. That won't do. True brothers must share both joy and hardship. Xiao Ziyuan raised his hand to cover Jiang Che's mouth, but was thwarted by Yu Wenshaw. Jiang Che, composed and unfazed, crossed his arms and remarked, You, my friend, are the most pitiable. You are merely cannon fodder. Xiao Ziyuan instantly bristled. Why is it that they are either protagonists or villains, yet I am reduced to being mere cannon fodder? Oh, Jiang Che replied calmly, because you're the original male lead in this narrative, but all the opportunities have been usurped by the devoted second male lead, courtesy of the transmigrating female. Chapter 28. The daily task arrived. Xiao Xian was taken aback. What do you mean? Jiang Che recalled the nuances of the story and carefully articulated. Your tale is a transmigration narrative. The female protagonist hails from another world, and you're the original male lead of this story. Before her arrival, she had read this novel, thus she knew all the opportunities. Unfortunately, the character she favored was not you, but rather the devoted second male lead who lived and died for her. Upon her arrival, she quietly supported the second male lead, using her knowledge of the plot to seize all your chances. Jiang Che regarded him as a hapless victim. Your opportunities have been snatched away, which means losing all your advantages. Furthermore, you have a whole host of illegitimate siblings created by your father, and I believe the outcome is quite evident. Xiao Ziyuan's complexion paled. If that were true, he understood that his fate would indeed be grim. Jiang Che's gaze swept over the others. Awaiting their comprehension of the truth he had unveiled. After more than 10 minutes, aside from Yuan Shuo, the rest were still in a daze, their eyes cast downwards. Lost in thought, growing impatient, Jiang Che exclaimed, "Wasn't this supposed to be a celebration for me? If you continue to wallow in despair, I might just hit you." Xiao Ziyuan's voice quivered with the weight of his realization. "Do you expect me not to feel despondent about such matters?" Ikan, Jiang Che retorted. "It's easy to speak when you're not in pain. We are also cannon fodder." He picked up a cake-cutting tool from the box in the center. Gesturing towards the cake, "Chances are, we are the kind of cannon fodder that meets a tragic end." Except for Yuan Shuo, the others were taken aback, their gazes snapping to him. Jiang Che made a decisive cut towards the center and recounted the details of his own story. "Is it truly possible?" Feng Ruiqi exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Yinchuan expressed his concern. "Could it be that we are part of someone else's scheme? Why does this all feel so surreal?" Yuan Shuo smacked Jiang Che's hand. "Don't touch the candles yet." Then addressing the group, he added, "TSK, you need not fret excessively. In my experience, the plot is not immutable. Regardless, I have already experimented. As long as I stay by Lao Zhang's side, I will undoubtedly remain unaffected. He can dispel all malevolent spirits." Jiang Che exclaimed, "I am certainly not the Buddha." Yuan Shuo retrieved a lighter and lit each candle atop the cake, then turned to Jiang Che and said, "Come on, birthday star, blow out the candles and make a wish." Jiang Che silently glanced at the rows of tombstones and then at the candles on the cake. Given that he had just returned from the gates of hell, it certainly resembled a ghostly celebration. Jiang Che resolutely refused to blow them out, but Yuan Shuo insisted, declaring that it was Jiang Che's first birthday after miraculously returning to life, and it must be celebrated properly. He pressed Jiang Che's head down to compel him to blow. Jiang Che gritted his teeth, wishing for cake in a graveyard. Was this truly a proper birthday celebration? What a graveyard! Yuan Shuo huffed, saying, after a century, "Who isn't resting here? You've dwelled here for 10 years. Now you find it distasteful? Hurry up and blow, stop dawdling." Jiang Che retorted, delivering a punch to Yuan Shuo's head. "Damn it, if I give you a taste of color, you truly shine, don't you?" Yuan Shuo covered his head, exclaiming, "How are you still so ungrateful as before?" Jiang Che responded defiantly, "What can you do about my ingratitude?" Yuan Shuo glared at him. "If you won't blow, I will." With that, he blew out the candles in one breath, cheerfully taking the knife from Jiang Che's hand and declaring, "Let us skip the wish. That thing doesn't work at all. Now, let us eat the cake." He divided the cake into pieces, ensuring that Jiang Che received the largest share of fruit, exclaiming, "Look, your favorite mangoes and strawberries are all here." Jiang Che and the others glanced at their pieces of cake, sighing heavily. Qin Zheng cursed, "All right. Let us not be glum at Lao Zhang's birthday party. Isn't that just inviting misfortune? Let us eat the cake first and then discuss our matters." Jiang Che thought, eating cake in a graveyard is still inviting misfortune? He wanted to retort, but upon seeing their forlorn expressions, he held his tongue. After all, anyone aware of such circumstances would likely feel disheartened. He didn't feel like arguing with these fools. Unfazed, Yuan Shuo insisted on dragging everyone into singing a birthday song, which made Jiang Che's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Ultimately, he ended this farcical birthday celebration with a decisive punch. On the way back, Xiao Ziyuan booked a private room at Suifeng restaurant, exclaiming, "Let us drink today. Who knows where we'll end up tomorrow?" Thus, while they still could revel, they should do so with haste. This sentiment cast a wave of melancholy over the group. Qin Zheng, in a fit of extravagance, ordered several bottles of fine wine. The meal stretched from noon until after 3 in the afternoon. Except for Jiang Che, who abstained from alcohol, the others became thoroughly intoxicated. Jiang Che observed the disheveled group sprawled about, speechless. Fortunately, a hotel was conveniently situated next to Suifeng restaurant. He had no choice but to summon the restaurant staff to help transport each person to the nearby hotel. After settling everyone in, Jiang Che nearly collapsed from exhaustion. "Host, here, take this." De Huang bounced out from the system space, raising a paw to present him with a red object resembling candy. Jiang Che, taken aback, inquired, "What is this?" De Huang replied, "This is a potion from our system mall that enhances physical strength and replenishes vitality." Januke blinked in surprise. Such a delightful item exists in the mall. Why did you not mention it earlier? This requires points for exchange, De Huang said, squatting on the ground with arms crossed. "Host, you currently have no points in the mall. I had to ask others for this." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I haven't 100 points." "Of course." By completing tasks, De Huang opened the task panel for him to see, displaying both daily and main tasks. "Our main task is to promote civility. Establish new customs activity I mentioned before. As for daily tasks, there are various types such as doing good deeds, farming, gossiping, career pursuits, and romantic endeavors, among others. You can choose your task category in the daily task hall." Jiang Che listened with astonishment, casually entering the task hall, where he indeed discovered numerous task entry points. He strolled around and focused on the farming task. Entering the farming task portal, he found an abundance of seeds available for planting. Most were ordinary crops, but there were also some rare items, such as precious medicinal herbs like century-old ginseng and millennium ganoderma. Jiang Che pointed at these peculiar items. "Are you certain these can be harvested in a few months? If so, how many lives could be saved?" De Huang remarked, "The soil in this world might not suffice. However, you can exchange points in the mall for high-grade soil or spiritual spring water, which should facilitate growth. If I cultivate these, can I consume them to cure my ailments? That depends on the specific condition, but these items are tonics and will undoubtedly enhance longevity." A pleased smile crept across Jiang Che's face. "All right, I understand now." Chapter 29. Purchasing a house. Jiang Che opted for the farming daily task. In this task, he could select 7 types of seeds at once. He decided to allocate 1 ordinary crop to each of these fools. Given that he had no points at present to exchange for the spiritual spring water and soil De Huang mentioned. After accepting the daily task, Jiang Che asked De Huang, "How are you coming along with the items I requested?" "The teaching qualifications and a series of documents have been prepared and suitable houses and land have been identified. But you must handle the purchase yourself," De Huang replied. Jiang Che nodded. "I will find time to sign the contract." De Huang asked, "What shall we do now?" Jiang Che smiled. "Let's go buy a house." De Huang was momentarily stunned. "Buy a house?" Jiang Che asserted confidently, "I have no place to return to. Even if I were to buy a house in the countryside, it would be too far from the city. Although the Yu family has provided me with accommodation, it is still not my own home. It is inconvenient. Purchasing my own house should pose no problem, right?" With a playful tone, De Huang cheerfully inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with, esteemed host? Would you prefer a villa, a residence, or perhaps an apartment? Do you have any additional requirements?" "I live alone and do not require a villa. Please find me a residential property, preferably a duplex," came the reply. "Certainly, esteemed host, please hold on for a moment." Before long, De Huang had thoroughly examined the available properties in the entire city and sent a property listing to Jiang Che, stating, "Esteemed host, this property appears quite appealing." Jiang Che glanced at the information provided, revealing a location in the city center classified as a high-end residential area, with 2 units per floor, situated on the 12th level. The property De Huang presented was Unit 1 on the 12th floor. Although it was a second-hand residence, the seller had not yet moved in after the recent renovations. Initially planning to occupy it this month, as the formaldehyde levels were nearly dissipated. However, due to an unexpected financial issue, the seller was compelled to sell the newly renovated home. This duplex, adorned in a style that Jiang Che favored, modern Chinese aesthetics, boasted a total area of approximately 220 square meters across 2 levels. For his solitary lifestyle, he deemed it sufficient to hire a cook and cleaner. Esteemed host, the seller is quite eager to sell, which makes the price lower than comparable properties on the market. The total asking price is $88 million, inclusive of all furniture and appliances, De Huang informed him. Given the prime location and the competitive pricing, it was indeed a rare find. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Che contacted the homeowner directly to express his interest. Why involve a real estate agent when he could avoid unnecessary expenses? De Huang swiftly procured the homeowner's contact details, and they arranged to meet at 6 o'clock at the property. Checking the time, Jiang Che noted that he would arrive just on schedule. He then instructed De Huang to assess the situation of a few individuals in the house, ensuring there were no issues. After confirming everything was in order, he requested De Huang to establish a danger alert level for them, allowing him to monitor any potential problems easily. With all arrangements in place, he drove to the Tianchi mansion community. Upon arrival, he noticed that the front door was ajar. Peering inside, he observed a man and a woman comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. He politely knocked on the door. Turning around, the couple responded, and Jiang Che inquired courteously, "May I ask if Mr. Li is present?" Surprised to see such a youthful visitor for a property purchase, Mr. Li stood up from the sofa and exclaimed, "Yes, that would be me. You must be Mr. Jiang. Please come in." Jiang Che glanced at his shoes and then at the entryway, noticing the absence of shoe covers, unsure if he should proceed. Mr. Li, with a welcoming smile, reassured him. "No need to worry. We haven't changed our shoes either. Please feel free to enter." Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Che confidently stepped inside, observing Mr. Li's demeanor. It was evident that despite his youth, his composure and attire suggested he was no ordinary individual, dispelling any lingering doubts Mr. Li had entertained. In dire need of funds, he could ill afford to waste time. "Mr. Jiang, allow me to show you around the house," Mr. Li greeted warmly. Mr. Jiang nodded, for he had indeed come to view the property. Mr. Li gestured invitingly as he walked, continuing, "Mr. Jiang, you must be familiar with the prices of homes in our community, correct? This house of mine is priced almost exactly at the original cost, with only my renovation expenses added. I assure you, I'm not inflating the price. Were it not for my urgent need for funds, I would never consider selling at this price. My only stipulation for such a low price is that I require full payment. I do not accept mortgages." He glanced at Mr. Jiang, aware that his scrutiny was rather impolite, yet he felt he had no other choice. "Can you meet my conditions, Mr. Jiang?" As Mr. Jiang assessed the interior decor, he instructed De Huang to evaluate the quality and value of the materials. After receiving a positive confirmation from De Huang, Mr. Jiang smiled and replied, "Of course, I wouldn't waste your time." Mr. Li sighed in relief, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. "I apologize, young man, but I had no choice. Seeing your youth, I harbored a bit of doubt. I hope you don't take offense. It's only human nature." Mr. Jiang turned and briefly scanned the adjacent study before exploring the various bedrooms. Ultimately, he stood on the expansive balcony, gazing down. The house overlooked the courtyard, and the community's greenery and ambience were quite pleasant. From his vantage point, he had a clear view of a decorative fountain in the center of the community, creating a picturesque scene. Mr. Jiang felt quite satisfied and decisively stated, "Brother Li, I will not haggle with you. I will purchase it for $8,800,000 in full, and we can finalize the transfer on Monday. Is that agreeable?" Mr. Li was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in delight, "Really? I can provide you with a portion of the deposit right away." Mr. Jiang replied, "Once I commit to the house, you cannot show it to anyone else. But I do require a receipt for the payment." Mr. Li happily assured him, "Of course, rest assured, as long as you agree to buy, I will not show it to others." The two swiftly settled the matter, and Mr. Li, elated, insisted on treating Mr. Jiang to a meal, which Mr. Jiang politely declined. Citing other commitments, Mr. Li sent him off like a deity of fortune, reluctant to part ways. Mr. Jiang had intended to visit the hotel to confront a few troublesome acquaintances, but, upon exiting the community, received a call from Xiao Xian. "Where are you?" Xiao Xian's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Mr. Jiang replied honestly, "I want to look at a house." Xiao Xian paused, surprised. "Looking at a house? What for?" Mr. Jiang chuckled lightly. "I am currently all alone. If I don't buy a house, I might end up sleeping under a bridge." Xiao Xian hesitated. "Aren't you staying comfortably at Old Yu's place?" Mr. Jiang replied coolly, "Even if it's comfortable, it's not my home. Besides, I prefer less crowded environments." "You just returned. Do you have the funds?" Xiao Xian frowned. "Sister, you gave me 5 million. Mr. Jiang refrained from mentioning the 300 million the system had provided him. Xiao Xian remarked, "What can 5 million buy? I'll transfer some funds to you shortly. Use it for now." Mr. Jiang naturally accepted without hesitation. "All right." After a moment of silence, Xiao Xian spoke solemnly. "Regarding the novel you sent me, I have read that book." Mr. Jiang remained silent. Xiao Ziyuan remarked, "The deeply affectionate second male lead you mentioned is a Gu Jinbai?" Jiang Che, sensing an unusual tone in his words, asked in surprise, "You know him?" Xiao Ziyuan replied solemnly, "He is my uncle by marriage." Chapter 30. Your astute Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle by marriage? How come I was unaware that Xiao Ziyuan had an uncle?" Xiao Ziyuan sighed. "He is the illegitimate son of my grandfather, born in his later years. Since childhood, he has not been raised in the Xiao family, but has been supported by my grandfather outside. He returned home only 3 years ago and is 5 years my senior. He didn't contend for inheritance with my father. Instead, he founded his own company. Although it cannot be deemed top tier in the industry, it suffices for a decent living. Nevertheless, my grandfather has always been rather discontented. Not long ago, my grandfather flew into a rage upon hearing that he had quarreled with him over a woman, leading to a near severance of their relationship. Yet, just 3 months later, it has come to my attention that he is now involved with another woman named Liang Yan." Xiao Ziyuan continued solemnly, "I hadn't perceived anything amiss until I read the novel you provided. It seems quite peculiar, since Liang Yan's arrival. Numerous projects within the Xiao group have encountered frequent issues. In merely a month, we have incurred nearly 1 billion in losses. Regarding the project with the Sun family, was it not this so-called Liang Yan who secured it for my uncle?" Jiang Che did not deny it, yes. Xiao Ziyuan's tone grew heavier. "The book suggests that our family will face bankruptcy due to this time-traveling woman, ultimately leading to our downfall." Jiang Che recognized that Xiao Ziyuan must be feeling quite confused. Yet he was not the author of the book and could not amend anything. He was merely perplexed as to why the book did not clarify the relationship between Xiao Ziyuan and his uncle. Wait, it wasn't that it wasn't clarified. It simply was not mentioned at all. "Dahuang, what is going on?" "Dear host, I previously mentioned that after the world's inception, certain logical elements would be automatically supplemented. This is likely an automatic completion by the world's consciousness. It can be supplemented in such a manner? That depends on the nature of the logic. The data department can provide insights. If the host wishes, I can request a report." Jiang Che acknowledged with a sound. In truth, this information held little practical value for him. It merely elucidated why Xiao Ziyuan had an illegitimate uncle. However, he believed that no detail should be overlooked, so he decided to review it first. Jiang Che contemplated for a moment before reassuring him. "The book states that you faced bankruptcy due to losing opportunities, frequently having your chances snatched away by the time-traveling woman and being targeted. What are you worried about now?" Xiao Ziyuan was taken aback. Jiang Che smiled and said, "Now that you are aware of the plot for the time-traveling woman, she possesses almost no chance to seize your opportunities. Moreover, you are in the shadows while she is in the light. You hold the absolute advantage, do you not?" Xiao Ziyuan furrowed his brow. "But Yuan Shu said he fears being controlled by the plot." Jiang Che had previously instructed De Huang to investigate the awakening values of these individuals, and it was true that Xiao Ziyuan had yet to reach his awakening value. Among his brothers, only Feng Ruiqi and Qin Zheng have surpassed the awakening threshold. The actions and decisions of these two can be described as entirely governed by their own will, although they may still adhere to the plot of the original narrative. Should they choose to resist, the storyline cannot impose control over them. Yuan Shua, Xiao Xian and Yi Yinchuan have yet to reach the awakening threshold. While they're now aware of their respective narratives, during critical plot points, they may still find themselves, like Yu Wenshua, unexpectedly ensnared by the storyline. Xiao Xian sighed deeply. I know you have a solution, so please do not keep me in suspense. It is quite unsettling. At over 30 and still so impatient, Jiang Che scoffed. You were only halfway through your explanation. Xiao Xian suddenly recalled that Jiang Che was merely 20 years old. Enough, Jiang Che stated. I'm already en route to the hotel. Awaken the others and have them prepare. I will address matters directly upon my arrival. Do you truly have a solution? Indeed. Very well. After ending the call, Jiang Che drove earnestly. Upon arriving at the hotel half an hour later, he found the others seated decorously in the living room of the presidential suite, awaiting his arrival. A light rain began to fall outside, accompanied by a brisk wind. Jiang Che's car was parked in the open air, resulting in a few droplets of rain upon his approach. His hair was slightly damp, tousled by the wind. And under the hotel's cold white lights, his complexion appeared even paler. Qin Zheng frowned and rose. Did you get caught in the rain? Jiang Che shook his head. It's nothing. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Zheng approached with a towel. Here, dry off a bit. We wouldn't want you catching a cold. Yu Wenshua also stood, tugging at Jiang Che's clothing. What were you thinking? Did you not consider using an umbrella? Jiang Che remained silent. As the others busied themselves, changing his clothes and drying his hair, treating him as if he were a fragile porcelain doll. After a considerable effort, he finally donned a fresh outfit, courtesy of a previous delivery from Yi Yinchuan. The scent of alcohol clung to them, rendering their previous garments unwearable. Hence the decision to send over a new set for each. Yu Wenshua urged him to sit on the sofa, while Qin Zheng timely placed a cup of warm water in his hands. Drink this. It will warm you. Though autumn does not bear the frigid chill of winter, the transitional season is particularly conducive to illness. Jiang Che, delicate as a character from a classic tale, must not succumb to any mishaps. Jiang Che accepted the water with gratitude, sipping it before glancing at the 5 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Could you all perhaps ease your tension? He remarked, bemused. Xiao Xian, draping his arm around Jiang Che's shoulders, gritted his teeth. I warn you not to keep us in suspense any longer. Setting down the cup, Jiang Che reclined languidly against the sofa. I am well aware of your thoughts. I indeed possess a means to alter your circumstances. But you must devote your time to me and adhere to my instructions. What do you intend to do? Yi Yunchuan inwit, excluding Feng Ruiqi and Qin Zheng. Jiang Che cast a glance at the remaining 3. I have arranged for you a special training. Xiao Xian was taken aback. Special training? Training for what? Cultivating oneself, nurturing one's character, and engaging in mental training. Yi Yinchuan suddenly comprehended his meaning. You aim to fortify us spiritually and intellectually, thereby preventing us from being ensnared by the narrative, correct? Although the implications differ slightly, they are fundamentally aligned. Jiang Che, having grown weary of elaboration, merely nodded in affirmation. Yi Yinchuan furrowed his brow, sensing an eerie quality to the discourse. It felt akin to the plight of a cultivator ensnared in a spell, as if they were to combat their own inner demons. Yu Wenshu recalled a prior sensation of uncontrollable turmoil, pouting slightly. Wasn't this precisely about subduing one's inner demons? Indeed, that was an undeniable truth. So, what shall we do to train? Xiao Ziyuan inquired. I have purchased a residence in the countryside, granting you a fortnight to settle your affairs. Thereafter, we shall reside there for a period. There is no need to question the rationale. Jiang Che responded with an impassive expression, his reluctance to explain evident. Qin Zheng pointed to himself, asking, why aren't Qin Zheng and Old Fong required to accompany you? Jiang Che blinked, displaying his wit. The remaining 3, Chapter 31. I guarantee your suffering will be profound. Although Jiang Che claimed that Qin Zheng and Feng Ruiqi need not join him in the countryside for their education, their thoughts teetered precariously on the edge of danger. Both were quite indignant, eager to join the venture, and Jiang Che gladly acquiesced. Hu and Ti welcomed free labor. Thus, the arrangement was settled. Jiang Che succinctly summarized. After all, I have provided you with your respective novels, and you are well aware of the plot. You now have a fortnight to address any unforeseen complications. We shall depart promptly in 2 weeks. By then, the venue in the countryside should be nearly prepared, with most necessary guests invited. Having concluded the serious matters, Jiang Che wished to refrain from further exertion and simply rest at the hotel. Yet, Yuan Shu insisted on ushering him into the car, arguing that no hotel could rival the comfort of home. Given your delicate constitution, should you suffer any misfortune here, I would find myself compelled to pay my respects at your grave a second time. Such a bother. Jiang Che ultimately capitulated to Yuan Shu's insistence, accompanying him back to the Yu residence. To their surprise, upon arriving at the doorstep, they spotted Uncle Wang lurking, peering outside. Upon seeing their vehicle, Uncle Wang hurriedly approached, waving at them. Yuan Shu, suspicious, halted the car and leaned out the window, asking, "What are you up to, Uncle Wang?" Uncle Wang jogged to the side of the car, exhaling deeply, stating, "The young master instructed me to inform you that you should not return home." He handed a key to Yuan Shu, suggesting they rest in the villa at the back. This villa complex contained another Yu family villa, originally purchased for Yu Du's future marriage, fully furnished yet unoccupied. Yuan Shu was perplexed. "What do you mean? You truly don't want me to go home?" Uncle Wang, exasperated, replied, "Miss Mu is currently at home. She declared she would not leave until you arrived." Yuan Shu, this is indeed quite unfortunate. As he instinctively recoiled, contemplating a hasty retreat, Jiang Che's mocking remarks struck a nerve, compelling him to halt abruptly. "Damn it!" Yuan Shu clenched his jaw, asserting to himself, "This is my home. Why should I fear her?" With a determined press on the accelerator, he maneuvered his car into the garage, alighting with an air of bravado. "Today, I shall confront her. Second young master, you." Yuan Shu waved a hand dismissively at Uncle Wang. "Please, no more advice. I can't hide from her forever. Eventually, I must face her." Uncle Wang cast a worried glance his way, sighed, and chose silence. After all, why should he cower from an outsider in his own abode? Previously, the second young master had been rather dim-witted, treating Mu Ting like a precious gem. Now, however, it seemed half of his wits had been drained, and he had mellowed somewhat. Perhaps he might finally discern Mu Ting's true nature. Frankly, Mu's manipulative tactics were hardly a challenge to those with discerning eyes. It had always puzzled them why the second young master chose to trust Mu Ting over Miss Su. Thankfully, with Jiang Shao's timely intervention, the muddled second young master was spared from a potential calamity. Had he indeed brought Mu Ting into the Yu household, chaos would have surely ensued. As they entered the living room, they found the eldest brother and sister-in-law absent, leaving only Yudu idly perched on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing their return, he paused momentarily. "Uncle, why are you back so soon?" Then, recalling another presence on the adjacent sofa, he quickly amended, "Why are you all back early?" Yuan Shu clapped Jiang Che on the shoulder. "Your Uncle Jiang is tired. I brought him back to rest." Yudu replied, "Oh." Yuan Shu turned to Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, Jiang Che hasn't eaten yet. Please make him some porridge. He isn't fond of noodles. Shrimp porridge or corn porridge will suffice. Prepare some light side dishes as well, nothing too greasy." Uncle Wang acknowledged with a nod and departed to prepare the porridge. Yuan Shu then instructed Yudu, "Go on. Take your Uncle Jiang upstairs to rest." "Huh?" Yudu glanced at Mu Ting with trepidation. "Is that really wise? What if Jiang Che leaves and my uncle goes berserk again?" It was clear to him that whenever Mu Ting was present, his uncle was bound to lose his composure. Yet with Jiang Che around, such madness seemed to dissipate. "What are you hesitating for?" Yuan Shu shot him a glare. "Get moving." Yudu relented with a reluctant okay. Gesturing for Jiang Che to follow, "Jiang Che, let's go." "Who asked Jiang Che?" Yuan Shu playfully swatted the back of his head. "He asked my brother. You must address him as uncle." Yudu rubbed the back of his head. All right. I just momentarily forgot." After all, Jiang Che was of the same age, and calling him uncle felt somewhat embarrassing. As Yudu guided Jiang Che upstairs, Yuan Shu trailed behind, fussing like a mother hen. "Remember to turn on the air conditioning for your uncle. He gets cold easily. Prepare the hot water for his bath, and I'll bring the porridge up shortly." Yudu muttered under his breath, "Are you caring for your brother or your wife?" Once the others had departed, Yuan Shu turned his indifferent gaze towards Mu Ting on the sofa. The warmth in his eyes gradually dissipating into coldness. Mu Ting found herself momentarily taken aback by the chill of his stare, her heart instinctively tightening. She had never encountered this version of Yuan Shu, who now regarded her as if she were an irksome stranger. Indeed, Yuan Shu's patience was waning. After perusing his novel and realizing that her actions had been dictated by the plot, her irritation only deepened. "Let us speak candidly," he said, reclining lazily against the back of the sofa. "When you left for abroad, you didn't truly believe I would take over the Yu family, did you?" The disparity in age between the Yu brothers was significant, and with Yu's father passing away early, Yuan Shu was merely a youth at that time. Few had faith in his ascension to power within the Yu family, Mu Ting included. Thus, she sought higher aspirations abroad, only to discover that her lofty ambitions were but a facade. Her years overseas had not been kind. She had accrued considerable debt, and, in her moment of desperation, learned that Yuan Shu had indeed become the head of the Yu family, which prompted her ill-conceived intentions. This was the narrative woven within the pages of the book. Mu Ting's pupils constricted as disbelief washed over her, lifting her gaze in shock. How could Yuan Shu possibly know this? "Yuan Shu, it's not as you think," she implored. "I am aware," he replied, his icy gaze fixed upon her face. "You amassed a significant amount of high-interest debt while abroad, and only when you found yourself cornered did you remember me. While I may not harbor affection for Su Yin, Mu Ting," Yuan Shu's voice, cold and cutting like a blade, continued, "I am not a fool, nor do I have any feelings for you. If you still entertain dreams of becoming Mrs. Yu, I suggest you reconsider." A sinister smile graced his lips. "I, Yuan Shu, am not easily deceived. Should you truly occupy that position, I assure you, I can make your existence unbearable." Chapter 32. Being with you surely repels. Evil Mu Ting trembled under the weight of his frigid words. Indeed, how had she forgotten that Yuan Shu was the president of a conglomerate, an individual of power and influence? Previously, when he had favored her, he had indulged her every whim. However, judging by his treatment of Su Yin, it was evident that he was no benevolent soul. Now, it appeared that his affections had waned, raising the question of how he might treat her in this new light. The answer was all too clear. Yet, Mu Ting bit her lip in determination. If she did not secure the position of Mrs. Yu, what would she do? How could she repay the debts? "Yuan Shu, it's not as you think. I love you. Please believe me," she pleaded, her eyes reddening, her voice imbued with a hint of genuine emotion. Yuan Shu languidly elongated his tone, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "So you still aspire to the role of Mrs. Yu?" Mu Ting faltered. "I," Yuan Shu interrupted, raising an eyebrow. "Mu Ting, you cannot genuinely believe that after marrying me, I would assist you in repaying this debt, can you? Do you possess even a modicum of legal understanding? Those debts are personal liabilities incurred before marriage and bear no connection to me." Mu Ting was momentarily taken aback, perhaps not expecting Yuan Shu to express himself in such a manner, leaving her momentarily speechless. Unfazed by her astonishment, Yuan Shu continued, "If you truly desire to marry me, I can accommodate that wish. However, I, Yuan Shu, am a man of singular devotion. What I seek is unwavering fidelity. In my lexicon, there exists only widowhood, not divorce. All my personal assets are my premarital property, and they are in no way related to you. From the day we wed, I shall establish a will, bequeathing all my possessions to my nephew. Furthermore, I have no intention of having children with you. So do not harbor any illusions about leveraging motherhood for your advantage. Oh, and by the way," he said, flashing a disconcerting smile, "I am not particularly adept with women. Hence, I cannot provide you with a fulfilling marital life. However, should you choose to be unfaithful, I shall ensure your downfall and disgrace." Thus, he concluded, "If you wish to marry me, you will merely hold the title of Mrs. Yu. So what do you say? Would you still like to marry me?" Mu Ting gazed at him in disbelief. In just a few sentences, he had effectively closed off all her avenues of retreat and manipulation. Gritting her teeth, she looked at him with a mixture of defiance and desperation. "Why? Why are you unwilling to assist me? Do you not love me? Yuan Shu, you could disregard Su Yin for my sake. You must love me, right? I was wrong before. I should not have abandoned you. I regret it now, and I will love you wholeheartedly from now on." "I have never loved you," Yuan Shu interrupted coldly. and I have not held any affection for Su Yin either. However, there's a significant distinction between the two of you. Although I cannot become her husband, she is worthy of my friendship. She possesses capability, integrity, and sound principles. I will grant her the best separation compensation, for she deserves it. As for you, he scoffed. Do you believe you are worthy? Mu Ting stared at him, suddenly breaking into a low laugh. Worthy? Ha ha ha. You and Shuo, do you not fear your own tongue? Was it not you who tormented Su Yin, seeking to extract her blood and harvest her kidneys? What use is your feigned sentimentality now? Ha! Su Yin is not here. Do you truly think she would ever forgive you? You and Shuo shrugged indifferently. Whether she forgives me is her concern. It does not impede my obligation to provide her with what is due. But you, he smiled wickedly, I shall not bestow another penny upon you. Let me be clear, Mu Ting, if you persist in your pursuit, I guarantee you will not survive in Jinsheng. Fist clenched, Mu Ting shouted in a frenzy, Yuan Shuo. Are you truly prepared to be this ruthless? Yuan Shuo, unwilling to engage further, replied, What do you expect me to do? My words remain binding. If you wish to be Mrs. Yu, I offer you this opportunity. Rising to his feet, he looked down at her. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate. As for the morning, he smirked, his gaze profound and unfathomable. I will transfer all my shares to my elder brother, and all my assets will be entrusted to my nephew. You do, I shall emerge from the Yu family unencumbered. Muting, do you dare to marry me? He no longer wished to engage in trivial disputes with this person and turned to ascend the stairs. Muting, I await your presence at the Civil Affairs Bureau, should you have the courage to come. Muting remained silent, her clenched fists digging deep into her flesh. Yet she felt no pain. Her eyes and heart were consumed solely by fear and trepidation for the future. Uncle Wang, Yuan Shuo called out as he climbed the stairs. See Miss Mu out. Uncle Wang smiled and hurried out, cheerfully gesturing for Muting to proceed. Miss, please. With a resentful glare at Uncle Wang, Muting stood up and departed. Once she left, Yuan Shuo let out a sudden sigh of relief. Damn, that was truly terrifying. He feared that he hadn't finished his threats before the plot would take control once more. Fortunately, he felt that the matter had been clarified. Yuan Shuo rubbed his chin. Although he did not understand the principle behind it, he realized that the more he interacted with Jiang Che, or rather, the longer Jiang Che remained by his side, he would indeed escape control. Was Jiang Che truly a gift from the heavens, sent to rescue them? A bold idea suddenly sprouted in Yuan Shuo's mind. 10 minutes later, Yuan Shuo entered Jiang Che's room, bearing 2 pillows. He plopped them down on the bed and surveyed the spaciousness of the mattress, sufficient for 2. He pressed down on it, finding it pleasantly soft. Although soft beds often left him with aches, Jiang Che had a penchant for such comfort, and he could only reluctantly adapt. When Jiang Che emerged from the bathroom, he found Yuan Shuo behaving like an exuberant puppy, darting about his room. What madness are you up to now? He retorted irritably. Noticing Jiang Che's damp hair, Yuan Shuo naturally took the towel from his hand and gently urged him to sit on the bed while he dried his hair. Tonight, I shall sleep with you. Yuan Shuo, Jiang Che remarked, exasperated. Do you think I'm some kind of deity? Undeterred, Yuan Shuo continued to explain, Look, every time I interact with you, I break free from control. This indicates that you possess an aura of nobility. Thus, it is undoubtedly beneficial for me to be in your company. Jiang Che, at a loss for words, waved him off. Do you think I am a divine being? Yuan Shuo retrieved a hairdryer, enthusiastically blowing air onto Jiang Che's hair. That doesn't matter. You've already walked through the gates of death. The supernatural cannot harm you. Heaven has resurrected you for a reason, to save us. Otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous? The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. Being with you must ward off evil. You're a fool, Jiang Che muttered. Chapter 33. Sharing a bed, Jiang Che kicked him, ordering him to leave. Although they had rolled together in their childhood, clad in open-crotch pants, he had been dead for a decade, and Yuan Shuo now appeared 10 years older than he. Faced with such a Yuan Shuo, Jiang Che felt somewhat uneasy. As the saying goes, 3 years create a generational gap, and now they were separated by more than 3 generational divides. Though Yuan Shuo was still the same person from his memory, he was no longer the youthful 20-year-old. Yet, Yuan Shuo refused to leave, stubbornly making his way to the bathroom for a shower. He secretly locked the bathroom door from the inside. Jiang Che was rendered speechless for quite some time before he finally lay down. 20 minutes later, Yuan Shuo emerged from the bathroom, his body still carrying the humidity of the steam, and upon seeing Jiang Che comfortably reclined on the bed, he smiled and said, "I'll go fetch you some porridge." Without waiting for a response, he turned and exited the room. However, just as he reached the door, he turned back with a wary expression and warned, "Don't lock the door, otherwise I'll break it down." Jiang Che rolled his eyes in response. Yuan Shuo then happily descended the stairs. Uncle Wang had just finished preparing the meal and placed it on a tray. Noticing Yuan Shuo's arrival, he cheerfully inquired, "Will the young master be serving himself?" "Yes," Yuan Shuo replied as he took the tray, which contained enough food for two. He gratefully expressed his thanks to Uncle Wang before turning back. In truth, he was particularly hungry. After dining for several hours at noon and consuming copious amounts of alcohol, he had yet to digest it all. Nonetheless, he didn't mind accompanying Jiang Che for a bite. This young man had always preferred to dine with others, lamenting that eating alone was dull and solitary. "Come and have some porridge," Yuan Shuo said as he placed the tray on the small tea table in the room. The enticing aroma wafted into Jiang Che's nostrils, instantly igniting his appetite. He threw off the covers and got out of bed, unceremoniously taking the bowl of porridge Yuan Shuo had prepared for him and began to eat leisurely. The shrimp porridge, enriched with tender corn kernels, was soft, sweet, and devoid of any fishy taste. It was remarkably delicious. Jiang Che found himself indulging in another bowl of porridge. Noticing his delight, Yuan Shuo proudly remarked, "Our aunt's cooking is quite impressive. Isn't it?" Jiang Che nodded in agreement. It truly was delightful. Yuan Shuo's eyes twinkled as he suggested, "What if I take our aunt to the countryside with us?" Jiang Che fell silent for a moment, then firmly nodded in affirmation. "That sounds good." Yuan Che couldn't help but smirk. This young man was always so passionate about food. After they finished their meal, Yuan Shuo took the dishes downstairs. When he returned, he found Jiang Che already washed up and lying on the bed. He too went to freshen up, and, upon returning, he swiftly climbed onto the other side of the bed. Jiang Che ignored him, engrossed in his phone. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Yuan Shuo glanced around, then closed his eyes in deep thought for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, "Cough. Jiang Che, let us talk." Jiang Che looked at him in confusion. "About what?" "Anything," Yuan Shuo replied, casually reclining on the bed. "Honestly, this feels like we're a pair of newlyweds who don't know each other well. It's rather awkward." Jiang Che rolled his eyes in silence. "If it's awkward, you could just go sleep in your own room." "That won't do," Yuan Shuo countered, turning to face him. "We can talk about anything. Xiao Che, just say something." Jiang Che gritted his teeth. "Don't make me slap you." Yuan Shuo pouted, snorted softly, then turned off the bedside lamp, closing his eyes to count sheep. Whether it was the comfort of having someone trustworthy beside him or some other reason, he felt a sense of peace. As time slipped away, Yuan Shuo unexpectedly drifted into slumber. He indulged in a remarkably refreshing sleep, lasting until the break of dawn the following day. Upon awakening, he felt as though he was embracing something soft. In an instant, he opened his eyes to discover the identity of his companion. He had spent the night in Jiang Che's bed. Jiang Che remained in slumber, his usual arrogance replaced by a tranquil gentleness, resembling a melancholic, fragile prince from a fairy tale. Yuan Shuo found himself momentarily entranced, and as a peculiar impulse stirred within him, he gently released his hold on Jiang Che, cautiously rolled out of bed, and hurriedly retreated to his own room, seeking refuge in the restroom. When Jiang Che awoke, Yuan Shuo had already vacated the room. He paid little heed to the absence, rising to wash up before descending the stairs. Uncle Wang had already prepared breakfast, and Yu's elder brother and sister-in-law were seated at the table awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing him, Madame Yu greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Che, did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Che nodded, replying, "Yes, very well." "Come, breakfast is ready." Madame Yu continued, "I heard from Uncle Wang that you had shrimp congee last night, so I prepared the same for this morning. I hope it's to your liking." Jiang Che smiled in response. "I truly enjoy it. Thank you, sister-in-law." "No need for thanks. It's only proper," she replied. Jiang Che glanced around and inquired, "Where are you and Yuan Shuo?" Madam, you snorted dismissively. Never mind them. Let's eat first. Jiang Che blinked, accepting the bowl of congee prepared by his elder brother, expressing his gratitude before savoring each spoonful. Just as he was nearing the halfway mark of his bowl, Yu and Shuo ambled down the stairs in his slippers, moving at a leisurely pace. Jiang Che lifted his gaze, noticing a peculiar flush on Yu and Shuo's face, and curiously asked, "What were you up to? Why do you look like that?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Yu and Shuo averted his gaze. "I took a shower. Perhaps the water was a bit too warm." "Oh," Jiang Che replied, returning to his congee. Yu and Shuo bit his lip, reaching for a tea egg, cracking the shell with precision and placing it on Jiang Che's plate. "Here, some protein for you. Eat it while it's warm." Jiang Che frowned, expressing disdain. "Take it away. It's nutritious." Yu and Shuo leaned closer, whispering, "If you don't eat it, I shall crush it and toss it into your bowl. With my brother and sister-in-law here, I don't believe you would dare to spit it out." Jiang Che glared at him darkly. Yu and Shuo chuckled. "Hitting me won't help." Madam Yu, observing their whispered exchange, inquired, "What is going on? Is the food not to your taste?" Jiang Che paused, shaking his head. "No, it's quite good." Reluctantly, he picked up the tea egg Yu and Shuo had peeled for him and slowly consumed it. Just as he swallowed the last bite, Yu and Shuo presented him with a freshly steamed pork dumpling. "Here, have more. You're still growing." Jiang Che's eyelids twitched violently, and he could no longer contain himself, delivering a firm kick to Yu when Shuo onto the table. Chapter 34. The Wonders of Fate After Breakfast. Jiang Che prepared to visit the landlord to sign the contract and facilitate the transfer of ownership. Yu and Shuo insisted on accompanying him, but today was Monday, and he had to report to the office. Reluctantly, he could only call Qin Zheng. Among their group, it was Qin Zheng and Xiao Xian who had comparatively more free time, as both had not taken over their family businesses. At the age of 30, Qin Zheng was thriving in the entertainment industry, having already garnered accolades such as the Triple Golden Award for Best Actor, with a substantial fan base and immense popularity. Xiao Xian was a renowned fashion designer, specializing in high-end brands, and was considered a top figure within the circle. Qin Zheng did not sign with any management company. All his contracts were self-negotiated. Thanks to the Qin family's influence, he received only the finest resources. Both he and Xiao Xian were essentially freelancers, thus enjoying ample leisure time. The reason Xiao Xian was not contacted was that he had previously mentioned he was participating as a judge in a fashion design competition, hoping to discover promising talents to mentor. Had it not been for Jiang Che's birthday yesterday, Xiao Xian might have remained out of sight for a while. Therefore, Qin Zheng was the only option left. Upon receiving the call, Qin Zheng immediately agreed. Yu and Shuo transferred 5 million to Jiang Che's card, instructing him to use it for now. Shortly after, Jiang Che's phone buzzed several times, revealing multiple transfer notifications, each for 5 million, labeled as pocket money. Jiang Che's mouth twitched. Was he being treated like a son? Nevertheless, it was money, and he accepted it without hesitation. He promptly created a group chat, sending a meme that read, "Do not forget the ones who helped you in times of prosperity." Qin Zheng arrived to pick him up in his car. Jiang Che had no desire to drive himself, feeling exhausted. He glanced at the understated Qian parked in front of the Yu family villa and clicked his tongue. Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow and smiled as he got in. Jiang Che opened the door and settled into the car, while Qin Zheng swiftly accelerated onto the road. Jiang Che furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it really all right to go out like this? Aren't you worried about being mobbed without any disguise?" "I'll wear a mask and a hat if it gets crowded," Qin Zheng replied with a chuckle. "Isn't it a coincidence that the community you mentioned happens to have a property of mine inside? Though it's not as grand as yours. The management is decent, and they usually don't let strangers in." Surprised, Jiang Che exclaimed, "You live there too?" Qin Zheng clarified, "Not exactly. I just own a place there." Suddenly, Jiang Che recalled that in the storyline, the house that Qin Zheng was forcefully in love with was indeed called Tianqi Mansion. Wasn't he that the very community they were discussing? Noticing Jiang Che's expression, Qin Zheng teased, "What kind of look is that?" Jiang Che calmly replied, "Nothing. I'm planning to sell the house today." Qin Zheng gritted his teeth and retorted, "Why are you so hostile towards the house?" Jiang Che chuckled, "Why bother with the property? Just manage your own affairs." At this point, Jiang Che found himself suddenly intrigued. He raised an eyebrow at Jiang and said meaningfully, "TSK. The book mentions you've had a girlfriend, yet you, ahem, possess a particularly strong desire, believing women lack the stamina to satisfy you." Jiang's face darkened. "Nonsense. I'm still a virgin. Did the author have their eyes closed? When did I ever have a girlfriend?" Jiang Che was momentarily stunned. Jiang was still a virgin? How could that be? This contradicted the narrative in the book. However, he suddenly recalled that Jiang had long awakened to self-awareness. Whether or not he had a girlfriend was not for the author to decide. It was not surprising at all. "What expression is that?" Jiang asked ominously. "Don't believe me?" "Of course I do," Jiang Che replied innocently, blinking. "I simply find it a bit odd." Jiang was taken aback. "Odd? Look at you. You're 30 years old." Jiang Che said earnestly, "At your age, still a virgin? You wouldn't be incapable, would you? Aren't you worried about that thing deteriorating?" Jiang Che, pondering with a hand on his chin, suddenly exclaimed, "Tiske, you can't possibly be a deep closet, only able to perform with men, can you?" Jiang. Just then, the car arrived at their destination. He halted the vehicle, pulled out a small cake from the storage compartment, tore open the packaging, and forcefully stuffed it into Jiang Che's mouth. "Shut up." Jiang Che spat out the bread, exclaiming, "I detest this kind of plain bread without cream. Just don't spit it in my car. Who told you to shove it into my mouth?" Jiang, uninterested in further argument, asked, "Which building are you looking at?" "Building 6. Jiang was taken aback. "Could it be such a coincidence? Your apartment is in this building too?" "Yes, I'm on the 12th floor in a small unit." "And you?" Jiang Che. His unit happened to be a large one on the 12th floor. In this complex, each floor had 2 units, one large and one small. Damn, could it be that he and Jiang were neighbors? Jiang Che began to suspect that De Huang was behind this, orchestrating such a coincidence. Upon learning they were neighbors, Jiang was equally astonished, and after the initial shock, his excitement grew. "TSK. Doesn't the book say he acts like a madman, imprisoning a man here? Huh. Now that Jiang Che is my neighbor, any little thing I do, I can just drag him over to my place. And he'll be a great asset for warding off evil." Being neighbors was indeed advantageous. Wasn't this akin to having the advantage of proximity? Suddenly, Jiang was no longer angry. He felt elated as he led Jiang Che upstairs with a swagger. The landlord had been eagerly waiting at home and greeted them warmly upon their arrival. Both parties had no objections to the price, and since it was a one-time full payment, the paperwork was considerably simpler. After signing the contract, they proceeded directly to handle the transfer procedures. Once everything was settled, it was just in time for lunch. Jiang cheerfully invited, "Shall we visit my home?" Jiang Che was reluctant to go. He was currently famished and yearned for a meal. Jiang, however, did not afford him the opportunity to refuse, pulling him towards his own place. The space was considerably smaller, merely a standard 2-bedroom apartment. The decor exuded a modern ambience. Jiang pressed him onto the sofa, instructing him to sit for a while as he prepared dinner. Jiang Che expressed his surprise. "Do you actually have food in this house?" After all, he had not lived here. "No," Jiang replied. "I ordered takeout. It should arrive soon. I haven't really lived in this place, so the kitchenware needs a bit of tidying up. If you're hungry, there are snacks in the drawer. Help yourself. I wouldn't want you to experience low blood sugar again." Jiang Che acknowledged with a simple "oh," opening the drawer to discover an abundance of snacks, most of which were his favorites. He casually grabbed a bag of tomato-flavored chips, tearing it open and indulging in them. Jiang took a moment to turn on the television, gesturing towards the game controller beside it. "If you're bored, you can play some games. I remember you used to love this." Jiang Che paused, then responded with a soft Jiang gazed at his youthful, innocent face, feeling a warmth in his heart. Unconsciously, he reached out to ruffle Jiang Che's hair. "Don't be so formal here. Just be at ease." In response, Jiang Che delivered a swift kick. Chapter 35. A man at 31 is a flower. Jiang Che was taken aback by Jiang's culinary skills. The meal was not only visually appealing, but also delectably palatable. "When did you learn to cook?" he inquired. "Those of us in this profession have high standards when it comes to food." Jiang sighed. "To maintain my figure, I can't bear the thought of salads and leafy greens, so I had to take matters into my own hands." Jiang Che gave him a thumbs up. Quite impressive. It tastes great. Your future wife will certainly be fortunate. Qin Zheng's face turned a shade of green at the mention of wife. He retorted irritably, "Can you please shut up?" The mere thought of hearing terms like wife or spouse made him uneasy. The idea of being depicted as a heartless scoundrel in a book was more uncomfortable than digesting something vile. "I've decided to lock my heart away from now on," he declared through gritted teeth. "From this point forward, I'll remain a lifelong bachelor." Jiang Che rolled his eyes. "Who wants to be a bachelor with you? Do you still aspire to marry?" Qin Zheng was taken aback. Jiang Che, who had previously proclaimed his disdain for marriage and relationships, seemed to have changed his tune. "TSK, this person is certainly different after having died once." Jiang Che genuinely had not considered love or marriage. Being in a relationship would be a burden for anyone involved. However, that did not prevent him from boasting. What is wrong with a normal man wanting to marry? He looked at Qin Zheng with a playful smirk. "You wouldn't actually be incapable, would you?" Qin Zheng, with a darkened expression, retorted through clenched teeth, "Why don't you come and check for yourself if I'm incapable?" Jiang Che promptly rejected the idea. "I fear the risk of needles." Qin Zheng, with an irritated demeanor, tossed a peeled shrimp into Jiang Che's bowl. "Just eat your meal. We'll head out together later." Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback. "Out for what? Your home seems to lack everything," Qin Zheng remarked, somewhat bemused. "Aren't you going to purchase some daily necessities?" Jiang Che had not considered this aspect. Although the house he had acquired was exquisitely decorated and had never been inhabited, with brand new furniture and appliances, it indeed lacked essential living items, necessitating a trip for procurement before he could settle in. "I've ordered everything online and arranged for delivery," he replied, feeling rather reluctant to venture out, fatigued from the day's activities. "It's difficult to ascertain quality online. It's better to shop in person. Are you able to navigate crowded places?" Qin Zheng asked. "I can disguise myself and visit one of the malls under my family's brand. It should be manageable." Seeing his determination, Jiang Che sighed. "All right then." The two enjoyed a delightful lunch together, and afterward, Qin Zheng tidied up the kitchen before heading upstairs to change into a fresh outfit. This lad truly embodied the results of consistent physical training, tall with long legs and a well-proportioned frame. Clad in a light gray athletic ensemble and sporting his hair down beneath a cap, he held a mask in hand. This appearance starkly contrasted with his usual nonchalant demeanor, making him appear much younger than his 30 years. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his well-maintained appearance. "You hardly show signs of aging." "I'm not old," Qin Zheng retorted with a scoff. "Haven't you heard? A man is in his prime at 31. He scrutinized Jiang Che with a dismissive glance. "And you, a mere 20-year-old. Has your development reached completion?" The outing proved to be far less chaotic than Jiang Che had anticipated. The mall affiliated with the Qin family catered to high-end products and served affluent clientele, ensuring that the crowd was relatively sparse. In such an establishment, both security measures and the professionalism of the staff were commendable. Armed with a prestigious VIP membership card, even upon recognizing Qin Zheng, the attendants maintained their composure without exhibiting any irrational excitement. After browsing for over 3 hours, they finally acquired all the necessary household items, though it was entirely at Qin Zheng's expense. Fortunately, everything purchased would be delivered to their residence, relieving them of any burdens. Qin Zheng, seemingly amused by a thought, draped an arm around Jiang Che's shoulders as they exited. "Imagine if paparazzi caught us like this. The headlines might sensationally proclaim that you are my kept man." Jiang Che's lips twitched in annoyance. "Nonsense. Even if we were photographed, it would be you who is my kept man." Qin Zheng could not help but chuckle. "Why do you always take such peculiar points so seriously?" "This is a matter of a man's dignity," Jiang Che asserted. All right. Let us say you are my benefactor." Qin Zheng teased, opening the car door for him. "Get in, my sugar daddy." Jiang Che, pleased, bent down to enter the vehicle. Qin Zheng smiled as he fastened the seatbelt for him. "I'll take you out to eat. What are you in the mood for tonight?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Che replied, "How about hot pot?" Qin Zheng frowned slightly. "Fine, but it must be a clear broth. We can't overindulge." Jiang Che gazed in astonishment at the individual in the driver's seat, taken aback that even after a decade, his brothers still remembered his dietary preferences with such precision. It warmed his heart to realize that his determination to resurrect and save these fools had not been in vain. Qin deftly maneuvered the vehicle to Feng Lai E Hot Pot, a popular dining establishment nestled at the edge of Jincheng Lake, renowned for its expansive area and exquisitely traditional decor. Patrons could even enjoy hot pot while leisurely drifting on the lake, albeit the boats were anchored and could not truly set sail. Given Qin's esteemed status, they opted for a more private boat on the water. A fervent lover of spice, Qin ordered a dual-flavored hot pot and selected several dishes favored by Jiang Che before they settled into a relaxed conversation. As they engaged in light banter, another boat glided by, and the proximity allowed them to overhear snippets of conversation from the adjacent vessel. "Brother Chun, allow me to raise a toast to you." A gentle voice floated through the air. In response, a brash voice interjected, "Yang Ku, if I recall correctly, you played a supporting role in CNU." Yang Ku chuckled, expressing his surprise that Brother Chun remembered him, deeming it an honor. "You think a single drink can suffice for my gratitude?" Brother Chen's voice carried a hint of suggestiveness. Xiaoyang, in our industry, as you know, connections and resources are paramount. They say it's best to stand beneath a large tree for shade. If you desire the role of the male third lead in Chase, I could arrange it, but surely you can't expect to settle this with just a drink? Chapter 36. My financial backer wishes to meet you. While the conversation on the other boat grew lively, Qin and Jiang Che listened in astonishment. The reason for their surprise lay in the fact that the protagonist of the adjacent boat, Yang Ku, was the very lead character in Qin's book. An obscure star. He was perpetually suppressed, having finally secured the role of the male third lead in Chase, only to be replaced shortly thereafter. Lacking connections, no amount of talent could rival the influence of capital, and the replacement actor happened to have a history of animosity with him, flaunting his success and belittling Yang Ku at every turn. All Yang Ku could do was endure the humiliation. His manager, Sister Zhou, was equally reluctant to relinquish the role, as it was a significant production with substantial screen time and a character arc that promised to shine in the later stages. In the narrative, it was revealed that Yang Ku's role was secured through Qin's intervention. During a banquet, Qin had been drugged and mistakenly entered the wrong room, resulting in an intimate encounter with Yang Ku. In an attempt to take responsibility, Qin provided him with this opportunity, initially thinking it would settle their debts. However, as fate would have it, Qin found himself drawn into the most cliché of romantic entanglements, wherein a relationship blossomed from a patronage. Yet, upon awakening to his own desires, Qin deviated from the expected storyline. Unexpectedly, Yang Ku, unable to connect with Qin, humbled himself to accompany Chun Linghai instead. Chun Linghai is one of the investors of this drama. In the original narrative, this character harbors ill intentions towards Yang Ku, only to be rebuffed by Qin, ultimately serving as a mere pawn. Jiang Che turned to Qin, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. "Your official match has appeared. Do you not intend to go and see?" Remarkably, Qin refrained from arguing with him, instead furrowing his brow. "You are aware, are you not, that I am the lead in Chase? Moreover, I am also an investor." Jiang Che was taken aback, uncertain of Qin's direction, and nodded in response. This scenario also exists in the original text. Qin poured him a cup of hot tea, stating, "Although I am not acquainted with Yang Ku and have no intention of meddling, I am familiar with the so-called ugly child of the capitalists they speak of. He is the small celebrity endorsed by my second uncle. I believe his name is Tong Xiao." "Your second uncle?" Jiang Che was momentarily stunned, as this detail was not included in the original text. The book merely hinted at Tong Xiao having a benefactor, yet ultimately, it was Qin who resolved the matter, though the specifics were left unexplored. Qin took a sip from his teacup, clarifying, "He is my cousin from the paternal side, albeit through a different branch. The power of the Qin family has been inherited since his great-grandfather, passed down to Qin's grandfather. However, Qin's paternal grandfather was quite dissatisfied with this arrangement and subsequently distanced himself from the Qin family. Nevertheless, his descendants have struggled considerably, and in the current generation, their situation has worsened. They were left with no choice but to return and seek refuge with the Qin family. Presently, with Qin's elder brother in power, they received assistance due to their meager blood ties. Just as they had begun to see some improvement, They unexpectedly began to cause trouble once more. Qin did not elaborate further, simply stating, Tong Xiao's acting skills are subpar. He lacks formal training and possesses only a pleasing appearance. Yet, neither his looks nor his demeanor align with the character in this drama. So, Jiang Che inquired, further perplexed. I have no intention of employing this individual, Qin replied. Jiang Che propped his chin on his hand, regarding him with a half-smile. Qin felt a shiver run down his spine under Jiang Che's gaze. What are you looking at me for? Come on. Jiang Che clicked his tongue and averted his gaze. I'm quite aware of you. The book states that Yang Ku is a formally trained actor with exceptional skills, yet he lacks resources and has not yet found success. Do you aspire to be his benefactor? Qin jolted. Please do not articulate it so distastefully. What is distasteful about being a benefactor? Jiang retorted. I merely lament the notion of a talented actor being overlooked. In his early career, Qin was brimming with ambition, determined to carve out a path based solely on his merits, thus eschewing the advantages of the Qin family status. However, reality proved that without resources or connections, one would only be trampled upon in this industry. Role changes and halted engagements became commonplace. After drifting through the industry for over a year, despite possessing immense talent, he could only play supporting roles. Eventually, he had no choice but to seek assistance from his elder brother, which allowed him to ascend to his current level of achievement. Qin is passionate about acting and loves the art of performance. His feelings towards Yang Ku are not of a romantic nature, nor does he harbor any affection for men. He merely felt that a talented, capable, and diligent actor is a rare gem, one whose potential should not be obscured by the rules of this industry. Jiang Che paused for a moment and inquired, How do you intend to assist him? Just as Qin was about to respond, the waiter entered, carrying dishes and a pot. After waiting for the staff to arrange the food and leave, he suddenly rolled his eyes and said, I cannot intervene personally. Oh, Qin rubbed his hands together. Consider this. In the book I Ahem, although I currently harbor no such intentions, there exists a causal relationship. Each cause yields a distinct effect. If I were to intervene directly, what if I, too, were to be led astray by the narrative like that fool, Yuan Shua? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Che as he narrowed his eyes. So what then? Qin clapped his hands together, exclaiming, Why not let you take the lead? Jiang Che responded, Your reasoning grows ever more compelling. Your current identity is shrouded in mystery, leaving others unable to uncover any information about you. What an advantageous position. Besides, you're already subsidizing me. Accommodating a few more should pose no issue, right? A generous benefactor, perhaps? Jiang Che's lips twitched in annoyance. Get lost. I have no desire to involve myself in such trivial matters. It is already a considerable favor that I concern myself with the lives of these fools. The benefactor, Qin, ever attentive, cooked a slice of beef and placed it in Jiang Che's bowl. As long as you agree, I promise to serve you well. You can have whatever you desire. Jiang Che warned, I caution you, do not act so lewdly. Then will you agree? Absolutely not. Qin's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud commotion from the adjacent area, as if tables and chairs had toppled, accompanied by the sound of shattered dishes. Both men were momentarily stunned. Young Chun Linghai's voice resonated with a hint of malice and fury. Do not be foolishly proud. You are here to drink, so why pretend to be aloof? I shall see just how long you can maintain that facade. Following this, the sound of a door slamming echoed through the air. Qin and Jiang Che exchanged glances, then rose to their feet and approached the window, peering through the small opening to observe the scene outside. They caught sight of Yang Ke pushing open a window, his face turned towards the street. Qin froze, instinctively recoiling behind the window. He quickly realized how foolish his action was. Why should he hide? With a huff, he straightened his neck and stepped forward. Qiningdi? A chorus of exclamations erupted from the other side, clearly surprised to encounter the renowned Qin in such a setting. In truth, Qin did not know Yang Ke. This was their first encounter. However, he had read his own novel and was familiar with the various scenarios depicted therein. Suddenly meeting the character in reality left him feeling somewhat awkward. Sir. Despite harboring a myriad of thoughts, he whispered to Yang Ke, Keep your voice down. I do not wish to draw attention. Jiang Che, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Right, my apologies. I was simply taken aback and couldn't help myself." Qin Zheng nodded, then hesitated before softly stating, "I overheard your conversation earlier. My generous benefactor was listening." Jiang Che was taken aback. "Huh? Generous benefactor? Is it true that the esteemed actor Qin has a benefactor?" Qin Zheng, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "If you wish to avoid being replaced, come to our private room." Ahem. The benefactor wishes to meet you. Jiang Che, Jiang Che, Chapter 37. Are you gay? Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback by his words, struggling to regain his composure. He forced a shy chuckle. "Are you joking, Qin? Such matters regarding a benefactor are typically kept under wraps. For you to so openly state it, you must either be quite unhinged or harbor ulterior motives." Rumors had long circulated in the industry regarding the substantial backing behind Qin Zheng, suggesting he had a benefactor. After all, his initial foray into the industry was fraught with difficulties, only to suddenly flourish thereafter. However, despite Qin Zheng's meteoric rise and his discreet demeanor, paparazzi had failed to uncover any sensational stories over the years. There were even whispers that Qin Zheng hailed from the Qin family and relied on their support. Yet, this theory was swiftly dismissed, as it was implausible for him to have faced such struggles at the onset if he were indeed a member of the Qin family. The identity of Qin Zheng's benefactor remained a topic of much speculation, with countless theories circulating, yet no one had ever laid eyes on this elusive figure. "Do I appear to be jesting?" Qin Zheng furrowed his brow. "You are remarkably dull-witted. It's no wonder you remain a mere background figure after all this time." Jiang Che, speak plainly, but refrain from personal attacks. Jiang Che's lips twitched slightly, soon realizing that Qin Zheng had a point. Given his stature, having invested in the production of Chase, even if Qin Zheng jested about the benefactor, his assistance could indeed serve as a lifeline. Jiang Che promptly declared, "I shall come right away." Within a minute, there was a knock at the door of the private room. Qin Zheng placed the freshly prepared mushrooms into Jiang Che's bowl, then removed the spicy tripe from Jiang Che's bowl, admonishing, "No spicy food." He then turned to open the door. Jiang Che, his tripe. Qin Zheng welcomed Jiang Che inside, gesturing toward the seat across. "Please, have a seat." He then pressed the service bell, requesting an additional set of chopsticks. Jiang Che cautiously settled into his chair, his gaze landing on the youth seated beside Qin Zheng. This youth was strikingly handsome, having navigated the entertainment industry for so long. Jiang Che had encountered all manners of beauty, yet none surpassed this youth's allure. Could this individual truly be the benefactor spoken of by Qin Zheng? Jiang Che felt a moment of disbelief. It seemed improbable. This youth appeared to be in his early 20s, while Qin Zheng was still a mere child when he entered the industry. Jiang Che swallowed the mushroom in his mouth and looked up at Jiang Che, who was fixated on him, raising an eyebrow. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Che snapped back to reality, suddenly aware of how lost in thought he had been. Furthermore, the intense gaze fixed upon him was exceedingly impolite. He hastily replied, "Yes, I apologize." He scratched his head and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, "You are simply too handsome. I, couldn't help myself. My apologies." Having navigated this circle for quite some time, he was well versed in various etiquettes and had not previously made such a blunder. Today, however, he found himself at a loss. Indeed, beauty can lead one astray. Jiang Che smiled slightly, graciously accepting the compliment. "Thank you." Hello." Jiang Che hesitated for a moment, biting his lip before introducing himself. "My name is Jiang Che, an actor." Although he was a relatively obscure actor, Jiang Che acknowledged, "I am aware. Qin Zheng mentioned you." Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, wondering how the esteemed Qin Ingdi came to know of him. Qin Zheng, irritated, retrieved the freshly cooked shrimp and placed it in Jiang Che's bowl, casting him a reproachful glance. Turning to Jiang Che, he remarked, "We overheard your conversation next door. I did a little research on you. I know you. You played the young emperor in the great Qin dynasty. You performed quite well. Although your scenes were few, you made quite an impression." This knowledge was not from his research, but rather from a novel he had read. Jiang Che was astonished that Qin Zheng was familiar with him, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. Thank you for your recognition, Qin Ingdi." Qin Zheng replied, "You needn't address me in such a formal manner. I am merely a few years your senior. You can call me brother." He turned to Jiang Che and introduced him. "This is my benefactor, Jiang Che." Jiang Che was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Jiang Che. Benefactor? With the way Qin Yingdi doted on him, one might mistakenly believe he was treating him like a son. Suddenly, Jiang Che recalled various rumors circulating about Qin Zheng's sexuality, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could this be a romantic connection between the two? Jiang Che lifted his gaze, smiling faintly. "Yes, I am indeed his benefactor." He sighed, "My son is passionate about acting and is quite discerning when it comes to talent. Your acting is commendable, and your appearance is striking. You should not be overlooked. Alas, you have arrived at the right moment." Jiang Che continued calmly. "My son cannot bear to see talent go unrecognized, which is why he pleaded with me to provide you with an opportunity. I am quite fond of my child. Seeing him distressed is something I cannot tolerate. Therefore, in light of my son's request, I am willing to assist you." Yang Ku, Qin Zheng, his lips twitched for a moment, feeling as though he were inadvertently digging his own grave. Yang Ku remained quiet for a while, his thoughts finally aligning. He stared blankly at Qin Zheng, then silently averted his gaze, only to glance vacantly at Jiang Che again, before lowering his eyes. The look in his eyes made Qin Zheng's eyelids involuntarily flutter. After a moment of silence, Yang Ke suddenly raised his head and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any requirements?" Jiang Che nodded, "Of course." Yang Ke bit his lip, contemplating how to express that he would not engage in any intimate arrangements. This was his refusal of Chunling Hai. However, when the thought crossed his mind in relation to Jiang Che, he felt he was being foolish. With such a visage, if he were to engage in such an arrangement, who would truly benefit? He silently closed his mouth, intuitively sensing that Jiang Che's request had nothing to do with the yellow waist. As expected, Jiang Che's next words grounded his heart. "You will sign a contract under the Qinzheng studio and earn money for him." Jiang Che's profound gaze fell upon his face. "In the future, I will ensure you receive resources from him. The initial contract spans a minimum of 5 years, during which one cannot terminate the agreement, engage in romantic relationships, or divulge unfavorable news. Can you comply with these conditions?" This offer was indeed exceptionally generous. Securing resources recommended by the esteemed Qin Yingdi would undoubtedly surpass his current situation by leaps and bounds. Even if he did not achieve overwhelming fame, he would not fade into obscurity as an unknown figure. Furthermore, the artists under Qin Yingdi's studio were numerous, and the resources they acquired did not require them to engage in dubious activities. In the murky waters of the entertainment industry, Qin Yingdi's studio stood out as a pristine oasis. Countless individuals aspired to join his studio, yet Qin Yingdi had no intentions of establishing his own entertainment company, resulting in a scarcity of signings. What merit did he possess to have this opportunity to sign with Qin Zheng Studio? Yang Ke's heart raced with excitement. However, Jiang Che swiftly changed the subject, stating, "I have one more question to ask you." The exhilaration that had just ignited within Yang Ke momentarily faltered. He paused and inquired, "What question?" Jiang Che replied nonchalantly, "Are you gay?" Yang Ke nearly choked on his own blood in response to the question. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "I am not. I am straight." What did the benefactor mean by this inquiry? Surely, he could not suspect him of harboring feelings for Qin Yingdi? He couldn't help but wonder if there truly was a relationship between Qin Yingdi and this young man. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Was the benefactor here to assert his claim? No. After finally finding a supportive figure, he couldn't let such matters jeopardize it. He hastily reassured, "Rest assured, benefactor. I am as straight as one can be, more rigid than steel." He cast a cautious glance at Jiang Che and added, "If I were gay, may the heavens strike me down." Jiang Che and Qin Zheng exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths twitching in amusement. Jiang Che squinted his eyes, pondering how this scenario diverged from the original narrative. In the original text, Yang Ke was indeed gay and had always been aware of his attraction to men. After all, how could he develop feelings for Qin Zheng following their intimate encounter if he were unaware of his own preferences? Has Yang Ke awakened? One character pondered. No, he isn't among those with an awakening value above 90. If he hasn't awakened, how could he not be attracted to men? Perhaps it's because he is still uncertain about his own preferences between men and women. Look at him now, another character remarked. His entire focus is devoted to his career. He hardly resembles someone seeking romance. Thus, the saying holds true. Power and wealth are the finest elixirs for humanity. After a moment of silence, Jiang Che gave him a thumbs up. That makes perfect sense. Ultimately, the matter was settled. On the surface, Jiang Che was merely Yang Ke's benefactor. However, Yang Ke's contract with the agency had yet to expire, with a year remaining until its conclusion. As a result, they had no choice but to regard it as a breach of contract. Nonetheless, the penalty for this breach would be shared equally between Yang Ke and the agency. Presently, Yang Ke was merely an obscure actor with little financial resources. Thus, the penalty would have to be deducted from his future earnings, a situation he accepted without complaint. After all, Emperor Qin had already rendered him significant assistance. It would be unreasonable to expect others to help him repay the debt. Fortunately, as an inconspicuous actor, the breach penalty was not exorbitant, and with some effort, he could manage it. While the three of them enjoyed hot pot, they discussed the signing of the contract. And before they knew it, the meal had come to an end. After Qin Zheng settled the bill, he intended to take Jiang Che with him. Before departing, he provided his contact information to Yang Ke, instructing him to reach out directly if needed and to allow little Che to rest without disturbance. Yang Ke promptly saved the contact and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was evident that these two shared a special relationship. Upon exiting the Feng Lai Hot Pot restaurant, De Huang curiously inquired, "Host, why did you have Yang Ke sign with Qin Zheng's studio?" Even though Qin Zheng had awakened and was no longer governed by the plot, Yang Ke remained the original male protagonist. In the original narrative, these two were a canonical couple destined for a happy ending. Even if Qin Zheng had awakened, it was uncertain whether he would remain unaffected by the story's trajectory. Logically, he should have been dispatched to the remote Ningguta instead of being kept so close. Jiang Che replied, "The more uncertain the variable, the more it should remain within one's sight. Instead of allowing this uncertainty to morph into an unknown possibility, it is wiser to keep a close watch and ensure it becomes a certainty." De Huang nodded, though he did not fully grasp the concept. Noticing De Huang's confusion, Jiang Che chuckled and elaborated, "Consider this. Yang Ke, as the protagonist, has yet to awaken. This implies that the narrative might still exert control over him. However, since Qin Zheng has awakened, events are no longer unfolding according to the original storyline, which is why their relationship has not developed as expected. If he were to be sent away to the frontier, could you ascertain what forces he might harness to retaliate?" De Huang pondered this and realized he could not be entirely certain. After all, Yang Ke bore the protagonist's halo, and the kind of assistance he could receive within this world was unpredictable. Jiang Che smiled again, yet, if he remains under close observation, the potential aids available to him become clear. Once the options are narrowed, the outcome becomes inevitable, does it not? Enlightened, De Huang clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming that it made sense. He praised Jiang Che, saying, "Host, you are truly remarkable." Jiang Che waved his hand nonchalantly. It's merely fundamental knowledge. As they drove home under the moonlight, the moment the car came to a halt, Yuan Shu's call came through. "Where are you?" Jiang Che replied, "At home." "At home?" Yuan Shu wondered aloud. "Why haven't I seen you?" Jiang Che replied, "I'm at home. Didn't I tell you I was going out to buy a house today?" Yuan Shu exclaimed in surprise. "Did you not just sign a contract? Are you moving in already?" Jiang Che then recalled that he hadn't informed Yuan Shu that he had purchased a fully furnished apartment, ready for immediate occupancy, and conveyed this to him. Yuan Shu gritted his teeth and said, "So you're not staying at my place anymore?" Jiang Che chuckled. "You say it yourself. That is your home. It wouldn't be proper for me to stay there indefinitely." "What's improper about it?" Yuan Shu retorted defiantly. "Didn't you take 5 million from my sister-in-law, promising to tutor me one-on-one? You haven't taught me anything yet, and now you want to run away? This is fraud. Refund me." Jiang Che ignored the boy's tirade and attempted to end the call. Anticipating his action, Yuan Shu quickly insisted, "Give me your home address." "What for? Can't I scout the place in advance?" Jiang Che, unable to resist the boy's persistence, relented and sent him the address. After receiving it, Yuan Shu promptly hung up. Old Yu's on the line? Qin Zheng inquired. Jiang Che nodded, exasperated. Qin Zheng smirked. He has been bitten by a snake once, and now fears the ropes for 10 years. I can see that until he completely breaks free from the plot. He'll cling to you. Jiang Che's lips twitched. He found Qin Zheng's observation spot on. What can't this fool do? As the elevator chimed, indicating they had reached their floor, Jiang Che stepped out, and Qin Zheng pulled him aside, saying, "Come to my place." Exhausted from the day's events, Jiang Che simply wanted to lie down and rest, lacking the energy to engage in further banter. He firmly declined, stating, "No, I'm going home to sleep." "You're not being prevented from sleeping," Qin Zheng replied with annoyance. "You ate quite a bit this evening. You'll feel unwell soon. I have some digestive tablets at my place. Come take a couple, and I'll give you a massage." Suddenly, he realized, wait, you haven't even made your bed yet, have you? Jiang Che paused, realizing that was indeed the case. The items they had purchased from a mall were delivered directly to his home, and he had shared the access code with the delivery personnel to let them in. They had sent a photo confirming that everything was placed in the living room, still unopened. Forget resting. Just organizing these things will take forever. Jiang Che's face fell. Qin Zheng couldn't suppress his laughter. He found it amusing to view Jiang Che from his current perspective, akin to observing a younger brother 10 years his junior. The sight of Jiang Che's furrowed brow was entertaining, primarily because it was novel. This was his brother, yet he was distinctly younger. With a grin, Qin Zheng said, "All right, come sleep at my place. I'll have someone come over tomorrow to help you tidy up." Jiang Che's eyes brightened, and he gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Good brother, your kindness is beyond words." Qin Jingdao, although my home is rather modest with only 2 rooms, one serving as a study. The bedroom is limited to just one, so you will have to squeeze in with me tonight. Jiang Che. Chapter 39. Why didn't you come over today? Just as Jiang Che emerged from his shower, his phone rang once more. He glanced at the screen, and predictably, it was the rascal Yuan Shu calling. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. "Hello, I am at the entrance of your community, but the security won't let me in," Yuan Shu stated. "You need to speak to them and let me in." Jiang Che's apprehension proved to be well-founded as his eyelids twitched involuntarily. "What are you doing here at this hour? Shouldn't you be resting? I haven't seen you all day," Yuan Shu declared with audacity. "The little bit of calming charm you left me has faded. I need to absorb some more. What if I go into a frenzy again tomorrow?" Jiang Che sighed, "Stop rambling and talk to the security. This guy won't let me in." He then handed his phone to the security guard, who was staring at him intently. "This is my brother. He just bought a unit in your community, Building 6. Let him in." The guard paused, recalling that there had indeed been an update on ownership for Building 6 that day. A young person had registered. Could it be that young man? "Hello," the guard answered. "This is Li Minghuai for the East Gate Security." Jiang Che replied, "Hello, I'm the owner of Unit 1201 in Building 6, Jiang Che. I just registered today. Please let my friend in." Indeed, it was a young man. The guard nodded, understood. Jiang Che expressed his gratitude before ending the call. Yuan Shu cheerfully took the registration book from Xiao Li and filled in his details. Afterward, he returned the book, complimenting, "Brother, you did an excellent job." He nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the high safety standards of the community. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Jiang Che to reside here. Xiao Li smiled and pointed to the right path. "Just go straight, and you'll reach Building 6. Safe travels, Mr. Yu." After Yuan Shu parked his car, he ascended directly to the 12th floor. Standing before the door of 1201, he pressed the doorbell repeatedly, only to hear a click and find the door to the adjacent unit swing open. To his surprise, Qin Zheng's head poked out from the gap. Yuan Shu was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Qin Zheng leaned against the doorframe, grinning. "This is my home." "Your home?" Yuan Shu questioned, skeptically glancing at the door number. 1201. Jiang Che had indeed given him that address. Jiang Che and Qin Zheng were neighbors? Yuan Shu, astonished, approached. "How'd I not know you had a place here? I bought this small apartment while filming a drama, which took quite some time. I didn't want to stay in a hotel, so I decided to purchase a place. However, I haven't been here much since the filming concluded." Yuan Shuo unceremoniously retrieved a pair of new slippers from the shoe cabinet at the entrance and remarked, "Could it be that old Zhang's residence was introduced by you?" Qin casually closed the door and retorted, "That's merely fate." Yuan Shuo lifted his gaze and spotted Jiang Che seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he approached. Plopping down beside him, he soon realized that Jiang Che was engrossed in a game, specifically one featuring a massage therapist. He exclaimed, "Your hero has succumbed to the depths. You should choose a more formidable character." Before he could finish, Jiang Che deftly maneuvered his fingers, swiftly dispatching the opposing character, Xiao Qiao. Yuan Shuo fell silent, chastened. How could he forget that this lad was a master in the realm of esports? Having grown up alongside Jiang Che, he recalled that Jiang Che was a premature baby, frail from birth, often regarded as a medicine cabinet due to his health issues. Yet, as the youngest in the Jiang family, with an elder brother and sister several years his senior, he was cherished as the family's darling. Due to his delicate condition, their parents seldom permitted him outdoors, fearing any mishap might occur. Confined to the house, Jiang Che resorted to playing games. From the classic console games of their youth, like MapleStory and Contra, to later PC games, Jiang Che always excelled. Yuan Shuo, ever the mischievous child, was often found climbing mountains to tease monkeys or diving into waters to catch turtles. Unable to withstand the sight of Jiang Che cooped up indoors, he would often sneak him out for adventures when the Jiang family was preoccupied. Jiang Che, for a time, diligently trained in martial arts under Yuan Shuo's uncle, earning the title of Child King. Eventually, however, he grew weary of outings and chose to remain home, indulging in games. Yet Yuan Shuo, a novice, would often infuriate Jiang Che to the point of exasperation, vowing never to play with him again. Nonetheless, whenever he stubbornly clung to Jiang Che, the latter would begrudgingly allow him to join. Victory! A triumphant announcement blared from the phone, jolting Yuan Shuo from his nostalgic reverie. Jiang Che, gazing at the screen, remarked, "When I perished in this game, it hadn't even entered open beta. I had only seen the promotional ads and longed to play, but alas, I never got the chance." Yuan Shuo paused, feeling a pang of discomfort. Pressing his lips together, he suddenly chuckled, placing a hand on Jiang Che's shoulder. "But look, we are alive now. From this day forth, I shall accompany you in your gaming endeavors." Jiang Che glanced at him coolly, delivering a blunt refusal. "No thanks. Novices are unworthy of gaming." Yuan Shuo retorted, "I could play better with my feet. Go work in a factory tightening screws," he added, a frown creasing his face as he snatched the phone from Jiang Che's hands. "You impudent brat, where did you learn such words?" Jiang Che blinked innocently, replying, "From that mage who berated the marksman during the match." Yuan Shuo frowned at him. "Return my phone. I wish to play 2 more rounds." "Stop playing," Jiang Che replied. Qin emerged from the kitchen, cradling a cup of freshly brewed milk, urging to drink it and hasten to sleep, as you had just mentioned your fatigue. Jiang Che received the milk, offering a smile and a word of gratitude. Yuan Shu glanced at Qin with annoyance, exclaiming, "What? Is there none for me?" Qin arched an eyebrow, retorting, "Didn't you say you don't drink milk? Then can't you brew me a cup of tea or pour me some water?" "Serve yourself." Qin dismissed him, settling onto the sofa and turning on the television. Simultaneously, Jiang Che's phone rang. Yuan Shu grabbed the phone, glancing at the screen, and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the caller ID. "Wang Shuyuan?" Jiang Che, too, was startled. He retrieved the phone from Yuan Shu and answered the call. "Why didn't you come over today?" Wang Shuyuan's deep voice resonated through the receiver. Jiang Che paused, suddenly recalling that he had arranged to meet Wang Shuyuan today for a DNA test and to collect some money. However, with a day filled with tasks, he had completely forgotten about it. "Apologies," Jiang Che placed his cup on the table. "I had other matters to attend to and lost track of time." Wang Shuyuan did not express any reproach. Instead, he inquired in a cool tone, "When will you have time to come over?" Jiang Che chuckled, "Oh, are you this eager to give money to others?" Wang Shuyuan hesitated, and after a considerable pause, replied, "Didn't you say you were my brother? What does it matter if you were someone else?" Jiang Che blinked in surprise, not expecting Wang Shuyuan to say such a thing. He felt momentarily disoriented. This protagonist seemed somewhat different from the eccentric individuals around him. Could it be that Wang Shuyuan had also awakened? "Da Huang, Please check if there are any individuals with an awakening value above 90 named Wang Shuyuan. Cough, cough, cough. Yes, my esteemed host, De Huang responded. Jiang Che noted the peculiar tone in his voice and asked, "What are you up to?" "I just got in touch with a friend," De Huang replied, gasping for breath. "He gave me a box of spicy dried meat. It's absolutely delicious." Jiang Che remarked, "Don't savor it so exuberantly. It makes me think you're eating something unsavory." De Huang, "By the end of the month, I must rid myself of this wretched skin." He truly preferred the cat skin the most. After receiving De Huang's affirmative response, Jiang Che smiled with satisfaction. "Ha! Can my brother spare a bit more money for me?" "Wang Shuyuan." He stammered for a while before managing to utter two words. "No money." "Oh," Jiang Che shrugged. "How impoverished." "Wang Shuyuan, you still need to keep striving." Jiang Che earnestly advised. "How will you support me if you can't earn money? I'm quite precious, you know. I require delicacies of the mountains and seas, silks and satins to wear, and games of the affluent to indulge in. Not to mention, I need to see a doctor and take my medicine. Tut, tut, tut. All of that costs money." Snap! Wang Shuyuan into the call. Jiang Che stared at the darkened screen, blinking in disbelief. "He wouldn't abandon me, would he?" Yuan Shu. He smirked slightly, quietly contemplating the state of his own finances, then sighed in relief. Perhaps it should suffice to sustain this glutton. Jiang Che opened WeChat and swiftly altered his username to first hit my teammate, then located Wang Shuyuan's contact to send message. "First hit my teammate. I'll come and find you the day after tomorrow. Let's not miss each other, moi." After a considerable pause, Wang Shuyuan reluctantly replied, 10 o'clock. "Latecomers will not be waited for. First hit my teammate, all right." The time was now 9:30 in the evening, which, for these individuals accustomed to vibrant nightlife, was still quite early. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Zheng suggested they watch a movie. Jiang Che vehemently declined, preferring to play video games. However, Yuan Shu would not allow him to indulge, claiming that true camaraderie entailed sharing both joys and hardships. He snatched Jiang Che's phone and tossed it to Qin Zheng, then turned to find a horror film. He acted like a frightened dog in a graveyard, howling and yelping in terror. Before the movie could finish, Jiang Che could endure no more. He kicked the fool clinging to him away and turned to leave the room, declaring, "You all enjoy. I'm off to sleep." Yuan Shu looked incredulously at his retreating figure. Wasn't he returning home? There was still a mess to clean up. Qin Zheng leisurely stood up. "You better leave. There's no room for you here." Yuan Shu shrugged nonchalantly. "No worries, I'll squeeze in with you." Qin Zheng turned off the television. "Squeeze what?" "There's only one bedroom here. Old Jiang will have to share with me tonight. Either you leave quickly, or you sleep on the sofa." Yuan Shu replied, "I'll sleep." "Oh." Qin Zheng glanced at him mockingly. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I don't have an extra blanket. If you sleep on the sofa, you'll have to make do for the night." As he walked toward the bedroom, he waved his hand behind him, relishing the misfortune. "The living room has air conditioning. You should be fine." Yuan Shu bit back his immediate retort. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, dashed into the bedroom, and leaped onto the bed, enveloping Jiang Che in a great bear hug. Damn it, better soak up some protective energy to avoid any malevolent spirits. He then silently recited a calming incantation to bolster his resolve before contentedly turning to leave. Jiang Che muttered, "What a fool. Does he really think he's some radiant, invulnerable deity?" While Qin Zheng was in the bathroom, Jiang Che secretly launched a game, choosing to play as Little Egg. He had seen someone on Douyin mention that to understand all hero skills, playing as Little Egg was the best approach, though he was unsure of the reasoning behind it. When Qin Zheng emerged, he saw Jiang Che frowning intently at his phone, the glint of aggression in his eyes. Fearing he had seen some distressing news, he approached to peer at the screen, only to find it dimmed. At that moment, Little Egg was lying lifeless under the tower, and his kill count reflected a dismal score of 0-4-1 within just 4 minutes of the match. Qin Zheng, amused by Jiang Che's ferocious demeanor, remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be playing jungle? Why the sudden switch to Little Egg?" Jiang Che frowned. "I want to understand hero skills." Qin Zheng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Who told you that playing with boiled eggs could help you understand hero skills?" Jiang Che blinked in confusion. Many people had said so, had they not? It was not that Qin Zheng was annoyed, but rather he found Jiang Che's dazed expression amusing. With a chuckle, he pulled back the covers and climbed onto the bed, explaining, "Have you ever heard this saying?" Jiang Che lifted his gaze to meet his. "In team battles, one can lose, but Liu Ban must not die." Qin Zheng leaned closer and saw Liu Ban resurrecting at the fountain. Still in the fountain, Jiang Che instinctively fired a cannon towards the dragon pit. A passionate voice announcement echoed. "Your team has reclaimed the crucial kill." Following that, his teammates erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Well done." Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, now understanding why the little Liu Ban was so infuriating. Jiang Che remarked moreover, "He certainly has the look of someone who can be easily killed. One careless moment, and he could be mistaken for a minion." In this match, Jiang Che finished with a score of 0-6-3. Although they won, the victory felt rather hollow. He was eager to start another game, but Qin Zheng, quick-witted and nimble, snatched the phone away. This rascal pressed Jiang Che's head down and tucked him into bed, adopting a mentor's tone. "You're an adult now. Are you really addicted to gaming? Hurry up and sleep. Aren't you supposed to go to the countryside tomorrow to sign a contract?" Jiang Che exclaimed, "Damn, this is outrageous." Chapter 41. The Young Master Hiding a Beauty? The next morning, when Jiang Che awoke, Qin Zheng was already gone from the bed. Beside him lay a set of deep gray, casual sportswear, the outfit they had purchased together at the mall the day before. It seemed that Qin Zheng had retrieved it from his home. Jiang Che quickly got out of bed to wash up, don the clothes, and exited the bedroom just as Qin Zheng emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of porridge. Upon seeing him awake, Qin Zheng smiled and invited him to breakfast. Jiang Che approached, pulled out a chair, and sat at the dining table, noticing a delightful spread laid out before him. Steamed egg custard, blanched broccoli, warm milk, soup dumplings, and the vegetable corn porridge that Qin Zheng held. He gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by the culinary skills. With a grin, he suggested, "Why don't you just move back in? That way, I wouldn't even need to hire a maid." Qin Zheng retorted, "I'll charge you for my labor." Jiang Che generously replied, "I'll pay you." Qin Zheng scoffed, "Your pocket money already has a share for me in it. Are you really going to pay me?" Jiang Che leisurely accepted the bowl of porridge from Qin Zheng, raising an eyebrow. "At least you won tea be shortchanged." "Not happening." Jiang Che sighed dramatically. "Other people's sugar daddies get whatever they want. Mine acts like a grandson. How pitiful." Qin Zheng, exasperated, shoved the milk towards Jiang Che. "Enough of that. I don't buy into your antics. Drink the milk." Jiang Che cast a disdainful glance, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately picked it up and gulped it down. Afterward, Qin Zheng placed the egg custard in front of him. This time, Jiang Che outright refused. He truly despised eating eggs. He detested all kinds of eggs. Qin Zheng sighed and said, "Eat less. If you can't finish, it will only be left there." Jiang Che responded with a slight acknowledgement. Yet he reluctantly picked up his spoon and began to eat. Just as the two finished their breakfast, a knock echoed from the door. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Jiang Che. "Could it be that annoying you and Shu again?" Qin Zheng chuckled and walked over to open the door. Jiang Che breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a stranger, an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Finally, it was not that bothersome fellow. "Uncle Zhou," Qin Zheng called out, introducing him to Jiang Che. "This is our housekeeper, Uncle Zhou. I asked him to bring some people to tidy up your room." Jiang Che was taken aback. He had not anticipated Qin Zheng's attentiveness. He had been planning to find someone to clean up upon his return from the countryside today. "Uncle Zhou," Qin Zheng continued, "this is my brother, Jiang Che." Uncle Zhou paused momentarily, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Jiang Che's youthful visage. The young man appeared to be no more than 20. How could he be on such familiar terms with their young master? Was this truly the brother he had envisioned? Uncle Zhou's thoughts drifted to certain rumors circulating in the media, and his aged eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Could it be that the second young master was indeed the one referred to by that term, circulating online? Uncle Zhou discreetly scrutinized the young man before him. To be frank, in all his years, he had never encountered anyone so strikingly handsome, even though the eldest and second young masters were undeniably handsome in his eyes. They paled in comparison to this youth, evoking an inexplicable feeling of admiration. If he were to describe it, Uncle Zhou would say the young man resembled a gentle breeze on a clear blue sky, effortlessly finding his way into everyone's heart. No wonder the second young master, despite his age, remained single. It seemed he had hidden away a treasure in this gilded cage. Uncle Zhou was not an antiquated soul. He would be genuinely pleased if the second young master could find a companion at such an age. He resolved to share this delightful news with the eldest young master and the madam upon his return. With this thought, a deeper warmth spread across Uncle Zhou's face. Jiang Che felt a slight flutter at the intensity of his gaze, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. He could only politely greet him. Uncle Zhou, my home is next door. I appreciate your help. Uncle Zhou smiled, dismissing any notion of trouble. It's nothing at all. It's my duty, he replied heartily. Jiang Che thought to himself, this is becoming increasingly peculiar. Then shall we proceed? Uncle Zhou? As Jiang Che stepped out, he noticed two ladies waiting outside. Qin Zheng grinned and boasted, these are also my housekeepers. You could trust them completely. He proudly wrapped an arm around Jiang Che's shoulders, exclaiming, see, I treat you well. Don't I? Jiang Che smiled and replied, a son should naturally honor his father. Qin Zheng. Jiang Che walked over to open the door, and indeed, the living room was cluttered with items they had purchased yesterday. Household necessities, clothing, shoes, and various knickknacks. Jiang Che scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Uncle Zhou, it's a bit messy. I hope it won't be too much trouble for you. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou replied reassuringly. Uncle Zhou waved his hand, hearing the second young master mention that they had matters to attend to outside. It is getting late. You should leave promptly and return early. We can manage things here. Jiang Che took out his phone, asking, shall I add you on WeChat? If there are any issues, feel free to contact me directly. Uncle Zhou quickly retrieved his phone and added the contact. Just as the friend request was approved, a notification chimed on his phone. To his surprise, it was a transfer from Jiang Che. He paused momentarily. With a smile, Jiang Che said, Uncle Zhou, I haven't even begun cooking at home. Please take the aunties out for lunch today. The remainder is for you and the aunties as a token of appreciation for your hard work. I kindly ask you to pass it along to them. Uncle Zhou hurriedly replied, I cannot accept your money. It is our duty to assist. Before Jiang Che could speak, Qin Zheng interjected, Uncle Zhou, it's perfectly fine. Please accept it. Uncle Zhou cast a reluctant glance at them, but ultimately accepted the money. His gaze towards Jiang Che softening unconsciously. What a good child he is, he thought. Though it is a pity that he is quite a bit younger than the second young master. I hope Jiang Che will not disdain the second young master for his age in the future. After briefly explaining to Uncle Zhou how to arrange the items he had purchased, Jiang Che pulled Qin Zheng out the door. They needed to finalize matters regarding the venue Jiang Che had inspected in the countryside. Naturally, it was Qin Zheng who would drive them. Their destination was a village outside Jin City, named Baihe Village. This village is one of the relatively well-preserved ancient villages in the vicinity, and in recent years, the government has sought to develop it into a tourist attraction. This project is currently open for investment. Baihe Village is conveniently located not far from Jin City, accessible by high-speed rail and highways, making it quite easy to travel back and forth. 2 hours later, Jiang Che and Qin Zheng arrived at the entrance of Baihe Village. Likely due to the tourism development, the village gate was impressively constructed, a grand stone archway approximately 10 meters wide. At the front of the arch stood 2 stone sculptures of soaring white cranes. The center of the archway was inscribed with the words Baihe Village. Qin Zheng stood in awe, remarking, why does that writing seem so familiar? Jiang Che cast him a knowing glance, but remained silent, his expression hinting at something deeper. Chapter 42. Little friend, what is your name? Noticing the mischievous smile on Jiang Che's face, Qin Zheng felt a twitch in his eyelids. What does that look supposed to mean? You'll find out once we get there, Jiang Che replied, leading the way into the village. Host, the person you're meeting is in the courtyard to the left. Jiang Che responded, I understand. What are you scheming, you rascal? Qin Zheng donned a hat and mask, closely following his footsteps. Jiang Che did not respond, but instead inquired, is your family vying for this project? Although Qin Zheng held shares in the company, he was merely a passive shareholder, waiting for dividends, and had not participated in management. Thus, he was not well-versed in his elder brother's decisions. He shook his head. Should I ask my brother for you? Just a casual inquiry. Jiang Che remarked. This project appears promising. It is bound to be a profitable venture. Your family should consider getting involved. Qin was momentarily taken aback. How do you know? The narrative predominantly revolves around him and Jiang Che, thus most of the plot pertains to the entertainment industry. As for the investment direction of their company, it had never been mentioned. Jiang Che, with an enigmatic air, replied, "Intuition. Nonsense." In reality, he had merely asked De Huang to estimate the investment success rate. With an impressive profitability of 80, it was undoubtedly a venture worth pursuing. As for the remaining 20 risk, Jiang Che was confident that Qin Mo's capabilities would allow him to avert any pitfalls. Qin, exasperated, retorted, "Are you mocking me? My intuition has never failed." Jiang Che turned to him, winking, "You know it." Qin paused, realizing the truth in those words. From the moment they had met, he discerned that Jiang Che possessed an innate sharpness towards all matters. Anything he asserted had a high likelihood of manifesting, akin to a prophetic raven. Qin swiftly retrieved his phone, declaring, "I shall inform my brother." Hardly had he sent the message when his brother's call came through. Qin hesitated, surprised to answer. "Brother?" Qin Mo's deep voice resonated through the receiver. "Are you in Baya Village?" "Yes," Qin replied. "I accompanied a friend for a stroll." "Which friend?" "Jiang Si." Qin, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you so inquisitive? Did you not see the message I sent? Hurry and contact the board for a decision. This project is bound to yield profits." Qin Mo chuckled softly. "What has prompted your sudden interest in the company's affairs? What kind of remark is that?" Qin exclaimed. "I am a shareholder. Why shouldn't I be concerned?" "Nothing much," Qin Mo remarked. "Then tell me, what makes this venture profitable?" Qin was momentarily speechless. He knew nothing. It was all Jiang Che's assertion. Struggling to articulate, Qin retorted defiantly, "I cannot explain, but my brother is well informed. He speaks with certainty." "Oh, he is the prophetic raven, surely." After a prolonged silence, Qin Mo replied, "Very well. I am here as well. Come find me." Qin was astonished. "You're in Baya Village? How?" Before he could finish, he lifted his gaze and spotted a familiar figure emerging from the courtyard gate. The two locked eyes, each holding their phone to their ear. Upon recognizing one another, they silently lowered their devices. Qin, bewildered, pulled Jiang Che along hastily. "You truly are here?" Qin Mo acknowledged him, his gaze drifting from Qin to Jiang Che, a glimmer of perplexity flashing in his profound eyes. After a moment, he averted his gaze and inquired, "Who is this?" Qin found himself at a loss for how to introduce Jiang Che. Although they had all uncovered the secrets of this world, whether they could divulge this matter to more individuals remained uncertain, as Jiang Che had not indicated a stance. Clearing his throat, he ultimately decided against revealing too much. "This is the friend I mentioned." Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. "The prophetic raven?" Qin, Jiang Che. Seeing the expression of bewilderment on Jiang Che's face, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile. "Young man, what is your name?" Jiang Che remarked with a hint of annoyance. "Is Mr. Qin particularly idle today?" Qin Mo nodded calmly. "Indeed, today is quite leisurely." Jiang Che inquired, "So, what is your name?" Qin Mo retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Jiang Che replied, "Because you bear a striking resemblance to a deceased acquaintance of mine." Jiang Che's gaze momentarily faltered, followed by a scoff. Was no one going to inform Mr. Qin that such a method of flirtation was rather cliched? Qin Mo blinked. "Is it?" "Of course." Jiang Che smirked, a playful glint in his eyes, "but I doubt an older gentleman like Mr. Qin would even notice." Qin Mo chuckled softly. "Am I really that old?" Jiang Che disdainfully replied, "You must be at least 35, right?" Qin Mo acknowledged. "Do you consider that old?" "A tad," Jiang Che admitted. Thus, Qin Mo turned his attention to his assistant, rummaging through their pocket to procure a candy flavored like orange. The assistant protested. That was meant for his daughter. Qin Mo grasped Jiang Che's hand, placing the candy into his palm. "Here, uncle offers you some sweets." Jiang Che responded, Qin squinting as he observed his elder brother, sensing an intangible turmoil swirling within his brother's profound gaze. "Can you now tell uncle your name?" Qin Mo inquired with a gentle smile. Jiang Che's lips twitched slightly. Was it merely his illusion, or had the former Qin Mo always been this way? He and Qin Zheng were brothers, having spent much time together in their youth. Thus he was familiar with his elder brother. However, they had never been particularly close. His recollections of Qin Mo were of a stoic, taciturn individual. How had a decade apart transformed him into someone so uncharacteristically amiable? Jiang Che swiftly withdrew his hand, turning to pat Qin Zheng's shoulder. Come on, tell this old fellow my name. Qin Zheng hesitated before finally stating, brother, his name is Jiang Che. He had anticipated that his brother would be astonished or at least visibly affected by the name. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Mo merely raised an eyebrow, responding with a casual, oh, and fell silent thereafter. Is that all? Jiang Che thought incredulously. Did his brother truly harbor no curiosity or astonishment regarding this face and name? What brings you here? Qin Mo queried, directing his gaze toward Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng gestured towards Jiang Che and explained, he intends to purchase a property here. We have a contract to sign. Buying a house. Qin Mo echoed in disbelief. Why venture to the countryside for such a purchase? Jiang Che cryptically responded, the feng shui here is quite favorable. Oh, suitable for eternal rest, perhaps? Qin Mo jested. Since you're nearing an age, should I assist you in finding a suitable spot? Chapter 43. You must be Xiao Che. The planning of a tourism project in Baihe village had been publicly announced by the government, thus it was not particularly confidential. Logically, the villagers would be reluctant to sell their homes, as the development would likely lead to issues of demolition. Such demolitions could pave the way for prosperity. Who would willingly sell their property at this opportune moment? The landlord they sought was a young man, surnamed Chun, with the name Chen Lin. The house, newly constructed, is a splendid example of a modern Chinese courtyard. It features 3 spacious stories in the main building, complemented by 2 side rooms, offering ample space to accommodate 10 or more residents comfortably. The young man is compelled to sell the property due to an unfortunate accident involving his parents, who are currently hospitalized and in urgent need of funds. The demolition paperwork has yet to be finalized, leaving him uncertain about when it will come through. His parents lie in their hospital beds, awaiting financial assistance for their recovery, leaving him no choice but to liquidate their home as a stopgap measure. Fortunately, the prospective buyer is quite generous, willing to meet the asking price and even offer more. When Jiang Che and Qin Zheng arrived at Chen Lin's residence, the latter was already waiting for them. Upon their approach, he warmly greeted them, albeit uncertain about who among them was Mr. Jiang. His gaze flitted between the two before settling on Qin Zheng, who appeared older, while Jiang Che seemed to be merely a university student in his early 20s. Mr. Jiang? Chen Lin hesitantly inquired, feeling a strange sense of familiarity towards the masked and hatted figure before him. Qin Zheng pointed towards Jiang Che, stating, this is Mr. Jiang. I am Qin. Chen Lin, taken aback, regarded Jiang Che with surprise, realizing the university student had come all the way to their rural village to purchase a home. Indeed, the ingenuity of a university student often surpasses ordinary comprehension. Mr. Jiang, Chen Lin stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. Hello, please come in. This young man was, after all, his financial savior, and he must not be treated with any disregard. Jiang Che smiled. Chengge, you're older than I am. Simply call me Xiao Jiang. No need for such formality. Chen Lin was pleasantly surprised by the youth's amiability, fostering a sense of closeness. Then Xiao Jiang, shall I show you around the house? He proposed. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. However, just as they stepped into the courtyard, another individual followed them inside. Chen Lin stared in astonishment, recognizing the person as the affluent businessman who had come to inspect their village. Why was he here? President Qin? Jiang Che queried in surprise. What brings you here? Qin Mo smirked. I came to inspect your final resting place. Jiang Che. Qin Zheng shot his brother a disapproving glare. Stop being morbid. We've only just recovered. Don't jinx it. ISNT Xiao Che, suppose to help me find a favorable location for my future? Qin Mo replied, clad in a sleek black trench coat, hands tucked in his pockets, as he surveyed the Chun family's courtyard. I merely came to draw some inspiration. After all, he sighed, one must consider such matters at my age. Jiang Che chose to ignore him, aware that this man was Qin Zheng's elder brother. and it would be impolite to dismiss him outright. He turned to Chen Lin and raised an eyebrow. "Chengge, let us focus on the house." "Oh." Chen Lin quickly retracted his look of astonishment and led Jiang Che deeper into the home. On the right is the kitchen and storage room. The kitchen is quite spacious. My father specializes in renovations, and he designed it in accordance with the currently popular modern Chinese style. As they conversed, they continued towards the rooms on the right. As Qin Mo truly intended to proceed, Qin Zheng hastily seized him, narrowing his eyes. "Brother, you seem rather unusual today." "Do I?" Qin Mo replied coolly, crossing his arms. Qin Zheng inquired, "What do you think?" Qin Mo raised his gaze, briefly observing the figure in the kitchen conversing with Chen Lin. His profound eyes quivered slightly, and after a considerable pause, he gradually withdrew his gaze, murmuring, "He must be Jiang Che." Qin Zheng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the implications of his words. Qin Mo's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor as he continued, "I never expected that at my age, I would see him again." Finally comprehending, Qin Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You recognized him?" Qin Mo merely affirmed with a detached hum. "Why are you so certain?" Qin Zheng questioned, his mind in disarray. Without elaboration, Qin Mo simply asked, "Is he still in the same condition as before?" This inquiry stirred a wave of concern in Qin Zheng, who reluctantly nodded. "I remember Professor Zhao's team has made breakthroughs in the research of the third-generation fully magnetic levitation artificial heart, achieving success in clinical trials," Qin Mo stated. Qin Zheng paused, realizing this was news to him. A decade prior, when Jiang Che was in poor health, they had indeed kept a close watch on medical advancements, particularly concerning cardiac issues. However, with Jiang Che's passing a decade ago, that habit had naturally faded. Qin Mo's ongoing interest in the matter surprised him. "You still follow this?" "Our Qin family is not involved in the medical field. His brother was not one to concern himself with such matters, given their family's lack of a history with heart diseases." Qin Mo responded nonchalantly. 2 years ago, the young master of the Liu family, Liu Jingshen, underwent surgery by Professor Zhao's team, utilizing the third-generation fully magnetic levitation artificial heart. Liu Jingshen? Qin Zheng mused. The Liu family indeed had business dealings with the Qin family. Although the young master rarely appeared in public due to health issues, it was not surprising that his brother, as a partner, was aware of this. Upon hearing his brother's words, Qin Zheng's initial confusion transformed into elation. Really? 10 years ago, Jiang Che succumbed due to the lack of a suitable heart donor, especially since the third-generation fully magnetic levitation artificial heart was still in the research phase. But that was a decade ago. Excitement brimmed in Qin Zheng's eyes as he grasped Qin Mo's wrist. "Brother, can you contact Professor Zhao?" Professor Zhao Qing was a towering figure in the medical field, not someone one could meet easily. Qin Mo replied softly. There was another individual involved in Liu Jingshen's surgery, now a stakeholder and director at the Qi family's private hospital. His name is Liu Chun. After a moment's thought, he added, "I'll reach out to the Liu family for an introduction." Liu Chun should be able to contact Professor Zhao. Qin Zheng, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Hurry and contact them. Call now." Chapter 44. I have no common language with you old dings. Jiang Che had already wandered around the house, while the two brothers, Qin Zheng and Qin Mo, were still murmuring in the courtyard, their conversation shrouded in mystery. Xiao Jiang, Chen Lin beckoned him to sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of hot water. "Are you satisfied with my house?" "Rest assured," he assured, "when we built this house, it was intended for our own use. Naturally, we utilized only the finest materials. It's only been 2 months since we've moved in, and already misfortune has befallen us. If it weren't for the urgent need for money, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell." Jiang Che was indeed quite pleased with the house. Firstly, it was far larger than he had anticipated, and secondly, the decoration style aligned perfectly with his preferences. "Thank you," Jiang Che said as he accepted the water. "I really like it. The decoration is quite exquisite." Chen Lin smiled. "It was all done by my father." At this point, he sighed deeply. Jiang Che understood his predicament and pondered for a moment before saying, "I can accept the price you mentioned, and I can offer you an additional 300,000 as compensation for your relocation. However, I have one request." Chun-Lin was taken aback by his generosity, his heart lifting with joy. "What is your request? Speak. Could you also rent me the land outside the house?" Chun-Lin was momentarily stunned. In rural areas, people typically had their own vegetable gardens, which were usually not large but conveniently located near their homes. His garden spanned just over an acre, and if rented out, it would only fetch a few thousand yuan, far from being worth 300,000. Noticing his surprise, Jiang Che chuckled. "Money is no concern for me. This amount is trivial." Although Chun-Lin found his words quite straightforward, they struck a chord within him. "Aren't your parents still in the hospital?" Jiang Che remarked casually. "That is certainly not a good place. You should come out and enjoy life." Chun-Lin's heart momentarily halted as he raised his gaze, only to meet Jiang Che's pale visage. It dawned on him that this individual might also be plagued by illness. Hence his poignant reflections. Hospitals are indeed places of torment for many, where some experience the heart-wrenching realities of life and death. Chun-Lin's gaze toward Jiang Che softened with compassion. This young man, barely in his 20s, should be reveling in the exuberance of youth, filled with hope. Yet now, he appeared unable to foresee even his own tomorrow. Sighing, Chun-Lin instinctively clenched his fists and, after a moment, hoarsely expressed, "Thank you." The additional 300,000, though exceeding the boundaries of a mere house purchase, was like a lifeline in his time of need. Jiang Che smiled. "Well then, if you have no objections, I can sign the contract now." The price had far surpassed Chun-Lin's expectations, so he naturally had no objections. Fortunately, there was a printer at home, and he hurried to his room to print a copy of the contract, nervously handing it to Jiang Che. "Please take a look and see if there are any additions needed." As Jiang Che's hand barely grazed the contract, unexpectedly, a slender hand reached across him, effortlessly snatching the thin A4 sheet away. He lifted his gaze to find Qin Mo already perusing the document. Jiang Che felt somewhat speechless. Qin Mo smiled, stating, "Allow me to assist you." Jiang Che retorted, "I can read." With an air of elegance, Qin Mo settled beside him, remarking, "I have reviewed more contracts in a day than you have consumed meals in a week. You should consider it an honor that I am willing to assist you." Jiang Che, with a scoff, swiftly reclaimed the contract from Qin Mo's grasp, saying, "Da Huang, please scan this contract for any discrepancies." Da Huang promptly scanned it, replying, "None detected." "Esteemed host, you may sign with confidence. I trust Brother Chun," Jiang Che declared as he picked up the pen on the table and signed his name with a flourish. This statement moved Chun-Lin, who stood nearby. He appreciated the sincerity of college students. Qin Mo, with a resigned expression, watched as Jiang Che finished signing, then took the contract to verify it before handing it over to Chun-Lin. Chun-Lin hastily signed his name and affixed his thumbprint. Next came the matter of the property transfer. However, the procedures for purchasing a self-built house in the countryside were quite intricate. In addition to the transfer itself, the usage rights for the homestead also required modification. They would have to go to the village to obtain the necessary certification and handle the paperwork. With midday approaching and Jiang Che's hunger becoming increasingly intolerable, he inquired of Chun-Lin, "Brother Chun, are there any restaurants in your village?" He was eager to have a meal first. "There isn't a restaurant," Chun-Lin replied, "but by the lotus pond in the village, there's a farmhouse run by Uncle Wang." He smiled. Uncle Wang is a chef. He handles all the banquets in the village, and his culinary skills are quite commendable. "Would you like me to take you there for a meal?" Jiang Che's eyes lit up. That sounds wonderful. He had long yearned to savor the rustic dishes and banquets of the countryside, and this was the perfect opportunity for a midday feast. "All right." Chun-Lin chuckled as he took out his phone. "I'll call Uncle Wang to have the dishes prepared in advance." He asked Jiang Che if he had any dietary restrictions, to which Qin Zheng interjected, "He doesn't eat spicy food. Prepare several mild dishes and a nutritious soup." "Is there fish?" "Yes, indeed," Chun-Lin affirmed. "They're all raised by Uncle Wang himself, free from feed, purely natural." Qin Zheng suggested, "Then let us order a steamed fish." After finalizing the menu, Chun-Lin contacted the village secretary to arrange for certification later that afternoon. Being from the same village, the secretary was well aware of Chun-Lin's current situation. The fact that someone was interested in purchasing his house was a significant relief for their family. He agreed to wait for their visit. Once everything was arranged, Lin led the group to Uncle Wang's farmhouse for lunch. Boss, Liang Yi, Qin Mo's assistant, observed as his employer prepared to join the gathering. He quickly interjected, "The flight to Shunsheng is at 3 o'clock. We should be heading back now." The journey to the urban area of Jincheng would take nearly 2 hours, and reaching the airport would require another 40 to 50 minutes. Time was of the essence. Qin Mo paused, contemplating, and frowned. "Is it possible to postpone?" "It's not advisable," Liang Yi replied. "You must attend to the project personally. General Liu is already waiting there. It wouldn't reflect well if we were to cancel." What wouldn't reflect well? The statement was indeed very tactful. If one were to truly renege on their commitment, this project would undoubtedly be lost, and it would also offend General Liu, resulting in a considerable loss. Qin Mo's brow furrowed even tighter. Ultimately, he let out a resigned sigh, and with a flicker of his gaze, he stepped forward and swiftly snatched the phone from Jiang Che's hands. Before the other could utter a word, he deftly added his contact information to the other's phone, also including WeChat in the process. Jiang Che remarked, "I must take my leave." Qin Mo smiled faintly as he returned the phone, saying, "Enjoy yourselves. Feel free to contact me if needed." Jiang Che firmly rejected the offer, stating, "No, thank you." Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Jiang Che was quite direct. "I find no common ground with someone like you, an old-timer." Chapter 45. The true young master has arrived. After Qin Mo departed, Jiang Che observed his retreating figure and furrowed his brow, asking Qin Zheng beside him, "Why do I feel your brother is rather peculiar?" Qin Zheng tugged at his lip, wanted to say that his brother recognized Jiang Che at first glance. Yet, recalling Qin Mo's prior admonition not to disclose anything to Jiang Che, he fell silent. The matter of being reborn and traversing realms was indeed too bizarre and should remain known to a select few. If others were to perceive Jiang Che as a curiosity and subject him to scrutiny, it would be disastrous. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Zheng decided to keep his brother's recognition of Jiang Che a secret. He naturally trusted his brother, confident that he would not indiscriminately reveal it. "Perhaps you simply resemble someone he knows," Qin Zheng mused softly. Jiang Che dismissed it as a trivial episode. Though he was acquainted with Qin Mo, they were not close, and he felt no need to dwell on it. Under Lin's guidance, they arrived at the village's sole farmhouse. From a distance, they spotted a 5- or 6-year-old child playing in a yard, which was bordered by a vast lotus pond. With autumn upon them, the lotuses had already withered. The pond was littered with yellowing, drooping lotus leaves and bent stems, creating a desolate atmosphere reminiscent of faded grandeur. Uncle Wang's fish were raised in this pond, Lin explained. "Rest assured, they have never been fed artificial feed. They are entirely natural." Jiang Che responded affirmatively, inquiring, "Can one fish here?" The Wang family's lotus field was extensive, spanning several acres. It was planted with lotus root, allowing for flower appreciation in summer and root consumption in autumn and winter. The pond also housed numerous fish, attracting many anglers who paid to fish there. Lin nodded in affirmation, "Absolutely." Jiang Che smiled, took out his phone, and snapped a picture of the lotus pond, contentedly posting it to his social media with the caption, "Care to join?" Having just been reborn, his phone had few friends. However, he felt an urge to share snippets of his life, a habit he had cultivated previously. He believed that documenting more of his life's traces would provide evidence of his existence in this world after his departure. As soon as he posted, a comment appeared from the recently added Qin Mo, who replied with a single word, "Join." A shy, blushing emoji followed. Jiang Che exclaimed, "What a lunatic." It's as if he asked, suggesting something indecent. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mo responded to Yu Wenshuo with a succinct "wait for me," accompanied by a rather ostentatious emoji of a yellow bean wearing sunglasses. Jiang Che remarked. Qin Zheng smiled and said, "All right, let us go eat. We have plenty of time in the future. After all, they had already purchased a house here, and Jiang Che's eccentric training plan was about to commence. They would have ample leisure time in the days to come. This notion brought a smile to Qin Zheng's face. He felt an inexplicable sense of retreating to the countryside. However, had he foreseen the events that would unfold in the ensuing days, he would undoubtedly lament his current understanding. Uncle Wang truly deserved his reputation as the renowned banquet chef of the village. His culinary skills were exceptional. Both Qin Zheng and Jiang Che had never tasted such rustic, home-cooked meals before, and they found it remarkably delightful, even superior to the fare served in hotels. Jiang Che indulged a bit more than usual, but afterward, he was fed a few digestive tablets by Qin Zheng. Jiang Che quipped, "Did you even bring this out with you?" Qin Zheng retorted with confidence, "If I don't bring it, will you?" Jiang Che fell silent, knowing full well he would not. Who would carry such things when going out? Qin Zheng scoffed, "I knew I couldn't rely on you. Hurry up and eat. Stop dawdling." Reluctantly, Jiang Che consumed the tablets. After the meal, Chunlin took Jiang Che and the others to meet the village secretary, where they completed a series of necessary certifications and paperwork. Once everything was settled, Jiang Che promptly transferred the funds to Chunlin. Upon returning to the urban district of Jin City, it was already 8 in the evening. As Jiang Che opened the door to his home, his eyes lit up. Uncle Zhou and 2 aunts had arranged the house splendidly. The bedroom was adorned with fresh, clean sheets and duvet covers. The pajamas in the wardrobe had been washed and dried. Jiang Che felt immense satisfaction and smiled at Qin Zheng, saying, "Please thank Uncle Zhou and the 2 aunts for me." Qin Zheng, lounging on the sofa and pouring himself a glass of water, chuckled in response. "Haven't you already expressed your gratitude? Can you overdo it? No, you should hurry up and leave." Jiang Che turned his back on Qin Zheng, declaring, "I'm off to shower and sleep." Qin Zheng replied irritably, "I spent the entire day with you, and this is how you repay me?" Before Jiang Che could respond, Qin Zheng's phone rang unexpectedly. At this hour, the only person who would call him was likely his agent. He glanced at his phone and indeed saw it was his agent calling. So he answered, "Zhang Jie, Director Sun has sent over the final script." Zhang Jie informed him, "I've emailed it to you. Please take a moment to review it." The script she referred to was for the drama Chase. Qin Zheng acknowledged her and indicated he understood. After a brief pause, Zhang Jie added, "The second male lead has been replaced. Do you know?" Qin Zheng was taken aback. "Do you know who it is?" "Who?" "Fang Qingyun." "Fang Qingyun." Qin Zheng instantly sat upright on the sofa, astonished. "You mean Fang Ruiqi's older brother?" Suddenly, he recalled that Fang Ruiqi's book was essentially the script of the genuine and false young masters, with the true young master being Fang Qingyun and the false one being Fang Ruiqi. Fang Qingyun had only recently been found, yet the focus of the Fang family had undoubtedly shifted towards him. However, why had this scion, who was supposedly competing with old Fang for the family's favor, suddenly ventured into the entertainment industry? Did he possess any acting skills? Qin Zheng furrowed his brow. Fang Ruiqi was his brother, and he had a fair understanding of the affairs concerning the Fang family. Fang Qingyun had returned to the family 6 months ago, and based on his previous experiences, this lad had never studied acting nor performed in any plays. What was his sudden motivation to enter the entertainment realm? Sister Zhang interjected, mentioning that he had already passed the audition with Director Sun, who had sung his praises. Qin Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be true? Sister Zhang advised him to focus on the script, suggesting that all questions would be answered once filming commenced and they met in person. Still incredulous, Qin Zheng swiftly called Fang Ruiqi. However, the call went unanswered. Undeterred, he tried again, and this time, the phone rang several times before being picked up. Fang Ruiqi's voice came through, laced with fatigue. "Old Qin, what is up?" Qin Zheng paused. "What is going on with you?" "It's the usual chaos." Fang Ruiqi replied wearily. "Is there trouble at home again?" "Yes." Chapter 46. I'll take it as your affectionate nickname. Qin Zheng's expression turned serious. "Do you need our help?" Fang Ruiqi chuckled lightly. "They can't do anything to me for now." After a moment of silence, Qin Zheng said, "All right, if you need assistance, just let me know." "Sure." Fang Ruiqi inhaled deeply before asking, "What about old Jiang? I heard you went to the countryside today." Qin Zheng confirmed. "Yes, the house has already been purchased." Fang Ruiqi smiled. "I saw his post on social media. The house looks splendid and the environment seems quite pleasant. If he can truly rest there for a while, it might cultivate his character." Qin Zheng chuckled. "Can you really afford to leave?" Fang Ruiqi remained silent. Qin Zheng decided to get straight to the point. "Do you know what your elder brother is up to?" "What is he doing?" "He came to our production to audition for the role of the second male lead." Qin Zheng clicked his tongue. "I heard he even passed." And that particular meticulous director's son praised him. I can't shake the feeling that your elder brother is acting a bit strangely, Feng Ruiqi remarked with a laugh. If he wants to go, let him. It will give me some peace for a couple of days. Since when did he become an actor? Feng Ruiqi shrugged, who knows? Enough about him. It's frustrating to talk about. What about old Jiang? Let me hear his voice. Ever since we met in the graveyard, I haven't seen him. Qin Zheng replied. I have no sense of his resurrection at all. He is taking a shower. Saying he is preparing to sleep, Qin Zheng informed him. Feng Ruiqi paused before responding. All right, let him rest early. He must be quite exhausted today. Indeed. After a brief conversation over the phone, they hung up. Just as he ended the call, Jiang Che emerged from the bathroom. His slightly longer hair was tied up in a small bun at the back of his head, while the fine strands of bangs at his forehead hung down messily, dripping water. He wore a cream-colored bathrobe, the belt loosely tied around his waist, leaving the front rather open and revealing a pale chest. His excessively slender physique made his collarbones appear especially prominent. A complex emotion flickered in Qin Zheng's eyes as he stood up and approached, saying, It's late autumn. You shouldn't wear something so thin. I'm not cold. Jiang Che replied. You'll realize it's cold when it's too late. Jiang Che retorted, That sounds just like something my mother would say. He smirked. All right, you can leave now. I need to rest. Qin Zheng squinted, arms crossed as he scrutinized him. Are you planning to play games again, you little rascal? Jiang Che paused, then declared with feigned indignation. How could you think that? I merely wish to rest. Really? Of course. Then hand me your phone. Qin Zheng extended his hand towards him. I'll wait for you to finish drying your hair before I leave. You can have your phone back in the morning. Jiang Che lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly punched Qin Zheng, exclaiming, You think you can boss me around? Qin Zheng was knocked off balance and fell onto the sofa with a thud. Jiang Che, however, was relentless, grabbing his collar and effortlessly dragging him out like a sack of potatoes before unceremoniously tossing him outside with a loud thud of the door. Qin Zheng called out, What about me? What did his day of companionship and effort amount to? When Jiang Che lay on his bed after drying his hair. Just as he was about to open a game, a message popped up on WeChat from Qin Mo. Qin Mo, what are you doing? Jiang Che instinctively furrowed his brow, but ultimately decided to ignore him. Opening the game icon, he felt a surge of delight from the crisp announcement sound. Just as he entered the game, another message from Qin Mo arrived. Qin Mo, was the lunch at the farmhouse delicious? Jiang Che thought to himself. Has this guy lost his mind? He continued to ignore him, but within moments, he received a notification of a bank transfer. He stared in astonishment as he opened it, discovering that Qin Mo had transferred him 5 million. Qin Mo, did you receive the transfer? Qin Mo, just a little pocket money. No need to thank me. Jiang Che calculated the pocket money he had received over the past few days, totaling several tens of millions. Initially, he had no intention of responding to Qin Mo, but considering the 5 million in his account, despite not understanding why this fellow was so generous, he realized, after a moment's thought, that he was indeed in a world akin to a novel. Although Qin Mo is not the protagonist nor the eccentric gentleman of the story, having Qin Zheng, the eccentric gentleman's younger brother, around him occasionally drives him to madness, which is quite normal. However, this madness has led to a propensity for transferring funds, and he secretly hopes that this grandson will indulge in such eccentricities more often. Great favors do not require words of thanks, Qin. From now on, I shall no longer address you as Old Deng. Oh, then what shall I call you? Qin Mo's reply came swiftly. Since I am already a brother to your younger sibling, it follows that we are naturally brothers as well. Is that so? Therefore, we must adhere to the principles of brotherly interaction. Oh, what principles? Do not forget those who are wealthy and noble. So, elder brother, I am impoverished. After a while, Jiang Che received another notification of a bank transfer on his phone. Upon inspection, it was yet another 5 million from Qin Mo. Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback. This fool, has he truly lost his senses? Jiang Che quickly retrieved his phone and unleashed a flurry of emoticons. Seeking sustenance, JPG. For you, I am infatuated. For you, I am mad, crashing against walls, JPG. Boss, do take a look at me, JPG. Hungry, mealtime, JPG. These were all expressions he had learned from netizens over the past few days, and he had saved quite a number of emoticons. Yet, there was no response from the other side. TSK, it seems he is not entirely mad yet. Since there was no reply, Jiang Che lost interest in the conversation and began to queue for a ranked match, when yet another bank transfer notification chimed in. Again, it was from Chinemo, consistently unwavering at 5 million. Jiang Che was astonished for a moment, although he was unaware of how, at this late hour, such a large sum had been transferred. It did not hinder him from accepting the money. In less than half an hour, he had earned a net profit of 15 million, which filled his heart with a newfound warmth. Old dang, I misspoke just now. Elder brother, you are truly impressive. Call me whatever you wish, Chinemo replied, somewhat speechless. Chinemo sent a smiling emoji and then followed up with a message. I shall take this as a term of endearment for my dear younger brother, Xiao Jiang. Jiang Che. Chapter 47. Is the game enjoyable? Jiang Che deemed Chinemo to be somewhat unhinged. Could it be that with Qin Zhang's awakening, his brother has taken to madness? He firmly believed this to be the case. Thus, he chose to ignore the eccentric gentleman and turned his attention to the game, selecting a hero named Lan. However, upon entering, the player controlling Kai Wenji unexpectedly referred to him as their boyfriend, leaving him perplexed. Even more bewildering was how their mid-lane mage Angela began to lose her senses after being fed by Sikong Jun, who had utilized a teleport. She opened her microphone, turning it into a platform for Sikong Jun to narrate stories. One moment she claimed that Sikong Jun could be seen by 9 people in the Great Canyon under his ultimate, and the next moment, she recounted the rumor that Sikong Jun once fathered a child for the Storm Dragon King, delivered by Kai Wenji herself. She even shamelessly declared that the Storm Dragon King was so enraptured by Sikong Jun that on the night of their union, he demanded him again and again. Jiang Che was left utterly dumbfounded. What is this nonsense? Have today's gamers become so abstract? He felt utterly perplexed, while the Angela player insisted on summoning him. The beautiful girl, Angela, exclaimed, Brother Lan, Sikong Jun has betrayed your red father. Come and catch him in the act. Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly replied, Have you taken off your pants? I'm on my way. Angela responded, I'm in position. Jiang Che urged, Hold him down, I'm coming. As Jiang Che swam over, the red buff had but a sliver of health left, and he quickly executed a punishment to snatch it away. Upon further inspection, he noticed that all the little treasures in the jungle had vanished. Frustrated, he joined Angela in the endeavor of writing a novel about Sikong Jun. Sikong Jun, Jiang Che was engrossed in the game, so much so that he nearly lost track of time. Had it not been for Qin Zhang's call, he might have continued playing indefinitely. What do you want? I'm already asleep. Jiang Che preemptively replied. Qin Zhang chuckled coldly. Could you at least turn off the lights in your room before we talk? Jiang Che nearly forgot that in their apartment layout, the living room and balcony were adjacent, allowing Qin Zhang to see whether his bedroom light was on. Jiang Che pressed his lips together and replied earnestly, I prefer to sleep with the lights on. Could you repeat that? All right, I'm afraid of the dark. Ha! Jiang Che played the emotional card, letting out a sigh, and lamented, Have you ever seen the scenery of hell? Qin Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Che's voice dropped, laden with suppressed emotion. It is far too dark there. Qin Zhang's breath hitched. Stop right there. He interjected, his breathing quickening, his voice gravelly. If you want to sleep with the lights on, then go ahead. Jiang Che smiled silently, his lips curling into a grin. Yes, the feeling of standing in the light is truly wonderful. Qin Zhang exclaimed, Damn, I can't believe I was almost swayed by this guy again. It's been 10 years. How can I still be led around by the nose? Infuriated, Qin Zhang hung up the phone, stormed out of his bedroom, and pounded on Jiang Che's door with a fierce knock. Given that there were only 2 households on their floor, he had no qualms about disturbing the peace. He intended to make Jiang Che feel his wrath. Just as Jiang Che launched into another game with the same beautiful Angela player, the door was suddenly knocked upon. His heart raced. He knew without a doubt it was Qin Zhang outside. This guy had always acted like a nagging mother, managing his affairs even after 10 years. Jiang Che was disinclined to respond and chose to continue playing. Qin Zhang sneered, pulling out his phone to call Jiang Che. One call, Jiang Che hung up. After about 10 calls, Jiang Che was utterly vexed, unable to enjoy his game, and promptly blocked him. adding to their years of brotherly bond. Jiang lamented. After all these years and your companionship, what does it all mean? What does it mean? Jiang Che. Jiang shouted from outside. If you don't open the door, I swear I'll break it down. You possess the ability to play games. Surely, you can open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door quickly. Yet, regardless of his incessant shouting, Jiang Che remained indifferent, engrossed in his game. His voice grew hoarse, almost smoking with exertion. And after a brief pause, he returned to pour himself a glass of water, gulping it down before resuming his cries. Having completed a round of gaming, Jiang Che's forehead throbbed with tension as he tossed aside his phone, rose from his bed with a sullen expression, and proceeded to open the door. At that moment, Jiang leaned against the doorframe like a rogue, one hand propping himself up, while the other held a cup filled with a plump sea buckthorn infusion. His chest exposed as he stood boldly at the threshold. Upon seeing Jiang Che emerge, a flicker of triumphant mockery danced in his eyes. Is the game enjoyable? Jiang Che, surprisingly unperturbed, affirmed with a cheerful nod. Indeed, it is quite entertaining. However, I have something even more thrilling. Would you care to take a look? Jiang paused, confused. What? Jiang Che, with a playful smile, beckoned him closer. Come a bit nearer. I shall tell you. Reflexively, Jiang edged closer. Suddenly, Jiang Che's beckoning fingers tightened into a fist the size of a sandbag and landed a resounding thud on the back of Jiang's neck. The iron fist of his benefactor. Is it enjoyable? Jiang did not even have the chance to utter a word before he collapsed, his eyes rolling back in a swoon. The next day, Jiang Che awoke to find Jiang bustling about in his kitchen. Upon spotting him, Jiang shamelessly sneezed towards the kitchen door, lamenting how Jiang Che had left him on the sofa last night, merely covering him with a blanket. Jiang Che chose to ignore him. However, the more he disregarded Jiang, the more animated Jiang became. He served him with the fervor of a devoted attendant, yet lamented the indignity of not even having a proper bed to sleep in. It was truly disheartening. A grievance must be voiced. He continued to turn towards the kitchen door, sneezing one after another. Do you see this? I've caught a cold. Should you say something or do something? But was Jiang Che a person of compassion? Certainly not. With a look of disdain, he furrowed his brow. Just don't spit into the food. Jiang was left speechless for a moment, incredulously pointing at his nose. Did you not see that I have a cold? I did, Jiang Che replied. And upon seeing it, you say this? After a moment of contemplation, he blinked and suggested, well, drink more hot water? Jiang retorted, what a futile hope. Relying on this fool's sense of compassion is like expecting a pig to climb a tree. He angrily placed breakfast on the table, slamming a bowl of egg custard before Jiang Che eat. Jiang Che sighed, it's merely egg custard. Must you serve it in such a manner that it feels as though I am consuming a human flesh bun? It's quite terrifying. Chapter 48, Uncle, may you be well. After breakfast, Jiang Che felt as though his ears were nearly calloused from Jiang's incessant chatter. This rascal wouldn't cease his relentless prattling, warning him that if he played games late into the night again, he would have to lie in bed and watch him from now on. Jiang Che, thoroughly exasperated, begrudgingly agreed that he would refrain from playing so late in the future. This allowed Jiang, the ever-concerned figure, to finally settle down. Today, I intend to visit the studio. After the two finished their meal, while Jiang was clearing the dishes, he inquired, will you accompany me, or do you prefer to rest at home? Jiang Che, having made prior arrangements, replied, I have something to attend to. Something? What is it? Jiang furrowed his brow. Wasn't your meeting with Wang Shuyuan scheduled for tomorrow? Jiang Che had only just returned to life and could hardly have many acquaintances. So what could he possibly have to do? I have scheduled a renovation crew to refurbish the venue in Baihe Village. Otherwise, it will be difficult to perform later. Jiang Che explained. The more Jiang listened, the more perplexed he became. Perform? What do you mean? Jiang Che responded with an enigmatic smile. You will understand in due time. Jiang's frown deepened, yet he knew Jiang Che disliked interference in his affairs. He hesitated to pry too deeply, fearing the boy might become annoyed and resort to his physical methods of sedation. After a moment's consideration, he asked, when will you finish? I will come to pick you up, and we can have lunch at Suifang's High. Jiang Che calculated the time in his mind and replied, Sure. I will call you when I'm done. Speaking of which, Qin Zheng's pent-up frustration surged forth once more. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "What do you mean call? You have me blocked." Jiang Che suddenly recalled last night's incident, blinking innocently as he asserted, "What are you talking about? That's not blocking." Qin Zheng simply stared. Jiang Che, with a feigned seriousness, patted his shoulder, stating, "That's merely a sign of my dear patron's affection." The two then departed together, with Qin Zheng driving his Qian to the studio while Jiang Che took his Range Rover to his destination. An hour later, the vehicle halted before the entrance of a place called Chaosheng Martial Arts. Jiang Che opened the door and stepped out, glancing at the somewhat aged yet impeccably clean and imposing sign, along with the familiar, bold calligraphy, which tightened his chest. A formidable golden retriever lay at the entrance, and upon seeing the unfamiliar Jiang Che, it sprang forward, baring its teeth and barking aggressively. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, swiftly retrieving his own golden retriever from the system space. "Damn it!" He smacked the rear of his dog, urging, "It disdains you, calling you a worthless cur, saying you're a cowardly fool. Go bite it." The dog retorted, "You do realize it's actually insulting you, right? Who's the coward? You're the one without any guts. How do you even understand canine language? Don't think I don't see through your nonsense." Seeing his dog hesitate, Jiang Che gave it another nudge. "Hurry up. Don't let me down, you coward." However, the commotion at the entrance caught the attention of someone inside. A man dressed in a deep blue short coat emerged, looking at Jiang Che with surprise. "Young student, whom are you looking for?" Jiang Che replied, "I am here to see the owner of your martial arts school. I have an appointment." The man paused, realizing that their owner was indeed present today at the martial arts school and had been waiting in the tea room for quite some time, seemingly expecting someone. Yet, he did not anticipate that the person he was waiting for would be such a young man. He promptly gestured for Jiang Che to follow him, saying, "All right, come with me." Jiang Che glanced at the incessantly barking dog, De Huang, and turned to the man, remarking, "It's quite chilly today, isn't it?" The man, taken aback for a moment, assumed Jiang Che was engaging in small talk and chuckled, nodding in agreement. At this hour, it should indeed be cold. Noticing Jiang Che's pale complexion, he added, "You seem underdressed." Jiang Che shook his head. "Not quite. It's just the season. I skipped a meal, hence I feel a bit cold inside." "Ah." The man paused, instinctively inquiring, "What meal did you skip?" Jiang Che smiled gently. "Dog meat hot pot." De Huang's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at the man before him, as if to say, "This pretty boy intends to harm a dog." His mouth involuntarily closed tighter, and he took a step back, glancing at Jiang Che, then retreating another step. Subsequently, he dashed back to the martial arts hall, seeking refuge in his doghouse, and with a swift motion of his paw, he slammed the door shut behind him. The man observed Jiang Che, maintaining a calm smile. "Your De Huang is quite obedient." The man chuckled. "What were you doing just now, Xiao Yijio?" "Oh," Yijio replied nonchalantly. "I merely translated your words into canine language for him to comprehend." Jiang Che remained silent. The man regarded the youth before him with newfound respect, realizing that even the martial arts hall's bully, De Huang, held him in high regard. With a cheerful demeanor, he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Luin. And you? Young scholar, what is your name?" "Jiang Che." "Jiang Che." Luin was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Che nodded. "Is there a problem?" Luin experienced a fleeting moment of déjà vu, eventually shaking his head. "No, just found the name somewhat familiar." Indeed, Jiang Che pointed towards the ancestral hall, indicating a plaque. "That name is inscribed there." Luin swiftly turned his head and, to his astonishment, spotted the name among the plaques in the Jiang clan's ancestral hall, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Jiang Che patted his shoulder, commenting, "A pleasant name often leads to many namesakes, alas." Luin finally grasped that it was broad daylight, and such thoughts were absurd. He chuckled awkwardly. "It's quite normal to have namesakes. This way. The owner is on the second floor in the tea room. We can head up." Jiang Che nodded, expressing his gratitude as he ascended the stairs. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, he turned back with a smile, saying, "Meeting you is fate, Brother Lu. Please help me burn some paper. I'm short on funds." Lu Yin, realizing Jiang Che had vanished from sight at the staircase, suddenly came to his senses. He howled and rushed out, seeing Lu Yin in such a hurry. Another person entering through the main door curiously asked, "Brother Lu, where are you off to?" Without looking back, Lu Yin replied, "Buying gold ingots." Jiang Che stood at the entrance of the tea room on the second floor, where the intricately carved wooden door remained ajar. Peering inside, he noticed a middle-aged man leisurely savoring his tea at the table. He knocked gently on the door, prompting the man to instinctively lift his gaze. Upon witnessing his appearance, the individual was rendered utterly incredulous. Jiang Che smiled as he waved his hand, greeting, "Third uncle, it is good to see you." In a moment of revelation, Jiang Che rose abruptly, his eyes, aged yet piercing, fixed upon Jiang Che, scrutinizing him inch by inch. Ultimately, as though confirming a long-held belief, he strode purposefully to Jiang Che's side, his trembling hands grasping Jiang Che's, his voice choked with uncontainable emotion. "Xiao Che, it truly is you." Feeling the tremors in the hands that clasped his own, along with the heat emanating from the calloused, aged skin, Jiang Che's heart ached unexpectedly, and his eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. In the few days since his rebirth, he had experienced confusion, helplessness, and fear, uncertainty regarding his own future, that of his family, and his friends. He had been most afraid of his own inadequacy, the inability to alter the outcomes that lay ahead. Ultimately, it felt like nothing more than an ephemeral illusion. Yet, in the midst of his bewilderment and trepidation, he suddenly encountered the dearest of kin, bound by blood, intertwined with a longing that transcended time. In that moment, Jiang Che's lost heart found its way back to solace. "Third uncle," Jiang Che spoke in a hoarse voice, his slightly reddened gaze trembling in his eye. "I have returned." In the fleeting moment of their gaze meeting, they both discerned the deepest yearnings hidden within each other's eyes. Jiang Chaoxing's calloused hand tightened around Jiang Che's until the latter's fair skin turned faintly red, at which point he released his grip, hastily lowering his eyes to conceal the glimmer of tears within. He refrained from questioning Jiang Che about this extraordinary phenomenon or doubting his identity. If yesterday's doubts had lingered, now they were entirely dispelled. The youth before him was indeed his long-lost nephew, who had been mourned for a decade. In fact, just the day prior, he had received a message from an unfamiliar number, claiming to be Jiang Che, his own nephew, and requesting a meeting that day at the martial arts venue. Initially, Jiang Che suspected it was a ruse orchestrated by an enemy to deceive him. Although he was not easily fooled by such rudimentary tactics, it nonetheless incited his ire. He dispatched someone to investigate the source of the message and determine which fool dared to attempt such a scheme. Before long, he received photographs and videos from his subordinates. Upon seeing the individual in the footage, he was struck dumb, for the person in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to his nephew, who had passed away 10 years prior. Not only that, but the essence and demeanor of the figure were strikingly similar to Jiang Che. At that moment, Jiang Che had not fully accepted that this person was indeed Jiang Che. In this technologically advanced society, it was all too simple to create a likeness of another. He had not anticipated that this individual would so perfectly embody both the essence and demeanor of his nephew. Yet, before he could seek retribution, the mysterious number sent another message, inquiring if he had received the photographs and videos. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes. The reach of this Person-S information network was astonishing, to the extent that they were aware of the photographs and videos being obtained by those he had sent to investigate. "Third uncle, it is I, Jiang Che. If you doubt my words, I can provide proof." By some strange twist of fate, Jiang Chaosheng received a message in response. "Oh? The characters on the archway of Baihe village were penned by you, were they not?" Jiang Chaosheng was momentarily taken aback. The fact that he possessed calligraphic skills was indeed known to only a select few. In his youth, he was a mischievous rascal, starkly contrasting with his refined and cultured elder brother and his earnest second brother. He was the source of countless troubles within the family, and it was clear he was never cut out for academic pursuits. Otherwise, he would not have turned to martial arts. The old man had often chastised him in his younger days, always comparing him unfavorably to his elder and second brothers. After hearing it repeatedly, he grew increasingly irritated, feeling that his father favored his siblings over him. The Jiang family had never boasted of intellectuals among their ancestors, who were primarily artisans. With the emergence of two educated sons in this generation, the family treated them like treasures. Jiang Che longed to be cherished in the same way. To prove himself, he secretly practiced calligraphy away from prying eyes. As a child, during the New Year's celebrations, all the couplets in their household were handwritten. He thought that if he could showcase his calligraphy during the festive season, perhaps his father would commend him. However, he never had the chance to reveal his accomplishments before his father passed away. He had never shared his talent for calligraphy with anyone, except for little Jiang Che, who had seen him write as a child and even learned a bit of calligraphy from him later on. Thus, he was intimately familiar with Jiang Chaosheng's handwriting. Indeed, the characters on the Baihe village archway were his, but he had never disclosed his true identity at that time, so the villagers were unaware of who he was. The fact that this person could recognize his handwriting at a glance ruled out the possibility of them being an imposter. Jiang Chaosheng's heart was tumultuous, filled with uncertainty about whether the person before him was genuinely Jiang Che or perhaps an enemy sent to test him, leaving him bewildered as to their motives. He scarcely had time to ponder these thoughts. His only desire was to meet this individual. What if this person truly was Xiao Che? What if such an extraordinary occurrence existed, allowing someone presumed dead for a decade to return to life? Hence, he acquiesced to Jiang Che's request for a meeting. Now that he stood before this person, he realized he had bet wisely. This youth was indeed his nephew, Xiao Che. Jiang Chaosheng felt a rush of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he patted Jiang Che's shoulder, choking back his words. "It is good that you have returned, good that you have returned." Regardless of how he returned or whether he would depart once more, in this moment, one thought consumed him, at any cost. Even if it meant sacrificing his own frail body, he would ensure Xiao Che lived on safely. Jiang Chaosheng led him inside, saying, "I have brewed your favorite tea. Bai Hao Injun. Come, let us savor it together." Jiang Che smiled softly and nodded, "Very well." They sat at the tea table, and as Jiang Chaosheng reached out to pour tea for Jiang Che, he found his hand trembling uncontrollably, his grip on the teapot faltering. "Let me do it," Jiang Che offered. Jiang Che confidently accepted the teapot from his hand, shaking his head slightly. "If you keep this up, I might genuinely believe you're suffering from dementia." Jiang Chaosheng, with a look of disdain, furrowed his brow. "I've just come back to life. I do not wish to be your servant just yet. So take it easy." Jiang Chaosheng was now 100% certain that this was indeed his own nephew. His lips twitched as he refrained from voicing the questions that lingered in his throat. He wanted to inquire what had transpired with Jiang Che, yet hesitated, fearing he might stumble upon a secret that would be awkward for the other to disclose. "I am uncertain about the circumstances," Jiang Che replied succinctly. "I did die in a hospital, but somehow I awakened again. And here I am, right at the doorstep of my father's new home." Jiang Chaosheng was taken aback, his voice rising in astonishment. "Have you encountered that fool?" "That fool is your brother," Jiang Che retorted. Chapter 50. This is the big brother of 10 years hence, setting aside that foolishness and the matter concerning Lao Deng, Jiang Che, in exasperation, poured a cup of tea for Jiang Chaosheng before serving himself. After savoring a sip of tea, he asked, "Did you manage to carry out the task I assigned you yesterday?" Jiang Chaosheng's expression stiffened momentarily. Indeed, Jiang Che had requested him to summon his mother along with his elder brother and sister yesterday. However, at that time, he had harbored doubts, fearing it might be a trap set by an enemy intended to harm his sister-in-law. Thus, he had not taken it seriously. Jiang Che leaned back with crossed arms, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Jiang Chaosheng promptly retrieved his phone. "I'll call them right away," Jiang Che observed as he made several calls, all with the same narrative, that he seemed to be on the brink of dementia. He was at a loss for words for a considerable time. In the past, his third uncle had always been somewhat eccentric, but now he was even more so. He could not ascertain whether his mother and siblings would heed his uncle's words and come over. If he wished to reunite with them, why not simply return home? Jiang Chaosheng took a sip of tea. "Why do you treat this place as a mere transit station?" Jiang Che shrugged. "I have no intention of reuniting with them." "Huh?" Jiang Chaosheng was taken aback. I merely wish. Jiang Che paused, lowering his gaze to conceal the sadness in his eyes, to see them. In the narrative of their family's tale, the protagonist was his half-brother, while their family played the role of antagonists. The author had yet to reach the midpoint of the story, and he feared that excessive interference might lead to the disastrous scenario predicted by De Huang, where the author would eliminate their family altogether, leaving no opportunity for redemption. Though he longed for them to know he was still alive, he could only endure the pain. His father's infidelity and betrayal, though coerced, remained unknown to his mother. Thus, the blow to her was likely the most profound and heart-wrenching. He merely wished to see if his mother was faring well, if she had emerged from her sorrow. Third uncle, Jiang Che's voice trembled slightly. There is no need to inform them of my existence. In the storyline of the new book that had unfolded thus far, all members of their family were portrayed as villains and expendable characters, including his second uncle who had made an appearance. Only his third uncle has yet to make an appearance. After having Da Huang analyze all possible scenarios to the utmost, he finally decided to confide in his uncle about his resurrection. No child, after years of separation from their family, wishes to avoid reunion. He longs to embrace his family, yet he is not yet able to do so. Jiang Che momentarily paused, his gaze sharpening. Xiao Che, have you encountered a predicament? Jiang Che nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter, but added, I cannot divulge too much at present. I have a few items for you to deliver to my mother and my older siblings. As he spoke, he lifted a gift box equipped with surveillance devices from Da Huang and placed it on the table. This jade bracelet is for my mother, the necklace for my sister, and the watch for my brother. Just tell them it's from you. Jiang Che stared intently at the treasures within the box, which were evidently worth a considerable sum, certainly not less than 50 to 60 million. He furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat conflicted. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Jiang Che looked at him quizzically. What is inappropriate about it? My third uncle has always been one to seize such face-saving opportunities. Could it be that this old man had changed his ways in the past decade? Jiang Che rubbed his hands together in distress. Oh, my dear nephew, much has transpired over these 10 years. Oh, Jiang Che sighed. Well, I've incurred some losses in business over the past few years. Jiang Che was taken aback. You engage in business? What are you implying, young man? Jiang Che simply replied, Oh, sensing that there was more to his uncle's words. He raised an eyebrow and asked, So what? Jiang Che sighed deeply, shaking his head in sorrow. Curse it, I have gone bankrupt. Jiang Che's gaze fell, examining the tea leaves in his hands that were valued at tens of thousands per pound, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Che, maintaining his composure, stated, These tea leaves were acquired from your brother's home. Don't worry. Jiang Che exhaled in relief. So what does this have to do with you delivering gifts? Jiang Che clicked his tongue, lamenting, You see, I have reached the age of retirement. I raised you with great care and now hope to rely on you for my old age. Yet you prove ungrateful, leaving me to mourn a white-haired man, sending off a black-haired one. How my heart aches. I am lonely. I am suffering. Get to the point, Jiang Che replied, his expression unchanging. Jiang Che acknowledged, My allowance comes from your brother. How could I afford such extravagant gifts? If your brother discovers these, he will surely cut off my allowance. He said this with irritation. Don't put me in a difficult position. Jiang Che remained silent for a moment before swiftly pulling out his phone. I'll inform my brother that you're deceiving him. I'll deliver them. Jiang Che retorted. Now that you've returned, why not introduce yourself? Aren't you making it hard for me? Jiang Che refrained from explaining further, primarily because he could not elucidate the matters regarding the system. The items he was sending were high-end devices capable of real-time danger monitoring, premium goods from the system space, borrowed from Da Huang's acquaintances. He currently has no points to redeem these items. With such possessions, he could instantly ascertain whether his family was in danger. Having settled this matter, Jiang Che informed his uncle about his recent purchase of a house in Baihe Village, requesting assistance in finding a renovation team, aiming for the work to be completed in no more than half a month. His uncle, well-connected and resourceful, would surely find someone promptly. Jiang Chaosheng readily agreed, assuring him that he could have someone arranged by tomorrow. As they continued their conversation over tea, a loud barking erupted from downstairs. The voice of a large dog, sounding particularly affectionate, like that of a loyal servant. Jiang Che remarked that it must be his elder brother arriving, as that mischievous dog belonged to him. Jiang Che swiftly picked up his teacup, saying he would go to the inner room. Jiang Che nodded, indicating that there were sweets and snacks in the drawer for when hunger struck. Jiang Che paused briefly, acknowledging with a soft hum before turning to enter the inner room. The footsteps at the staircase grew closer, and soon after, a tall figure appeared at the half-open, intricately carved wooden door. Jiang Che's gaze instinctively fell upon the face of a newcomer through the small glass window of the inner room. The man possessed striking features, somewhat reminiscent of Jiang Che himself. His slender brows and eyes exuded an aura of authoritative dominance, yet there was a hint of charm that echoed Jiang Che's own demeanor. Clad in a long black coat that accentuated his tall and sculpted physique, he seemed to embody a maturity and steadiness that contrasted with the exuberance of a decade prior. This version of Jiang Dai felt both familiar and foreign to Jiang Che. His heart fluttered lightly, and the hand holding the teacup tightened unconsciously. This was indeed his elder brother, 10 years later. Chapter 51. This is what I purchased for Xiao Che. Jiang Che's gaze remained fixed on the newcomer, his emotions tumultuous, causing his facial muscles to quiver slightly. The intertwining of past memories and present reality formed a series of ephemeral bubbles, hazy yet profoundly nostalgic. Jiang Che subconsciously clenched his fist, suppressing the surge of poignant emotions within him, his eyes following the movements of the newcomer, as if he could never gaze upon him enough. Upon entering the tea room, Jiang Dai noticed Jiang Che seated at the tea table, seemingly unscathed. Yet his expression displayed no shock. He leisurely took a seat opposite Jiang Che, pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring its exquisite flavor, which was indeed delightful. He paused momentarily, leaving an unspoken thought lingering in the air. Jiang Che's heart raced. He sensed that Jiang Dai's comment was not merely about the tea's quality, but rather a veiled compliment directed towards him. "I can explain," Jiang Che exclaimed hastily. Jiang Dai responded with a soft inviting him to continue. Jiang Che blinked, adopting a resolute expression befitting an elder, and asserted, "You don't drink tea. You buy it and let it sit, and if it spoils, you discard it. Isn't that sheer waste?" As he spoke, his conviction grew stronger. "What I practice is frugality, instilling in you the importance of avoiding extravagance. In any case, it will all end up discarded. It would be better to let it enter my stomach. At least then I might hear an echo. 100,000 per pound." Jiang Dai set down his cup, stating, "If you wish to drink, I can purchase something else for you." Jiang Che was puzzled. Why? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Dai softly interjected, "This is the Baihao Injin tea I bought for Xiao Che. It is his favorite." Jiang Che fell silent immediately. Not only did he go quiet, but even Jiang Che, who had been watching them intently from the room, felt his heart tighten suddenly. He bit his lip tightly, desperately suppressing the tumult of emotions surging within him. He feared that he might lose control and rush out to tell his brother that he was alive. He had returned. Perhaps he could still live well in the world 10 years hence. As long as he could complete his mission, maybe the Master God would be able to cure his ailment entirely. At that time, he wished to live a long life with his family, friends, and brothers, enjoying the splendors of the world together. But that could not be. He could not act recklessly now. He must endure and wait for the right moment. Regardless of the sacrifices he had to make, if it meant ensuring the safety of his family and friends, he would do so, rather than follow the tragic trajectory of every mad protagonist in the stories that led to their demise. "Enough." Jiang Dai raised his eyes toward his third uncle. "What urgent matter compelled you to summon me?" Jiang Che choked momentarily, thinking, what urgent matter could there possibly be? He scratched his head, blinked, and after a moment of silence, cautiously said, "Ahem, I feel as if I might perhaps be developing Alzheimer's." Jiang Dai squinted with a blank expression, the aura of authority around him transforming into an invisible pressure. Jiang Che choked again, hurriedly pushing the gifts on the table towards him. "I called you to collect these." Jiang Dai glanced lightly at the 3 boxes on the table, frowning. What are they? Jiang Chaoshan's eyes rolled. Well, the Zhongyuan festival is approaching, and the gates of the underworld are opening. I've been having recurring dreams lately. Jiang Dai remained expressionless, waiting for him to fabricate more. Jiang Chaoshan awkwardly continued, I dreamt of Xiao Che. He mentioned that he misses us greatly and asked me to bring some items for you. He patted one of the boxes. This is the gift Xiao Che asked me to bring to you, Jiang Dai's gaze turned cold. Is that so? Jiang Chaoshan nodded earnestly. Would I deceive you? What else did he say? Jiang Chaoshan paused. To burn more paper money? Jiang Dai frowned. Is he out of money? Jiang Chaoshan nearly regretted his loquaciousness, wondering why he had to mention that. Jiang Dai provided him with 2 million in pocket money each month. If Jiang Che was short on cash, it was simply because he had not burned enough paper money. He felt a chill, realizing he might have offended the god of wealth. No, the god of wealth's nephew. As Jiang Chaoshan racked his brain for the right words, he glanced up to see Jiang Dai staring intently at the boxes on the table. His mind jolted, and he quickly opened the box, pushing it towards Jiang Dai. He adopted an elder's demeanor, clicking his tongue as he imparted wisdom. You see, my dear ones, being busy with work is one matter, but you cannot neglect Xiao Che. He is all alone down there. How lonely he must feel. You ought to return and visit him from time to time. Look, he misses you so much that he even sends dreams my way. With a sigh, he displayed a perfectly poignant expression. Despite the fact that his 3rd uncle had faced financial ruin and that he had to resort to petty theft just to afford tea, he still insisted on procuring a gift for you from Xiao Che, even if it meant selling off his possessions. Here, he gestured toward the watch box. This is the gift I purchased for you, as per Xiao Che's wishes. Do have a look and see if it pleases you. Jiang Chaoshan cast a discreet glance at Jiang Dai. Noticing the latter's silence, he seized the moment to extract the watch from its box, eagerly taking Jiang Dai's hand. Come, let me put it on for you. Without waiting for consent, he slipped the watch onto Jiang Dai's wrist, exclaiming, who would have thought that after 10 years? Xiao Che still possesses such exquisite taste. It's beautiful, truly beautiful. Jiang Dai lowered his gaze to the watch on his wrist, feeling an unexpected flutter in his heart. The timepiece was indeed of a style he adored, and its intricate patterns and design resonated deeply with his aesthetic sensibilities. Such a gift could hardly be the handiwork of someone as rough around the edges as his uncle. He pursed his lips, his deep gaze lingering on the watch for quite some time before he finally looked up and inquired, What trouble have you stirred up this time? Hey, you insolent child! Jiang Chaoshan shot him an irritated glare. Do you think I am that sort of person? Aren't you? Well, perhaps on occasion. He raised a hand in oath. But this time, it truly is a gift from Xiao Che, conveyed through a dream. He sighed, at a loss for excuses, rambling nonsensically instead. He said he is about to be reincarnated and will no longer be able to visit us, so he wanted to leave us a memento. After his rebirth, he will return to continue being your brother. No, your son. Wait, can your sister-in-law still have another child? No, that's not right. That fool of a brother has strayed. Jiang Che, Jiang Dai. Chapter 52, he will be revived by your irritation. Jiang Dai felt somewhat speechless. His 3rd uncle had always been a whimsical character. Back when the old man was still alive, he was known for causing trouble, though in later years he had calmed down a bit, though only a bit. Approaching middle age, he had yet to find a companion, constantly lamenting the troubles women bring. When Xiao Che was still around, their family treated him like a treasure. Only his uncle seemed to disregard this, often whisking Xiao Che away to play. Xiao Che had a fondness for visiting his uncle, and their relationship bore a resemblance to that of father and son. His uncle would proclaim that he intended for Xiao Che to care for him in his old age, claiming he would never marry. Yet, he never received that care. Instead, he faced the sorrow of burying his own child. Jiang Dai recalled the day Xiao Che departed, a day when his usually capricious uncle fell into an unusual silence, as if rendered mute by the weight of loss. On the day of Xiao Che's burial, one could not help but wonder if the heavens were moved by their sorrow, as a gentle rain began to fall. Many came to pay their respects, his brothers, each with reddened eyes, struggling to contain their overwhelming grief. Jiang Dai could not help but reflect that perhaps his brother's life had not been in vain. At the very least, he had made numerous friends during his lifetime, and in his final moments, there were those who wept for him. He was not so alone in his departure. Among the mourners stood his third uncle, who, without an umbrella, silently gazed at the small casket that was to be buried, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Raindrops fell upon his face, trickling from his brow into his reddened eyes. In the end, it was difficult to discern whether the liquid rolling down his cheeks was rain or tears. After Jiang Che's passing, for reasons unknown, his third uncle, who was typically elusive and rarely seen, seemed to have settled down, no longer venturing out into the world. He remained at the old residence, practicing martial arts and tending to the ancestral hall, avoiding any further calamities. Yet, it was peculiar. Jiang Dai could not shake the feeling that today his third uncle appeared particularly animated and joyful. Could it be that Jiang Che had visited him in a dream? Well then, Jiang Dai said, retracting his hand and adjusting his sleeve to cover his watch. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Later, I will have my assistant transfer an additional 500,000 to you. Please remember to burn some paper for Jiang Che. As he prepared to depart, Jiang Chaosheng grew anxious. Wait, Jiang Che just wanted to see them. How can you let him go? Before he could reach out, two figures entered the doorway. One was a young woman with a graceful figure, cascading waves of hair, dressed in a trench coat. The other was a refined and elegant middle-aged woman in a qipao, draped in a shawl. They were none other than his sister-in-law and niece, Jiang Ji. Older brother? Jiang Ji exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. What brings you here? Suddenly, as if a realization struck her, she furrowed her brow and asked, did the third uncle summon you too? Jiang Dai's gaze shifted to the two remaining boxes on the table. After a brief pause, he nodded. Jiang Ji placed her bag on the table and boldly took a seat on a stool, crossing her arms and looking at Jiang Chaosheng. Third uncle, go on. Tell us what trouble you stirred up this time. Jiang Chaosheng protested. You're mistaken. Get lost. He waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I am the sort of person to cause trouble? Jiang Ji remained silent, but wore an expression that implied otherwise. Ignoring her, Jiang Chaosheng turned to Yin Ruotang, saying, Sister-in-law, please take a seat here. Yin Ruotang smiled as she approached and sat down. Third brother, why did you suddenly summon us all today? She inquired, positioning herself so that her back faced the interior direction. Jiang Chaosheng frowned slightly and replied, Sister-in-law, would you mind sitting across from us? Yin Ruotang paused, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chaosheng spoke with an air of solemnity, absurdly asserting that the upcoming Zhongyuan festival necessitated his consulting a master to examine their family's feng shui in order to welcome their ancestors back and avoid offending them. The spot where you are seated possesses unfavorable feng shui. He insisted. With brisk efficiency, he rearranged a chair across from him, inviting her to sit facing the god of wealth, as surely that would be auspicious. Indeed, a statue of the god of wealth was enshrined on the wall, separating the indoor and outdoor spaces. Yin Ruotang, though initially hesitant, acquiesced to his suggestion and shifted her position. Once seated across from him, her face aligned perfectly with the god of wealth. Yet she remained oblivious to the familiar gaze fixated upon her from the adjacent small window. Jiang Che's heart ached. His mother was still as gentle and beautiful as ever. Despite the passage of a decade, during which she had endured considerable hardships, signs of time had not rendered her as weary as he had feared. What is this? A voice suddenly broke the reverie, drawing Jiang Che's attention to Jiang Ji, who was observing the box on the table with keen interest. Jiang Ji was merely 2 years younger than him. When he departed, she had just graduated from university. Unlike the composed nature of Jiang Dai, Jiang Ji had always been effervescent. During his hospital stay the year he left, she would visit him to recount her latest endeavors, be it researching the advancements of human civilization or whimsically discussing her bizarre medical aspirations, such as transforming tumors into meatballs or extracting hearts from scoundrels to prepare for hot pot. It was uncertain what path Jiang Ji was currently pursuing. Jiang Chaosheng reiterated his earlier remarks to Jiang Dai, now addressing Jiang Ji and Yin Ruotang, leaving them momentarily stunned. Is that true? A flicker of surprise illuminated Yin Ruotang's eyes as she eagerly opened the box on the table. Inside lay a translucent, an exquisitely crafted jade bracelet, an item undoubtedly worth a fortune, likely no less than 20 million. She paused, her expression shifting to concern as she glanced at Jiang Che. Third brother. Jiang Che turned to her, asking, "What is it?" Yin Ruotang hesitated, grappling with her choice of words. "You didn't rob a bank, did you?" Jiang Che, incredulous, retorted, "When have I ever robbed a bank?" "I appreciate your kindness, but this is far too extravagant," she replied, her tone growing more serious. "You must refrain from such actions. Otherwise, Xiao Che might be distressed by your behavior." Jiang Che countered, "He has already returned to life, and not due to my actions." Yes, you. Chapter 53. The Living Remain Unscathed Edition. Jiang Che swore fervently to the heavens that he had never engaged in any unlawful activities and that the gifts he presented were procured through legitimate channels. After much vocal assurance, the three of them reluctantly accepted the gifts, still somewhat skeptical. Yin Ruotang smiled and said, "Thank you, third brother. Is this the reason you summoned us today?" Jiang Che could hardly confess to his advancing senility, so he simply acquiesced. "How could I not be concerned about matters entrusted to me by Xiao Che? Sister-in-law, please accept them with ease." Yin Ruotang cast a tender glance at the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, her gaze softening with affection. "It seems Xiao Bao truly has not forgotten us." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as her voice quivered with poignant sorrow. "He was born into a life of hardship, emerging from my womb. Had it not been for that, he would not have been born prematurely, nor would he have borne the afflictions he carries. I hope in his next life, he finds a loving family and grows up healthy and strong." Her words cast a somber silence over the gathering. After a considerable pause, Jiang Che offered a comforting reply. "Rest assured, he will return to us in good health." Xiao Che had already returned. No matter the means, he would not allow his beloved to depart him once more. Yin Ruotang looked at him, her eyes wide with hope. "Really? Did he visit you in a dream? What else did he say? Will I be able to see him again?" If given the chance, she too wished to meet her child in a dream, to inquire if he was faring well, if he had enough to eat and wear, and if he felt any discomfort. Jiang Che hesitated, a flicker of guilt crossing his features as he averted his gaze. "I meant he is on the verge of reincarnation. It is possible we may meet again someday. Sister-in-law, you need not worry." He sighed, that rascal, although he was troublesome in life, never committed any heinous acts. The king of hell would not trouble him. Perhaps he will even be granted some grand fortune. "We will certainly see him again," he reassured her. Yin Ruotang sighed softly, yes. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she smiled and remarked, "I don't know why, but every time I come here, I feel as though Xiao Bao is still alive. Today, that feeling is particularly strong." She surveyed the unchanging surroundings, the bricks and tiles, the table and benches that had remained constant for the past decade. Could it be this familiar environment that stirred such emotions within her? Jiang Che mused inwardly. Isn't that because he is still very much present? Shifting his focus to Jiang Ji, he inquired, "My dear niece, what have you been up to lately?" Jiang Ji, preoccupied with a box containing a necklace, did not lift her head. "Don't mention it. I'm quite busy. If you hadn't called to say you were dying, I wouldn't have had the chance to be so lazy." Jiang Chaotian's lips twitched in irritation. "Who said anything about dying? I was talking about senility, mind you. Is it that game your company developed?" As an elder, Jiang Che was not well versed in gaming. His only knowledge stemming from the tales of his younger days with Jiang Che, who in moments of boredom would often retreat home to indulge in various games. Jiang Ji let out a soft sound, followed by a long sigh. After 8 years, the dust had finally settled. With a chuckle, she hoped to incite a tempest of bloodshed in the annals of human gaming history. Jiang Che enthusiastically supported her, assuring her that it would undoubtedly happen, so she need not worry. Jiang Ji winked and said, "Our game also features a senior mode. If you find yourself bored, uncle, I can arrange for a computer to be delivered to your home so you can play as well." Jiang Che replied, "I'm not fond of such things." Jiang Ji continued, "We are currently applying for a professional league. Once the public beta launches next month, we will gather teams for the competition, divided into youth, middle-aged, and senior categories. The champions of the senior group will receive 3 million each. Count me in, Jiang Che exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. Money was of little concern, and he was eager to support her endeavors. When will the computer arrive? Jiang Che smiled. It will be delivered tomorrow. Jiang Che nodded appreciatively. The group chatted and sipped tea in the tea room, with Jiang Che inquiring about everyone's recent circumstances in great detail. It was not until noon that he finally saw them off. Once they departed, he hurried inside to check, releasing a sigh of relief. The individual was still there, alive. What's going on? Jiang Che chuckled at his expression. Jiang Che huffed without replying and asked, It's noon. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I could prepare something for you. Jiang Che looked at him in surprise. You can cook? Is it edible? He recalled the last time he had tasted his uncle's cooking, which had nearly sent him to the heavens. Eventually, it was his father who, exasperated, had warned Jiang Che not to cook for him again, prompting his uncle to abandon any plans of culinary offerings. Jiang Che shot him an annoyed glare. Can't eat? Have I been living on the wind for the past few years? Then I want to eat either. Jiang Che clicked his tongue. I just revived. I'm not ready to go down again. Don't jinx me. Before Jiang Che could retort, Jiang Che's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Qin Zheng, who had mentioned taking him to Sui Fengjai for lunch. With that thought, he answered the call. Hello? Are you done? Qin Zheng laughed. I just finished here. I'm coming to take you out for lunch. Jiang Che replied. I just wrapped up. Where are you? Qin Zheng asked. I'll come and pick you up. At Chaoshan's martial arts school. Qin Zheng paused for a moment. You went to your uncle's place? Jiang Che responded affirmatively. After a brief silence, Qin Zheng did not press further, but instead told him to wait, promising he would arrive in half an hour. After hanging up, Jiang Che frowned. Aren't you joining me for a meal? As Jiang Che raised his gaze, he suddenly noticed the hopeful yet somewhat forlorn look in his uncle's eyes and paused momentarily. The words that were about to spill from his lips took a turn. All right, I'll eat. He made a brave face. Old Qin will be coming too. I'll have him help you out in the kitchen. After all, he had never been one to cook, having barely entered the kitchen throughout his life. Jiang Che was acquainted with several of Jiang Che's friends, and this Qin Zheng was the third son of the Qin family. During the summer of his sophomore year, Jiang Che had even trained with him at the martial arts school, claiming he wanted to learn martial arts to protect the goddess. Whether he managed to fulfill that promise was uncertain, though he had heard that Qin Zheng had received a beating, leaving him with a bruised visage. From that moment onward, the young lad was expelled from his master's teachings. What disgrace for him! Nevertheless, Jiang Che's desire to stay for dinner brought immense joy to Jiang Che. A broad smile illuminated his face, and he strode toward the door, calling out, Xiao Lu, Xiao Lu. After a considerable wait, a hurried voice echoed from the entrance, Master. What is it? Why are you carrying so many gold ingots? Go and buy me some vegetables. Jiang Che exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Xiao Lu entering with a large stack of gold ingots. Xiao Lu replied nonchalantly, Oh, I brought some paper offerings for Jiang Che. Jiang Chaoshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Who? Xiao Lu innocently responded, Jiang Che from the ancestral tablet. I felt he might be out of money, so I want to offer him more. Jiang Che retorted, How on earth did you come to that conclusion? Author's note. This chapter is an additional update, with 2 more chapters in progress. I'll take a short break before continuing, so please bear with me. Chapter 54. Can my uncle's cooking be edible? Jiang Che glared. What are you burning paper for? It's bad luck. Huh? Xiao Lu was taken aback. How can burning paper for the deceased be considered bad luck? This is the ancestral hall, after all. Never mind that, Jiang Che declared. From now on, you're not to burn paper for him. Put those things down and go buy some vegetables and meat. I will be cooking for lunch today. Xiao Lu was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes widened in excitement. Master is going to cook? Stop dawdling and hurry. Xiao Lu swiftly placed the items in the storage cabinet of the ancestral hall before rushing out the door. However, before he left, Jiang Che reminded him, Oh, make sure to buy some fresh beef, catch a fish for steaming, and get a few pounds of live shrimp. Xiao Lu nodded eagerly and dashed away. It was rare for his master to cook. Such culinary skills were indeed a treasure. He recalled that when he first came to apprentice, it was around this time 3 years ago. His master happened to be preparing a meal then and invited him and his parents to dine with them. Xiao Lu had once considered it the best meal he had ever tasted. Yet, at the table, his master barely touched his food, appearing rather despondent. Only later did Xiao Lu learn that it was the birthday of his master's deceased nephew just a few days prior. In time, he discovered that his master had not always been a good cook. In fact, his meals were often unpalatable. That year, when his nephew lay on a sickbed, he had sought out his master, persistently pleading to learn culinary skills, hoping to prepare a delicious meal for his nephew. Tragically, the young man named Jiang Che never had the chance to savor his master's warm meal, as he had passed away. Sighing deeply, Xiao Lu reflected on how his master rarely cooked. Today, it seemed that the boy sharing Jiang Che's name had stirred up painful memories for him. Perhaps he should buy a bottle of fine wine to comfort his elder? Unbeknownst to Jiang Che's, who was preoccupied with his thoughts, he busied himself in the kitchen once Xiao Lu departed for groceries. In a moment of high spirits, Qin Zheng had just arrived to assist, only to find himself promptly dispatched to the kitchen by Jiang Che. "Come on," Jiang Che said, rolling up his sleeves as he prepared to marinate the fish. "Now, go and slice the beef." Qin Zheng gazed intently. "Uncle, can you cook? If not, perhaps I should take over." He feared that Jiang Che, having just returned to life, might be poisoned by his uncle once more. Jiang Che kicked him lightly, dismissing his concerns. "Stop with the nonsense and hurry up. We want Xiao Che to go hungry." Qin Zheng acquiesced with a soft "oh," washing his hands and following Jiang Chaoshan's instructions to chop meat and vegetables. Yet, as the latter sautéed the ingredients, Qin Zheng found himself glancing up occasionally, anxious that something might go awry. What puzzled him, however, was that his once inept third uncle, who could not distinguish between salt and sugar, was now cooking with surprising skill, even exuding the air of a master chef. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the pot, reminiscent of the dishes prepared by the esteemed chef at Sui Fong Zhai. An hour later, the two had prepared an impressive array of dishes. Lu Yinla happily placed the fine wine he had purchased on the table and fetched several cups. In their martial arts troupe, he was now one of 3 disciples, having been in the profession for 3 years. The other 2 were named Sun Mian and Yufeng. Sun Mian, the younger of the 2, had previously inquired about a man when Lu Yinla went to buy gold ingots. Upon seeing the feast laid out before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Are we not departing tomorrow?" He turned to Jiang Che's. "Master, I haven't made any mistakes lately, have I?" Jiang Chaoshan's lips twitched in annoyance as he kicked Sun Mian's backside. "Shut it." With a sheepish grin, Sun Mian quickly pulled out a chair. But just as he grasped his chopsticks, he was admonished again. "You glutton, we aren't all here yet." Sun Mian paused. Who else is coming? In their martial arts troupe, it wasn't unusual for days or even weeks to pass without seeing another soul. Were it not for the Jiang family estate and its ancestral hall, he thought the troupe might have already closed down. As he pondered this, footsteps echoed from the corridor, and 2 tall figures entered. Sun Mian squinted, recognizing the face of Qin Zheng, a notable figure in the entertainment industry. His eyes widened in surprise. "Teacher Qin, what brings you here?" Sun Mian, a well-known fight choreographer, was not entirely unfamiliar with Qin Zheng, yet he was astonished to discover that Qin Zheng knew his master. Qin Zheng greeted him with a smile. "I came to pay a visit to my teacher." "Ah." Sun Mian was taken aback. With a grin, Qin Zheng pointed at Jiang Che's. "I was once your master's prized pupil." "Ah." Sun Mian was even more astonished. "Once? Why not anymore?" Jiang Che's interjected with a hint of melancholy. "I had to expel him from my tutelage." Sun Mian was left speechless. Qin Zheng scoffed. "That incident was hardly my fault." "Uncle, you always overreact. You couldn't even best a girl. How can you blame me?" "Come on, the girl from the Chu family is no ordinary girl." Qin Zheng continued, growing more emboldened. "Her family runs a martial arts school too. If I couldn't defeat her, it only reflects your inadequate teaching. You might not even measure up to her." He added, "Otherwise, how could you have failed to cultivate such a promising student like me?" In response, Jiang Che's delivered a merciless punch. Jiang Che, feeling indifferent to the animosities between the two, leisurely settled onto a nearby bench. his gaze fixed upon the table brimming with dishes, momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be the culinary creation of his third uncle? It seemed almost surreal, unable to resist. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of the steamed fish before him, dipping it into the sauce and savoring its fragrant and rich flavor that instantly enveloped his palate. As he chewed and swallowed the tender meat, he marveled at its exquisite texture, far superior to any fish he had previously tasted. Jiang Che was somewhat astonished. When had his third uncle become such an adept cook? Beside him, Lu Yin chuckled, remarking, "Isn't my master's cooking delightful?" Jiang Che paused briefly before nodding in agreement. "Indeed it is." Lu Yin sighed. "Alas, he seldom cooks. Had you not come today, we likely would not have had the pleasure of this meal." The raucous dinner continued for 2 hours amidst laughter and chatter. The fine wine that Lu Yin had procured was opened by Jiang Che, who urged Qin Zheng and his 3 apprentices to join him in a drinking challenge, resulting in their inebriation akin to that of a lifeless dog, as Jiang Che assisted in escorting them back to their quarters. Though his apprentices were oblivious to the reason for their master's merriment, they felt no compulsion to dampen the festive atmosphere, and thus joined in the revelry. Ultimately returning to their rooms, flushed and staggering, Qin Zheng, though caught up in the drinking, had imbibed less than the others and retained some awareness, now languidly resting on a nearby lounge chair with his eyes closed. Among the assembled guests, only Jiang Che remained sober, staring incredulously at the disarray before him. "Never mind. Just leave it be," Qin Zheng said, rubbing his temples and smiling. "I'll call the cleaner to tidy up." Jiang Che replied, "Oh, really? Are you feeling unwell?" "Not particularly. I'm going to buy some hangover remedies," Jiang Che stated. "No need." Qin Zheng blinked and replied, "I'm fine. Just let me rest for a while." Jiang Che calmly responded, "Oh, I almost forgot about you. Since you reminded me, I might as well pick up something for you too." Qin Zheng thought to himself, what exactly is the significance of all this? Chapter 55. The new book is a rebirth tale after a long-awaited reunion with family. Jiang Che was reluctant to depart from the martial arts school so soon, spending the afternoon indulging in leisurely activities there. That evening, he enjoyed dinner at his third uncle's residence before departing with Qin Zheng. The following day, his uncle called to inform him that the renovation team had been secured, inquiring about how to proceed and whether there were any blueprints for the renovations. Jiang Che conveyed his renovation ideas to De Huang, who then provided several drawings to send to his uncle. Today, he intended to meet his half-brother, thus lacking the time to visit Baihe village himself, leaving it to his uncle to oversee the matter, as he was quite familiar with the area. The rendezvous with Wang Xiaoyuan was set at an upscale restaurant. Upon his arrival, Jiang Che found Wang Xiaoyuan already seated, who merely glanced at him and coolly instructed, "Please, take a seat." Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Che gracefully settled across from him. "I've heard about your health issues. I wonder if there are any dietary restrictions you adhere to?" Wang Xiaoyuan handed him the menu without ordering anything himself, suggesting he choose whatever he desired. Jiang Che was taken aback, as he sensed that Wang Xiaoyuan's demeanor towards him was not as antagonistic as he had anticipated. There was no trace of resentment or dissatisfaction in his gaze. Was this person truly the protagonist of the new book? Moreover, he was an awakened protagonist. How intriguing. The few imbeciles in Yu Wanshua's circle had failed to awaken even after the conclusion of their story. Yet, this book's protagonist had experienced awakening before the narrative had even reached its midpoint. De Huang, please retrieve the plot of the new book for me. I wish to take another look. He had been preoccupied lately, leaving him with little time to delve into the details of the new story. The plot had traversed less than a third of its entirety, meaning that most of the storyline remained undisclosed. However, with the synopsis and description available, he could glean the book's essence. The author had a penchant for melodramatic plots, and based on their established tendencies, he could surmise possible narrative trajectories. Coupled with De Huang's analysis of the probabilities and potential outcomes for each direction, he could circumvent numerous pitfalls. De Huang promptly sent all the pertinent information regarding the new book. Jiang Che examined it meticulously in his mind. To his surprise, the new narrative revolved around a tale of rebirth. Jiang Che found himself laughing in exasperation. Indeed, these 6 volumes encapsulated every trope of melodrama imaginable. There were themes of chasing after lost love, mistaken identities, romantic rivalries, forced relationships, and even literary reincarnation. Now, a story of rebirth had emerged. Upon reflection, he too was a figure of rebirth. It was a complete collection of elements. The female lead in this book was named Jiang, who was Wang Xiuyuan's childhood sweetheart. They were both from the countryside, having grown up as neighbors. During their upbringing, Wang Shu had struggled to care for Wang Xiuyuan alone, with the Ji family occasionally providing assistance to make ends meet. After graduating from high school, they established a romantic relationship, but unexpectedly, the usually robust Wang Xiuyuan fell gravely ill. Wang Shu did not disclose the specifics of the illness, hastily taking him to the provincial capital, claiming only the doctors there could cure him. Afterward, Wang Shu took Wang Xiuyuan away from the village, and they never reunited. Jiang Che stared at the name of the village, somewhat dazed. Baifeng village was conveniently adjacent to Baihe village. Wang Xiuyuan had left during his junior year of college, and 3 years had since elapsed, with Jiang having graduated and entered the workforce. In those 3 years, she had sought Wang Xiuyuan, but, for reasons unknown, he had vanished after moving to the provincial capital. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard she searched, she could not find him. Only when she faced workplace bullying at her company, and the now presidential Wang Xiuyuan intervened to rescue her, did she learn that he was the illegitimate son of Jiang Che. The illustrious Jiang Che, known for his loyalty to family and love, had strayed. Jiang scoffed at the revelation. However, this encounter allowed her to rekindle her connection with Wang Xiuyuan. However, Wang Shu had already looked down upon her. This powerless girl from the countryside. The current plot unfolded with Wang Shu holding a card worth 3 million, insisting that she leave her son. Jiang Che glanced at the synopsis again. According to the description, in her previous life, Jiang had refused this card, firmly believing that her love with Wang Xiuyuan could not be measured by money. In her past life, she chose love, and when the antagonist targeted Wang Xiuyuan, she recklessly shielded him from harm. Wang Xiuyuan was deeply moved and vowed at her bedside to love her for eternity. Even after this incident rendered her unable to bear children, he defied his mother's wishes and resolutely married her. Jiang had indeed shared a beautiful time with Wang Xiuyuan, which led her to abandon her career and manage their home with peace of mind. Yet at some point, everything changed. Her husband began to indulge in increasingly frequent social gatherings, returning home later and later, even forgetting their wedding anniversary. The gift he brought for her birthday was a casually chosen gemstone necklace that she did not like. It was only when Wang Xiuyuan returned home drunk from a gathering that she overheard his true feelings at the door. I have supported her, allowing her to live a life of luxury. What more could she possibly want? I've grown tired of this after all these years. Upon reading this, Jiang Che felt numb. Such a cliched plot. He could predict what would happen next without the authoress guidance. Then, due to some incident, the female protagonist was reborn shortly after her first encounter with Wang Xiuyuan. Although Jiang Che lingered in thought for a long while, only a moment had passed outside, and he lifted his gaze to Wang Xiuyuan, who sat across the table. But now this person had awakened. Would the story still unfold as the author had written? De Huang, has Jiang awakened? No, among those who have awakened, she is not one of them. Very well. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Che. In the plot, Jiang had once shielded Wang Xiuyuan from harm. While he was unaware of the identity of the antagonist who sent someone to kill Wang Xiuyuan, given the usual patterns, it could be deduced that it was likely his elder brother. He realized he could not intervene too much in the plot for fear of the author sacrificing his own family. But Wang Xiuyuan was different. He was the protagonist in the author's narrative, the author's beloved child. If he could influence the plot through Wang Xiuyuan, then his family would be safe. Jiang Che smiled, a sincere and warm expression gracing his features. Brother, could you assist me? Wang Xiuyuan glanced at him with indifference, saying nothing. Jiang Che cheerfully replied, Come, let me tell you what I like to eat, so you can understand my preferences. In the future, when you take care of me, you'll know. For I am quite precious, you know. Wang Xiuyuan retorted, Who the hell wants to take care of you? Chapter 56. Why are you city dwellers so mad? Wang Shuyan fidgeted with his words, ultimately exasperatedly seizing the menu and coldly inquiring, "What shall we eat?" Jiang Che chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the picture of crab yolk tofu. "Let us have this." Wang Xian marked a check on the menu, and Jiang Che added a beef meatball soup, thereafter refraining from ordering further. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I don't need you to save money for me. You can order more." Jiang Che replied nonchalantly, "I can't eat much. This will suffice. You should order what you want." Wang Shiyuan's gaze fell upon Jiang Che's pallid face, his lips pressed together. After a moment of silence, he averted his eyes and selected a few more dishes before summoning the waiter. The two were not well acquainted, and Wang Shiyuan was not a man of many words. With Jiang Che remaining silent, the table was enveloped in an awkward stillness. Wang Shen unconsciously clenched his fist beneath the table and, averting his gaze, asked, "What illness do you have?" Jiang Che paused in surprise. Wang Shuyan glanced back at him before shifting his gaze away again. Jiang Che blinked and replied with a smile, "Oh, there are numerous ailments. My body is riddled with issues, and I probably won't live long." Wang Shiyuan had never encountered a patient so cavalier about their own mortality. "So, make the most of your limited time and care for yourself, understood?" Jiang Che remarked. Wang Shiyuan chuckled lightly. "You certainly don't lack for caretakers. Why are you concerned about my few coins?" "I do lack," Jiang Che retorted with a click of his tongue. "Who says I don't?" Wang Shen turned his gaze back to him, furrowing his brow after a moment of silence, and asked, "What is your relationship with Mr. Yu?" Jiang Che was taken aback, unsure why he posed such a question. "We are friends." "Friends?" Wang Shuyan narrowed his eyes. "He is 30. You are barely 20. How could you possibly be friends? Can't there be cross-generational friendships?" Wang Shiyuan's gaze intensified with seriousness as he scrutinized Jiang Che's face. Though speaking ill of others was not commendable, Yuan Shu was certainly no good person. It would be wise to avoid such friendships. "Oh," Jiang Che replied, astonished. "Why do you say that?" Wang Shiyuan scoffed. "His obsession with a woman is well known. What merit is there in befriending such a person? You," he hesitated, frowning, "are still young. Don't let him lead you astray." Jiang Che grinned widely. "I am an adult with my own judgments and values. You needn't worry about that, brother." "Who is your brother?" Wang Shiyuan retorted coldly. "Don't call me that." Jiang Che responded with a playful, "Oh, if you wish to call me brother, I wouldn't mind." Wang Shiyuan's mouth twitched, and before he could retort, he suddenly spotted someone approaching outside the restaurant, his expression altering drastically. He abruptly stood, yanking Jiang Che from his seat as if to flee, only to realize that the individual had already spotted him and was advancing in their direction. Wang Shiyuan's face paled as he swiftly snatched his cap from the table and placed it on Jiang Che's head. In Jiang Che's bewilderment, he then pulled a mask from his pocket and hastily placed it over Jiang Che's face. Just as he finished, the sound of high heels echoed as the figure approached. "Shiyuan?" A curious passerby inquired. "Did you not mention you were going on a business trip today? What brings you here?" Instinctively, Wang Shiyuan shifted his position to obscure Jiang Che from view. "The itinerary has been altered," he replied, pausing momentarily before asking, "Mother, what brings you to this side of town?" This restaurant was deliberately chosen by Wang Shiyuan for its considerable distance from home, so he was taken aback by his mother's unexpected presence. "I came with your father to attend an auction," Wang Shu said, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Jiang Che behind her son. "And who might this be?" Wang Shiyuan quickly obstructed her line of sight. "This is my friend's younger brother. He happened to need my assistance, so I brought him out for a meal." "A friend?" Wang Shu furrowed her brow. "Which friend?" She recognized all of Shiyuan's acquaintances from the business realm, yet was perplexed by the existence of such a brother. Her expression darkened slightly, and she scoffed pointedly. "Shiyuan, how many times must I tell you? Do not associate with dubious individuals. Not everyone is worthy of your friendship." Wang Shiyuan's expression hardened. "Mother, I have told you. He is my friend." Wang Shu let out a cold scoff, turning her attention to Jiang Che with disdain. "Pray tell, whose classmate are you, young man? Have you come to take advantage of my son's success?" She chuckled derisively. "Listen, young man. One must possess self-awareness and recognize their own status. Do not reach for the stars with unrealistic aspirations. There are individuals beyond your grasp. Do you understand?" Leaning back in the chair with his arms crossed, Jiang Che elegantly crossed one leg over the other. Beyond my grasp. Ani, do you consider yourself tall? Look at you in your high heels, barely taller than my shoulder. If I were to reach for you, I would have to stoop down. How inconvenient that would be. Ani, do you not have a mirror at home? Perhaps I should purchase one for you, so you can see for yourself. Let us see who lacks self-awareness here. Wang Shu, taken aback, stammered, why you? She had never anticipated that this country bumpkin would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Her face turned an ashen hue, and her voice took on a sharp edge. You country bumpkin, what did you just say? This insufferable country bumpkin had the audacity to belittle her height. Jiang Che retorted disdainfully, oh dear, not only are you short, but it seems your intellect is lacking as well. Can you not comprehend simple words? Are all of you city folks so befuddled? You. Wang Shu struggled to articulate a response. Wang Shuyuan stood in a state of shock. Jiang Che, with a hint of regret, turned to Wang Shuyuan and sighed, brother, though this city lady is your mother, she initiated the insults. My retort is merely a defense. One must not show favoritism, after all. Moreover, Jiang Che added earnestly, your mother displays a complete lack of decorum. I genuinely hope you do not emulate her behavior. If you were to learn from her, it would sadden me. Do you understand? We are successors of socialism, and we uphold the core values of socialism. Are you aware of what those values entail? Gome, let me recite it for you. Wang Shuyuan gazed at Jiang Che, his lips twitching as he contemplated how to silence him. Suddenly, beside him, Wang Shu, in a frenzy, seized the cutlery from the table and lunged it toward Jiang Che's face. You scoundrel! I will kill you. Wang Shuyuan's pupils constricted in shock. Dear ones, I will update a chapter first. I am utterly exhausted. I will write again in half an hour, striving to finish sooner. Chapter 57. 50 million has arrived again without a moment's hesitation. He shifted to the side, shielding Jiang Che behind him. The sharp end of the chopsticks pierced his shoulder with considerable force, causing Jiang Che to involuntarily gasp. However, Wang Shuyuan's expression remained unchanged. He merely furrowed his brow and swiftly grasped Wang Shu's wrist. Enough, Wang Shuyuan said, extracting the chopsticks from her hand and placing them gently on the table. Stop making a scene. Wang Shuyuan, Wang Shu, her face pale with fury, resembled a raging creature. I am your mother. How dare you assist this scoundrel in stopping me? Wang Shuyuan's brow knitted even tighter. Would you prefer I allow you to create a spectacle and become the subject of ridicule? Her words struck a nerve in Wang Shu. She glared at Jiang Che through gritted teeth and pointed a finger at Wang Shuyuan. I will deal with you when I return tonight. With that ominous statement, she stormed away, her high heels clattering against the floor. Wang Xin apathetically watched her retreating figure until she left the restaurant, then turned his gaze back, patting his shoulder before casually sitting down across from Jiang Che. Jiang Che met his eyes. Wang Shuyuan smiled slightly. That's just how my mother is. Don't take it to heart. I hope I didn't frighten you just now. Jiang Che shrugged. Even if you hadn't blocked her, she wouldn't have been able to harm me. His eyes fell on Wang Shuyuan's shoulder. How is it? I'm fine, Wang Shuyuan replied, shaking his head. Observing his expression, Jiang Che sensed that there genuinely was no issue and decided not to press further. Fortunately, as it was early winter, they were dressed warmly. And being in a restaurant that did not serve knives, the chopstick sharpness was limited. Otherwise, Wang Shuyuan's shoulder might have drawn blood. Oh, Jiang Che remarked, feeling uncomfortable speaking with his mask on. He swiftly pulled it down and tossed it on the table, bemused. Why did you make me wear a mask and hat? Wang Shuyuan paused, glancing away as he replied, It's nothing. I simply wish to avoid trouble. Trouble? Wang Shuyuan smirked, a hint of amusement in his tone. You seek money, while I desire familial harmony. You take the money and leave. We shall not meet again. The more people who recognize you, the greater the trouble. Is that difficult to comprehend? Jiang Che blinked. I see. So, have you transferred the money to me? Wang Shuyuan replied, Let's eat first. This afternoon, I will take you to the auction to meet my father. You can observe me acquiring the samples, and then we will go to the hospital for a DNA test. As long as the facts are accurate, I will certainly provide you with the funds. Jiang Che's deep gaze swept over Wang Shuyuan's face before he broke into a grin. All right. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes, and the two ceased their conversation. What initially appeared to be a harmonious meal had turned exceptionally quiet and awkward due to Wang Shu's interruption. After the meal, Wang Shuyuan led them directly to the auction venue. They did not sit too close to Wang Shu, occupying seats in the back row. It was not until the auction was nearly about to commence that someone finally arrived beside Wang Shu. Jiang Che's gaze fell upon that individual, and an inexplicable pang of sorrow stirred within him. Old Deng appeared to have aged significantly, his face adorned with the deep lines of life's hardships, and his once gentle and refined eyes now veiled in a hazy and murky mist. Even his hair had turned completely white. "That is your father," Wang Shuyuan remarked softly. Jiang Che remained silent, his eyes fixated on old Deng. Wang Shuyuan glanced at him and said, "I will now pluck a hair from him before your very eyes, ensuring no chance of substitution. You should trust me, right?" Jiang Che averted his gaze, lowering his eyes with a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Observing his demeanor, Wang Shuyuan pressed his lips together and continued, "There is no need for sorrow. After all, he has not cared for you even for a day. Consider him a stranger henceforth. With your money, what is there that you cannot achieve? Seek to heal your ailments and relish life. For such aspirations should occupy the mind of a youth your age." Jiang Che sniffled. "So this is your reason for not supporting me?" Wang Shuyuan retorted. "Who said I should support you?" He shot an exasperated glance at Jiang Che and stood up to walk forward. Upon seeing Wang Shuyuan, Wang Shu's expression soured tremendously, glaring at him and muttering in what was evidently a tirade of insults. Jiang Shu, however, remained unperturbed, sitting there like a serene statue. Wang Shuyuan paid no heed to Wang Shu's vitriol and exchanged a few words with Jiang Shu before discreetly plucking 2 strands of hair from his head. He then made an excuse to leave. Once back at his seat, he placed the extracted hair into a plastic bag and turned to Jiang Che, extending his hand. "Hand over your hair." Jiang Che blinked, remaining motionless. Wang Shuyuan frowned, letting out a cold chuckle. "What is this? Feeling guilty?" Jiang Che blinked again, shaking his head. "I'm afraid it will hurt." Wang Shuyuan raised his hand mercilessly, gently tugging 2 strands of hair from Jiang Che's head and placing them into another plastic bag. "Let us go to a private hospital. I fear you may not believe me. You can choose the hospital, and we shall proceed with the test." Jiang Che covered his head, glaring at him petulantly. "Then let us go to the Yu family hospital." Wang Shuyuan did not respond, but did not decline either. "This is not favoritism," Jiang Che scoffed. "Old Yu is my brother. We can expedite the process through a back door. The sooner we get results, the sooner I can access my funds. Moreover, you need not worry about me deceiving you," Wang Shuyuan added. Jiang Che smiled slightly. "A few days ago, Old Yu and several doctors were apprehended. Do you know who was responsible?" Wang Shuyuan narrowed his eyes. "Who?" Jiang Che proudly lifted his chin. "It was me. Rest assured," Wang Shuyuan replied. Jiang Che patted his shoulder. "I am a blossoming flower of the motherland, a worthy successor, and I would never engage in unscrupulous activities. Are you not already lacking in virtue?" 3 hours later, the two sat on a bench in the Yu family private hospital, awaiting the results, which had finally arrived. At the moment he received it, Jiang Che did not hastily examine the document. Instead, he casually handed it to Wang Shuyuan. Wang Shuyuan merely glanced at the result without a hint of surprise, promptly retrieving his phone to call his assistant. The application for the substantial fund transfer had already been submitted. It merely required procedural formalities at this juncture. Before long, Jiang Che's bank card reflected an additional 50 million from the transfer, accompanied by a considerate note stating it was a voluntary gift. Delighted, Jiang Che smiled broadly at Wang Shuyuan, exclaiming, "Hey, thanks, brother." "Who are you calling brother?" Wang Shuyuan retorted, "Thank you, little brother." He shot Jiang Che an exasperated glare and turned to leave. Moments later, he exited the hospital, disappearing from view. Jiang Che shrugged, bemused by Wang Shuyuan's sensitivity to jest. Sighing, he began to walk outside, only to unexpectedly encounter Xiao Ziyuan in the hospital lobby. "Xiaoke?" Xiao Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" His expression shifted. "Are you feeling unwell again?" He glanced around, frowning. "Where's old Yu? Why didn't he accompany you?" "Oh, dear friends, relatives suddenly arrived at home, and I couldn't catch any sleep or find time to write. I managed to sneak out a chapter, and here it is. There's another chapter 1M, still stealthily composing. Chapter 58. If you dare to harm him, I will not let you off the hook. Jiang Che replied. Yes, at work. After a pause, he expressed his surprise. What brings you here? Wasn't he that fellow preparing for the fashion design competition? Xiao Ziyuan explained. My sister is hospitalized. My mother asked me to bring her food. Jiang Che glanced down and indeed noticed a thermal container in his hands. Curiously, he inquired, What happened to your sister? It's just some issues at the company. Xiao Ziyuan sighed, his expression heavy with concern. Ever since I read the novel you gave me. During this collaboration with the Bai family, Liang Yin has indeed managed to seize the initiative. But you know, I don't oversee the Group S affairs and am not well versed in internal projects. He sighed again. Even if I were aware of the advantages, I couldn't entirely circumvent them. My sister has been so busy these past few months that she ended up in the hospital, in the Xiao family. The authority rests with the eldest sister, Xiao Zhengyan. The Xiao family is uniquely a prestigious lineage that does not adhere to the tradition of favoring male heirs to inherit the family business. Each generation's leader is the most capable member of the family, regardless of gender. Among Jiang Che's circle of brothers, only the Jiang and Xiao families have been established for centuries, while the others have only recently flourished. In the novel, the Xiao family is brought to ruin by a time-traveling woman. Although this woman was merely a low-level employee in a small, struggling company before her time travel. With an average degree and mediocre abilities, she gained knowledge of the plot upon her arrival in the new world, allowing her to thrive in the business realm. It is puzzling to Jiang Che why such a seemingly ordinary woman could wield such power in her new life, merely due to her familiarity with the storyline. However, he understands that the absurdity of melodramatic novels does not lend itself to logic. No amount of criticism can alter the facts. Shall I accompany you to visit your sister? Jiang Che asked hesitantly. Xiao Xian let out a sound of resignation, pondering how to explain the peculiar presence before him. Jiang Che, wait a moment. I will deliver the meal upstairs and be right down. Xiao Xian continued. A new herbal cuisine restaurant has become quite popular recently. I shall take you there. Jiang Che, taken aback, inquired, Aren't you going to keep your sister company? To which Xiao Xian replied, somewhat exasperated, That place is hardly a hospital room. It is merely her alternate office. If I linger for even a minute longer, she will find me a nuisance. Breathing in her presence feels like a misstep. Jiang Che smiled slightly as Xiao Xian retrieved a mango-flavored lollipop from his pocket and placed it in his hand. I'll be down shortly. Just wait for me. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Xian returned swiftly, descending the stairs in less than 3 minutes. He approached Jiang Che, who leaned against the wall, lollipop in mouth and phone in hand, and grinned, Come on, let's go eat. Xiao Xian's car was parked outside the hospital, and as the two strolled towards the lot with their arms thrown over each other's shoulders, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Shuyuan's understated Bentley parked by the roadside. The driver's side window was half lowered, and Wang Shuyuan's gaze pierced through, seemingly waiting for someone. However, upon spotting the duo, his attention faltered. Jiang Che, noticing Wang Shuyuan as well, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Brother, you haven't left? Wang Shuyuan, with an indifferent flick of his gaze, returned to his phone call before departing. Before Jiang Che could respond, Xiao Xian's voice, laced with coldness, interrupted, Wang Shuyuan. What brings you here? His eyes bore a chilling glare. The news of Yuan Shua taking Jiang Che to meet his father had circulated widely. Jiang Che had mentioned the intention of a paternity test, and the fact that it was at the Yu family hospital made him squint. In truth, he disapproved of Jiang Che's decision to acknowledge Jiang Bobo for the sake of 50 million. Wang Shuyuan was no benign character. Years ago, in a bid for power, Jiang Dage had nearly lost his life at Wang Shuyuan's hands. If not for the support from several families, Jiang's company would likely have been rebranded under the Wang name. What calamity might ensue if Wang Shuyuan confirmed Jiang Che's lineage? Yet, Jiang Che remained resolute in his choice, and Xiao Xian could not dismiss his wishes. Xiao Xian's gaze was akin to a drawn sword, slicing through Wang Shuyuan's composure. Wang Shuyuan, what are your intentions? Wang Shuyuan paused, slowly retracting his focused gaze from Jiang Che. He averted his eyes, coolly stating, What I intend to do hardly requires a report to you. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xian chuckled coldly. Let us dispense with the veiled implications. I warn you, if you dare to threaten Xiao Che, I will not let you off lightly. Wang Shiyuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a mocking laugh escaping him. Xiao Xiao, you are overthinking this. I am not so idle. Let us hope you maintain that sentiment. With that, Xiao Xian delivered his warning and, without awaiting a reply, slipped his hands into his pockets, draping an arm around Jiang Che's shoulder as they proceeded to his car. Jiang Che cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Xian before turning back to observe Wang Shiyuan. As soon as the head turned halfway, it was abruptly twisted back by Xiao Xian's large hand. Do not be deceived by that fool. Be wary of the long needle's eye. Jiang Che. Xiao Xian hurriedly led him away, fearful that some ominous presence lurked behind them. It was not until Xiao Xian's car exited the parking lot, merging into the ceaseless flow of vehicles, gradually vanishing amidst the interplay of neon lights and the evening glow, that Wang Shiyuan regained his senses. His grip on the steering wheel tightened increasingly until it suddenly slackened. He abruptly leaned on the steering wheel. A sharp honk pierced the air, then gradually subsided into a muted sound. He remained in that position, silently lost in time, until the sun dipped low and the night breeze turned chilly. Finally, he straightened his stiffened body and pressed the accelerator, driving the car out. Xiao Xian brought Jiang Che to a new-style Chinese medicinal cuisine restaurant, which indeed boasted delightful flavors and was bustling with patrons. During this peak dining hour, most people were queued outside. Xiao Xian chuckled, stating, "This is my friend's establishment. I just called him. He reserved a small private room for us. And the dishes have already been ordered." Jiang Che gave him a thumbs up, impressed. The two strolled in, arms draped over each other's shoulders, and the waiter, likely familiar with Xiao Xian, promptly guided them to the private room. However, unexpectedly, as they traversed the corridor, the door of the adjacent room was suddenly thrust open. A tall figure stumbled out, careening toward them. Jiang Che, caught off guard, nearly fell flat on his face, but was fortunately pulled back by Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's expression darkened instantly. "Damn it, can't you watch where you're going?" His words, however, took an unforeseen turn. "Uncle?" "Uncle?" Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning to face the man who had collided with him. The man, of similar height, was tall and well-proportioned, with striking features and a gentle demeanor tinged with a hint of melancholy, a quintessential romantic male lead. Was this the protagonist, Gu Jinbai, of the story? Jiang Che recalled the details of Xiao Xian's narrative. It was a tale of transmigration, where the true protagonist was Xiao Xian himself. The original female lead was a woman named Song Yi. Xiao Xian and Song Yi were bound by a business marriage, yet they traversed the typical path of love blossoming post-nuptials. In the original tale, Song Yi had once rescued Gu Jinbai from a car accident, which led him to develop deep feelings for her. Little did he know that the woman he cherished would eventually become his nephew's wife. Amidst the myriad misunderstandings and melodrama of Xiao Xian and the female lead's romance, Gu Jinbai played the role of the devoted second male lead, silently safeguarding Song Yi and resolving her every predicament. Whenever she was in need, he would be the first to appear. Ultimately, however, Song Yi fell in love with Xiao Xian, and they became a couple, while Gu Jinbai faded into the background, remaining unmarried for life, as the original narrative described, leaving his estate to Song Yi and Xiao Xian's son after his passing. But that was merely the plot of the original story. The narrative of this book has been irrevocably altered by the time-traveling heroine. Liang Yin, the true protagonist of the tale, was once a lowly employee in a company, living a life of drudgery. However, after her transcendence, she transformed into the pampered daughter of the Liang family. Upon realizing that the story she has traversed belongs to a book she had just read, her compassion for the deeply affectionate second male lead, Gu Jinbai, intensifies. She is determined to alter his tragic fate, wishing for the beloved character to have a blissful future. If Song Yi cannot provide him with that future, then she shall take it upon herself to do so. With Liang Yan's emergence, the original plot has undergone significant changes. Xiao Xian and Song Yi do not unite in matrimony. Instead, under her intervention, Song Yi marries another. The once lovers, Xiao Xian and Song Yi, have now become estranged strangers in the current narrative. The plot unfolds with Song, Yi having wed another, leading Gu Jinbai to confront the elder Xiao in a tumultuous outburst, culminating in a severance of ties via a written declaration. The elder Xiao, incensed, retracts all resources, shares, and assets he had bestowed upon Gu Jinbai, leaving him destitute. Heartbroken for Gu Jinbai, Liang Yin defies her family's opposition and resolutely stands by his side. To alleviate his burdens, she conceals her identity as the Liang family's heiress, choosing instead to accompany him as an ordinary individual. Utilizing her knowledge of the book's plot and circumstances, she aids Gu Jinbai in his resurgence. Ultimately, the original male protagonist, Xiao Xian, finds himself relegated to the role of a mere pawn. In her quest to help Gu Jinbai exact revenge, Liang Yin subtly targets the Xiao family, seizing numerous opportunities, which ultimately lead to their downfall. The bankruptcy of the Xiao family renders Xiao Xian's fate all too predictable. Gu Jinbai shakes his head, seemingly momentarily bewildered by the man before him who addresses him as uncle. He stares at Xiao Xian for a prolonged moment before turning to Jiang Che, apologizing. Jiang Che, with a slight twitch of his lips, replies that it is of no consequence. Xiao Xian, narrowing his eyes slightly, is about to speak when another woman enters the private room. Jinbai, she exclaims, anxiously supporting him. How are you? Can you still walk? Gu Jinbai instinctively nods. Jiang Che's gaze inadvertently falls upon the woman, who appears to be around 27 or 28, exuding a polished and intellectual aura, her long, wavy black hair rendering her both striking and graceful. This must be the protagonist of the story, the time-traveling Liang Yin. As Liang Yin steadies Gu Jinbai, she lifts her gaze and notices Xiao Xian and Jiang Che, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Xian's penetrating gaze settles on Liang Yin. This marks his first formal encounter with the female lead of the book. Had it not been for Jiang Che revealing the truth, he might not have paid attention to the woman accompanying his uncle. Yet now, as he scrutinizes Liang Yin, there is a hint of peril in his gaze. Is this the woman responsible for the Xiao family's ruin? A glimmer of intrigue flashes in his eyes as he suddenly smiles and replies, Miss, we are in a restaurant, and naturally, we are here to dine. He paused for a moment, turning to Gu Jinbai. Uncle, why does this young lady seem so unfamiliar? Aren't you going to introduce her? Gu Jinbai, having indulged in considerable drink, was finally regaining some clarity amidst their conversation. See Yin? He rubbed his throbbing forehead. She's my friend, Liang. I see. Xiao Xian replied with a drawn-out tone, discreetly glancing at Liang Yin, where he indeed noticed a flicker of melancholy cross her face. The smile on his lips deepened with meaning. And who might this be? Gu Jinbai's hazy gaze fell upon Jiang Che. Xiao Xian casually introduced, This is my friend, Jiang Che. Jiang Che. Liang Yin was taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. This person, impossible. She must be overthinking. What is the matter? Xiao Xian inquired. Miss Liang, do you know my friend? Liang Yin awkwardly smiled. No, I don't know him. It's just that a friend's name is the same as your friend's. So I was a bit surprised. My apologies. Xiao Xian squinted, his profound gaze lingering on her face for a moment before he smiled. It's quite normal to have a same name. I see you and Miss Liang are quite busy. He raised an eyebrow, politely adding, Then we shall not disturb you any longer. He waved his hand towards Gu Jinbai. Uncle, we're off to dinner. Goodbye. Before Gu Jinbai could utter a word, Xiao Xian had already draped his arm over Jiang Che's shoulder, leading him toward the private room. Liang Yan's gaze lingered on Jiang Che for a while, only retracting her somewhat puzzled look once he had entered the room. Jinbai, it seems the project with President Zhou won to be signed today, she sighed. Let us leave it at that for now. I will see you home. Gu Jinbai merely nodded in agreement. As Jiang Che and Xiao Xian entered the private room, the dishes were promptly served. Xiao Xian placed a bowl of nourishing soup in front of him, saying, Try this. It's a medicinal dish, not too strong, so you should be fine. Jiang Che inhaled deeply. The medicinal aroma was mild, even carrying a hint of fragrance. His eyes brightened as he took a sip, and they sparkled with delight. Delicious. Xiao Xian couldn't help but smile. While it's good, you should refrain from overindulging. The food here is excellent. Your little bird-like stomach can't handle much. If you drink too much soup, you won't have room for the main course." Jiang Che nodded, setting down his spoon after a few sips. The two began to discuss Gu Jinbai and Liang Yan. In this narrative, the protagonists were Gu Jinbai and Liang Yan, with Xiao Xian playing a supporting role, though Gu Jinbai was not faring much better. Interestingly, Gu Jinbai's tale seemed to rival that of Yu Wenxua. That fellow's story also appeared to be a pursuit of love fraught with trials. Chapter 60. The Smiling Tiger Suddenly. Jiang Che recalled what De Huang had mentioned. The further one strays from the center of the plot, the easier it is to awaken, significantly reducing the likelihood of being controlled by the narrative. As the original male lead turned supporting character, Xiao Xian had, it seemed, not succumbed to madness upon encountering the protagonist Gu Jinbai, which was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortunes. However, it could also be attributed to the fact that the plot had yet to settle into its proper course. After all, Xiao Xian is the sole masterpiece of middle-aged literature. The story commences with the time-traveling heroine, Liang Yan, and Gu Jinbai's first love, Song Yi, being kidnapped, presenting a dilemma of choice. At that time, Gu Jinbai had already wed Liang Yan, and they had a son, humorously nicknamed Char Shu. This moniker arose from the choice segment, wherein Gu Jinbai opted for his first love, Song Yi, leading to the shocking abandonment of his mother by the Char Shu son as well. Consequently, Liang Yan was cast into the sea by the kidnappers, only to be rescued and return home later. This sets the stage for the regretful moments of Gu Jinbai and his Char Shu son, although the plot is yet to reach that point. The main story unfolds at least 4 years later. I can't shake the feeling that Liang Yan's gaze towards you is quite unsettling. Xiao Xian's eyes were deep and enigmatic. Jiang Che lifted his gaze to him. Among his brothers, if Yu Wenxua is a naive and sweet fool, then Xiao Xian epitomizes the archetype of a smiling tiger. He appears to be a gentle and refined gentleman, yet in truth, he is a ruthless character, unyielding and merciless. The vast family fortune of the Xiao clan did not rest upon his shoulders due to his older sister as undeniable competence. Rather, it was because he had little inclination towards commerce. "Oh," Jiang Che inquired, puzzled. "Why do you say so?" Xiao Xian shook his head. "I don't know. It's just a feeling." Jiang Che chuckled. "Then we shall confront whatever comes our way. What is there to fear?" Xiao Xian's gaze fell upon his pale countenance, and he pressed his lips together, remaining silent. After a pause, Jiang Che diverted his eyes. "Have you arranged matters on your end?" "Almost," Xiao Xian replied, as he tossed a piece of food into his mouth. "Once this costume competition concludes, I shall have little else to attend to." Jiang Che nodded. The data could be monitored by De Huang, who had previously placed the data of his brothers' families into the monitoring system to observe their status in real time. Should any issues arise, they could be addressed immediately. The items he had for his own family not only provided real-time monitoring, but also predicted potential dangers based on their behaviors, perhaps even saving lives in critical moments. However, such treasures were scarce, requiring a substantial number of points to exchange at the points mall. He had not a single point to spare for exchange. Those items were borrowed from a friend of De Huang, whose host was an S-class ace, possessing surplus points to assist him in the exchange. Hence, he needed to hasten the training of these few rascals. Xiao Xian looked at him. "What exactly do you mean by training us? Do we have to go to some rural area? I can't fathom what Jiang Che intends to do. Surely, we won't be toiling in the fields, experiencing a life of hardship?" Jiang Che smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when the time comes." Xiao Xian's lips twitched. "To be honest, I'm somewhat reluctant to find out." Jiang Che chuckled. "Life and death are unpredictable." This fellow harbored a wealth of knowledge, shrouded in mystery. He had never gained any advantage under this rascal's thumb, and the mere sight of his smile made Xiao Xian's teeth ache. The meal left Jiang Che quite satisfied, feeling somewhat full afterward. He was handed a plate of digestive tablets by Xiao Xian. Jiang Che was taken aback. "Where did you come from?" he inquired. "Old Qin gave them to me," Xiao Ziyuan replied. "Why would he give you digestive tablets?" Jiang Che wondered. Xiao Ziyuan draped his arm over Jiang Che's shoulder, guiding him outside. "I need to attend a banquet. I had a suit reserved at my place, and I brought it over for him. I casually mentioned wanting to bring you along for a meal, and he handed me a box. He chuckled. What do you think? Is it fate that we bumped into each other at the hospital just as I was saying that? Jiang Che remarked. Old Qin's reputation precedes him. The mention of Qin Zheng's character made Jiang Che somewhat reluctant to reminisce. It was no wonder. He had likely left a psychological scar on Qin Zheng back in the day. During the summer of their sophomore year, Qin Zheng had shamelessly insisted on accompanying him to his uncle's place to learn martial arts, claiming it was to protect his goddess. Thus, their entire summer was spent stirring up trouble at the Chaoxing martial arts school. At that time, Jiang Che had not known Qin Zheng for long. Although Qin Zheng was aware of Jiang Che's health issues, he had trained in martial arts with his uncle since childhood and was quite adept at fighting. Therefore, Qin Zheng dismissed Jiang Che's ailments as trivial. This fellow enjoyed showing off, and after only a few days of training, he flaunted his skills in front of his goddess. Unfortunately, he ended up receiving a thorough beating from her and her friend. Despite being two women, their martial prowess was formidable, and they left Qin Zheng with a bruised face. That day, he lamented his heartbreak, dragging Jiang Che along to drink. However, as high school students who had never tasted alcohol, Jiang Che was reluctant to join. Undeterred, Qin Zheng sneaked into his uncle's wine cellar, brought out a barrel of wine, and began drinking while sobbing. By the time Jiang Che emerged, Qin Zheng was utterly oblivious to the world around him. In a drunken stupor, Qin Zheng insisted on dragging Jiang Che out for food, proclaiming that life is complete with wine and dishes. Under the influence of alcohol, he became boisterous and obstinate, refusing to relent until Jiang Che complied. Left with no choice, Jiang Che followed him outside. Once they reached the snack street outside the martial arts school, Qin Zheng bought everything in sight and stuffed it into Jiang Che's mouth. Although Jiang Che was initially disinclined to eat, the temptation of youth proved too great. He ended up consuming more than he intended, as Qin Zheng's purchases were far too abundant. Eventually, he found himself doubled over in pain, collapsing before Qin Zheng, and inadvertently spewing blood all over him. When he regained consciousness, he found Qin Zheng dejectedly seated beside his hospital bed, disheveled hair and swollen eyes fixed intently upon him. Trembling, Qin Zheng reached out to feel for Jiang Che's breath. Upon sensing his faint breath, he leapt up from the chair, turned, and bolted out, shouting, "Doctor! Doctor! My brother is alive. He is alive. Hurry, come save him." From that moment on, Qin Zheng finally understood Jiang Che's situation. Ever since, he always carried an abundance of digestive tablets and an assortment of snacks that Jiang Che could enjoy. Even the various small cakes, milk, and snacks that others had gifted him on his desk were thoroughly scavenged by him. Consequently, during his senior year, Qin Zheng had gained several pounds. Chapter 61, Uncle Jiang. Shall we go to school together? Jiang Che popped 2 digestive tablets in his mouth and said, "Let us head back." Xiao Xiwen was indeed rather busy. He mentioned he had to meet someone shortly, so he directly escorted Jiang Che home. Upon returning home, Jiang Che washed up, and when he emerged, he noticed an incoming call on his phone. To his surprise, it was from Qin Mo. He paused, somewhat taken aback. After a decade apart, it was curious how Qin Mo had become so unusually warm-hearted. He was not known for such affections in the past. Regardless, since he did not answer the call, Jiang Che paid it no mind and lay on his bed to play games. However, just as he entered the game interface, before he could even begin, Yudu's call came through. Upon seeing the number, Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yuan Shuo had gone mad again? After much hesitation, he furrowed his brow and answered the phone. "Hello?" Yudu fumbled for a suitable form of address, his tongue seemingly burnt. He contemplated calling Jiang Che uncle, but since they were of the same age, he hesitated. Yet, given their familial hierarchy, not addressing him felt impolite. After a moment of awkwardness, he managed to grit his teeth and say, "Jiang Xiaoshu, are you asleep?" Jiang Che retorted coldly, "Speak plainly. What is up? Is it about Yuan Shuo again?" "Huh?" Yudu was momentarily taken aback before quickly clarifying, No, my uncle is not going mad." Jiang Che sighed in relief, then inquired, "So why did you call me?" Yudu pouted in annoyance. "You really have no heart. Can I just call to chat?" Jiang Che replied, "I'm hanging up." All right. Yudu huffed. "My mom asked me to call you. She wants to know if you wish to return to school." Jiang Che was taken aback. Return to school? Although he had only recently passed away, it felt as if a century had gone by. He was nearly forgetting that he was still a student. When he died, it was the early summer of his sophomore year. However, he had already taken a leave of absence and was hospitalized since the second semester of his freshman year. All told, he had only attended half a semester of university. He had yet to experience the so-called wonderful life of college. With a somber tone, Jiang Che replied, "I'm uncertain how to respond." He genuinely wished to return to school and experience this essential phase of life. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, if he did not engage with the experiences he had missed, the regrets of his past would inevitably haunt him in this life as well. Yet, if he returned to school, who would train the few foolish individuals around him? At least, he could not do so just yet. My uncle said you took a leave of absence during your sophomore year, right? You chuckled, not waiting for a response. Coincidentally, I'm also in my freshman year. I'll be a sophomore next September. How about you enroll with me then? I heard from my uncle that we're studying the same major. Concerns regarding admission qualifications are unwarranted. My father will resolve them. With the winter vacation approaching, there remains ample time until September of next year. Jiang Che's eyes brightened at this prospect, as by then he might have managed to extricate his troublesome companions from their dire circumstances. If his brothers could escape the tragedy depicted in the narrative, he would finally be able to savor the second chance at life he had long yearned for. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Well then, please extend my gratitude to your parents. Yidu chuckled lightly in response. What for? You have cured my uncle's madness. Our family owes you a debt of gratitude. Jiang Che graciously accepted the thanks, and the two continued to converse about various matters. Yidu mentioned that his uncle had not exhibited any erratic behavior recently, and Mu Ting seemed to have calmed down as well. She had vacated Su Yan's residence, and her whereabouts remained unknown. Su Yan and Yuan Shua had reached a reconciliation of sorts. Yuan Shua transferred ownership of the villa in the southern part of the city to Su Yan and provided her with a sum of money as compensation for the wrongs committed over the years. Although those actions were never his intention, harm had been inflicted, and he could only endeavor to make amends. The couple's previously tainted marital home had been listed for sale by Su Yan. Additionally, Yuan Shua transferred 30 of the shares from the branch company in Hangzhou to Su Yan and issued an appointment letter from headquarters, designating her as the executive president of the branch, granting her full authority to manage its affairs. In half a month, Su Yan would assume her new role. It appeared that the female protagonist had finally let go of her burdens. After a brief conversation, Jiang Che ended the call, indulged in a couple of gaming sessions, and then retired for the night. Following his resurrection, after days of relentless activity, he finally felt a sense of ease. After spending a week at home, he received a call from his third uncle, who informed him that the renovations in Baya Village were nearly complete and inquired if he wished to take a look. That sounds splendid. Jiang Che swiftly changed his attire and prepared to depart. In the kitchen, Qin Zheng was tidying up the dishes while on the phone, seemingly with his agent. As he hung up, he noticed Jiang Che emerging from the bedroom in a fresh outfit. You finally decided to venture out? Where are you headed? He asked, surprised. I'm off to Baihe Village. My uncle mentioned the renovations are almost finished, Jiang Che replied. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow. I have an engagement today. I can't accompany you. After a pause, he added, this is my last engagement. Aside from the show chase, I've cleared my schedule. Jiang Che responded with a nonchalant, that's fine. I can manage on my own. You go about your business. Should I call someone to keep you company? Qin Zheng looked at him with concern. Jiang Che chuckled. Those guys have probably been quite busy these days. I'll be fine on my own, don't worry. Yet, Qin Zheng, ever the worrywart, remained uneasy about him driving alone for such a long duration. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up as he said, wait a moment. Before Jiang Che could decline, Qin Zheng had already dialed a number. After a few rings, a familiar voice answered, and Jiang Che's expression shifted. Qin Mo's voice sounded somewhat weary. What's the matter? Brother, where are you now? Are you busy? Sort of. Qin Zheng hesitated before responding. Aren't you in Baihe Village these days? My brother is heading there today. He's not feeling well. If you could give him a ride, that would be great. Could you also keep an eye on him for me? Is that convenient? There was a moment of silence on the phone before the voice became clearer. Where are you? At home, Qin Zheng replied. In Tianchi Mansion community. Qin Mo paused. You two live together? My place only has one room. How could we live together? You bought a house right next door. Qin Zheng chuckled. That's why we're such close brothers. Isn't it a coincidence? I never expected he'd buy a house right next to mine. Qin Mo did not respond but said, I have a meeting now. It will take about an hour for me to arrive. Qin Zheng acknowledged, that's fine. I'll send you the address. Just come over when you can. Qin Mo agreed. Qin Zheng, disregarding the matter at hand, unilaterally arranged for a guardian for his brother. When he turned around, he was met with Jiang Che's ominous expression and an impressively large nose. Qin Zheng wondered, what is he so invested in after all? Chapter 62, Uncle Qin. Let's chat, Assistant Shun. Qin Mo pinched the bridge of his nose and said softly, please take the car back. Assistant Shun was taken aback. Mr. Qin, did you forget something? He hesitated. If we turn back now, we might miss the scheduled time. Mr. Su is already waiting. I need to pick someone up. Qin Mo replied, pulling out his phone to scroll through contacts. I'll call Mr. Su myself. Assistant Shun wanted to say more, but seeing Qin Mo's determination, he could only turn the car around. Qin Mo called Mr. Su to inform him that he would be a bit late due to some matters. He told Mr. Su to enjoy himself for a while. He would arrive shortly. Mr. Su was quite accommodating, telling him not to rush and to take his time. He mentioned that he had run into an old acquaintance in Baihe village and was currently playing mahjong, so he wasn't in a hurry. Qin Mo felt relieved, and after hanging up, he received the address from Qin Zheng. He stared at his phone screen, memorizing the address carefully. An hour later, the car arrived promptly at Tianchi Mansion community. However, since he wasn't a resident, the security wouldn't let him in, so he called Jiang Che. After receiving the call, Jiang Che asked him to wait downstairs. 10 minutes later, Jiang Che appeared at the community entrance, dressed in a gray and white tracksuit, with a single strap backpack slung over his shoulder. In the temporary parking space outside the community gate, a Maybach was parked. Without needing to guess, Jiang Che knew it belonged to Qin Mo. After all, the Maybach had become a standard for the protagonists in novels. Although Qin Mo wasn't a typical novel hero, the current worldview still reflected those narratives. The window of the Maybach slowly rolled down, revealing Qin Mo's familiar face. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. As soon as he reached the car, Qin Mo opened the door and stepped out, effortlessly taking the backpack from Jiang Che's shoulder. With a smile, he said, "Get in." Jiang Che pressed his lips together and nodded, bending down to enter the vehicle. Qin Mo closed the door for him before walking around to the other side, opening the door and sitting down himself. The backpack jingled with an assortment of items as he moved. Qin Mo raised an amused eyebrow and inquired, "What's in there?" "It's what Qin Zheng packed. Various bottles of medicine and snacks," Jiang Che replied. "That kid buzzed around me like a mother hen when he left, incessantly reminding me to take the backpack." Seeing the effort Qin Zheng put into packing, Jiang Che couldn't bring himself to refuse, and thus took it along. Qin Mo paused for a moment, the smile on his lips fading slightly, and nodded, "It's indeed wise to bring it." Jiang Che turned to look at him, feeling that there was more to Qin Mo's words. However, Qin Mo seemed disinclined to elaborate, instead beckoning Assistant Shun to start the car. The vehicle soon pulled away. With the three of them inside, Assistant Shun remained a silent NPC, focusing on driving without daring to speak. In Jiang Che's mind, Qin Mo was a taciturn individual, difficult to approach, and he hesitated to initiate conversation for fear of annoyance. Moreover, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the faint shadows beneath Qin Mo's eyes, indicating a lack of rest in recent days. This was a perfect opportunity for Qin Mo to catch up on sleep, so Jiang Che decided to keep quiet to allow him some peace. Yet, contrary to expectations, Qin Mo began to engage him in conversation. Qin Zheng mentioned, "You've already purchased a house?" he asked. Jiang Che leaned back lazily and responded with a simple, "Yes. I've been in Baihe village these past few days." Qin Mo smiled slightly. "I'm quite familiar with that area. The house you bought is quite nice." Jiang Che blinked and inquired, "Qin Zheng, didn't your company participate in the government's investment promotion plan? I heard the project has been finalized." Qin Mo nodded, "Yes. It's nearly settled." After a pause, he turned to Jiang Che and said earnestly, "You don't need to call me Qin Zheng. Jiang Che readily replied. Then I'll call you Uncle Qin. Qin sighed. If possible, I'm not that old, so you really don't have to call me uncle. Jiang Che lowered his gaze thoughtfully and replied calmly. Well, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to call me uncle, would it? That would be quite awkward for a big nephew. Qin looked at Jiang Che in exasperation. You're being rather impertinent. Jiang Che huffed and turned to him. Aren't you going to rest in a car? Qin paused before responding. I'm not tired. Really? Yeah. Then do you want to chat with me? Sure. Qin smiled. What would you like to discuss? Jiang Che pondered for a moment and asked earnestly, Uncle Qin, at your age, are you married? How old is your child? Is it a boy or a girl? How old are they? Are they in kindergarten yet? Qin forehead twitched with each rapid-fire question from Jiang Che, just as Jiang Che was about to ask another. Qin could no longer contain himself and covered Jiang Che's incessantly chattering mouth with his hand, exclaiming, For heaven's sake, be quiet. Jiang Che swatted his hand away, exclaiming, Have you washed your hands? No. Qin replied expressionlessly, I just went to the restroom. Jiang Che, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, Do you bosses not wash your hands after using the toilet? Qin narrowed his eyes skeptically at him and asked, You didn't forget to wipe, did you? Jiang Che shook his head disapprovingly, sighing, Your generation of bosses is truly outrageous. Qin gritted his teeth and shot him a glare, saying, I'm not even married yet. Jiang Che responded with a casual hum and inquired, Do you have children then? Qin, at a loss for words, retorted, Can't you discuss something normal? Jiang Che shrugged and sighed, I'm just considering your age, at your stage in life. If you don't talk about marriage and children, are we to discuss the nuances of nose-picking? Qin, feeling defeated, mimicked him and reclined in the chair, declaring, I'm a staunch advocate of not marrying, so marriage is out of the question. Jiang Che paused for a moment, then blinked and clicked his tongue. You haven't lost your beloved to foreign lands or death, have you? Oh no, please spare me the melodrama. I don't wish to see that. Qin-mo's voice faltered, his gaze inadvertently drifting across Jiang Che's face before quickly retreating. After a prolonged silence, he finally shook his head. No. Jiang Che sighed in relief. Good, good. So they're really not dead? Qin-mo confirmed no. As long as they're alive, Jiang Che patted his shoulder. Just don't turn into one of those fantastical characters from novels. Not being able to afford a ticket abroad would be quite disgraceful. Qin-mo was taken aback. What ticket? Jiang Che asked in confusion. ISN to your beloved abroad? Qin-mo replied. This conversation is impossible. Chapter 63. I fear you'll mistake candy for something else upon arriving at Baihe village. Jiang Che expressed his gratitude to Qin-mo before taking the keys and returning to his own residence. After a week of cleaning and organizing, nearly everything in the house had been replaced, and daily necessities were all prepared. After wandering around the room, Jiang Che felt quite satisfied. Although his uncle was often quite eccentric, he could be reliable in matters like this. However, not seeing his uncle at home prompted him to make a phone call. After a considerable wait, his uncle finally answered, Xiao Che, you've arrived? Yes, Jiang Che replied, where are you? His uncle chuckled, I ran into an old friend. I'm playing mahjong at Old Wang's place. Do you want to join? Old Wang was the same person who had previously taken Shenlin, him, and Qinzheng to that agri-tainment center. The entertainment options in the village's agri-tainment center were quite limited compared to the hotel resort. Mahjong was the primary source of entertainment. Jiang Che replied affirmatively. I'm going to check on the renovations first, then I'll come over. All right, his uncle reminded him. It's a bit chilly today, dress warmly, and don't catch a cold. Jiang Che smiled and acknowledged him before hanging up. He placed his backpack on the living room sofa and took a stroll around the backyard. Shenlin's house was quite spacious, with the front and backyard separated. The front yard was for living, while the backyard served as a large storage area for various items. After all, rural life is not akin to urban living. Rural dwellers inevitably require a few acres for cultivation, and upon harvest, they need ample space for storage. Jiang Che, not in need of extensive storage for miscellaneous items, decided to renovate the backyard shed. After surveying the changes, he felt thoroughly satisfied. The renovation team, recommended by his uncle, had grasped his vision almost entirely. However, he pondered whether the younger generation would appreciate the modifications. He chuckled, hoping they wouldn't be overly excited upon seeing it. Jiang Che then strolled through the newly acquired land, where he had designated an area the size of a basketball court, enclosed for use. Within this space, he arranged various training equipment according to his specifications. The work was now complete. The remaining land was methodically divided into 10 sections, perfectly suited for his farming endeavors. He had instructed his uncle to channel a water supply via pipeline, which had also been successfully accomplished, greatly facilitating irrigation. Jiang Che was quite pleased with these renovations and now awaited the arrival of personnel. Da Huang, could you check if anyone in the village has rental properties available? He requested. Is your house not sufficient? Host? Da Huang replied, astonished. The residence he had purchased was already one of the largest in the village, comfortably accommodating over 10 people. Why then, the need for additional rentals? Most likely, it is insufficient, Jiang Che replied, choosing not to elaborate. Da Huang did not press further and promptly began his search. Shortly thereafter, Da Huang's voice chimed in, indeed, there is someone. Old Wang's family is renting out a property. That is splendid. Old Wang's family operated a farmhouse. Though rural farmhouses could not compete with hotels, they were on par with ordinary inns. Old Wang's establishment boasted 4 stories and numerous rooms. As early winter set in, patronage at the farmhouse dwindled, prompting Old Wang to consider renting out some rooms. Jiang Che contemplated this and, upon returning home, donned his backpack with the intention of discussing the rental with Old Wang. However, he was taken aback to find Qin Mo standing at the entrance of his yard, seemingly poised to knock. Jiang Che paused. What brings you here? Qin Mo, equally surprised, lowered his hand and smiled. I'm taking you out for a meal. Jiang Che glanced at the time. It was indeed past 11, the perfect hour for lunch. He raised an eyebrow. No need, I have plans. You're heading to Old Wang's farmhouse, right? Qin Mo asked. I'm going there as well. Shall we go together? Jiang Che felt a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he sensed that Qin Mo was being overly solicitous. Yet, considering that Qin Zheng's mother had undoubtedly instructed Qin Mo to look after him, and knowing that Old Wang's was the only dining establishment in the village, he dismissed his misgivings. Very well, let us go, he replied. The journey from his home to Old Wang's would take approximately 10 minutes. The winter in the south lacked the desolation characteristic of the north. Jincheng lies within a plain, yet is enveloped by mountains, and the rural areas nestled in the hills. Even during winter, the verdant landscape remains a sight to behold, offering great comfort to the observer. 2 figures stroll side by side along the rural path, both tall and dignified, naturally attracting the gaze of many. Qin Mo discreetly takes a half step forward, shielding Jiang Che partially behind him, and turns to ask, Are you cold? Jiang Che shakes his head. Although he is sensitive to the cold, the season has not yet reached its harshest point, and the temperature is just right. Qin Mo merely acknowledges with a sound and falls silent. After a moment, he inquires, Are you hungry? Jiang Che replies, Not really. Qin Mo reaches into his pocket and produces a strawberry-flavored lollipop, offering it to him. Would you like one? Jiang Che eyes him suspiciously. Do you really carry candy with you, CEO? Qin Mo chuckles softly. Where do you get such peculiar notions? CEOs are human too. Is it strange to carry candy? Jiang Che, caught off guard, clicks his tongue in disbelief. He realizes that these eccentric individuals have indeed warped his perceptions, leading him to think that the CEOs in novels were somehow beyond human, incapable of mundane acts. Jiang Che accepts the lollipop, unwraps it, and pops it into his mouth. The rich, sweet flavor instantly fills his palate, yet it is not as cloying as the candies sold in stores. Instead, it carries a refreshing aroma. His eyes brighten. Where did you buy this candy? It's quite delicious. Send me the link, and I'll get some for myself. Observing the sparkle in his eyes, Qin Mo's lips curl ever so slightly. I had someone make it for me. It's not available on the market. If you enjoy it, I can bring you some next time. Jiang Che, slightly disappointed, responds, All right, thank you then. He then ponders aloud, But didn't you say you don't like candy? Why make so much of it? Jiang Che pauses, his hand instinctively tightening in his pocket. How do you know I don't eat candy? Jiang Che falters, meeting Jiang Che's gaze with calmness. Because you don't wash your hands after using the restroom, and I fear you might get something unsavory in your candy. Jiang Che stammers, his mouth opening and closing, and after a considerable pause, he replies, but now, it's you who is eating this candy. Jiang Che exclaims, how careless of me. Chapter 64. A bit tipsy upon arriving at the farmhouse, the tantalizing aroma of home-cooked meals wafts through the air. It is midday, and the enticing scent prompts Jiang Che's stomach to rumble. Jiang Che can't help but chuckle softly. Hungry, are we? Jiang Che retorts. Is it strange to be hungry at noon? Jiang Che shakes his head. Not at all. His gaze drifts toward the lotus pond outside the courtyard. Didn't you mention on your social media that you wanted to invite someone here? Jiang Che unconsciously follows his gaze and nods. Brother Chun said that the fish here are raised by Uncle Wang himself, free from feed, entirely natural. Fishing here must be quite enjoyable. Jiang Che seems to recall something, his deep-set eyes flickering momentarily. Then he nods affirmatively. Indeed. Just as he finishes speaking, a familiar voice calls out from the courtyard. Xiao Che. Jiang Che turns to see his third uncle and another middle-aged man stepping out from within. Third uncle, Jiang Che greets. When Jiang Chao Sheng emerged, he was surprised to find Jiang Che present as well. He cast a skeptical glance at the other man and leaned closer to Jiang Che, whispering, does he know about your resurrection? Jiang Che shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Puzzled, Jiang Chao Sheng inquired, then how did you both arrive together? Jiang Che explained. Qin Zheng was concerned that I might encounter problems driving alone, so he offered me a ride in his brother's car. Jiang Chao Sheng acknowledged with an O. Though he shared a fraternal camaraderie with the older generation of the Qin family, he was not particularly familiar with someone like Jiang Che. They were merely acquaintances. Just as he contemplated a simple greeting, Jiang Che took the initiative to extend his greetings. Jiang Chao Sheng nodded in response. The young man was indeed quite polite. Jiang Che then turned to greet a middle-aged man who emerged alongside his third uncle, saying, Mr. Su, I apologize for the delay. Something urgent came up. Mr. Su smiled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, not at all. I happened to run into old Jiang here as well. Haha. This lad has kept such a low profile for so many years. I didn't expect to see him here. Jiang Chao Sheng, feeling a bit boastful, pulled out a stack of red bills from his pocket and waved them in front of Jiang Che, exclaiming, see, your third uncle is still as sharp as ever. This is true power. Jiang Che nonchalantly snatched the bills from his hand and stuffed them into his backpack, declaring, finders keepers, it's mine now. Jiang Chao Sheng remarked. Jiang Che, it's been 10 years since you learned the lesson that wealth should not be flaunted. Why haven't you grasped it yet? Jiang Chao Sheng retorted. What is there to learn? I need to have money first. Hurry and give it back to me. That's nearly 20,000. Jiang Che countered. Did your brother not just give you 500,000? I need to save some for my retirement. I'll be the one taking care of you in your old age. Jiang Che boasted. Now, you can spend it however you wish. Really? Indeed. You must be joking. Jiang Chao Sheng scoffed. If I spend as I please, your brother will have to send me to meet your ancestors in advance. Jiang Che blinked. So, if I give you money, you can spend as you like? Jiang Chao Sheng remained unimpressed. Don't try to sweet-talk me. You used to say the same thing, and in the end, it came back to this. Suddenly, he paused. The remainder of his words caught in his throat, swallowed back down. Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he patted Jiang Chao Sheng's shoulder earnestly, saying, this time, I assure you, I will not go back on my word. Rest assured. Really? Yes. Jiang Che smiled, adding, even if I were to pass away before you, I would undoubtedly leave you enough for your retirement. Jiang Chao Sheng jumped up and slapped him. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Spit it out. Get rid of that ill omen. Jiang Che shielded his head, hissing in pain. When he looked up, he noticed that Jiang Chao Sheng's eyes were slightly red, causing his heart to tighten. TSK. He usually spoke without thinking, and earlier, he had merely been caught up in the moment, failing to consider that his family had already mourned him once. Reflecting on this, he realized how distressing his words had been. Anyone who heard them would feel an uncomfortable weight in their hearts. Jiang Che scratched his head and murmured, "I was just joking." Jiang Chaosheng observed his demeanor, gritted his teeth, yet still refrained from uttering a harsh word. Qin Mo's gaze swept over Jiang Che's head as he spoke. "Third uncle, Mr. Su, shall we go for a meal?" The moment he uttered these words, he effectively diverted the attention of the two men. Jiang Chaosheng instantly perked up, turning to Jiang Che and saying, let us go eat. Old Wang's culinary skills are exceptional. The fish served at lunch today was caught by me, so do savor it later." Jiang Che let out a sigh of relief, responding with a simple as he linked arms with Jiang Chaosheng and headed toward the dining hall. Qin Mo and Mr. Su lagged behind, engaging in conversation as they made their way to the restaurant. The dishes on the dining table were nearly arranged, and Mr. Su, seemingly unfamiliar with the rustic charm of rural home-cooked meals, found himself intrigued. He called for the proprietor and ordered 2 bottles of fine wine, insisting on a drinking contest with Jiang Chaosheng. "Is all this food not enough to silence your tongue?" Jiang Chaosheng refused, declaring, "I've quit drinking long ago." Jiang Che chimed in, "Who was it that drank like a dead pig last time?" With Jiang Chaosheng abstaining, Qin Mo could not leave Mr. Su to drink alone and reluctantly joined him for a few sips. By the end of the meal, Mr. Su had to be carried into the bedroom, while Qin Mo, maintaining a fair degree of composure, was assisted by his aide and was able to walk normally. However, as they reached the staircase, for reasons unknown, he shook his head in annoyance and dismissed his assistant. His gaze swept the room before finally landing on Jiang Che, his deep eyes suddenly sparkling like stars that had just been ignited. He pursed his lips, turned toward the table, and grasped Jiang Che's hand, pulling him along. Jiang Che stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, but fortunately his third uncle was quick enough to steady him, preventing an embarrassing fall. Hey, Jiang Chaosheng exclaimed, pulling Jiang Che back with the other hand. "What are you doing, you little rascal?" Qin Mo's penetrating gaze fixated on Jiang Chaosheng's hand gripping Jiang Che's, his hazy eyes narrowing slowly. "Let go of me." Jiang Chaosheng stood up, attempting to pry Qin Mo's fingers apart. Qin Mo stared intently at Jiang Chaosheng's hand on Jiang Che for a long moment before suddenly pushing him away. Jiang Chaosheng had not anticipated such drunken antics. He was caught off guard and stumbled back a step. Instinctively, he released Jiang Che's hand, bracing himself against the table to maintain his balance, lest he fall. Qin Mo coldly snorted at him, clutching Jiang Che and swiftly turning to leave, moving with an urgency as if he feared that someone might chase after him to seize his hidden treasure. Jiang Che found himself dragged upstairs by Qin Mo. The assistant was taken aback. It was rare for the boss to drink, and, at his level, few dared to force him into drinking contests. So he had seldom witnessed his employer inebriated. On the rare occasions when he had seen it, the boss had always obediently gone to sleep, appearing entirely normal. Why was he now running off with a second young master-s friend? They were hardly acquainted. The assistant hurried over, attempting to separate his boss from Jiang Che. But Qin Mo shot him an irritated glare, raising his hand to push him away once more. Jiang Che did not even have the opportunity to utter a word before Qin Mo abruptly pulled him into the room, slamming the door shut, leaving the bothersome assistant outside. He turned and forcefully tucked Jiang Che into the quilt. "Has this fool lost his mind?" Jiang Che grumbled as he attempted to rise from the bed, only to be pressed back down by Qin Mo's hand on his head. After several futile attempts, Jiang Che's patience wore thin. He had no inclination to cater to or tolerate a drunken fool. Just as he pondered whether to administer a physical sedation, Qin Mo, resembling a rusted wind-up toy, stared at his face with bleary eyes for a considerable time before suddenly halting. Then, with a swift motion, he stood up and exited the room hastily. Jiang Che was left utterly speechless. He had no idea what this rascal was up to again, considering that Qin Mo had at least given him a lift. Jiang Che reluctantly climbed out of bed to search for Qin Mo's assistant. Just as he reached the door, Qin Mo returned, clutching Jiang Che's backpack. Upon seeing him by the entrance, he instinctively furrowed his brow. "Go back." Qin Mo's voice, hoarse from drink, carried an unusually serious expression. Jiang Che immediately felt disgruntled, glaring at him, thinking, "Who do you think you're ordering around?" It seemed Qin Mo was oblivious to his retort, as he pushed Jiang Che slightly and stubbornly repeated, "Go back." In response, Jiang Che delivered a firm punch, warning him to cease his drunken antics, asserting he was not so gentle. He shook his fist, threatening, "Keep it up, and I'll hit you." Qin Mo widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe someone dared to strike him, bewilderedly covering his head. Jiang Che pointed towards the bed in the room, instructing him to roll over and sleep. Qin Mo blinked, snorted dismissively, and turned his face away. Jiang Che, rolling up his sleeves, was ready to retaliate, exclaiming, "Oh, so you're still feeling spirited, huh?" Qin Mo pursed his lips and, in a rather helpless manner, grasped Jiang Che's hand, pulling him back into the room. Jiang Che found himself once again shoved into the quilt by this fool. His patience had reached its limit. He climbed up, ready to strike. However, the next moment, a pill was shoved into his mouth. It was sweet and rich, a digestive tablet. Jiang Che was taken aback. Seeing him quiet down, Qin Mo offered him another. Jiang Che thought, this idiot went downstairs just to fetch him digestive tablets? What a lunatic. He chewed and swallowed the tablet, declaring, "All right, I've had my fill. You should rest. I'm leaving now." Qin Mo's expression darkened, a palpable tension emanating from him. He abruptly grasped Jiang Che's hand, exclaiming loudly, "You are not allowed to leave." Jiang Che was startled by the shout, cursing under his breath as he shook off Qin Mo's grip, insisting, "Let go of me. You're not allowed to leave." Qin Mo's voice was hoarse, and deep within his eyes, turbulent clouds churned. He gazed at Jiang Che for an extended time, then suddenly collapsed onto him, just before he fell. He mumbled something about not leaving now that he had returned. Jiang Che squinted in confusion, pondering whether Qin Mo had truly recognized him. Yet, he found the notion surreal. After all, the concept of resurrection was challenging to comprehend, even when it involved loved ones. In those days, he had indeed perished right before those individuals. Now, a decade has elapsed, and it is likely that no one contemplates this matter any longer. Moreover, his relationship with Qin Mo was never particularly amicable. There was a period when he harbored the notion that Qin Mo disliked him, leading to mutual disdain between them. However, not long after this sentiment set in, he found himself hospitalized. His subsequent memories are somewhat hazy. During that time, he was either undergoing treatment or taking medication, rendering his mind rather foggy. Many friends came to visit him, and it seemed that Qin Mo had paid a visit as well, though he could not recall with certainty. Given the passage of time, the memories of these two unfamiliar individuals had likely long since faded, let alone the possibility of recognition. Jiang Che pursed his lips and callously dismissed Qin Mo. He scoffed at the drunken ramblings of the latter, pondering the futility of overthinking it. Swiftly, he rose from the bed, approached the door, and pulled it open to step outside. Fortunately, his assistant was waiting just outside. Jiang Che pointed back into the room and said, "Assistant, your boss is in a rather unseemly position. Perhaps you ought to adjust him." "What?" The assistant was taken aback and craned his neck to peer inside. His boss lay sprawled on the bed, contorted like a pretzel. Unable to suppress a smirk, he hurried inside and dutifully repositioned his employer. He removed the man's shoes and clothing, tucking him into the blankets. However, upon noticing the large bump on Qin Mo's forehead, he paused in confusion. What had transpired? Leaning casually against the doorframe, Jiang Che remarked, "I did that." The assistant replied with a nervous chuckle, realizing the extent of care Qin Mo had for this young man. The notion of seeking revenge seemed implausible. After delivering his message, Jiang Che waved dismissively and sauntered down the stairs with an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing him descend, Jiang Chaosheng waved him over. Jiang Che settled beside him at the table, where a freshly brewed pot of tea awaited. Jiang Chaosheng poured him a cup. Although it was not as exquisite as the Baihao engine, it sufficed given the rural conditions, providing warmth to the body. Jiang Che was not one to be overly finicky, and he took a sip. Jiang Chaosheng inquired, "Are you quite familiar with Qin Mo?" "Not at all." "Then why did he pull you into this?" Jiang Che shrugged. "How should I know? Perhaps he was intoxicated and unaware of his actions." TSK. I recall a time when you were drunk and clung desperately to a hen, insisting on holding a wedding. Jiang Che. The two spent a while at Lao Wang's place, discussing matters regarding renting accommodations. Lao Wang was more than willing, as Jiang Che was capable of affording a good price, and they signed the contract with little negotiation. Additionally, they reached an agreement concerning meals. Although this arrangement was not for Jiang Che himself, he merely instructed that the assistant should oversee the meals for those who would stay there. Once everything was settled, Jiang Che and his uncle returned to their own home. He had no intention of returning to the city that day, and naturally, neither did his uncle. In the afternoon, the two individuals conducted a thorough inspection of all the renovated areas, identifying several problematic spots for the craftsmen to address. Once assured that there were no significant issues, Jiang Che smiled and suggested to his uncle, "Why not inscribe a phrase for my venue? What shall it be?" The Madman Training Camp. Chapter 66. The Core Socialist Values of Our Nation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Madman Training Camp that he was organizing in Baiha Village had all its equipment and personnel in place. Only the students' commencement of classes was awaited. Although it was slightly delayed compared to his initial expectations, it was not overly late. Jiang Che pondered for a moment and inquired within the group about the current busyness of his companions. Yuan Shu was the first to respond with an OK emoji, ready for battle at any moment. Xiao Xian replied, "All done, we can depart any time." Yi Yinchuan sent a sigh emoji and exclaimed, "Damn, old Jiang, hurry and take me away." Jiang Che suddenly recalled that Yi Yinchuan was the passionate second male lead in the romantic narrative. The female protagonist was his childhood neighbor, with whom his family had arranged a betrothal since they were young. However, after the death of her mother, her father remarried, shattering her once fairy tale existence. Moreover, her father brought home a younger sister, merely 3 months her junior. With a stepmother came a stepfather, and this one had long since strayed from the path of fidelity. When Yi's life at home became increasingly arduous, were it not for Yi Yinchuan's support, her struggles would have been even more formidable. It was initially assumed that their relationship would naturally flourish, culminating in a harmonious and fulfilling conclusion. However, during their high school years, a turning point emerged. A strikingly handsome transfer student entered their school and became one Yi's deskmate, overshadowing the bond of childhood friends. The story of the protagonist commenced. Jiang Che contemplated the fate of Yi Yunchuan, whose family faced bankruptcy, leading to his parents' tragic demise and the unfortunate fates of his sister and younger sibling. As for himself, he would be left with broken legs, destined for a life of solitude. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Che noted that while Yi Yunchuan had yet to awaken, his narrative had not officially begun. Although their story commenced in high school, its primary arc unfolded many years later, as the female protagonist was a heart-wrenching character who would eventually return with her talented 7-year-old child to confront her adversities. At this juncture, the female protagonist had not yet returned to exact her revenge, thus the tale could not be deemed to have truly commenced. This segment did not concern the main storyline, making it relatively easy to withdraw. However, it was Yi Yinchuan who had assisted the female protagonist when she fled with child. Therefore, over the years, he maintained a connection with her, supporting the company she established abroad. Observing Yi Yunchuan's distressed state, Jiang Che speculated that perhaps the female protagonist had encountered yet another predicament requiring his assistance. Jiang Che chose to ignore him. As long as Yuan Shu did not descend into madness like he often did, there was no need for him to intervene personally. Qin Zheng and Feng Ruiqi had not replied, likely occupied with their own affairs. These two had awakened. So Jiang Che felt no immediate concern about them engaging in irrational behavior beyond their own volition. In the present world, it remains a realm dominated by eccentric individuals. No one can guarantee that they will not succumb to madness. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Feng Ruiqi's narrative have piqued Jiang Che's interest. According to the script, Feng Ruiqi and Feng Qingyun are supposed to embody the roles of genuine and false heirs. Yet, Feng Ruiqi adamantly asserts that this is impossible. If old Feng is so confident, it implies that he is not a false heir. Additionally, Feng Qingyun has diverged from a narrative by not entering the corporate world as the plot suggests. Unexpectedly, he has ventured into the entertainment industry. This deviation from the storyline is significant. Feng Ruiqi's tale now stands as the greatest variable among all narratives. De Huang, could you investigate the familial ties between Feng Ruiqi, Feng Qingyun, and Old Feng? Of course, esteemed host, please hold on. De Huang operates with remarkable efficiency, yielding results in under a minute. However, the outcome astonishes him. How is this possible? What is it? Jiang Che inquiris. De Huang, astonished, respondes, este midhosti. My findings reveal that both Feng Ruiqi and Feng Qingyun are indeed sons of Old Feng. They are half-brothers. Jiang Che furrows his brow. What does this mean? This contradicts the script you provided. De Huang also frowns. I cannot find any discrepancies in my data. Please wait, esteemed host. I will report this anomaly to the data department and have them examine the original data for clarification. How long will it take? Approximately 1 to 3 days. Very well. Expedite the process. Understood. Before long, Qin Zheng and Feng Ruiqi responded in the group, stating they were nearly ready. Thus, Jiang Che decisively announced that they would set off in 3 days. 3 days later, a convoy of luxurious vehicles made its way to Baihe village, coming to a halt before the Jiang residence. The inscription on the Jiang residence mirrors the grandeur of the village entrance S archway, with its elegant strokes conveying a sense of prestige. Although the villagers were aware that the Chun family had sold their property to a wealthy individual, most had yet to meet the new owner, coinciding with their work hours. Curiosity piqued. They craned their necks to witness this unusual spectacle. Jiang Che was the first to emerge from the lead vehicle. Adjusting his sunglasses, he beckoned the others to disembark swiftly. The occupants, understanding the cue, promptly retrieved their equipment from the vehicle. To their surprise, they discovered that several photographers were among them, carrying high-end cameras. Esteemed masters, Jiang Che called out to the group. From this moment onward, we shall commence a live broadcast according to the procedures I have shared, along with the accompanying personnel. Be mindful not to capture me on camera. The photographers erupted in enthusiastic cheers. One might wonder why they were so exuberant. It was because Jiang Che's offer was exceedingly generous. This opportunity far exceeded their earnings from following shows, and excelling in this endeavor could yield bonuses. Who could resist showing their appreciation for the benefactor? As the crowd eagerly activated their cameras, adjusting focus and clarity to capture their companions, they were notably cautious to avoid Jiang Che's lens. The eccentric individuals disembarking from the vehicles were taken aback by the spectacle. Yi Chuan pushed his suitcase forward, approached his mentor who was filming him, glanced at the camera, and then turned to Jiang Che, inquiring, "What you up to, old Jiang?" Jiang Che replied with a smile, "I'm live streaming." Live streaming? Qin Zheng covered his face, incredulous. Are you joking? If my fans discover I'm here for this ridiculous training, what will become of my image? I am a mature, composed, handsome, wealthy, and talented triple award-winning actor. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Old Qin, the success of this live stream depends on you. You will reap the rewards. Qin Zheng scoffed. Do I need your petty cash? If not, then donate it to those in need. Jiang Che proclaimed with a sense of righteousness. Benefiting humanity is the essence of your existence. As for Shao Xian, he remained silent, cheerfully waving at the camera, exuding an air of elegance akin to the 99th prince of a kingdom, even though the live stream may well have had no viewers. Yet, isn't the ability to feign elegance still a form of grace? Yu Wenshaw and Feng Ruiqi, on the other hand, harbored no doubts and appeared quite pleased, playfully looking around, thoroughly enjoying the surroundings. They even began discussing whether to pick chrysanthemums by the eastern fence or to create a trio of shadows together. Yu Wenshaw approached Jiang Che, patting him on the shoulder. It's all thanks to you. How did you come up with this splendid place? I'm certain I can cultivate my character here and won't be restrained any longer. So rest assured. Jiang Che, however, was not at ease, swatting his hand away and beckoning the five to gather. Though puzzled, the group obediently assembled before Jiang Che. He leisurely ascended the steps at the entrance, casting a glance at the five below, and cheerfully declared, "Before we enter, let us recite the 24-character maxim. This will be our guiding principle moving forward. You must commit it to memory and apply it in practice to become morally upright, cultured, and a good socialist youth with sound values." Yuan Shuo instinctively asked. What 24-character maxim? Jiang Che promptly unveiled a banner at the entrance, smiling as he proclaimed, "Repeat after me. The core socialist values of our nation are prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness." The five exchanged glances, realizing that this was rather different from the leisurely life of self-cultivation they had envisioned. Chapter 67. Trending on Weibo. Jiang Che's actions left the group momentarily stunned. Yuan Shuo curiously leaned in, exclaiming, "When did you prepare this?" He was met with a stern reprimand from Jiang Che. "Be serious. Stand straight and recite properly." Jiang Che let out a cold snort, casting a sinister glance at him. "You, my young friend, are the most unruly among us. Should you fail to master these 24 characters, I shall send you to meet the King of Hell, allowing you to descend into the underworld prematurely. Better to spare the world your breath, lest you waste precious air." Yuan Shuo cast a resentful glance at Jiang Che, yet found himself utterly unable to retort. Thus, he could only retreat sheepishly back into the ranks, while the others glanced at him, silently straightening their backs. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, surveying everyone one by one. "Now, recite after me. Do not make me repeat myself." Yi Yinchuan inadvertently struck a nerve, being the first to speak. The core socialist values of our country are. His utterance alleviated much of the discomfort and awkwardness among the others. TSK, they thought, let be a moment of foolishness shared with this young man. After all, their brother was still at that age of 20, reveling in youth. In their own youthful escapades, this individual had long since turned to dust, leaving them without the chance to frolic together. But now that he had returned, they decided to indulge him. It was a splendid opportunity to relive the feelings of youth. Thus, they exchanged glances, shamefacedly lowering their eyes as they stammered through the recitation alongside Jiang Che. Though their voices lacked harmony, Jiang Che was not overly concerned. He nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, remember this. Learn it well, for there shall be an examination." "Examination?" Yi Yinchuan was taken aback. Jiang Che replied, "You are here for training and study. Examinations are inherent to learning. Is this concept so difficult to grasp?" While his words rang true, there was something rather peculiar in the tone. "Enough, let us proceed inside." Jiang Che waved his hand. "Considering you have just arrived today, we shall not engage in any activities. Shortly, I will have someone provide you with an overview of the upcoming training projects, processes, and curriculum for your perusal." Jiang Che raised his hand to check the time. "You have 1 hour to settle in, choose your rooms, and organize yourselves. Afterwards, we shall dine at Old Wang's farmhouse." The group responded with laughter and agreement, then marched into the courtyard. The courtyard was a traditional Chinese sihiyuan, exuding an antique charm. Aside from the two side wings, the main building comprised 3 stories. The upper levels of the side wings featured open-air platforms, one side adorned with a long corridor and pavilion, the other with a sunlit balcony, flourishing with vibrant winter flowers, blooming splendidly at this time. Upon entering the courtyard, they discovered several individuals already standing there. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, dressed in a sleek black tang suit, exuding an air of elegance and poise. His hair was meticulously styled, giving him the appearance of a serious scholar from bygone eras. Jiang Che smiled warmly. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is the steward I have engaged, Mr. Bai. You may address him as Steward Bai or Uncle Bai." He continued, "All your course progress will be overseen by Uncle Bai." Steward Bai smiled and nodded in greeting to the group. Jiang Che then introduced the 2 aunts standing beside Steward Bai. "These are Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhou, who will be responsible for your meals and the upkeep of this residence." Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhou exchanged polite greetings with a few individuals, who reciprocated with equal courtesy. While they were pleased with Jiang Che's arrangements, a sense of novelty also enveloped the atmosphere. After all, these individuals hailed from distinguished backgrounds, not merely ordinary families, but rather from a lineage of exceptional prominence. They had never before experienced such rustic living, and thoughts of an intriguing future began to stir in their minds. Jiang Che nodded towards Uncle Bai, instructing him to familiarize everyone with their surroundings and to share the training program details for their forthcoming endeavors. Uncle Bai acknowledged with a nod, understood. He then turned to the group, beckoning, "Please follow me." Yuan Shu was the first to roll his suitcase forward, approaching Jiang Che. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "What mischief are you brewing, you rascal?" Jandu que blinked innocently. I am uno. Yuan Shu rubbed his eyes, declaring, "My right eyelid has been twitching incessantly. It surely foretells trouble." "Umph, your mischief always made my eyelid twitch." Jiang Che smirked. "Father is only looking out for your well-being." Yuan Shu shot him a sideways glance, retorting, "Nonsense. I am your father." Without awaiting a response, he turned and dashed off, slinging an arm around Yuan Chuan as they made their way into the house. Upon entering, Uncle Bai introduced the layout of the residence. The house comprised 3 stories. The ground floor contained 3 rooms, a bedroom, a study, and a gym. The second floor featured 4 bedrooms, all of similar size, equipped with 2 shared bathrooms. The third floor housed 3 bedrooms, including a master suite with an en-suite bathroom, while the other 2 rooms mirrored those on the second floor, accompanied by a communal restroom. As the host, Jiang Che promptly claimed the expansive master suite on the 3rd floor, leaving the remaining rooms for his companions to choose from. Yuan Shu, Feng Ruiqi, Yiyun Chuan, and Qin Zheng opted for accommodations on the 2nd floor, while the solitary Xiao Xian, preferring not to reside on the ground floor, selected a room adjacent to Jiang Che on the 3rd floor. Once the rooms were assigned, everyone began to unpack their belongings. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng's live stream began to attract viewers gradually. Initially, these fans were uncertain whether it was truly Qin Zheng. After all, his social media presence had been almost dormant. With the last post featuring a culinary endeavor from half a month ago, prior to that, his account was filled with promotional content, resembling a mere marketing bot. He had never participated in variety shows and seemed to endorse only products related to the Qin family's enterprise. With such infrequent public appearances, how could he suddenly be involved in a variety show? Moreover, no recent announcements hinted at new programming. Which team possessed the audacity to invite Qin Zheng? The viewers lingered in the chat for some time before one brave soul ventured. Is this Teacher Qin's live stream? Has Qin Zheng joined a variety show? How could this have been kept under wraps? Why did no one know the show had begun? Is this really Qin Zheng? Are there any fans present who can confirm if this is truly him? I am indeed a fan, albeit one hesitant to admit it. Brother, please answer me. Are you truly our brother? Qin Zheng, unable to see the barrage of comments during the live stream, listened attentively as the camera operator, adhering to Jiang Che's instructions, prompted, "Teacher Qin, you might want to check your phone to view your own live stream and interact with your fans." Qin Zheng's brows knitted in distress. He could hardly fathom how his carefully curated persona would shatter once this training concluded. The aloof, handsome, and mature image he had painstakingly cultivated. Chapter 68. He became the delicate wife running with the ball? With a heavy heart, Qin Zheng decided to introduce himself to the viewers in the live stream. As soon as he spoke, the chat erupted like a depth charge detonating underwater. Oh my goodness. It really is Qin Zheng. Teacher Qin, which variety show are you participating in? How come there's been no news whatsoever? Heavens. I can't believe I'm witnessing Qin Zheng on a variety show. Indeed, what is this show? Why has it started airing without any prior buzz? Which genius managed to persuade Qin Zheng to join a variety show? Surely it's not to promote chasing? What nonsense. Our Lao Qin has plenty of class. Would he lower himself for mere ratings? Lao Qin, please tell us what variety show you're on. Qin Zheng, observing the rapidly scrolling comments, selectively responded to a few queries. Haha, this is not a variety show, nor am I participating in one. I'm just hanging out at my brother's place. I've had no recent engagements and am planning to take a break. As for my brother, I prefer not to disclose that. Upon seeing that Mr. Yu and Mr. Fong were also present in the live stream, he acknowledged, yes, we are friends. I heard Mr. Yu is getting engaged. No, that's just media speculation. He is still a bachelor. Me? I'm also a bachelor. Rumors suggest I'm gay. Which adorable little one spread that? Come here. I promise I won't harm you. How could I agree to my brother doing this live stream? Well, he enjoys it, so why not let him have fun? The comments in the live stream went wild. Viewers speculated about the identity of Qin Zheng's brother, while others expressed astonishment that he was friends with Yuan Shuo and Feng Ruiqi. Could it be that these two were the rumored benefactors behind him? A flurry of comments flooded in. He is so doting and affectionate. I'm shipping them. Before long, the hot search related to Qin Zheng's live stream began to soar, with one peculiar topic skyrocketing to the top of Weibo's trends. Accompanied by a striking explosive label, the mysterious heartthrob of actor Qin. This topic was the most vibrant, imbued with an undercurrent of excited inquiry. Qin Zheng's remark, "He enjoys it, so let him play," became the focal point of intense scrutiny. Some speculated that this was no mere brotherly banter, but rather an indication of deeper feelings, questioning if Qin Zheng was merely using his brother as a guise to gauge the sentiments of netizens and fans. Others defended him, asserting, "What is wrong with cherishing a brother? Everyone has a few good brothers. Life's journey should be shared, and one ought to cherish them until old age." The topic has sparked a heated debate, growing more boisterous with each exchange. From the clandestine romance of the illustrious Qin to the whispers of a secret marriage. By the time Jiang Che became aware of the situation, he felt as though he could have been a casual observer in the background of their lives. His lips twitched in disbelief as he gazed at the myriad speculations from netizens, his eyes widening in incredulity. I'm running away with a child? My beloved wife? Who dares to claim they've seen me at a prenatal checkup? Damn it! Fuming, he glared in frustration, while beside him, Qin Zheng and several others struggled to contain their laughter. With a sinister glare directed at Qin Zheng, Jiang Che demanded, "You must clarify this on Weibo. Declare that we are brothers." "Brothers? I am a man." Qin Zheng innocently handed him his phone, responding, "I've already explained, but they refused to believe me." Upon inspection, Jiang Che discovered that Qin Zheng had indeed posted a clarification, stating that they were merely hanging out at a friend's house. Yet, the online community remained unconvinced, insisting that he was the secret wife of Qin Zheng. Jiang Che exclaimed in exasperation, "What a miscalculation! Had I known, I would never have engaged in this ridiculous live stream." Qin Zheng, stifling laughter, advised, "You're still angry? My carefully crafted persona is in tatters. And I'm not even upset." Jiang Che huffed, "I don't care. You must clarify this again." "How should I clarify it? They can't keep saying I'm running away with a child. What nonsense is this?" Qin Zheng pondered for a moment, then swiftly typed a new message on his phone and sent it out. Jiang Che skeptically glanced at the tweet. "Stop claiming my brother is running away with a child, and cease the absurd narratives about his delicate wife. If I get beaten up, you'll all share the blame. If you must say something, say it's me who's running away with a child. I'm a delicate wife." Jiang Che lamented, "Let it all be destroyed." Yet, following this commotion, their live stream gained unprecedented notoriety, eclipsing even the ratings of currently airing variety shows. Observant netizens noted that not only was Qin Zheng present, but Feng Ruiqi and Yuan Shu were also streaming from the same location. Even Yi Yinchuan and Xiao Ziyuan were in attendance. Each of these individuals was a prominent figure in their own right, and now they were all live streaming together with Qin Zheng. Could the financial backers behind Qin Zheng possibly be among them? The renowned actor sharing a live stream with his benefactors at a friend's house. Such a peculiar relationship was difficult to decipher. Jiang Che soon received calls from entertainment companies eager to invest in their variety show, with offers that were anything but trivial. However, he flatly declined. He was not genuinely creating a variety show. His purpose for live streaming served a different, more strategic aim. As Qin Zheng's explanations became increasingly entangled, he swiftly stood up before Jiang Che could fully express his ire. "Ah, it's almost noon. Shall we go for lunch?" Yi Yinchuan nearly doubled over with laughter, draped an arm over Jiang Che's shoulders and teased, "Old Jiang, I can't help but feel I've miscast my role as the devoted second male lead. If you truly are running away with a child, I shall be your ardent second male lead, your devoted admirer. I promise to be even more passionate than my character in the story, and I can even flatter you." Laughter erupted once more. Jiang Che, atinun. Several of us enjoyed a delightful meal at Old Wang's house. In the afternoon, Jiang Che instructed Uncle Bai to take them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. First, they visited his greenhouse plantation, where, amidst the bewildered expressions of everyone, each person was assigned a plot of land. Then came a training ground. Feng Ruiqi's eyes widened as he gazed at the various props and equipment, his lips twitching. Old Jiang, are you training soldiers here? Jiang Che snorted. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torment their mind, labor their muscles, and starve their body. You know nothing. Feng Ruiqi. Next stop, the small classroom. Jiang Che remarked. This is where you will learn the future. Yuan Shu inquired, what will we learn? Jiang Che replied, enigmatically, how to be a good person. Yuan Shu. After touring all the venues, Xiao Xian glanced at the back courtyard and asked, what is that place? Jiang Che smiled inscrutably. You will know when the time comes. Xiao Xian. Why do I suddenly have a bad premonition? Chapter 69. The lottery exam at 8 o'clock in the evening. The entire Jiang residence was ablaze with light. Jiang Che cheerfully introduced the teachers to everyone. Come, let us get to know our esteemed instructors, so that tomorrow in class, there will be no awkwardness. Feng Ruiqi was the first to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard, where a pot of tea was brewing on the nearby table. He leisurely poured himself a cup while waiting for Jiang Che's introductions. Qin Zheng sat beside him, engrossed in browsing Weibo. After posting that tweet at noon, his agent called to ask if his account had been hacked. Qin Zheng had previously mentioned his intention to take a break in the countryside, but he was taken aback by Jiang Che's live broadcast. His tweet was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been considered carefully. He scrolled through the latest comments, feeling relieved. His words had dispelled many doubts among netizens, as only true brothers would joke in such a manner. As netizens put it, a brotherhood is open and generous, while concealment hints at love. The prevailing sentiment was that most netizens believed the mysterious person to be his brother. Very good indeed. He didn't mind how netizens speculated about him. He merely feared that some determined individuals might uncover Jiang Che's identity, which would be problematic. Given his current status, it was not suitable for him to be exposed. Yuan Shu, Xiao Xian, and Yi Yinchuan also leisurely settled at the table, where Feng Ruiqi poured them each a cup of tea. They raised their cups and savored the tea, then collectively turned their attention to Jiang Che, their gazes suggesting, please introduce. Jiang Che could not bear their leisurely demeanor. Squinting, he pointed to the three individuals on his left, saying, these are your physical training instructors, Lu Yin, Yu Feng, and Sun Mian. They are all elites from Chaosheng martial arts, tasked with strengthening your bodies. Among them, only Qin Zheng was acquainted with these three. The others had not met them before. They politely greeted the instructors. Lu Yin and the others chuckled and nodded, expressing their eagerness for future guidance. Jiang Che then gestured towards the person on his right, introducing, this is my esteemed political instructor, He Qiong, who will be responsible for your political ideology classes. Yi Yinchuan, taken aback, exclaimed, we still have to study this? Jiang Che replied with utmost seriousness, without a solid ideology and values, how can one cultivate a steadfast heart? Yi Yinchuan, feeling indignant, retorted, what makes you think I lack good thoughts and values? Your so-called good thoughts merely involve being a sycophant, leading to your own ruin. He conceded, albeit reluctantly. Can we please drop this topic? I will study. Jiang Che huffed, then pointed to a young man, saying, this is lawyer Tang Chun from the Fanshan law firm, who will elucidate legal matters for you. Tang Chun waved at them with a smile, inviting their guidance. Yuan Shu felt a twitch at his cheek, wondering if this instructor was specifically arranged for him. And this is your agriculture instructor, Jiang Che continued, indicating a middle-aged man beside Tang Chun, teacher Han Yu, who will oversee your cultivation issues. Cultivation? Xiao Ziyuan furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the plots of land Jiang Che had taken them to see that afternoon. He realized the source of his ominous premonition. This fellow was not inviting them for self-cultivation, but rather subjecting them to labor reform. Oh, and these three, Jiang Che's gaze turned contemplative as he pointed to the last trio, are your chief evaluators, Jiang Rong, Xie Yi, and Fan Ning. They will be responsible for your examination grading and the customization of your personal training plans. The group exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp Jiang Che's true intentions. Yet, no one dared to inquire further, as asking would yield no answers from him. With a grand gesture, Jiang Che granted them some free time to familiarize themselves with the instructors. He then instructed Uncle Bai to distribute the training schedule for the following day. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, he waved his hand, declaring, "All right, our training begins tomorrow, so everyone should return to rest early. By the way, there will be a preliminary test in the morning." Jiang Che smiled at the group, adding, "However, due to our limited resources, we will only assess one person. As for who that will be," he swiftly produced a small box, saying, "You will draw lots to decide." The group exchanged glances, hesitant to be the first to draw. Jiang Che pointed at Feng Ruiqi, saying, "Old Feng, you go first." Feng Ruiqi's lips twitched, but he ultimately approached Jiang Che. Squinting suspiciously, "What trick are you playing?" Jiang Che retorted, "Not telling you, just draw." Feng Ruiqi casually reached into the box and pulled out a number, glancing at it to find it was number 4. He laughed heartily as he returned to the group, unceremoniously pushing the anxious Yi Yinchuan forward. Infuriated, Yi Yinchuan kicked him. When his number was revealed, the tension on his face vanished instantly. He was number 2. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Shu rolled up his sleeves, looking at them with disdain. "Damn, look at you all so timid. Watch me." He boldly grabbed a number from a box, but upon revealing it, his expression darkened instantly. "Hey, hey, hey." Jiang Che warmly patted his shoulder, saying, "Old you, very good. Remember to arrive punctually at the examination venue tomorrow morning at 7. It's in the backyard. Don't be late." Yuan Shuo felt a jolt of nerves and defiantly resorted to playing the rogue. "My luck is terrible. That was just a trial draw." Before he could finish, Jiang Che kicked him aside. "Get lost." Next, Yuan Shuo took the number 1 and the remaining Qin Zheng, and Xiao Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Zheng, with a mischievous grin, waved his fist at him. "Old you good luck." Xiao Ziyuan smiled benevolently. "You can do it." Yi Yinchuan playfully slapped his shoulder, laughing, "Huh, old you got this, go for it." Feng Ruiqi handed him a notebook. "Here are the notes I made today. Make sure you don't peek." Yuan Shuo shrugged off their hands, irritably opening the notebook only to find it empty except for a large drawing of a turtle. He tossed the notebook aside and playfully grabbed Feng Ruiqi by the neck. "Damn it, I'll take you down with me." The next morning, Yuan Shuo arrived punctually at the examination venue, as Jiang Che had instructed. He had expected that Jiang Che would come to watch him take the exam, but outside, there was not a trace of him. Frustrated, he grabbed his phone to call Jiang Che, only to find the line dead. It seemed Jiang Che had anticipated his call and switched off his phone. Yuan Shuo pondered whether to drag that scoundrel along to accompany him for the exam, when suddenly, the door to the backyard swung open. It was Jiang Rong. Seeing Yuan Shuo had arrived, she smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, please come in." Yuan Shuo narrowed his eyes, sensing a hidden mischief in her demeanor. "Do you all have something sinister planned?" Jiang Rong blinked innocently. "Do I?" Yuan Shuo snorted coldly, shoving his hands into his pockets, stepping boldly inside. He refused to believe that an examination could pose any real challenge to him. He had long memorized the core socialist values and could recite them backward. "Isn't it just an exam? Bring it on." Chapter 70. A scene replayed. Yuan Shuo strode into the examination room with great confidence, only to feel darkness envelop him a moment later as he fainted. Jiang Che, quick on his feet, caught him as he fell, calling over Xie Yi, and together they laid Yuan Shuo on the soft bed in the room. "All set," Jiang Che said as he settled onto the nearby sofa. "Ready, host," Jiang Rong replied with a smile. The large yellow dog squatting beside him gazed at Yuan Shuo with a solemn expression. "Host, this is rather cruel, don't you think?" Even an electronic dog feels pity for him. Jiang Che smiled playfully. "Oh, really? Would you like to take his place?" The large yellow dog immediately straightened up. "How could that be? I can't take his exam. I can't live his life. Learning is for oneself, not for others. Let him take it. If he doesn't fail, then let him be challenged to the fullest." Jiang Che, Fanning gently patted the dog's head to Huang. "You rascal. No wonder Geo often claims you lack loyalty. Last time, it was you who instigated the theft of the 3-7 props, right? In the end, it was Geo who took the blame. He burns incense for you in our office every day, cursing that you are lacking in manhood." De Huang, perplexed, inquired, "Why does he burn incense in your office?" Fan Ning replied calmly, "Because only our office has the statue of the master deity." "Why does your office possess the statue of the master deity?" "We purchased it with points from the master deity." "What do you buy the statue for?" "To burn incense and curse you for your deficiencies." De Huang's lips twitched, choosing to ignore him. Fan Ning, exasperated, poked him, "You better watch out, or one day you might find yourself in a sack. Know when to refrain from your misdeeds." De Huang scoffed. "Why do you chatter so much? Let's get on with the exam." Not wishing to indulge in further banter, Fan Ning turned to Jiang Che. "Little host Jiang, shall we commence?" Jiang Che nodded. These individuals were actually those he had requested a Huang to borrow from higher authorities, members of the Logistics Department of the Book Transmigration Bureau. As the name suggests, the Logistics Department provides assistance to various hosts in different worlds. 3 individuals were the maximum they could borrow, but it was sufficient. Fan Ning nodded at Xie Yi and Jiang Rong, and the 3 produced peculiar metallic boxes, arranging them in an equilateral triangle at the 3 corners of the room. They then retrieved notebooks, and Jiang Rong began typing furiously. When the data progress reached 99, she glanced at Jiang Che. Jiang Che nodded back, signaling her to begin. Jiang Rong, with a nod, gently pressed the confirmation key, and in an instant, the entire room seemed to dissolve into a mirage, undergoing a dramatic transformation. Wen Yuanshaw awoke once more. The scene before him left him momentarily stunned. He scratched his head. Wasn't he supposed to be taking an exam? Where on earth was he? He turned his head to survey his surroundings, and the scene felt oddly familiar, as if he had been here before, yet not. Suddenly, it clicked. This was the very operating room where he had lost his mind, intending to give Su Yin's kidney to Mu Ting. How had he ended up here? Yuan Shuo jolted awake, sitting upright on the operating table. He then realized that he was, in fact, lying on the surgical table. The entire operating room was devoid of people, save for the incessant beeping of the instruments, each sound resonating like a death knell within his chest. What was happening? Where was Su Yin? Where were the doctors performing the surgery? Where were his elder brother, sister-in-law, and Yu, who had tried to stop him? His lips trembled, his heart tightening like a coiled spring, constricting with an indescribable sense of anxiety and fear. And where was Jiang Che? Wasn't he Jiang Che supposed to come and stop him? Yuanshaw dashed out of the operating room, only to find a crowd gathered outside, seemingly engaged in a confrontation. He disregarded the present circumstances, gripping the nearest person's hand and inquiring, "Where is Jiang Che?" "Have you seen Jiang Che?" The bodyguard looked at him in surprise, then shook his head. Yuanshaw was on the verge of losing his mind. In that fleeting moment of turning around, he spotted his sister-in-law anxiously making a phone call, and his eyes brightened. Right? His sister-in-law knew Jiang Che. She must know where Jiang Che is. Yuanshaw immediately started a rush in that direction, but was obstructed by a bodyguard who seemed oblivious. "Mr. Yu, you cannot leave this place. Get away." Yuanshaw pushed his hand away, but before he could proceed, another bodyguard blocked his path. Their words were eerily identical, "Mr. Yu, the sir has instructed that you cannot leave." Yuanshaw, his mind taut with tension, failed to notice the strangeness in their words, glaring fiercely at the 2 bodyguards. He pointed at them. "How dare you stop me? You're fired. Get out." The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed by his fury, each grabbing hold of one of his arms and resolutely guiding him back to the operating room, even going so far as to securely fasten him to the surgical table. Yuanshaw thought, why does this feel so wrong? Wasn't he previously tied to the operating table while the bodyguards were preparing to remove Su Yan's kidney? In his moment of confusion, the 2 bodyguards expertly retreated. The operating room fell silent once more. Yuanshaw's bewildered mind spun for a while before he hoarsely shouted, "Damn it, you got the wrong person." "Wait, no, that's not right. He shouldn't shout that. It wasn't T that they had the wrong person, but rather that he shouldn't be kidnapped at all." As he prepared to scream for help again, the door of the operating room was suddenly pushed open, and a tall figure entered, accompanied by a team of doctors in white coats, silhouetted against the light. Yuanshaw squinted towards the entrance, and as the figure stepped out of the shadows, he finally recognized who it was. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Jiang Che? What are you doing?" "No, hurry and save me, damn it." "No, wait, call the police. They're kidnapping me." Jiang Che appeared somewhat off, his once vibrant and striking features now shrouded in a veil of darkness, exuding a somber aura. His gaze held a chilling intensity. "Yuanshaw." Jiang Che lowered his eyes to the person on the operating table, a rare flicker of guilt surfacing in his expression. I'm sorry, but Chuan cannot wait any longer. Only your kidney is a match for him, and I have no choice but to do this. Consider it my debt to you. I promise, if you donate your kidney to Chuan, I will marry you. I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you, all right? Yuan Shuo was momentarily stunned. Why did those words sound so familiar? Wait, can someone tell me who Chuan is? Chapter 71. Accompanying the madman's performance, you are the one who pushed Chuan off the building. Jiang Che's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on him. You must pay the price for your actions, Yuan Shuo. Donate your kidney to Chuan. Yuan Shuo exclaimed. So who exactly is Chuan? Am I dreaming? He looked at Jiang Che with suspicion. The appearance was the same, the face was unchanged, but the aura was so different. Could this person not be Jiang Che? Yet this rascal was the best actor. Perhaps he was merely playing a role in his dream. But how could he have such a bizarre and intriguing dream? It was simply terrifying. Have mercy on him. As he stared at Jiang Che, he increasingly felt that the person before him was no longer his brother, but rather a madman. Yet, why did this madman seem so familiar? He let out a cold snort and said, "You're not my brother. Who are you?" Oomph. Even in a dream, Jiang Che would not be this insane. This rogue must have transformed into some sort of monster. Jiang Che frowned at him. What nonsense are you spouting? Yuan Luo blinked rapidly. Just at me once. Even Jiang Che, who appeared to be a brooding villain in this dream, was momentarily baffled by his request. Yuan Luo clicked his tongue. Hurry up. When I was acting crazy, you were more than happy to hit me, weren't you? Now that I want you to do it, you refuse? You really aren't that little rascal Jiang Che. Jiang Che raised his fist and delivered a punch that momentarily twisted Yuan Luo's expression in pain. Damn, that hurts. This isn't a dream. He abruptly turned to Jiang Che, realizing that if this wasn't a dream, then who was this person before him? Where was that little rascal Jiang Che? Why was he in the operating room? Yuan Luo gritted his teeth and demanded, "Get Jiang Che over here." What kind of nonsense is this? I want to see Jiang Che. Jiang Che appeared somewhat perplexed by his ramblings, furrowing his brow even tighter as he gritted his teeth and replied, Yuan Luo, do you think that by spouting your nonsense, I will soften my heart? I said I would marry you, as long as you donate your kidney. Kidney. Damn it. Yuan Luo instantly erupted in fury. I won't donate. Do you even realize that this is illegal? Get Jiang Che here, I want to see him. Who wants to marry you? Bah. What kind of marriage is there between two men? Jiang Che. Yuan Luo shouted at the top of his lungs. Damn you, you scoundrel. What are you doing here? Come out. Jiang Che glared at him for a long moment before suddenly seizing his throat. Yuan Luo, today you will donate this kidney, whether you like it or not. This is your own mistake, and you must face the consequences. Yuan Luo gasped, damn. Cough. He nearly choked from the grip, startled and breathless. Let me go. Jiang Che did not release him. Instead, he tightened his grip. Yuan Luo felt as if his lungs were about to burst, and in that moment, an image involuntarily flashed through his mind. He had been gripping Su Yan's neck tightly, forcing her to apologize to Mu Ting. Su Yan's pale neck felt fragile under his hand, like a delicate cabbage that could snap with the slightest pressure, instantly turning red. Yet he was blind to it, relentlessly pressing down on her head, insisting she apologize to Mu Ting. Yuan Shuo was momentarily stunned, and just as he felt he was about to suffocate, Jiang Che released him with a cold smirk. Come in. Jiang Che called out to the outside. Yuan Shuo blinked his dazed eyes and saw a group of doctors in white coats entering. He was taken aback once more. This fellow was serious. His mind raced as he realized that this was not a dream. After all, the sensations in a dream could not possibly feel this vivid. But if it was not a dream, how could he explain the current situation? His chaotic thoughts surged like waves, and suddenly, a flash of insight pierced through his mind. He recalled Jiang Che's words about their existence. They were characters birthed from the author's pen in the world of the book. Yet, since the inception of this literary realm, the story's development could unfold in myriad ways. This was the origin of countless parallel worlds. He was the mad prince in the book, still shackled and controlled by the plot. However, if he regained consciousness, then the future held infinite possibilities. Could it be that this was a parallel world born from the progression of his story? A cold sweat broke out on Yuan Shuo. So in this parallel world, Jiang Che had taken his place as the Mad Prince, while he had assumed Su Yan's role, and someone named Chuan had taken Mu Ting's place. Jiang Che, in pursuit of Chuan, intended to sacrifice his kidney. Yuan Shua's face turned pale. That scoundrel Jiang Che, despite the kindness he had shown him, he was willing to sacrifice him for another. For reasons unknown, a wave of grievance surged within Yuan Shua at that moment. He turned and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Big brother, sister-in-law, help me." Jiang Che chuckled coldly. "Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue." Yuan Shua cursed under his breath, narrowing his eyes as he glared at the person before him. "I warn you, don't provoke me with that face. It makes me want to beat you up." Jiang Che chuckled. "You adore me so much. Would you dare to hit me?" Yuan Shua mused that this sounded remarkably like something he had said in a fit of madness. "Yuan Shua." Jiang Che's hand gently caressed his face. His sinister gaze softened with an unusual tenderness. "I will make it up to you. Once you've finished the surgery, we will marry. All right?" This too felt like a line from his own script. Yuan Shua's lips twitched for a moment. Then he squinted. "Jiang Che, you little rascal. Are you playing me again?" Jiang Che's gaze faltered ever so slightly. Yet, before he could respond, Yuan Shua's eyes narrowed further, and he gritted his teeth. "Who is Chuan?" Jiang Che pressed his lips together and remained silent. Yuan Shua's voice deepened. "Don't tell me Chuan is Yi Chuan." Jiang Che's silence and his complex gaze were tacit confirmations. Yuan Shua felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief as he widened his eyes. "So, in this world, you intend to sacrifice my kidney for him?" Jiang Che was momentarily stunned. In Yuan Shua's eyes, his stunned silence became an irrefutable acknowledgement. His eyes couldn't help but redden. "Damn it, you wretched scoundrel. How could you betray me after all these years of camaraderie, growing up together? And for what? To appease another?" Jiang Che felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This fool would surely sell health products in his old age, a guaranteed success. He found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Had he known it would be so entertaining, he would never have participated. The thought of enduring such humiliation nearly crushed him. Reluctantly, he turned to the doctor beside him, coldly commanding, "Commence the surgery." In the next moment, Jiang Che's merciless words pierced through Yuan Shua's ears once more. "Do not administer anesthesia. Let him truly feel the pain he deserves." Without waiting for response, he turned and strode out. A tumult of bitter emotions surged within Yuan Shua's chest, crashing against his heart like relentless waves. "Jiang Che, is this truly how you would treat me?" he bellowed. Jiang Che paused for a moment, then left the operating room without a backward glance. Yuan Shua blinked, his eyes stinging, slowly withdrawing his gaze. He couldn't help but think of Su Yan, lying helplessly on the operating table, consumed by despair as she witnessed the harm inflicted upon her by another. Though his bond with Jiang Che was not romantic, the years of brotherhood had not been devoid of pain. Why should he be forced to donate a kidney to someone else? Jiang Che's claims of wanting to marry him and make amends were nothing but empty words, setting aside the absurdity of their supposed union. Could such a trauma truly be remedied? A shattered mirror cannot be reassembled. Harm is harm, and no one waits indefinitely. Jiang Che, that fool. How could he care so deeply for that Chuan, yet not offer his own kidney? His words, so beautifully articulated, were merely a display of his own self-interest. Was he not once reckless in his own affections towards Su Yan, inflicting pain without remorse? A faint light pierced through the dense fog swirling in Yuan Shua's mind, illuminating a clear path in the murky recesses of his thoughts. Suddenly, clarity struck him, as the sharp, cold scalpel hovered perilously close to his skin. He glared fiercely at the doctor wielding it. "If you dare bring that blade down, I assure you, your life will become a living hell." The scalpel halted mere inches from his flesh. A chilling smile spread across Yuan Shua's face. He dared the doctor to proceed. Just then, the door to the operating room burst open, an urgent figure hurriedly entering, kicking aside the doctor in a white coat. "Uncle, how are you? I've come to save you." It was Yudu's voice. Yuan Shua paused momentarily, only to realize that the restraints binding him had been loosened. Gradually, he sat up on the operating table, momentarily bewildered. "Do not worry. Yu Du supported him, a fierce determination in his voice. I've had Jiang Che captured. Soon, you'll be fed to the sharks. Yu Wenchao. He remained silent for a moment before suddenly slapping Yu Du on the back of his head. Do you not know that killing is a crime? Call the police. I intend to send him to prison. You do. Dear friends, happy weekend. I was out during the day and hurriedly wrote 3 chapters. They are unedited, so please have a look first. I will edit them shortly. Kisses. Chapter 72. He's gone mad again. Quick, hit him. Hit him. Yu Du furrowed his brows, looking at his uncle with confusion. Uncle, are you truly going to call the police? Yu Wenchao retorted angrily. He attacked me. If I don't report him, am I to assist him in his misdeeds? Weren't you just saying you'd feed him to the sharks? Yu Du shrugged. Uncle, I was merely trying to scare him. How could I possibly go through with that? You would have to slaughter me alive. Yu Wenchao's lips twitched. So, he and Jiang Che are not truly in that kind of relationship in this world, right? He squinted and asked Yu Du, do you know who Chuan Chuan is? Upon hearing the name, Yu Du paused for a moment, then looked at him with a sympathetic expression. Uncle, you're not so overwhelmed that you've lost your senses. Are you? Just say it. Yu Wenchao glared at him. Who is Chuan Chuan? Yu Du replied, isn't he your good brother Yin Chuan? Yu Wenchao. He asked Jiang Che's unattainable obsession. Yes. If his kidneys are failing, can he still be that? How can he still be an obsession? Yu Wenchao scolded indignantly. Is Jiang Che blind, or does he have a penchant for nonsense? Yu Du raised a hand and tapped his forehead. You're not feverish, uncle. Has all the sense been drained from your mind? You were so infatuated with Jiang Che. How can you now insult him? Yu Wenchao's face turned a deep shade of red as he pointed at his own nose in disbelief. I love him, to the point of obsession. Otherwise, Yu Du questioned, stroking his chin with a look of suspicion. Uncle, why do I feel you're acting strangely today? Yu Wenchao quickly pulled out his phone, exclaiming, I love him like a twisted pastry. I'm a straight man, a straight man. He frantically tapped the screen to dial 110. No. We must call the police quickly. If we delay, I fear I might have to bear Jiang Che's child in this world. What in the world is this madness? Yu Wenchao, with a sense of justice, recounted his ordeal to the police officer, then joyfully accompanied them to take his statement. Arriving at the police station, the smile on his face never faded. Ha ha ha. The tides have truly turned. This kid showed no regard for brotherly bonds and sent me here. Now, I shall send him to experience hardship. Let him taste the bitterness of betrayal. As Yu Wenchao reveled in his glee, the door to the interview room suddenly swung open, and a young police officer emerged, carrying a familiar figure on his back. Stunned, Yu Wenchao's pupils constricted as he recognized that familiar silhouette. Jiang Che, pale-faced and unconscious, lay on the officer's back. Has 120 been called? It has. They should arrive in 10 minutes. As the police officer was still speaking, his arm was suddenly seized by someone, the force so strong that it caused him to wince in pain. What was happening to him? Yu Wenchao's face turned pale with fear, his voice trembling as he spoke. The police officer stated that he had suddenly fainted, assuring him that they had already called for an ambulance and that he should not worry. Yu Wenchao raised his trembling hand and placed it under Jiang Che's nose to check for breath. Feeling the steady rhythm of breath against his fingertips, he experienced a sensation akin to a person afraid of heights who, after a forced bungee jump, finally lands safely. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. I will go with you, Yu Wenchao stammered. The officers exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The ambulance arrived swiftly, and Yu Wenchao followed the vehicle into the hospital, accompanying the emergency personnel as they rushed Jiang Che into the resuscitation room. By the time his mind began to function again, darkness had enveloped the outside world. He had lost track of how long he had been sitting there, uncertain of how long the person inside would lie there, or if they would even emerge again. 10 years ago, they had awaited the arrival of a cold corpse. Did he have to endure such heart-wrenching pain once more after a decade? Yu Wenchao rubbed his face, feeling despondent as he sat on the chair, his thoughts swirling chaotically. He couldn't help but ponder whether, in this world, donating a kidney to Chuan Chuan would awaken Jiang Che. With that thought, he retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and called Yin Chuan. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Yu Wenchao got straight to the point, declaring, "I agree to donate my kidney to you. However, you must handle all the legal matters yourself." Yi Yinchuan's voice sounded hazy and groggy, as if he had just awoken, responding, "Huh?" Yu Wenshua took a deep breath, insisting, "In this world, you take care of him." "Huh? Hurry to the hospital. Time waits for no one." He hung up abruptly, not waiting for a reply. However, in the next moment, that familiar sensation of darkness enveloping him returned. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he collapsed forward. When Yu Wenshua woke, he found himself sprawled across a desk, deeply asleep. He blinked in confusion, then abruptly straightened up, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. This was not a hospital. Was it an examination room? The space was relatively small, furnished with about 10 desks, and he was seated in the middle of the front row with an examination paper pressed beneath his arm. Yu Wenshua was utterly bewildered. Hadn't he been in the hospital to donate a kidney to Chuan Chuan? How had he suddenly ended up here? Could it be that everything that had transpired was merely a dream? Blinking again, he rubbed his head, ultimately picking up the exam paper to examine it. The questions spanned a wide array of topics: psychological assessments, legal issues, even romantic psychology, and various political ideologies. The paper was entirely blank, devoid of any writing, its emptiness more pristine than his own face. Yu Wenshu raised his hand to check the time. It was now 7:40, indicating that he had dozed off for 40 minutes since entering the examination hall. On the podium ahead, a countdown clock displayed that there were only 20 minutes remaining until the end of the exam. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly picked up the pen on his desk and began to answer the questions. 20 minutes later, he exited the examination room with a dejected demeanor. Upon returning to the living room, he found that everyone else had also gradually risen and was now seated at the dining table enjoying breakfast. The steaming meat buns were undeniably tempting. Seeing him walk in, Yi Yinchuan waved and asked, "Old Yu, how did the exam go?" The moment Yu Wenshu heard his voice, his expression darkened, and upon seeing Yi Yinchuan's face, it darkened even further. "Mind your own business." He snorted coldly and strode over plopped down beside him. Yi Yinchuan tossed a beef-filled bun onto his plate and remarked, "Dude, it's early in the morning. Are you out of balance? Why so irritable?" Yu Wenshu let out another cold snort. "Better than you, who are already out of sorts at such a young age." Yi Yinchuan retorted, "Yu Wenshu, is your kidney all right? Do you need me to donate one to you?" Yu Wenshu huffed, "Rest assured, even if I were to donate you a kidney, I would still be as fierce as a tiger." Yi Yinchuan grimaced and turned to Jiang Che, who was sipping porridge, saying, "Old Jiang, he has gone mad again, quick. Hit him, hit him." After breakfast, Jiang Che announced Yu Wenshu's exam results for the morning. Psychological assessment, 45 points, failing. Political thought assessment, 65 points, barely passing. Legal assessment, 78 points, passing. Views on love assessment, 33 points, woefully inadequate. Yu Wenshu. Jiang Che furrowed his brow as he looked at the scores reported by Jiang Rong, glancing at Yu Wenshu with a frown. "Still pining for your white moonlight, are you?" It seems that this scene reenactment was in vain. This kid only grasped a little bit of law. The rest is entirely inadequate, lacking any personal experience. Indeed, the melodramatic characters in such narratives find it quite challenging to redeem themselves in a short span. Yu Wenshu, seemingly lost in thought, averted his gaze awkwardly and retorted, "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Che chuckled coldly. The reason he enacted this scene was that Jiang Rong and others could derive data from Yu Wenshu's behavior, responses, and even brainwaves. He refrained from having Jiang Rong generate the appearances of Mu Ting and Su Yin, believing that this kid hadn't been as erratic lately. If he suddenly encountered these two and triggered his eccentricities, it would be counterproductive. After discussions among the group and analyzing the data extracted from Yu Wenshu, they unanimously agreed that Jiang Che was the most suitable to perform this role, as he could elicit the greatest emotional fluctuations from Yu Wenshu. Finding it amusing, Jiang Che decided to take on the role, though it seemed it would ultimately be in vain. A sigh escaped him as he waved to everyone. "Come on, gather around. Uncle Bai, please reiterate today's agenda for everyone." Have the cameraman arrived? The cameraman signaled him with an okay gesture. Only then did Jiang Che relinquish his position and nod at Uncle Bai. With a smile, Uncle Bai presented the schedule, stating that considering everyone is new and still acclimating to the training process. Today's agenda would be relatively simple. In the morning, everyone would learn to plow the fields. And in the afternoon, we would distribute the crops each person needs to plant for sowing. From 12 to 1 is lunchtime, followed by a break for 1 to 3. And from 3 to 6, planting will take place. Dinner is scheduled from 6:30 to 7:30. And from 8 to 10 is Mr. Tang's teaching session. After 10, it is time to rest. Upon concluding the agenda, Uncle Bai smiled, saying, "This is today as scheduled. I have added everyone to a WeChat group. Any questions during training can be directly asked there." These details had also been shared with them the previous day, so they were already aware. Seeing no objections, Uncle Bai distributed the seeds designated for each participant. Yuan Shuo received a bag of chili seeds, curiously examining it, although he could handle spicy food. He had never seen chili seeds before. Yi Yinchuan received a bag of carrot seeds, while Xiao Ziyuan received a bag of garlic cloves. Only Feng Ruiqi and Qin Zheng had seeds that differed from the others. Feng Ruiqi received rose seedlings, and Qin Zheng received grapevine seedlings. Yuan Shuo expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning why they were different from the rest. Jiang Che glanced at him, responding softly, "Because they are clever." Yi Yinchuan also voiced his discontent, exclaiming, "What makes them clever? Jiang, are you being biased?" At his words, Yuan Shuo's nerves twitched. "Just plant what you're given." He huffed. "What else with the fuss over planting a carrot? Are you lacking in vitality?" Yi Yinchuan's mouth twitched as he suppressed his irritation, but ultimately could not hold back. He jumped up and swung a punch, declaring, "I've tolerated you for long enough. Let us settle this." Jiang Che rolled his eyes, uninterested in their antics, and called everyone to start working. However, before they set off, he encouraged them, stating that farming is a form of cultivating one's character. It allows one to experience the toil of labor and to refine oneself. Today, study diligently under teacher Han, and in the evening, write an 800-word reflection for me. The most crucial aspect was to quickly grow crops to exchange for points, which he could then use to acquire soil and spiritual water. This would enable him to cultivate various high-grade medicinal herbs. Jiang Che couldn't help but recall his elder, with his head full of white hair and a face etched with age, and he pressed his lips together. As the Huang had mentioned, these items could prolong life. They should benefit the elder as well, right? A lively group progressed towards the fields amidst a cheerful atmosphere. Although it was winter and these crops were not in season, Jiang Che had arranged for greenhouses to be built, with each plot separated to allow for the regulation of temperature and soil moisture, thus eliminating any concerns about unsuitability for planting. The vegetable garden is not particularly vast, having been divided into about 10 plots by Jiang Che, which means each person ends up with a rather small piece of land. Han Yu distributed the tools among everyone and shared the planting methods, personally demonstrating each step. Thus, the farming task commenced with great enthusiasm. While farming may appear straightforward, for those unaccustomed to tilling the soil, the experience can be quite daunting. The agony of bending down to dig is something few can endure. Although some of them do exercise regularly, it is typically in the confines of gym. Before long, Yi Yinchuan exclaimed that he could no longer continue. He plopped down on the edge of the field, sweating profusely despite the chill of winter. To his surprise, he spotted Jiang Che reclining leisurely on a deck chair not far away, swaying back and forth like a lord. Uncle Bai had thoughtfully prepared a pot of tea for him and set up a small table laden with various snacks and fruits. The sight was enough to make one's mouth water. Furthermore, Jiang Che had propped up a tablet on the table, sipping tea and nibbling on treats while watching some fantastical anime. As Yi Yinchuan drew closer, he overheard a rather dramatic line. "In heaven and on earth, I alone am exalted." This only heightened his irritation and stirred a desire to confront Jiang Che. Sensing Yi Yinchuan's gaze, Jiang Che turned to him with a grin, playfully warning, "Don't slack off. If we don't finish today, there will be no dinner tonight." Yi Yinchuan felt defiant and promptly stood up, intending to speak. But Jiang Che's phone rang unexpectedly. With a huff, he snatched Jiang Che's cup and downed its contents in one go, slamming the cup onto the table. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "You better hope this method works, or else." Jiang Che kicked him lightly, dismissing him with a scoff. "You can't beat me. Get back to work." He waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away an annoying dog. "Go on, don't make me slap you." Without waiting for Yi Yinchuan to respond, he answered the call on his phone. "Where are you?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat urgent. Jiang Che paused, glancing at the caller ID, and was surprised to find it was Wang Shuyuan. Why was this fellow suddenly calling him? "I'm home. What's the matter?" he replied, puzzled. Wang Shuyuan took a deep breath, his heavy exhalation settling after hearing Jiang Che's words. After a long silence, he finally said, "It's nothing. Just a reminder that the weather has been bad lately. Don't go out unless necessary." "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Che squinted. "Brother, are you in some sort of trouble?" Wang Shuyuan hesitated before responding. "What trouble could I possibly be in? Your tone suggests that you indeed have something going on." "What tone?" "For instance, you shouldn't be reminding me not to go out." "Then what should I remind you of?" "You should remind me to remember to breathe, to keep my eyes open, and to relieve myself." Jiang Che smiled slightly and said, "All right, just speak your mind. What is our relationship that you feel the need to beat around the bush?" Wang Shuyuan fell into another silence. He wanted to assert that their relationship was not as close as one might think. He was the son of the third mistress, while Jiang Che was perhaps the child of the fourth, or even the fifth, sixth, seventh, or eighth. What kind of amicable bond could they possibly share? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, those words lingered in his throat, ultimately left unspoken. "I'm fine," Wang Shuyuan said in a low voice. "Eat well, remember to rest. If you fall ill, go to the hospital. Do not venture outside unnecessarily, and refrain from associating with strangers." Before Jiang Che could respond, Wang Shuyuan abruptly hung up the phone. Jiang Che stared at the screen in bewilderment for a moment, his brow furrowing. "Da Huang, can you ascertain Wang Shuyuan's current state?" "Everything appears normal," Da Huang replied. Jiang Che's frown deepened. He recalled Wang Shuyuan's words. There seemed to be no animosity directed towards him, and he even appeared to be concerned. Did this indicate that Wang Shuyuan was worried about him? Why would he be concerned for his well-being? Could it be that someone intended him harm? Jiang Che pondered briefly before asking, "Da Huang, can you uncover any past dealings between my brother, my biological brother, and Wang Shuyuan?" Da Huang readily responded, "Of course, please hold on." Before long, Da Huang retrieved the historical enmity between Wang Shuyuan and Jiang Dai. Jiang Che examined the information, which recounted how, after their father, Old Deng, and Wang Shu departed from the Jiang family, they initially intended to leave without a penny, handing the Jiang family over to his brother. However, for reasons unknown, Old Deng suddenly went mad, refusing to leave without a fight, and contested the Jiang group for the sake of his illegitimate child. His father, already possessing a significant share and having managed the Jiang family for many years, found himself in a precarious situation. While many shareholders supported Jiang Jinshu, the majority preferred not to see the Jiang group fall into the hands of an illegitimate child. Thus, support for Jiang Dai surged. After all, Jiang Dai had been nurtured before their eyes, his capabilities and knowledge undisputed. Just as Jiang Dai was on the brink of seizing control of the Jiang group, an unforeseen accident occurred. On his way to the airport, he was suddenly struck by a large truck. Both the driver and he sustained severe injuries, with Jiang Dai nearly succumbing to a vegetative state. During this tumultuous period, Jiang Jinshu and Wang Shuyuan fought back valiantly. Seeing the unfolding chaos, his brothers rallied to assist, barely managing to stabilize the situation. However, if Jiang Dai did not regain consciousness, the Jiang group would inevitably fall into Wang Shuyuan's hands. For reasons unknown, just as the critical moment approached, both Jiang Jinshu and Wang Shuyuan abruptly relinquished their pursuits. Old Deng unexpectedly surrendered all his shares, leaving without a trace, accompanied by Wang Shu and her child. All blame for Jiang Dai's accident seemed to be directed towards Wang Shuyuan. Regrettably, the police failed to uncover direct evidence proving that Wang Shuyuan orchestrated the tragic car accident. Subsequent investigations revealed that the large truck bore false plates, and the driver has since vanished without a trace. To this day, no leads have been found. During that tumultuous period, the Jiang family was beset by both internal and external troubles. One son had fled while the other lay in a deep coma. and the shareholders within the company were growing increasingly restless. Jiang Che, his second sister, had never been involved in the affairs of the conglomerate, having studied computer science in university, rendering her unfit to assume leadership. Although their mother possessed shares, she had never taken an active role in the company's management. Had it not been for the concerted pressure exerted by Yuan Shuo and his brothers, stemming from their collaborative ties with the Jiang Corporation, it is likely that the Jiang family would have faced a rapid change in ownership. Fortunately, a month later, Jiang Dai awakened, stabilizing the Jiang group's position. Subsequently, Jiang Jinshu never returned to the Jiang household. After reviewing the documents, Jiang Che's brows knitted together in deep thought. It was unclear whether it was merely his imagination, but he sensed that something was amiss. Initially, his father had agreed to leave the family without any claims, a decision Jiang Che could comprehend. In his memory, his parents had shared a profound love, their relationship thriving. As a son, he found it difficult to fathom why Jiang Jinshu would suddenly betray that love, especially considering the infidelity occurred many years prior, which felt exceedingly strange. Wang Xian, now 27, was only 3 years younger than his actual age, suggesting that his father had strayed when he was merely 3 years old. When Wang Shu approached his father, she claimed that he had mistreated her in the past, and afterward, he had settled the matter with money, allowing her to leave. Unbeknownst to her, she would become pregnant, and out of fear of disturbing Jiang Jinshu, she chose to raise the child alone. 3 years ago, when Wang Shuyuan fell ill, lacking the funds for treatment, she sought out Jiang Jinshu. Jiang Che furrowed his brow, recalling the encounter with Wang Shuyuan and the scene with Wang Shu. That woman did not appear to be someone capable of raising a child on her own. Her attire and accessories exuded opulence, as if she were flaunting her wealth and status, embodying the traits of a vain and superficial individual. It was no wonder she had sought to expel the humble Jin Ning from their midst. Such a person, consumed by vanity, would not likely endure for years without seeking financial assistance for the child allegedly fathered by his father. Moreover, there was something unsettling about his father as well. If one were to argue that his father was a pawn of the narrative, he would never have consented to leave the family without claims in the first place. After all, his true love was Wang Shu, a woman driven by vanity. How could she possibly permit such a sacrifice? Yet he had agreed. Jiang Che pondered. Could it be reasonable to suspect that his father had possessed self-awareness initially? However, he later reversed his decision and began competing with his brother for control of the Jiang group, which would signify that he had truly become a victim of the narrative. Thus, he had committed numerous acts disregarding familial ties. In the end, however, his father abruptly relinquished his claims. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, pondering, is it possible for someone devoid of awakening to experience fleeting moments of clarity? De Huang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. There is indeed a possibility. The closer one is to the awakening threshold, the more likely such situations may arise. After a brief pause, he pressed his lips together and inquired, do you think your father has experienced a brief moment of clarity? Jiang Che responded with a soft affirmation, thereafter lapsing into silence. Chapter 75. Is it likely that his brother will fall in love with the female protagonist? Yi Yinchuan observed him as he answered a phone call, sitting there like a monk in deep meditation. He would furrow his brow one moment and squint the next. He waved his hand in front of Jiang Che, questioning, what are you doing? Jiang Che snapped back to reality, looking at him. Why are you still here? Even a donkey at the mill gets a break. Yi Yinchuan, somewhat irritated, plopped down beside him on the grass, grumbling, can a person catch their breath? Jiang Che, unusually lenient, reclined back on the chair and, after a considerable pause, asked, Old Yi, what kind of person do you think Wang Shuyuan is? Who could he be? The response came not from Yi Yinchuan, but from Xiao Xian, who had rolled up his trousers and sleeves as he approached for a rest. The lad bore a melancholic prince's visage, despite his rough attire. He radiated an endearing charm that was even more captivating. Mimicking Yi Yinchuan, he plopped down on the grass beside Jiang Che and scoffed, a scheming and malevolent little villain. He then furrowed his brow, gazing at Jiang Che. Why the sudden inquiry? Are you feeling a bit saintly? Jiang Che rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, damn it, I just feel something is amiss. Xiao Xian reached for a pear from the fruit platter on the table, biting into it unpeeled. What seems off? Is it because he hasn't harmed you? Jiang Che frowned, pausing thoughtfully before stating, from my brief interactions with him, I don't believe Wang Shuyuan is a person with skewed values. If he were truly malevolent, why would he agree to my terms and offer a sum of 50 million? His company isn't exactly a large enterprise. How much could he possibly earn in a year? 50 million might very well be all his savings. A person who values wealth would not treat him this way. Moreover, since his appearance, Wang Shuyuan has not committed any outrageous acts. In fact, he has even advised me against associating with Yuan Shua, who is certainly not a good person when in a frenzy. That Wang Shuyuan is perceptive enough to recognize this indicates that his values are indeed sound. Furthermore, he is the awakened protagonist, possessing self-awareness and is not merely a pawn of the narrative. Da Huang, can you ascertain the time of Wang Shuyuan's awakening? Yes. Da Huang retrieved Wang Shuyuan's profile for him to examine. He awakened 7 years ago. This implies that Wang Shuyuan had developed self-awareness around the age of 20. Jiang Che couldn't help but recall that in the narrative where Wang Shuyuan is the protagonist, this moment roughly coincides with the time when the female lead, Jining, is reborn. Although the story remains unfinished, Jiang Che was uncertain of the direction the plot would take thereafter. However, based on the author's melodramatic logic, it seems inevitable that the narrative will follow the familiar trope of a love rekindled amidst trials. Yet, Wang Shuyuan has already awakened and refrained from tormenting the female protagonist. Instead, she has reincarnated back to the moment they first crossed paths. Presently, Wang Shuyuan and the female lead, Jining, are merely colleagues. Their family in this narrative is distinctly portrayed as the antagonists and mere pawns. However, within the unfolding plot, aside from their involvement in the power struggle, they have yet to play any significant role. What kind of storyline would the author devise for their family? Da Huang. Jiang Che inhaled deeply and inquired, has my brother awakened? Da Huang regretfully shrugged, not yet, esteemed host. Jiang Che furrowed his brow. Are there any awakened individuals in our family? After a brief search, Da Huang responded, your second sister and second uncle have awakened, both with a value of 93. Those individuals are explicitly marked as the villains and pawns within the narrative. As for your third uncle, although he has not awakened, he is yet to appear in the story, and I previously analyzed that he is likely a peripheral character, thus minimally influenced by the plot. Jiang Che in relief. Thankfully, if it came to confronting the storyline, he would not be alone in this battle. Da Huang, please help me analyze the potential plot lines involving my brother as the antagonist. Of course, esteemed host, please hold on. After a considerable pause, Da Huang's voice resonated in Jiang Che's mind. Esteemed host, I have completed my analysis. He conveyed the gathered insights in the most succinct manner. Jiang Che scrutinized the information carefully. The first possibility, his brother becomes a rival to Wang Shuyuan, vying for the affection of the female lead. The second possibility, he utilizes the female protagonist to undermine Wang Shuyuan, ultimately facing repercussions. The third possibility, he serves merely as a stepping stone antagonist. Each scenario was accompanied by a percentage likelihood, the first at 47, the second at 35, and the third at 18. Da Huang sighed. After all, this is a melodramatic romance novel tailored for a female audience, so the likelihood of the first scenario is the highest. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, meaning that according to the original narrative, there is a significant chance his brother may fall in love with the female lead. Although the author has yet to pen this development, the thought was more distressing than any imaginable plight. What do you wish to say? Xiao Ziyuan inquired, frowning at him. Jiang Che regained his composure. Pursing his lips, I suspect that my brother's car accident years ago may hold deeper implications. Wang Shuyuan does not strike me as a heartless individual. Xiao Ziyuan surprisingly refrained from contradicting him, as he had harbored similar doubts. In those days, all blame had been directed towards Wang Shuyuan, yet often, the most improbable scenarios hold the greatest truths. Beneath the surface of simplicity lies a profound reality. After a moment of silence, Jiang Che decisively stated, I must investigate the events of that year. Xiao Ziyuan frowned. How do you intend to conduct this investigation? In this matter, the police failed to uncover definitive evidence at the time, and the driver responsible for the incident remains elusive to this day. Now, 3 years have passed, making any further investigation even more challenging. Jiang Che suggested, let us start with Wang Shuyuan. He must know the truth from that year. How can you be certain he knows? Intuition. Xiao Xian intended to counter this assertion, but as the words lingered at the tip of his tongue, a memory of something unpleasant seemed to surface, and his retort faded away. Very well, he conceded, crunching the last piece of pear and discarding the core with a swift motion. What do you propose to do? Jiang Che rose from the lounge chair, switched off the tablet on the table, and stowed it in his backpack, speaking softly. I'll return to the city tomorrow to pay him a visit. Xiao Xian furrowed his brow. Are you sure? Yes, Jiang Che replied with a smile. He just called to remind me not to go out. If he tells me not to, I must go out. It would be too humiliating otherwise. I shall venture out tomorrow, just to show him. As a Sagittarius, we must possess a rebellious spirit. Chapter 76. Jiang Che packed his bag and urged the indolent Yi Yunchuan and Xiao Xian to the fields. Hurry up and get to work. No slacking off here. After speaking, he waved to a distance Da Huang. Come here. Da Huang, who had been yanked from his daydream, took a moment to collect himself before sauntering over. Jiang Che affectionately patted his large head. Da Huang, stay here and keep an eye on them. If anyone is lazy, you must discipline them. Yi Yunchuan was momentarily taken aback by this exchange. Observing the imposing Da Huang squatting beside them, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Where did you get this dog? He looks rather intimidating. Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. I found him by the roadside. He looked so pitiful eating filth, so I brought him home. What can I say? I have a kind heart. Da Huang then slapped Jiang Che's thigh with his paw, barking, woof woof woof. You're the one eating filth. Your whole family eats filth. Hey, Yi Yunchuan chuckled at the sight. This guy is quite fierce. Perhaps you should return him to eat filth. He is too ferocious to be raised. Just then, Da Huang playfully nipped at him, barking woof woof woof. Get back to work. You foolish one. Startled, Yi Yunchuan jumped up, clutching his groin, exclaiming, What the hell, Da Huang, where did you bite? Da Huang seemed surprised by his casual bite, almost landing in an inappropriate place. He grimaced, his piercing gaze radiating utter disdain. This moment ignited Yi Yunchuan's spirit. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Da Huang, but was restrained by Xiao Xian. Come on, why are you arguing with a dog? Jiang Che fanned the flames. Exactly. Da Huang didn't mean any harm. As a human, shouldn't you be more magnanimous? Xiao Xian continued to counsel. We are the tender-hearted second lead. We must embody gentleness and grace, embracing all. Do you think you resemble the tender-hearted second lead at this moment? Jiang Che nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if Da Huang were to bite you, what of it? Losing something might just lead you to a new opportunity. Yi Yunchuan and Xiao Ziyuan were momentarily taken aback, turning to inquire in unison, what opportunity? Jiang Che swiftly produced his phone, exclaiming, I possess an extraordinary book. You shall comprehend upon perusal. Here, allow me to send it to you. Yi Yunchuan and Xiao Ziyuan, filled with skepticism, retrieved their phones to discover that Jiang Che had shared a link to a rather quaintly bound tome. The grand cover boldly proclaimed an English title, No JJ Book. Yi Yunchuan, perplexed, questioned, What is this? Jiang Che glanced at the text beneath and replied, It is a book devoid of any JJ. Yi Yunchuan, Xiao Ziyuan. Jiang Che chuckled. It also bears a lofty name. Do you know what it's called? Without waiting for their responses, he declared, It is the evil-repelling sword manual. Yi Yunchuan. After a moment of incredulity, Yi Yunchuan flung his phone aside, leaping up to seize Jiang Che by the neck, exclaiming, Damn it! A man may be slain, but must not be humiliated. I shall fight you. Jiang Che was no half-hearted opponent. As Yi Yunchuan lunged, he deftly sidestepped, evading the attack and promptly sprinting away. This only fueled Yi Yunchuan's fury, prompting him to chase after Jiang Che. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited pursuit along the field's edge, when suddenly, a pack of playful dogs appeared, eager to join the fray. Yi Yunchuan, as he paused, the large black dog trailing behind him raised its head, barking, Hurry up and chase. Are you even capable? Yi Yunchuan felt as if he understood the canine's tongue. prompting a smirk to dance at the corner of his mouth as he turned back to pursue Jiang Che once more. Though Jiang Che possessed explosive speed, his stamina was lacking due to physical constraints. The martial arts techniques he practiced since childhood were designed for brief bursts of power, which took a toll over time. Thus, he often resorted to underhanded tactics in fights, never holding back when the moment called for it. Sure enough, after a brief sprint, Jiang Che's pace began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yunchuan tackled him into a nearby haystack, boasting, "Let us see how you can run now." Jiang Che gasped for breath, kicking at him. "Don't crush me. Get off." "I refuse," Yi Yunchuan retorted with a sly grin. "You were always proclaiming your desire to be a great hero, to lead us in conquering the world. I believe this evil-repelling sword manual suits you perfectly. If you mastered it, achieving great power would be but a jest. Come on," Yi Yunchuan declared, wrapping his legs around Jiang Che, pinning him down. "Let me assist you right now. Let us see how I can help." He reached for Jiang Che's belt. Jiang Che, annoyed, he raised his knee to jab Yi Yunchuan, retorting, "Get lost. If anyone should be cut, it ought to be someone like you, the devoted fool." He smirked. It would resolve the issue at its root. Yi Yunchuan, unable to tolerate Jiang Che's incessant banter, he raised a hand to silence him, but Jiang Che deftly dodged, and soon they found themselves playfully wrestling atop the haystack. The group of exuberant puppies that had just joined in began to bark excitedly. An elderly lady carrying vegetables passed by, chuckling as she observed their spirited play. "Be careful on that haystack. There's early frost on it. Don't get your clothes wet, or you'll catch a chill," she warned. Both boys paused momentarily, and Jiang Che lifted the leaves to discover that their neighbor, Aunt Sue, was passing by. He greeted her with a smile. "Aunt Sue, are you picking vegetables?" Aunt Sue nodded in response. "Yes, just gathering some greens to feed the geese." Her gaze fell on Yi Yunchuan. "Little Che, is this your brother?" "Huh?" Jiang Che was taken aback, but quickly introduced. "No, this is my brother, Yi Yunchuan." Since Yi Yunchuan was new to Baihe village and unfamiliar with the neighbors, he politely greeted, "Hello, Aunt Sue." Aunt Sue, pleasantly surprised, replied, "Hello, hello." She scanned their faces and chuckled. "I thought so. You two don't quite resemble each other." Her attention shifted to Jiang Che's damp clothes, and she frowned. "Little Che, I heard from your uncle that your health isn't great. You shouldn't be playing here. If you catch a cold, it will be you who suffers." Jiang Che stood up from the haystack, brushing off the stray grass, and responded with a smile. Yi Yunchuan had been lying on Jiang Che, completely unaware that the seemingly dry haystack was quite damp beneath. His clothes were nearly soaked through. He instinctively frowned, thinking about changing into dry clothes. Jiang Che had intended to say it was unnecessary since his inner clothing remained dry, but seeing Yi Yunchuan's suddenly despondent expression, he swallowed his words and nodded obediently. "All right, you should hurry back to your work." Before Yi Yunchuan could finish speaking, Jiang Che playfully jabbed him. "Stop slacking off. Get back to work." Chapter 77. "I want to eat goose stew tonight." After changing clothes, Jiang Che refrained from supervising the fields. Instead, he asked Uncle Bai and Huang to keep watch, warning that anyone who slacked off would be publicly criticized in front of all the viewers in the live stream. Thanks to Qin Zheng's efforts, their not-so-variety show live stream had gained considerable popularity. In addition to Qin Zheng's room being bustling with activity, the other members' streams were also gradually attracting viewers. Various trending topics related to their live streams appeared across the media, with numerous investors eager to turn their broadcasts into a proper show. Many entertainment companies even sought to insert their artists as guest stars. However, Jiang Che temporarily declined all offers. His intention for live streaming was not merely to earn some money, but to allow viewers to rediscover the true nature of his eccentric friends. After all, in the narrative, these brothers were not enigmatic figures, but rather prominent figures in the media landscape, often embroiled in scandals due to various romantic entanglements and the ensuing complications that culminated in sensational news coverage. Such perceptions obscured their genuine selves. This is a world 10 years after his demise, and the internet of this era has transcended a dimension compared to a decade ago. The understanding of a select few may bring you joy, yet the acknowledgement of the majority can illuminate your existence. No one would wallow in despair merely because of universal approval. Such instances are likely rare anomalies. Thus, he orchestrated this live broadcast to encourage his eccentric brethren to authentically express their true selves. Once they become accustomed to their genuine identities, what fear could they have of solidifying their resolve? Do not inquire as to why he is so assured. He is confident that his eccentric companions will indeed reveal their authentic selves here, because he has returned, embodying youth, carrying the memories of all, arriving at their most tumultuous age, whether through the shock and joy of his appearance or the tranquil, idyllic life of the countryside. Both serve to briefly alleviate the restlessness of city life and the pressures of academia. In this manner, netizens can discover a different side of them, one that is genuine and worthy of recognition. Although the internet is a double-edged sword, here it functions as a single blade. After all, he possesses the strength and means. If all else fails, he can summon Huang. He is determined to eradicate those disparaging comments and slanderous remarks. This is indeed the true purpose of his live streaming endeavors. However, from yesterday's brief broadcast, it seems to have already borne fruit. The duality of Jiang has become a fervent topic of discussion among netizens. No one anticipated that the usually composed, mature, and somewhat pedantic Emperor Qin would display such a vibrant and lively side when with friends. Well, they should be friends. The topic of Jiang not being an old bureaucrat has even ascended to the 7th spot on Weibo's trending list. Quite remarkable. The eccentric training program appears to be yielding results. The morning was largely consumed by tilling the land. After a morning's toil, the group emerged as dashing yet utterly exhausted figures, collapsing onto the ridges of the fields upon hearing Uncle Bai proclaim their release as if issuing a royal edict. Damn, Feng Ruiqi cursed. If this method proves ineffective, I shall make old Jiang pay dearly. Jiang scoffed. How do you expect him to fare? I'll crush him myself. Jiang dismissed it further. Last time you claimed you would make him look good, and then you scampered off to City South to buy him a cake. Does that make him look good? Feng Ruiqi retorted. And you dare speak? Who was it that wanted to sever ties with old Jiang, but within 3 minutes, went running back to reconcile, clinging to his bed for a night? Jiang replied, I'm addressing you all. Xiao Xian, exasperated, stood up and chided. Can we please refrain from airing dirty laundry here? Do you remember that you are in front of the camera, facing a vast audience? Feng Ruiqi, abandoning all pretense, declared, Old Qin, you fear not the entertainment industry, so why should I? He waved at the camera. Hey, darlings, am I right? The barrage of comments in the live stream echoed in unison, affirming his words. Encourage them to speak more. I enjoy listening. Many people in the live stream inquired, Who is Lao Jiang? Feng Ruiqi proudly introduced, That's my brother. He is exceptionally handsome. How handsome? Certainly more so than Lao Qin, and even more than me, surpassing all the dashing figures in the entertainment industry. Is that true? Of course it is. When have I ever deceived anyone? But I can't show you. I fear it might overwhelm you with his good looks. You might as well forget about it. Yi Yanchuan remarked to Xiao Xian, in my opinion. That no JJ book should be given to someone like Lao Feng, a real butterfly of frivolity. Just look at how smug he is. Cool. He is merely reciting the script of a pathetic sycophant. Yuan Shu turned to glare at him. That is still preferable to your toxic persona of a black moonlight with poor kidneys. Yi Yanchuan retorted, Damn. Has that fellow Yuan Shu lost his mind after a nap? This morning, he was still half asleep when I called him, spouting nonsensical phrases. Today, he seems completely out of sorts. Yi Yanchuan scoffed, as if you're so healthy. You must be the reincarnation of a poodle. Yuan Shu, feeling triumphant, replied, You know nothing. That merely proves my prowess. Yi Yanchuan dismissed him. You boast about having a girlfriend and a white moonlight, yet when it comes to intimacy, you're still a virgin. Yuan Shu's facial muscles twitched. He intended to counter Yi Yanchuan's taunt, but a fleeting memory caused him to pause. What's the matter? Yi Yanchuan's mocking voice echoed again. Could it be that I struck a nerve? You truly are lacking, aren't you? At that moment, he swiftly pulled out his phone and shared a link sent by Jiang Che. This is perfect for you. Hurry and order it. Yuan Shu glanced at his phone, his expression darkening instantly. Yi Yanchuan, grinning mischievously, clapped him on the shoulder. A man who cannot perform is akin to one without a weapon. Tell me, is this suitable for you? Ha ha ha. Yu Wenshu tossed his phone aside and turned to confront him. Yi, I have long found you intolerable. Prepare to face my wrath. The playful banter among them sent the audience into fits of laughter. No one anticipated that the normally cold and ruthless tycoons, seemingly existing in another dimension, would interact with friends just like ordinary individuals. Mischievous friends remain mischievous, and brothers remain brothers. Their lively antics, framed by verdant mountains in the background and the wispy smoke of cooking fires from the village below, gradually solidified into a picturesque oil painting before the camera. What are you all doing? A series of raucous sounds approached as Jiang Che appeared on a small three-wheeled vehicle, exuberantly waving at them from the field's edge. Two large geese waddled within, honking loudly. Stop fooling around. Come on, I'll take you home for dinner. Yu Wenshu was the first to leap to his feet, brushing off his pants and darting towards Jiang Che. He swiftly hopped onto the vehicle, locking eyes with the geese, and asked Jiang Che, "Where did you get this thing?" "I bought it from Aunt Sue." "Are you planning to raise geese?" "No. This evening I crave the delightful dish of iron pot-stewed goose." One by one, a group of friends rushed over, eagerly hopping onto the three-wheeled cart, exchanging glances with the goose. Jiang Che called out, revving the cart as he made his way home. The resonant honking of the goose, the peals of laughter from the group, the sputtering sounds of the cart, and Jiang Che as cheerful shouts harmonized in the tranquil countryside, as if composing the perfect soundtrack to this picturesque scene. Chapter 78. Just let me take a glimpse. Jiang Che's three-wheel cart was one of those robust rural vehicles, adept at transporting grain and goods, crafted by the Huang. Despite their number, the path home was devoid of inclines and paved with concrete, allowing them to effortlessly ferry the lively bunch back. After a morning spent tilling the fields, they were utterly exhausted. Feng Ruiqi collapsed onto the sofa upon returning home, resembling a lifeless creature. Two ants busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing a feast. The large round table was already adorned with several delectable dishes, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, igniting their appetites. Yu Wenshu inhaled deeply, darting to the table to steal a glance, the enticing scent of braised pork ribs tempting him to swallow hard. Well, it wasn't his fault. Who wouldn't he be famished after laboring in the fields? Unable to resist, he reached out to snag a piece, but just as his fingers grazed the food, a swift slap halted him. Jiang Che shot him a glare, warning, "If you dare to sully the dishes with those muddy hands, you'll be left gnawing on bones for lunch." Yu Wenshu quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling sheepishly, and scurried off to wash his hands. By the time everyone returned to the living room, Aunt Wang and the others had beautifully arranged the meal on the table. Xiao Xian was the first to approach, seating himself at the table. Jiang Che leisurely strolled over, taking a seat beside him, right in front of a steaming bowl of wintermelon and pork rib soup. Feng Ruiqi followed suit, settling beside Jiang Che and filling his bowl with a generous portion of soup to warm his stomach. Jiang Che naturally accepted the bowl, savoring the soup heartily. Once the rest were seated, Jiang Che called over Uncle Bai, Aunt Wang, and Aunt Zhou to join a meal. Among the many guests, only Uncle Bai resided nearby, while the others stayed at Old Wang's farm stay, where their meals were managed. Of course, the teachers didn't need to remain constantly at the house. They returned to the city during their free time and came back for classes as needed. With Jiang Che's generous salary, everyone was more than happy to make the commute. Uncle Bai acknowledged the invitation and came over, pulling out a chair to sit down. At midday, the camera crew had also gone to Old Wang's for lunch, leaving the living room occupied solely by a camera for the live stream. Interestingly, the camera angle cleverly avoided capturing Jiang Che's face. This meal was indeed a novelty for everyone, since Jiang Che's miraculous return to life. They hadn't gathered like this apart from one meal at Sui Fengjai. Previously, they were all luminaries of the business world, where dining occasions were either extravagant banquets or lively drinking sessions. Now, this table laden with delectable dishes is devoid of the city's dazzling lights and intoxicating revelries. Stripped of the clinking glasses and the calculated deceptions that usually accompany such gatherings, Here, we find ourselves among brothers bound by life and friends connected through sincerity. We have all awaited the return of that long-lost person. The most ordinary of home-cooked meals brings an unexpected sense of comfort. Yu Wenshua and Qin Zheng engage in lively discussions about the latest gossip in the entertainment industry, occasionally pulling out their phones to interact with netizens, thus igniting a fervent curiosity among their live-stream viewers, only to leave them hanging with bated breath. This prompts the viewers to jestingly call them old sixes in the chat. Xiao Xian converses with Jiang Che, occasionally serving him food while advising him to eat less to avoid discomfort later. Feng Ruiqi and Yi Yunchuan have recently developed a fondness for melodramatic novels, sharing the same book and unable to resist critiquing the absurd plot twists at the dinner table, while also chastising the foolish author. Uncle Bai, a man of few words, quietly enjoys his meal. Wang Ma and Zhou Ma discuss the plight of sister-son-esque grandson, who has been bullied at school, with the family currently seeking answers from the institution. As the meal draws to a close, everyone is surprised to find the table cleared of all dishes, with the exception of Jiang Che, who remains unsated. Feng Ruiqi, sprawled out on the sofa like a defeated dog, exclaims, "I can't take it anymore. I feel like I might burst." He turns to Wang Ma and Zhou Ma, grinning. "Your culinary skills rival those of a five-star hotel chef." Wang Ma chuckles, "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters." Feng Ruiqi beams, "Of course, I love it." Uncle Bai brings over a pot of tea and places it on the table, cheerfully suggesting, "You all can take a rest. We'll start working at 3 this afternoon." Qin Zheng shoots him an annoyed glance. "You bring tea to tell us to rest? Are you doing this on purpose, Bai Shu?" Uncle Bai smiles faintly. "You don't have to drink it." Qin Zheng retorts with a chuckle, rolling up his sleeves to pour himself a cup. "I will drink it." He then turns and playfully shoves the warm tea towards Jiang Che's mouth. Jiang Che retaliates with a playful punch. Although the viewers can't see the face of the recipient of Qin Zheng's antics, the lightheartedness of the moment brings great amusement to the live-stream audience. "Wow, so this is the real Qin Zheng," they exclaim. "He deserves a good thrashing." Curiosity about the identity of the mysterious person behind the scenes grows among the viewers. "Oh my, please let me catch a glimpse, just one peek," they plead. Qin Zheng is no longer the mature and composed figure. He stands out so much now. Honestly, you can't say that. This styled Qin Zheng really doesn't look 30. He seems youthful enough to attend school with me. Am I just aging too fast? They lament. And it's not just Qin Zheng. Yu and Feng also look so vibrant and youthful. My goodness, they're all over 6 feet tall. I think I'll become their fan. Men over 30 are just done for. Stop dreaming, a voice interjects. Be quiet. The domineering CEOs can do anything. Another retorts. Just then, Yu Wenshua, who had taken out his phone to watch the live stream, suddenly frowns, addressing a netizen by the name of Pippi, not so nice. "Who are you calling incapable? Come here, let's compare ourselves. How many girlfriends have you had?" Yu Wenshua paused, snorting, "Little brat," refrained from prying into adult matters. "When was your first time? Oh, come on, why should I tell you?" He certainly did not wish to admit before countless netizens that he was indeed 30 years old and still a virgin. Is old Qin gay? Haha, no need to doubt. He is. This kid has been gay since childhood. What is my relationship with old Qin? Yu Wenshua smirked slyly. "I am his father." He had previously seen many netizens discussing how they were all the sugar daddies of Qin Zheng. Hearing the nonsense from Yu Wenshua, Qin Zheng's complexion turned pale. Ignoring Jiang Che's fist, he lunged forward, grabbing Yu Wenshua by the neck. "Stop your nonsense. I am your father." The living room instantly erupted into chaos. Uncle Bai, ever perceptive, swiftly removed the tea from the table, standing nearby with a smile as he watched them. Xiao Xian sighed and approached, tugging Jiang Che by the collar to pull him up. "Enough of this. Go take a rest." Chapter 79. Our little friend has a taste for this in the morning. Everyone had essentially completed the task of tilling the land, so the afternoon was relatively relaxed, merely involving planting the seeds. When Jiang Che initially arranged for the design of the greenhouse, the water source had been diverted, with irrigation and fertilization entirely mechanized, making the work considerably easier. Moreover, the land allocated to each person was not extensive, allowing them to finish their tasks before 6 o'clock. A group of individuals, tools in hand and pants rolled up, was walking back along the field ridge. "Hey, have you all finished work?" Uncle Qian, who was working in the adjacent field, greeted them with a smile. Feng Ruiqi also smiled and nodded. "Uncle Qian, aren't you all done yet? It will probably be dark soon." Uncle Qian waved them over. "Come and have some fruit. My wife just picked some oranges from the tree. They're incredibly sweet." "Really?" Feng Ruiqi grinned and hurried over. "Then I won't hold back." As soon as he made a move, Yi Yunchuan quickly followed suit. "Uncle, we have a lot of people. Do you have enough fruit?" Uncle Qian chuckled. "There's plenty. Eat as much as you want. If not, I'll just go pick more. We have many fruit trees, especially orange trees." You're so kind, Uncle." Feng Ruiqi waved over to Xiao Xiayin and the others. "Come on. These oranges are incredibly sweet." Yi Yunchuan pocketed 2. "Uncle, I'll take 2 back for our little friend. Do you mind?" "Take them. Take them. There's more than enough." Yu Wenshua squatted beside him, snatching a freshly peeled orange segment from his hand and popping it into his mouth. Yi Yunchuan exclaimed. Qin Zheng sat down on the field ridge, not bothering to snatch any oranges, but he noticed the plump red persimmons in the basket beside him. Curiously, he picked one up, only to find it hard and unripe. "Uncle, why did you pick these persimmons when they aren't ripe yet?" Uncle Qin laughed. "These are Jiuzhao persimmons. I wonder if you're accustomed to eating them. Would you like to try one?" Qin Zheng curiously held it to his nose and indeed detected a faint aroma of alcohol. He had never tasted this type of persimmon before and immediately nodded in agreement. "Very well." Uncle Qin handed him a fruit knife, saying, "Peel it yourself. It's quite crisp and delicious." Qin Zheng expressed his gratitude and swiftly peeled the persimmon, dividing it in half to share with the nearby Xiao Ziyuan. As he took a bite, the crisp texture and delightful sweetness made his eyes light up. Uncle Qin chuckled. "Isn't it tasty? I suppose people from the city rarely get to enjoy this. We in the countryside often ferment persimmons in large jars." Xiao Ziyuan elegantly took a bite as well, crunching it with satisfaction. He then quickly selected a large, appealing persimmon from his basket. "Uncle, may I take one home for the child?" Of course, of course." Uncle Qian replied with genuine warmth. "Feel free to take a few. There are plenty." While they were already indulging in the fruit, they felt it inappropriate to take too much. After consuming a fair share, Xiao Ziyuan rallied the others, saying, "We've eaten our fill. We can't just take without giving back. Let us all help Uncle Qian finish up this work." The others readily agreed. Uncle Qian, taken aback, insisted, "Oh no. You don't have to. Please, go back and rest. I don't have much left." Xiao Ziyuan smiled and reassured him. "Uncle, we have enough hands. Trust us. We'll finish in half an hour, and you can leave early to rest." Uncle Qian hesitated, but the group had already jumped into the fields. Yu Wenshua snatched the tools from his hands, saying, "Uncle, don't be shy. When you have extra fruit, just share a bit with my brothers. I noticed you have strawberries. When they're ripe, save a few for me. My brother loves them." Uncle Qian laughed. "Why be so polite? When the time comes, you can all come and pick as much as you like." Yu Wenshua grinned. "With your word, I'm satisfied." He waved to the others, declaring, "Brothers, let us get to work. No slacking off." Yi Yunchuan playfully punched his shoulder, retorting, "You think you're the only one who can shout?" In no time, the group had divided their tasks and began assisting Uncle Qian. Surprisingly, despite their lack of experience in farm work, they had learned many techniques and skills from Mr. Han throughout the day. They worked with a certain finesse and speed, as they were all strapping young men in their 30s. In just over half an hour, they completed the remaining tasks. A cheerful group carried their tools home, and as they reached the roadside, they spotted Jiang Che sprinting after a large white goose. Seeing them return from the fields, Jiang Che shouted, "Catch it!" Yu Wenshua, who was at the front, instinctively tossed aside his tools and joined the chase. The goose, sensing the blockade, honked loudly, flapping its wings, and deftly slipped through his legs, elegantly turning its head to peck him on the backside. Yu Wenshua yelped in surprise and jumped up, his face turning pale. Furious, he spun around, determined to catch that mischievous goose. Yi Yunchuan and Qin Zheng laughed heartily, while Yu Wenshu scowled and exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and catch the goose." Yi Yunchuan swiftly approached it, reaching out to grasp the neck of the large white goose. However, the goose seemed quite accustomed to being captured, evading him with remarkable agility, and then biting down hard on Yi Yunchuan's arm. "Ouch!" Yu Wenshu seized the opportunity to mock him, saying, "Indeed, a person with weak kidneys is just incapable." After Yu Wenshu's taunt, he ignored Yi Yunchuan and commanded, "Fong, encircle from the left. Xiao, you take the right. Jiang, block his path right there. Qin, quickly surround him. Those with weak kidneys hinder his escape route." Yi Yunchuan angrily retorted, "You're the one with weak kidneys. Your entire family has weak kidneys. Damn it, I'm going to take you on." Without a second thought for the goose, he leaped onto Yu Wenshu's back, delivering a hefty slap, then seized his ear, shaking it as if steering a wheel. "You've got weak kidneys and a weak mind. I'll show you what. Dazed from the slap, Yu Wenshu executed a swift move, throwing Yi Yunchuan off his back. As Yi Yunchuan made a break for it, the goose seized the moment and dashed after him. Honking loudly, Yu Wenshu yelled in frustration, "Damn it! With weak kidneys, you're done for today," and took off in pursuit. Jiang Che, heart aching, yelled after them, "Hey, my iron pot for cooking the goose. Are you trying to get us killed?" In no time, the peaceful country road echoed with laughter and occasional shouts. As the sun dipped low, the soft glow of twilight began to merge time. In those days gone by, during that unbroken time, they too had run down the path home from school under the setting sun and across the sunlit playground in the afternoon. Now, after a decade apart, they could once again run freely with not a single person missing. How wonderful. Chapter 80. The wife's earnings are not enough that evening. Jiang Che still did not get to savor the iron pot-cooked goose he had longed for. They had pinned the goose down, ready to execute their plan, yet none could bring themselves to do it. Ultimately, the group lovingly tied a rope around the goose's leg, allowing it to join the big yellow dog at the entrance to guard the door. Jiang Che's displeased expression amused the others, and Feng Ruiqi patted his head, saying, "All right, once we buy an iron pot, we'll cook it for you." Only then did Jiang Che recall a rather unfortunate fact. They didn't have a large iron pot yet. He promptly took out his phone, declaring, "I'll place the order right now." Feng Ruiqi was at a loss for words for a moment before suddenly recalling something. "I'll step out for a bit. If I'm late returning, don't wait for me to eat. You all go ahead." Jiang Che asked, puzzled, "Where are you going?" Feng Ruiqi smiled, but said nothing, grabbing his coat from a sofa before stepping outside. As expected, when dinner time arrived, he had yet to return. Despite the clamorous insistence of the group to commence their meal without him, none dared to take their seats at the dining table. Fortunately, Feng Ruiqi returned not long after, albeit empty-handed at first, yet soon bearing a large bowl filled with an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. "Haven't you all eaten yet?" he inquired as he placed the bowl on the table, signaling that dinner was served. Jiang Che approached, glancing at the substantial bowl. "Did you beg for food?" Feng Ruiqi retorted, "Who do you think I did this for? Aren't you the one craving the iron pot braised goose? I managed to procure this from Aunt Sue's. Who served goose for lunch today? You should express your gratitude to me." Jiang Che was taken aback, not expecting Feng Ruiqi to have gone out solely to fetch this delicacy for him. A warm sensation surged through him, inflating his heart with an unexpected heat. After a deep breath, he pouted and scoffed, "Please, I'm the one who is your father." He then unceremoniously took a seat at the table, grasped his chopsticks, and began devouring a generous portion of goose meat. Feng Ruiqi served him a bowl of soup, admonishing, "Eat less. If you feel unwell later, don't come crying to me." Jiang Che merely grunted in acknowledgement and called for everyone to join the meal. Thus, the first day of their rigorous training in rural life came to a close. After dinner, Uncle Bai distributed the training schedule for the following day. The fields had already been sown, so they were spared from labor for the time being. The next day would be relatively light, featuring political theory and law classes in the morning, followed by physical education in the afternoon. Due to Jiang Che's need to return to the city, the examination scheduled for the next day would be temporarily postponed, much to everyone's relief. "Even in my absence, you are not permitted to slack off," Jiang Che warned as he surveyed the group. "I'll have the Huang and Uncle by keeping an eye on you." The others dismissed his concern, but Qin furrowed his brow and asked, "How are you getting back?" "By car," Jiang Che replied, puzzled. "I'm not going to hitchhike, am I?" Qin then pulled out his phone, messaging his older brother. "Brother, your assistant mentioned you're in Baihe village?" The response from Qin Mo was swift. A simple followed shortly. Qin inquired, Are you returning to the city tomorrow? Qin Mo replied almost immediately, yes. With a grin, Qin Zheng turned to Jiang Che. That's splendid. Xiao Che is heading back tomorrow, so you can give him a ride. Qin Mo questioned, when? Qin Zheng turned to Jiang Che. What time are you leaving tomorrow morning? Jiang Che, not fond of early mornings, especially in this frigid weather, pondered briefly before responding, let us say 9 o'clock. Qin Zheng promptly messaged Qin Mo, receiving a quick affirmation in return. He leaned closer to Jiang Che, whispering, my brother is also in Baihe village. He'll be returning to the city tomorrow. I'll have him drive you. You're not allowed to drive yourself. Jiang Che frowned, contemplating a refusal, but ultimately found no compelling reason to decline the offer. With a free chauffeur at his disposal, he nodded in agreement. All right, by the way, your brother is in Baihe village? Where is he staying? At Old Wang's place? Qin Zheng nodded. That should be the case. I don't even know when he arrived. How about we let him stay with us? We have extra rooms anyway. Although Old Wang's conditions were decent, they could not compare to home. Jiang Che nodded in agreement, instructing Uncle Bai to prepare a room. Your brother will likely be commuting between Baihe village and the city, so he might as well stay here. Qin Zheng chuckled. Sound good. After discussing the matter, everyone settled in the living room to enjoy themselves. Jiang Che engaged in a game with Yi Chuan, while Yuan Shu, eager to join, was left out due to his lack of skill. He glared at Jiang Che resentfully, shot a fierce look at Yi Chuan, and sulked off to find someone to play mahjong with. Wang Ma and Zhou Ma were nearby, watching television. When Qin Mo arrived, Jiang Che had just finished a match, likely victorious, and was happily chatting with Yi Chuan, his arm draped over his shoulder. Qin, sir, Uncle Bai stood to greet him. You are here. The room has already been prepared. Qin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze inadvertently landing on the beaming face of Jiang Che, a slight smile forming on his lips as he approached. As he sat down beside Jiang Che, the sofa dipped slightly. Jiang Che turned to him with a smile. You made it. Qin Mo nodded and glanced at the game on Jiang Che's phone, asking, what are you playing? It's a game, Jiang Che replied, tilting his phone slightly. Want to get a try? Qin Mo pressed his lips together, recalling that he had played for a few days when the game first launched. However, a decade had passed, and he no longer knew how to play. I used to play, but I'm quite busy now, he stated. Jiang Che nodded in understanding. That's true. The domineering CEOs in novels are either caught up in melodrama or busy with work. Who has time for games? Although Qin Mo was not the archetypal domineering CEO from novels, he was close enough. No worries, Jiang Che said, giving his shoulder a light pat. Being a CEO means being busy to earn more money. Otherwise, how would you support your wife? Right? Ha! Qin Mo's gaze flickered, and he involuntarily swallowed. I have enough money to support my wife. Of course, the more money, the better, Jiang Che remarked. Who would complain about having too much? Your thinking is flawed. What if your wife is a glutton? Qin Mo seemed to muse over something, a faint smile gracing his lips. You're right. She might indeed be a glutton. Exactly. Yi Chuan chimed in, finding the situation amusing. Mo go. We thought you were averse to marriage all these years. Turns out you just haven't earned enough for your future wife. Huh? Huh? Qin Mo's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as he averted his gaze and replied softly, well, I've earned enough now. She's back. Chapter 81. Another neighbor the following morning. When Jiang Che awoke, everyone had already left for their morning classes. In the living room, only Qin Mo remained, enjoying breakfast. Outside the window, the winter sunlight streamed through the bright glass, casting a soft glow upon him, wrapping him in a gentle light that warmed his cold demeanor. Awake? Qin Mo smiled as he turned to face Jiang Che, who had just come downstairs. Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and swiftly descended the staircase to take his seat at the dining table. Qin Mo placed a cup of milk before him, smiling as he said, it's freshly heated, not too hot. Go ahead and drink. Jiang Che, still somewhat dazed from sleep, responded with a vague acknowledgement and instinctively lifted the milk to his lips, drinking it down eagerly. Qin Mo then placed a peeled tea egg onto his plate. Jiang Che wrinkled his brow in disdain and replied, take it away, I don't want this. It's high in protein, Qin Mo remarked, observing Jiang Che's reluctance. How about you eat the egg white and give me the yolk? Indeed, Jiang Che found the egg white more palatable. He deftly separated the egg white, tossing the yolk to Qin and Mo with a grin. "Brother, I can't thank you enough." Qin and Mo looked at him helplessly, urging, "Hurry and eat. Once you're done, we'll set off." Jiang Che nibbled on a shao mai, crunching it contentedly, and followed it with a small steamed bun, but soon found himself unable to eat more. Qin and Mo did not insist he eat any further. The two enjoyed a tranquil meal together. Afterward, Jiang Che stepped outside the classroom to glance at his peers, wondering if this group, previously disinterested in their studies, had been diligent in their learning. He strolled leisurely to the window, spotting Yuan Shu, who was struggling to keep his eyes open and had already drifted off into a daydream. The fact that he hadn't slumped onto his desk was a testament to his self-control. With a sigh of exasperation, Jiang Che gave him a sharp nudge, admonishing, "Pay attention in class." Yuan Shu was jolted back to reality, nearly jumping out of his seat, and upon realizing it was Jiang Che, he let out a deep breath of relief. "Damn," he muttered, "for a moment, I thought I was back in high school, caught by the balding principal. That was terrifying." Clearing his throat, Yuan Shu scratched his head, admitting, "I'm still getting used to this." After all, he was a man in his 30s, having been away from campus life for many years. Experiencing the scene again was quite an adjustment. Jiang Che scoffed lightly. "As adults, we must learn to adjust our mindset. Otherwise, how can we hone our mental fortitude? If you fail this exam, I swear I'll have my way with you." After imparting his words of wisdom, Jiang Che felt reassured and left. When he got into the car, he noticed his backpack placed on the seat and paused for a moment. "That is from Uncle Bai," Qin and Mo said after a brief pause. Jiang Che didn't think much of it, simply responding with an "oh" as he settled into the vehicle. The journey from Baihe village to the city took less than 2 hours. Upon waking from a brief nap, Jiang Che realized they had already entered the city limits. "Awake?" came Qin Mo's deep, resonant voice from beside him. Jiang Che straightened in his seat, suddenly aware that he was covered with a thick coat, obviously belonging to Qin and Mo. He blinked in surprise, asking, "Why did you give me your coat? I was worried you'd get cold." Jiang Che chuckled softly, "But there's heating in this car. Just stir it up a bit." Qin and Mo replied, "Too much heat can dry the air," leaving the rest of his thought unvoiced, instead smiling as he added, "This coat keeps warm quite well." Jiang Che didn't dwell on it, turning his gaze to the outside, knowing they would soon arrive home. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the community, Qin and Mo drove directly inside. He was taken aback, inquiring how he managed to enter. The security measures of this community were quite commendable. Vehicles not belonging to residents were generally denied access. Qin and Mo blinked and replied, "The environment here is pleasant, and it is close to my company. I purchased an apartment within this complex." "What?" Jiang Che was perplexed. "Isn't old Qin supposed to have a house here? Why don't you just stay with him? After all, this fellow is not a permanent resident." Qin and Mo paused and remarked, "His apartment is small, with limited rooms. It ultimately proves inconvenient." Jiang Che responded with an "oh," conceding the point. After all, it wasn't his money being spent, so why should he fret about it? The assistant parked the car directly beneath Building 6. As Jiang Che opened the car door and stepped out, he was surprised to see Qin and Mo following suit. After exchanging a few words with the assistant in the driver's seat, he trailed behind Jiang Che. Jiang Che squinted at him. "Don't tell me your apartment is in this building as well." With his hands nestled in the pockets of his trench coat, Qin and Mo blinked and affirmed, "Indeed, it's in this building." "You must be doing this on purpose," Jiang Che retorted, irked. Qin and Mo shrugged. "I was in a hurry to buy." This building had a well-decorated apartment that had not been occupied much. "What is wrong with that?" he questioned. "Am I not allowed to purchase here?" Jiang Che felt as though he was being set up, yet he could not articulate any counter-arguments. After all, it was not as if he could declare, "I simply do not want you to buy here." He huffed and turned to enter the building, pressing the elevator button with a decisive poke. Before long, the elevator doors slid open before them. Jiang Che pressed the button for the 12th floor, while Qin and Mo discreetly selected the 11th floor. Jiang Che glared at him. "And you still claim this is unintentional?" Leaning elegantly against the elevator wall, Qin and Mo smiled. "Truly, it is merely a coincidence." Jiang Che gritted his teeth and chose to ignore him. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly, and Qin Mo glanced back at him before stepping out. Jiang Che raised his hand to wave, intending to say goodbye, but before he could utter a word, Qin Mo grasped his hand firmly. With a slight exertion, he pulled Jiang Che out of the elevator. It's nearly noon. I presume you have no place to eat lunch? I have some food at home. Come over and have a bite. Jiang Che exhaled in frustration, watching the elevator doors close behind him as it ascended. He gritted his teeth. Can't I just order takeout? Qin Mo disapproved vehemently, pulling him toward his residence. Nowadays, takeout is mostly pre-packaged meals, high in oil and salt, unhealthy. Consuming too much can hinder your growth. Jiang Che's lips twitched. I'm 186 centimeters tall. Thank you very much. Arriving at his door, Qin Mo released him to retrieve his keys from his pocket, unlocking the door and ushering him inside. Your height is acceptable, but what about other aspects? He admonished in a tone reminiscent of a mentor. Boys should develop comprehensively. One cannot afford to specialize in only one area. With that, Qin Mo bent down and retrieved a pair of brand-new panda slippers from the shoe cabinet at the entrance. Tossing them onto the floor, they're new. Wear them. Jiang Che donned his slippers with a hint of annoyance. So, how is your development going, Uncle Qin? Qin Mo glanced at him, blinking quite well. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he calmly added, I've been taking good care of myself, not losing to any young lad. Jiang Che thought to himself, haha, am I early today? Chapter 82. Has the frugal brother encountered trouble? Jiang Che felt that Qin Mo was merely flaunting, and he couldn't resist casting a glance downward. There's nothing to boast about here. Qin Mo, amused by his expression, chuckled. I'm not lying. I really do take good care of myself. Then why are you still single? Jiang Che laughed. It can't be, because you're too well maintained that you scare people away, right? Qin Mo also slipped into his slippers and picked up Jiang Che's shoes to place them on the shoe rack. While gently nudging Jiang Che inside, he remarked, because I'd rather be selective than indiscriminate. Jiang Che shrugged. Don't push me. I know how to walk. Qin Mo responded with a light-hearted Then enjoy yourself. I'll go cook. You can cook? Jiang Che expressed surprise. Is the Qin family descended from chefs? How come both brothers can cook? Qin Mo offered little explanation. I'll learn for a while. It won't poison you. That won't do. Jiang Che promptly stood up, ready to leave. I'm quite precious. How can you treat me so casually? I'm off to find something delicious. Goodbye. Qin Mo sighed, looking at Jiang Che. All right, I know you're precious. I won't treat you lightly. Just sit down, ancestor, and stop causing a ruckus. Jiang Che crossed his arms and huffed. Yes, good grandson. Be sure to honor your elders. Qin Mo, somewhat exasperated, stepped into the kitchen, took some strawberries out of the fridge to wash them, and arranged a few on a fruit plate to bring out. Just have a little. We'll be eating soon. Where did you buy these? Jiang Che was even more astonished. Qin Mo replied, I have a housekeeper. I had her call in the morning to get them. Jiang Che pondered for a moment and thought it made sense. A CEO certainly wouldn't need to handle such trivial matters personally, so he nodded in agreement. Instinctively, Qin Mo raised his hand to ruffle Jiang Che's hair. But just as he was about to touch him, he hesitated and quickly withdrew his hand behind his back. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against Jiang Che's soft hair, sending a gentle shiver through his heart, tightening it momentarily. He quickly lowered his gaze, relieved to see that Jiang Che seemed unaware of his unusual reaction. And he exhaled softly. He lingered for a moment, still feeling the remnants of that touch, before finally turning to head back into the kitchen. Jiang Che leisurely indulged in the fruit, while taking out his phone to check the live stream of his lively group of friends attending class. The live stream was bustling with energy, and he wondered who had given it the name The Transformation of the Mad Boys. That title truly resonated with Jiang Che. At that moment, during the break before the final class, Jiang Che sent a message in the group. All of you, my dear children, send me some money, will you? Yuan Shuo was the quickest to respond. How much do you need? Jiang Che. 100,000, 200,000, it's all the same. Yin Chuan, perplexed, inquired. What are you planning to do? It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with such a sum. Rather, he found it hard to believe that Jiang Che would dare to ask them for pocket money, especially when he was making such a modest request. Jiang Che sent a mischievous emoji. I'll be your top supporter, Moi Yin Xuan. The group fell silent for a moment, and soon after, Fang Ruiqi swiftly sent a screenshot of a bank transfer, 50,000. Quick, spend it. Jiang Che chuckled and was about to reply when his phone rang. To his surprise, it was an unknown number. Given his brief return, few knew his number. The call originated from Jincheng and didn't appear to be a telemarketing call. Furrowing his brows, he hesitated momentarily before answering. Hello? Is this Jiang Che? A shrill female voice reverberated through the line. Jiang Che paused, feeling a sense of familiarity with the voice, but couldn't quite place it. His frown deepened. Who are you? The woman on the other end let out a derisive laugh. Who am I? Why don't you ask your shameless mother? Jiang Che's expression darkened instantly as recognition dawned upon him. It was Wang Xiuyuan's mother, Wang Shu. What? Lost your tongue? Wang Shu, sensing his silence, seemed emboldened. Who is that shameless woman you call your mother? That disgraceful mistress, daring to seduce my husband. Do you wish for death? Jiang Che scoffed. Your face is even thicker than a city wall, you self-proclaimed mistress, and you don't allow others to join the fray? Take a good look in the mirror, you hideous creature. No wonder your husband doesn't fancy you. You must have eaten excrement for breakfast, your foul mouth. My mother is far more beautiful than you, superior in every way. Can't stand it? You should consider a rebirth. Perhaps Yama might, in his mercy, allow you to be reincarnated as a beast, so you can embrace your true nature. You. Wang Shu had never encountered such a sharp-tongued youth. She struggled to catch her breath from the verbal onslaught. What about me? Jiang Che continued. Look at how pathetic you are. No need for rebirth. Just end it now. Ah, you scoundrel. Wang Shu shrieked in fury. Just wait. She hung up abruptly, leaving Jiang Che staring at the disconnected call, his brow furrowed. How did Wang Shu acquire his number? Could it be that Wang Xiuyuan had informed her? Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by Qin Mo's voice from behind him. Turning to glance at him, Jiang Che shook his head. It's nothing, just a rabid dog barking. Qin Mo frowned, his lips twitching, but he ultimately refrained from probing further. Then let's not dwell on it. How about we play a game? Dinner will be ready shortly. Jiang Che replied with an affirmative hum, then lowered his head to message Wang Xiuyuan. Brother, where are you? After sending the message and waiting for quite some time, Wang Xiuyuan still did not respond. Jiang Che's brow furrowed even deeper. Da Huang, can you locate Wang Xiuyuan's current whereabouts? Certainly, esteemed host. Please hold on. All right. Jiang Che felt reassured by Da Huang, and within 3 minutes, Da Huang relayed Wang Xiuyuan's address. However, he found it peculiar that this was neither Wang Xiuyuan's office address nor his home, nor was it a restaurant or hotel. Instead, it was situated in an old residential area on the eastern side of the city. This address consisted of many aged buildings, inhabited by either elderly residents or tenants. Given that Wang Xiuyuan was a wealthy heir, what could possibly compel him to go there? Chapter 83. The initial encounter. Da Huang. What is Wang Xiuyuan's condition? Da Huang paused for a moment. Condition? Suddenly realizing something, he widened his eyes. Esteemed host, are you suspecting something? I will investigate immediately. Da Huang began typing furiously on his small computer, and soon exclaimed in astonishment. Esteemed host, Wang Xiuyuan's condition is extremely dire. If no assistance is rendered, he may be in grave danger. Jiang Che's gaze sharpened. Was it indeed as he suspected? He abruptly rose from the sofa and called out to Qin Mo, who was busy in the kitchen. Uncle Qin, there's no need to prepare my meal. I must step out for an urgent matter. I will manage on my own. Qin Mo looked startled and turned to him. So hurried? You should eat first. As Jiang Che reached the entrance and changed his shoes, he replied, It's urgent. Please do not mind me. Just enjoy your meal. Thank you for bringing me back today. I will treat you to dinner another day. With that, he waved his hand at Qin Mo and opened the door to leave. However, he realized he had left his car keys at home, so he first returned to retrieve them before heading out. To his surprise, the elevator stopped on the 11th floor. As the doors slowly opened, Qin Mo's familiar face appeared at the threshold. Jiang Che was taken aback. Qin Mo stepped inside, saying, My brother has instructed me repeatedly to take good care of you. You seem quite flustered. Should anything happen, how would I explain it to him? Though the words of refusal lingered at the back of his throat. Jiang Che ultimately swallowed them down. He understood that his miraculous return from the brink of death had not only brought joy, but also instilled a sense of fear and tension among others. They might all be apprehensive that this was merely an unbroken dream. Even he sometimes questioned whether he had truly come back to life. Thus, while everyone appeared calm and accepted his return, they were likely all holding their breath in silent anxiety, as if nurturing a delicate flower, meticulously caring for him, fearful that any misstep might shatter this fragile reality. With a sigh, Jiang Che thought that if this could help ease their minds, he would acquiesce to their concerns. In the descending elevator, neither Jiang Che nor Qin Mo spoke. His thoughts drifted back to the time he first met Qin Zheng. Unlike the bond he shares with Yu Wenshuo, which is steeped in childhood familiarity, his acquaintance with others unfolds in a distinct manner. His relationship with Qin Zheng seems particularly intertwined with the hospital environment, perhaps explaining why the former often plays the role of caretaker in their dynamic. Their fateful encounter transpired during the summer of his third year in middle school. Overwhelmed by an incessant intake of medication, he sees an opportune moment when his family and the nurses were distracted, leaving a note on the table before stealthily escaping from his hospital room. He sought refuge in the small garden of the hospital, eavesdropping on the various tidbits shared among fellow patients. Those who congregated in the garden below appeared to be counting down their days, engaged in gossip about who had passed away or who had not been resuscitated, often reflecting on the essence of life and its ultimate conclusion, a mere handful of earth. At that tender age, he found himself absorbing such conversations, gradually succumbing to a sense of despondency. He pondered whether, after his demise, he too would become just another forgotten patch of soil, as others suggested. Yet, as these thoughts took root, he felt an insatiable yearning. He was still so young, with countless dreams yet to be realized. How could he possibly face death? After a while, Jiang Che, feeling restless, exited the small garden, only to unexpectedly collide with a portly boy at the corner. The boy was quite solidly built, nearly causing Jiang Che to stumble. Fortunately, the boy's quick reflexes saved him from falling. "I'm so sorry," the chubby boy exclaimed, scrutinizing Jiang Che for any signs of injury. Upon confirming he was unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing the fried chicken in the boy's hand, Jiang Che blinked and asked, "You're not a patient from our building, are you?" The chubby boy, glancing around furtively, seemed to ascertain that no one was watching before nodding in affirmation. "No, I'm from the second inpatient building." Jiang Che, observing his demeanor, chuckled and inquired, "Is someone chasing you?" With a resigned sigh, the boy plopped down next to the flower bed, patting his belly. "Given my appearance, you can probably guess why I'm in the hospital." Jiang Che, delighted to encounter a peer among the patients, joined him by the flower bed. "I can make a guess," he replied. The boy was indeed quite overweight, which suggested he might not be dealing with a chronic condition. Furthermore, the second inpatient building specialized in hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, likely indicating a pancreatic issue. "Ah," the chubby boy lamented, "I have acute pancreatitis. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for a week, surviving solely on nutritional infusions." He expressed his discontent. "I feel as if I'm a zombie from a horror film, craving to sink my teeth into anything I see." Jiang Che glanced at the fried chicken in the boy's grasp, raising an eyebrow. "Then you certainly shouldn't eat that." "I haven't touched it," the boy sighed again. "I'm just inhaling the aroma to satisfy my cravings." Who could have predicted that this would only intensify my hunger? Jiang Che offered words of consolation. "Once you recover, you'll be able to eat again." The boy's expression grew even more woeful as he continued. "My mother declared that I can never indulge in fried foods again and must lose weight, or else she'll cut off my allowance." Jiang Che could only feel sympathy for him. "What's your name?" The chubby boy's emotions came swiftly and departed just as quickly. "My name is Qin Zheng, the second son of the Qin family. You seem to be around my age. Since we've crossed paths, shall we become friends?" Jiang Che paused momentarily before replying. "My name is Jiang Che. Nice to meet you." Qin Zheng enthusiastically grasped his hand and shook it. "Brother, you are truly handsome. If you were to act in films, I'm certain many would adore you." Jiang Che chuckled lightly. "Do you enjoy acting?" "Indeed." Qin Zheng released his hand and sighed wistfully, but alas, no one would likely want me for a role. Jiang Che turned to him, noting that despite Qin Zheng's plumpness, His features were remarkably refined, and he was tall, with a well-proportioned figure. If he were to lose some weight, he would undoubtedly be quite attractive. You needn't look any further. Qin leaned back against a tree by the flower bed, his spirits seemingly depleted. I have tried countless diets, yet none have worked. Jiang Che acknowledged with an O, though his expression remained neutral. Seeing Jiang Che's unperturbed demeanor, Qin felt compelled to inquire, "Aren't you curious why?" "Not really." "Why not?" "Because you will divulge it yourself." Qin's lips twitched, but Jiang Che was correct. He was indeed prone to oversharing. In no time, he revealed the entirety of his poignant past. Chapter 84. The Brotherhood in the Peach Orchard. Jiang Che then learned that Qin's attachment to food stemmed from a harrowing experience of starvation. When he was 10 years old, he had been kidnapped. To keep him subdued, the abductors provided him only with sips of water, occasionally tossing him a bun when it became unbearable, merely to keep him alive. After 10 grueling days, he was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. "I can never forget that sensation of impending death," Qin lamented. "It wasn't the fear of being killed or tortured that haunted me, but rather the dread of starving to death. My mind was consumed with thoughts of food, wondering if I could have a decent meal before my demise. Perhaps the heavens heard my plea and granted me salvation, yet I never wished to endure that hunger again. Thus, I eat voraciously, stuffing myself with all things delectable. The more I consume, the more I crave, spiraling into an insatiable cycle. You know," Qin smiled, "my childhood dream was to become an actor, but alas, that dream seems but a fleeting fantasy now." Jiang Che, imitating his posture, leaned against the tree and gazed at the distant skyline, responding with a soft "oh." Qin raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you surprised?" Jiang Che chuckled. "There's nothing to be astonished about. Everyone in this world harbors their own regrets, much like those who are destined for short lives. Life is a long river of grievances." Qin frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means you are still young and have the opportunity to strive for your dreams." "Ah, I wish to strive," Qin remarked, pinching the soft flesh around his waist and patting his chubby cheeks. "But I simply cannot control my appetite." "Then perhaps you should manage your restroom habits," Jiang Che laughed, rising to his feet and patting Qin's shoulder. "Next time you go, hold a bowl. Eat while you relieve yourself, and that way, digestion will be swift." Qin gazed wide-eyed at Jiang Che, seemingly astonished that this boy, who resembled a celestial being, could utter such crude and abstract words. His lips twitched involuntarily in a grimace. You. How dare you speak such repulsive words with that face of yours?" "I call it effective advice," Jiang Che retorted, dismissing Qin's protests with a wave of his hand. "Someone is looking for me. I must return to the ward. You should hurry back as well. Don't linger here like a dog with its nose in the dirt, bewildered and unsure of how to proceed." This marked the initial encounter between Jiang Che and Qin. After the summer break, Jiang Che ascended to high school, only to unexpectedly meet Qin again, discovering that they not only attended the same school, but were also placed in the same class. Qin appeared quite delighted to see him, insisting on becoming his desk mate. However, he was swiftly chased away by Yuan Shua, who raised his fist in defiance. "Go on. I've shared this desk with him since I was in kindergarten wearing open crotch pants. I've occupied this position for over a decade. Do you really think I would relinquish it to you?" With a pout, Qin reluctantly chose a seat behind them. The trio, all second-generation heirs from affluent families, found common ground in their shared experiences and soon developed a brotherly bond. Qin, in a fit of youthful exuberance, procured a few incense sticks and orchestrated a rather melodramatic oath of brotherhood among them. However, Yuan Shua was left exasperated by Qin's physique, lamenting, "Could you not exercise some restraint? Walking alongside you drastically diminishes our aesthetic appeal." Sighing over a pork knuckle, Qin replied, "I wish I could, but I simply cannot help myself." Jiang Che remained silent, recognizing that Qin's issue was not rooted in physicality, but rather in psychology. Unless he could address the core of the problem, no amount of discussion would suffice. Yuan Shua whispered a rather dubious suggestion, proposing that he could recruit a few individuals to masquerade as kidnappers and stage a scenario for Qin, this time ensuring he was overfed to the point of bursting. "I refuse to believe we cannot remedy this situation. Jiang Che cautioned, "Aren't you concerned that the Qin family might actually call the police?" Yuan Shuo replied nonchalantly, "Then what do you propose we do?" As the two pondered their predicament, it was Qin Zheng who encountered trouble first. A student from the adjacent class had long harbored animosity towards Qin Zheng. This individual, a member of the Wang family, had business conflicts with the Qin family, though their elders maintained a facade of cordiality. Yet, the youth were more genuine in their sentiments, which fueled the ongoing rivalry between Qin Zheng and the Wang family's heir, Wang Gui. Wang Gui was notorious as a school delinquent, and given that the institution itself was an elite academy, the apparent strictness of the faculty and administration was merely superficial. As long as the students did not create significant disturbances, they would turn a blind eye. That day, Qin Zheng vowed for the 432nd time to shed some weight. Consequently, during lunch, he nibbled on a whole grain bread and refrained from further indulgence. After attending 2 afternoon classes, hunger began to overwhelm him, and ultimately he succumbed to temptation, once again breaking his vow and stealthily slipping out of the classroom. During class hours, he dared not venture to the convenience store for fear of encountering the disciplinary head catching students skipping. Thus, he stealthily slipped out through the back gate. To take a shortcut, he deliberately traversed a narrow alley with fewer people. However, fate would have it that he crossed paths with Wang Gui and a group of ruffians engaged in some sort of transaction. Qin Zheng. Wang Gui tossed aside his cigarette, but, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "What brings you here at this hour?" Although Qin Zheng was somewhat overweight, his academic performance was commendable, starkly contrasting with the lackluster students surrounding Wang Gui. How could such a diligent student be skipping class? Wang Gui narrowed his eyes, wondering if this lad had uncovered something and was here to confront him. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the items held by Wang Gui and his cohorts, as if he had seen them before. "What is it to you?" he retorted cautiously. "This isn't your territory. Am I not allowed to pass through here?" Wang Gui scoffed, "Of course not." He exchanged glances with a nearby man, delivering a menacing warning. "Qin Zheng, you must not speak of today's events, or I will end you." It dawned on Qin Zheng what Wang Gui was holding. He stared wide-eyed at Wang Gui. "Damn it, Wang Gui, you are actually using..." He couldn't finish his sentence, sensing the gravity of the situation. Quietly, he took a step back and then bolted. "Old Zhang, grab him." Wang Gui's eyes hardened. Qin Zheng shouted in outrage, "Damn it, Wang Gui, this is illegal. I'm calling the police. You're done for." He had never anticipated that skipping class would lead to such explosive circumstances. He recognized the nature of Wang Gui's possession from a previous encounter with kidnappers. "Do you think you can leave here and call the police?" Wang Gui sneered. "To hell with you." Qin Zheng sprinted away. "Wang Gui, you fool, what do you intend to do?" Wang Gui disregarded his curses, rallying his followers closely behind him. This alley, bordered by the high wall of the back school gate, was designed to deter students from climbing over to skip class. Coupled with a construction site on the opposite side, the alley was long and high. The cacophony of construction drowned out Qin Zheng's desperate cries for help. Already famished and devoid of energy, compounded by his weight, he soon found himself unable to run any longer. His chest felt as if it were fitted with a bellows, heaving with labored breaths. In no time, he was encircled by Wang Gui and his companions within the confines of the alley. "Ha!" Wang Gui sneered, "Keep running." With no escape in sight, Qin Zheng resigned himself, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Yet, refusing to yield completely, he defiantly exclaimed, "Wang Gui, you may be a thug, but this is outright illegal." Wang Gui chuckled, "So what? As long as no one speaks of it, who will know what I am doing?" Qin Zheng stiffened. "What are you planning?" Wang Gui's gaze sliced through him like a blade. Then he turned to the man beside him. "Old Zhang, you know what to do, right? If he betrays us, we are all doomed." He chuckled dismissively. "Being a minor, I would likely face only a brief detention and a modest fine. However, you, Old Zhang, are not easily fooled." With a cold smirk, he said, "Young Master Wang, if you wish for us to eliminate your family's adversary, simply state your price. I am more than capable of handling this task." "All right," Wang Gui responded candidly, 5 million, and you take care of him. Of course, this matter must not be traced back to me. I will transfer the funds through another channel." Old Jiang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Deal. Without allowing Qin Zheng to intervene, he signaled to his men to bind the captive, even going so far as to remove the socks from his feet and stuff them into his mouth. Qin Zheng was then taken to a secluded corner of the construction site across the street. Old Jiang instructed several of his men, Lao Sun, Lao Zhao, go find tools to dig a pit. Remember to keep it clean. We must leave no evidence. Unconvinced, Lao Wu questioned, Boss, this kid has a significant background. Aren't we asking Wang Gui for too little at 5 million? That hardly covers our expenses. We might as well kidnap him and demand a ransom from the Qin family. Old Jiang smirked maliciously. Who said this was a one-time affair? Lao Wu paused, taken aback. Old Jiang continued. When that kid ordered us to act, I recorded audio and video. Once this is over, Wang Gui will become our cash cow. A mere child, thinking he can manipulate me? His audacity is commendable, but I wonder if he is ready for the consequences. Realization dawned on Lao Wu, and he burst into laughter, giving Old Jiang a thumbs up. That's our boss. He gestured to the others. Come on, brothers, let's get to work. Qin Zheng could no longer contain himself, struggling violently. If he had previously harbored a flicker of hope, after all, Wang Gui was still a student and unlikely to resort to such lethal measures. Now, witnessing Old Jiang and his men's practiced movements, his heart raced with dread. Wang Gui was nothing but a wicked scoundrel, and Lao Wu was a cold-blooded killer. He was finished. Panic set in for Qin Zheng. He did not wish to perish here. As time ticked by, the pit for his grave took shape, and the terror in his eyes was palpable. He cried out in desperation, his body writhing on the ground. This was the end. He had sneaked out of school, and aside from informing Jiang Che to call him if anything happened, no one knew of his absence. What to do? His face turned ashen. He had been kidnapped before, but that experience lacked the imminent sense of death that now loomed over him. He understood that the previous captors were motivated by greed, and until they secured a ransom, they would not harm him. His parents would not abandon him. In that dire situation, hunger was his greatest concern. But now, it was a matter of life and death. Perhaps in the next moment, he would meet his end. Qin Zheng cried out loudly, his nerves at their breaking point as he watched Lao Zhang and his group prepare the scene and approach him. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony, his phone rang, startling everyone for a moment. Lao Zhang furrowed his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Wu. Instantly understanding, Lao Wu stepped forward and retrieved the phone from Qin Zheng's pocket, glancing at it briefly before hanging up. Get to work, Lao Zhang commanded directly. Lao Wu and the others nodded, moving forward to hoist Qin Zheng like a pig to the slaughter and unceremoniously toss him into the pit they had dug. Dazed and disoriented from the impact, Qin Zheng barely had time to whimper before the damp earth from the construction site cascaded down upon him. Had he not had a sock stuffed in his mouth, he would surely have tasted the gritty soil. Struggling to rise, he was met with a harsh kick that sent him crashing back into the pit with a thud. Yet he refused to surrender, exerting himself once more in a desperate attempt to crawl out. With a dull thud, a sudden, intense pain shot through his head, darkness enveloping his vision as blood obscured his sight. His body tilted, and he collapsed back into the pit. Hurry up, we can't let the cops get wind of this. Lao Zhang's cold, indistinct voice mingled with the buzzing in Qin Zheng's ears, marking the grim onset of his demise. Time lost meaning as the relentless weight of the earth above him finally ceased its assault. A furious shout rang out, and the suffocating soil no longer pressed down upon him. Qin Zheng blinked in confusion, wondering if someone had come to rescue him. His vision was blurred, and his mind was a chaotic swirl of sounds and excruciating pain, making coherent thought a monumental effort. He fought to keep his eyes open, determined not to succumb to an unexplained death in this pit. He vowed to see Wang Gui and this band of killers imprisoned. After what felt like an eternity, he felt a sudden tightening at his collar, an immense force yanking his head upwards. Qin Zheng, Qin Zheng. The familiar voice pierced through the haze, and tears streamed down Qin Zheng's face. It was Yuan Shuo, his brother, come to save him. Hearing his voice, Yuan Shuo exhaled sharply in relief. You're still alive? Stop crying. Save your strength. Get this sock out my mouth. Only then did Yu Wenshuo realize he was bound hand and foot, with a sock stuffed in his mouth. He quickly pulled it out and hurriedly untied Qin. "Can you walk?" Yu Wenshuo asked as he helped Qin to his feet. "Of course I can walk. Even if my legs are broken, I must move." Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Without hesitation, Yu Wenshuo draped Qin's arm over his shoulder, scolding him for being as heavy as a pig, and together they hurriedly made their escape. Chapter 86. Perhaps your survival is more profitable. Qin had no time to comprehend the situation at hand, nor to inquire about the whereabouts of old Jiang and his companions, or how Yu Wenshuo had managed to locate him, or whether they had alerted the authorities. In such perilous circumstances, it was inconceivable that this scoundrel would brave the dangers alone to rescue him. "Old Jiang, we must flee." As they turned a corner, they spotted Jiang Che dragging an unconscious individual into a secluded nook, then nodding toward them before hastily approaching to support Qin's other arm. Never had Qin felt such profound regret as he did in this moment, lamenting his inability to shed a few pounds. Despite Jiang Che and Yu Wenshuo being tall and youthful, bearing his nearly 200-pound frame proved to be a formidable challenge, significantly slowing their escape. "You fools!" Yu Wenshuo scolded. "Rest assured, we are not dim-witted. We certainly alerted the police upon our arrival." Jiang Che echoed the sentiment. "If you had heeded my advice to lose weight, would you be so frightened now? Hurry, the police should arrive shortly." Although he had promptly reported Qin's predicament, the police response time would not match their speed from the school, were it not for the fear that this fool might perish before the authorities arrived. Jiang Che would not have engaged in such a hazardous endeavor. Life had already been a struggle, and he wished to spend his remaining days in tranquility. Overcome with emotion, Qin wept. "Oh, dear brothers, I vow to remember our bond through prosperity and adversity. I shall remain your steadfast companion for life. Rest assured, I will lose weight upon my return. Should I fail to do so?" Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him as a long rod, propelled by a fierce wind, descended upon him. Qin's pupils contracted. Having just suffered a blow to the head, another strike would surely seal his fate today. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. In a moment of desperation, Yu Wenshuo raised his right hand to block the impending blow, the rod crashing against his arm with a sickening crack, reminiscent of shattering bone. Yu Wenshuo cried out in agony, gritting his teeth as he retaliated with a kick, but the assailant deftly sidestepped, having anticipated this maneuver. It then dawned on him that the ruse he and Jiang Che had concocted to suggest reinforcements had been discerned by their adversaries. Initially, the assailants had believed that workers from the construction site were approaching, causing them to scatter and conceal themselves. Jiang Che had managed to dispatch one obstacle, yet they had swiftly regrouped and pursued them. Soon, the hostile group encircled them. In this critical moment of life and death, Qin could scarcely recall how he had survived. Through a haze of memories, he only remembered the ferocity of the confrontation. Every combatant had sustained injuries, culminating in a vivid splash of crimson that clouded his vision. Qin stared in disbelief at Jiang Che, who gradually collapsed before him, the weighty sound of his labored breaths coming to an abrupt halt. The events that followed became a blur. He could not ascertain when the police arrived. In that instant, he grasped the significance of the sanguine hue, the blood that flowed incessantly, akin to the fleeting essence of life itself. Upon regaining consciousness in the hospital, Qin, the hefty figure weighing 200 pounds, found himself weeping inconsolably at the bedside of his brother, overwhelmed with relief upon learning that all three of them had survived. What a lament! Yu Wenshuo, his arm suspended in a sling post-surgery, shot him an exasperated glare, silently conveying that he was still alive and did not require such wailing. With tears streaming down his face, Qin abruptly lifted his gaze, solemnly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, you and Jiang Che. You are my brothers for life." Turning his attention to the still unconscious Jiang Che, tears fell uncontrollably as he murmured, he did it willingly. Yu Wenshuo clenched his fist, leaning back slightly, and spoke calmly, "You needn't feel guilty. As you said, we are brothers. He chose to save you." With reddened eyes, Qin found himself at a loss for words. Yu Wenshuo offered a faint smile, adding, "You have a bright future ahead." Perhaps he thought it more worthwhile for you to live. Qin Jing's eyes widened in realization. What do you mean? It means none of us can be left behind. Yuan Shu replied with a grin. We shall be brothers for life, living gracefully until the end. Unable to restrain himself, Qin Jing blew his nose, tears cascading down his cheeks. He clenched his fists tightly by his side and nodded earnestly. All right, brothers for life. Suddenly, the elevator bell chimed, interrupting Jiang Che's thoughts. Qin Mo glanced at him, urging, let us go. Jiang Che pressed his lips together and nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the car, Qin Mo opened the passenger door for him, stating, I will drive. Jiang Che did not protest and settled into the passenger seat. Once inside the car, Jiang Che relayed the address that De Huang had given him. Take me here. Qin Mo furrowed his brow upon seeing the address, but chose to remain silent, driving quietly. After 40 minutes, they arrived at the outskirts of an old residential area, where the irregular layout prohibited vehicle entry. Qin Mo had no choice but to park on the roadside. Wait for me in the car, Jiang Che instructed. I can go up by myself. The situation surrounding Wang Xuan was fraught with uncertainties. It was unclear if it was connected to the plot or if unexpected developments had arisen. After all, Wang Xuan was now the awakened protagonist, acting with his own consciousness, which increased the likelihood of unforeseen circumstances. If such were the case, he would not know how to explain to Qin Mo should any inappropriate conversation arise between them. Qin Mo pursed his lips, his penetrating gaze fixed on Jiang Che for a prolonged moment, his grip on the steering wheel tightening slightly. After a pause, he nodded in agreement. All right. Jiang Che exhaled in relief, fearing Qin Mo would stubbornly insist on accompanying him. Thank you, Jiang Che said, smiling as he waved his hand. Once I'm done, I'll treat you to a meal. Qin Mo retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and discreetly placed it in Jiang Che's hand as he exited the vehicle. Here's the candy you mentioned wanting. I happen to have one. Jiang Che was taken aback. Qin Mo waved him off. Go on, I'll be waiting here. Jiang Che held a lollipop, blinked, and then smiled, saying, thank you for the candy. Qin Mo replied with a faint smile, no need to mention it. Jiang Che opened the car door and stepped out, with De Huang guiding him in his mind. Building 1, Unit 3, 6th floor, Room 7. Following his directions, Jiang Che effortlessly found Building 1 and ascended to the 6th floor. The door of Room 7 was a white iron door, uniformly installed by the developer during the construction of the community, adorned with a haphazard array of new and worn couplets. This community was indeed quite old. The floor tiles at the entrance were cracked and peeling. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Che knocked on the door. Dear brother, your lovely younger brother has come to see you. Please open up. Chapter 87. You must hate me, right? Jiang Che stood at the door, knocking for quite some time, but there was no response from within. He frowned. De Huang, open the door. De Huang replied. He felt a strange sense of servitude, scanning the surroundings and noticing the absence of surveillance. He emerged from the system space and tapped his paw on the door lock. With a click, the lock opened. Jiang Che pushed the door open and strode in as if he were returning home. What greeted him was a small living room, adorned with rather outdated decor, with much of the wall plaster peeling away and the furniture bearing the marks of time. However, the entire room was clean and exuded a warm ambience. Yet, there was no sign of Wang Xiaoyuan. Jiang Che furrowed his brow. De Huang, where's Wang Xiaoyuan? De Huang scanned the entire house before responding. In the bathroom. Host, you will find out if you go take a look. Jiang Che frowned again and headed toward the bathroom. In such an old-fashioned house, the bedrooms typically lacked private bathrooms, relying instead on a shared one. As he approached, he heard the sound of water splashing inside, and for a moment, he was taken aback. Was this fellow actually taking a shower? After a brief hesitation, he decided against pushing the bathroom door open directly and instead knocked. Wang Xiaoyuan, are you in there? There was no reply from inside. Jiang Che knocked again, but still received no response. He frowned. De Huang, open the door. De Huang responded with a soft sound and raised his paw to knock again. Jiang Che pushed the bathroom door open and immediately saw Wang Xiaoyuan, curled up in the corner of the cramped space, oblivious to the cold water pouring down on him. In early winter, although the water temperature was not bone-chilling, it was sufficiently cold to pierce the skin. Wang Xiaoyuan seemed to have been under the water for quite some time, his complexion pale and frightening, his gaze unfocused. Even upon hearing the door open and turning his head, it was as if he could not see the person before him. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent that made Jiang Che involuntarily wrinkle his nose. Jiang Che stepped inside, swiftly turned off the shower, then crouched down to gently pat Wang Xiaoyuan's face. Wang Xiaoyuan, are you all right? Wang Xiaoyuan remained silent, his gaze trembling as he tried to focus on the person before him, but the droplets cascading from his hair blurred his vision. Jiang Che seized a dry towel from the nearby rack and rubbed it over the dog as one would, drying the dripping head before pulling the person up. Get up. Let's go outside. Wang Xiaoyuan remained motionless. Jiang Che furrowed his brow, urging him, hurry up. Yet, Wang Xiaoyuan still did not budge. His vacant gaze instinctively followed Jiang Che for a moment before he belatedly realized who stood before him. His eyes shimmered with disbelief, and after a long pause, he hoarsely inquired, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Che frowned, resolutely pulling him off the ground. "If I don't come, will you just stay here and drown?" Wang Xiaoyuan, bewildered, lowered his gaze. "It's nothing. Whether it's something or nothing, we can discuss it outside." Jiang Che sighed. "Didn't you have a serious illness in the past? Why torment yourself in this bitter cold? You really seem to have a death wish. If you don't want this life, then give it to me. I wish to live." Wang Xiaoyuan's gaze fell upon Jiang Che's face. In those clear eyes, he discerned a complexity he could not comprehend, tinged with a hint of concern he found unfathomable. Concern? He slowly lowered his gaze, concealing the self-mockery that flickered beneath. There was no point in hoping. Ever since the day he was born, his emotions had diverged from such care. No one would genuinely worry for someone like him. Wang Xiaoyuan gradually removed the towel from his head, clenching it tightly in his fist. After a moment, he turned away, stepping out of the bathroom. "If you wish to live, then take the money I've given you and seek proper treatment. Don't wander aimlessly." Jiang Che clicked his tongue, following him out of the bathroom. The dimness of the unlit restroom had obscured Wang Xiaoyuan's condition, but now that they were outside, Jiang Che noticed the bloodstains blooming on Wang Xiaoyuan's wet white shirt, clinging to his back. Moreover, through the damp fabric, he could vaguely discern the horrifying scars on his back, as if beaten with a stick, and the assailant had shown no mercy, striking with lethal intent. Jiang Che's expression hardened, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "What happened to the wounds on your back?" Wang Xiaoyuan paused briefly before replying coolly, "I fell." "Fell?" Jiang Che scoffed. "Show me the kind of injury from fall." Wang Xiaoyuan fell silent. Jiang Che continued, "It was Wang Shu who did this, wasn't it?" Wang Xiaoyuan's gaze shot up to meet Jiang Che's, trembling with emotion. Leaning against the wall with arms crossed, Jiang Che chuckled. "The last time she treated you like that, you didn't even flinch. Clearly, this has been happening for quite some time." He added mockingly, "This sounds like something your mother would do. She was berating me just an hour ago. I gave her a piece of my mind. If you seek revenge, feel free to come at me." Wang Xiaoyuan, however, seemed to recall something, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "So, you came here to watch me suffer, did you?" Jiang Che paused, his brow slightly creasing. Wang Xiaoyuan wiped his face and sank despondently onto the sofa. "I drove you away, preventing you from recognizing your father, purchasing the paternal love you rightfully deserved with money, striving to maintain a semblance of harmony, yet it is so utterly unbearable." He chuckled bitterly. "You must hate me deeply, don't you?" Jiang Che did not respond to Wang Xiaoyuan's words. Instead, he yanked him up from the sofa to change his clothes. Wang Xiaoyuan paused for a moment. His lips moved, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Che remarked, "You've soiled the sofa. It's quite difficult to clean." Wang Xiaoyuan was nearly dragged into the bedroom by Jiang Che, who had initially presumed that this house would lack any of Wang Xiaoyuan's clothing, given its seemingly uninhabited appearance. However, upon opening the wardrobe, he was taken aback to find it filled to the brim with garments. Most of the clothing consisted of sportswear, various shirts, and jeans, none of which were branded, merely inexpensive items costing a few dozen yuan. The styles were predominantly outdated, clearly not reflective of contemporary fashion. Curiously, Jiang Che retrieved a set of gray-black sportswear from within and tossed it to him. Change into this. Wang Xiaoyuan silently regarded the clothes thrown his way. And when he met Jiang Che's gaze, he was met with a stern look. He pursed his lips and quietly began to remove his damp clothing. It was then that Jiang Che noticed the multitude of wounds adorning Wang Xiaoyuan's back, various sizes and types, some fresh while others were old scars. Densely clustered upon his pale skin. Blood seeped from the newer wounds, some having been soaked for so long that they had become swollen and white, a truly shocking sight. Despite having spent considerable time in the hospital, witnessing numerous surgical patients and their wounds, Jiang Che had never encountered such grotesquely inflicted injuries. He inhaled sharply, witnessing Wang Xiaoyuan's nonchalant demeanor as he prepared to don the dry clothing, and abruptly seized his hand. "Are you really going to dress like that?" Wang Xiaoyuan's actions faltered for a moment before he replied softly, "Yes." Jiang Che intended to say more, but Wang Xiaoyuan quickly changed his clothes and then pulled him out of the bedroom. "Noticing Jiang Che tinatire." He retrieved the remote control for the living room air conditioner from a drawer and turned it on, perhaps due to disuse. A musty odor wafted out as the air conditioner activated, nearly causing Jiang Che to stumble. He sneezed several times, then sniffed. Wang Xiaoyuan bit his lip and quietly sprayed some air freshener that he found in the drawer, then opened the sliding door to the living room. After completing these tasks, he turned back to the bedroom and retrieved a warm cotton jacket, offering it to Jiang Che. "This was my high school jacket. Although it may not match the quality of your clothes, it is clean." He pressed his lips together, adding, "It should keep you warm, so put it on." Jiang Che hesitated for a moment, then casually slipped it on, saying, "Thank you." Wang Xiaoyuan merely glanced at him in silence. Jiang Che gently patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Dear elder brother, while I am eager to converse with you, as your only younger sibling, I am genuinely concerned about your health. Therefore," he raised his chin, "let us proceed to the hospital." Wang Xiaoyuan firmly refused. "I am fine." "Your condition is not for you to determine," Jiang Che retorted with a cold snort. "Do not compel me to resort to drastic measures. Hurry up." Seeing that this stubborn individual remained unmoved, Jiang Che eventually lost his patience, swiftly dragged him down the stairs, and thrust him into the car. "Uncle Qin, drive to the Yu family hospital." Qin Mo turned his gaze to Wang Xuan in the back seat, equally surprised. His deep-set eyes narrowing slightly before he averted his gaze and complied, driving away. Jiang Che could not discern whether his words had jinxed him. But as soon as Wang Xuan arrived at the hospital, he collapsed. He was promptly whisked away to the emergency room by anxious medical personnel. Outside the emergency room, Qin Mo leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. "You and him share a close bond?" "Fairly well," Jiang Che replied. "We are brothers." "Brothers?" "That's a lengthy story." Jiang Che waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle Qin, it's past mealtime, and you haven't eaten lunch. You should head back. I will wait here." Qin Mo scrutinized him intently. "Have you eaten the candy I gave you?" "Eh." Jiang Che was taken aback. Qin Mo approached, reached into Jiang Che's pocket, and indeed found the candy he had previously gifted. He swiftly unwrapped it and said, "Eat this." "I don't want to," before Jiang Che could finish. Qin Mo promptly placed the candy in his mouth. "Aren't you hypoglycemic? You might faint otherwise. Consume this while I fetch you some food." Jiang Che stared in astonishment and asked, "How did you know I was hypoglycemic?" Qin Mo paused momentarily, averting his gaze. "Qin Zheng informed me." He smiled lightly. "He asked me to take good care of you. I cannot go against his wishes." Jiang Che regarded him with skepticism for a moment. "Is that so? Why else?" Jiang Che lowered his eyes, reflecting on how he and Qin Mo had never shared a profound connection, neither a decade ago nor now. And if not for Qin Zheng's influence, there was little reason for Qin Mo to show such concern. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "Very well, thank you." Qin Mo responded with a faint smile. "You're welcome." He then stood up. "I shall procure some food for you." Jiang Che initially wished to suggest that Qin Mo leave first, feeling guilty for taking up so much of his time, considering he was a busy executive. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed that even if he voiced such a sentiment, Qin Mo would not depart. It was all Qin Zheng's fault. His incessant overprotectiveness made Jiang Che perceive Qin Mo as somewhat maternal as well. Never mind, he thought. At worst, I shall treat him to a meal later. Thus, he nodded, all right, thank you. Jiang Mo was swift in his endeavor, returning in less than 20 minutes with a bag of food. In the corridor, there was hardly any space to dine. However, the fortunate aspect was that this was a private hospital, boasting facilities far superior to those of public institutions, with each floor featuring a lounge area. Jiang Mo took Jiang Che to the nearby lounge, meticulously arranging the meal before him. Go ahead and eat. I'll keep watch for you. Jiang Che paused momentarily, then replied, no need. I've already summoned a caregiver and informed them to wait. You should sit down and eat as well. You've been hungry for quite some time. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Mo obediently seated himself across from Jiang Che. Observing the dishes laid out on the table, Jiang Che was taken aback. It seemed that each dish was one he particularly relished. Due to his health issues, his dietary options were severely limited, with only a handful of items he could consume and even fewer that he genuinely enjoyed. Thus, to outsiders, he appeared rather finicky about his meals. Aside from his family and close friends, few were privy to his culinary preferences. Could it be that Jiang's mother had divulged this to his own? What's wrong? Jiang Mo inquired, noticing the furrow in Jiang Che's brow. Is it not to your liking? Jiang Che quickly concealed his surprise, his eyes flickering as he shook his head and said, not at all. It's quite good. It would be even better with a bit of chili. I enjoy spicy food. Jiang Mo paused with his chopsticks, then smiled and said, I see. I'll make sure to prepare some for you next time. My younger brother warned me that you can't handle spice, so I need to be cautious. It seemed that the lad had deceived him. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly, then scooped up a piece of food and declared vehemently, that scoundrel Qin simply can't stand me and always tries to put me in a difficult position. As the elder brother, you should discipline him properly. Oh. Jiang Mo blinked and asked, why would he do that? Jiang Che scoffed. He is envious of me. Envious? Yes, envious that I am younger than he is. In response, Jiang Mo, being older than Qin, could only smile.